Jiujiao was unexpectedly transported to the perilous Marvel Universe by the forces of the system. To avoid being reduced to ashes by Thanos' infamous snap, he relied on the power of the system to incessantly traverse various cinematic realms, gathering resources to upgrade his level and fortify himself. Confronted by a multitude of challenges. 001 The Mechanical Hunter in Marvel. Location: Earth, Parallel Dimension, Marvel Universe, Queens, New York, XX Street, XX number. Time: January 2008, Marvel Universe. At this moment, Jiujiao felt a surge of anxiety just a moment ago. He had been engrossed in a video game at home, and the next he found himself inexplicably in this foreign environment. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Jiujiao remained still, awaiting some extraordinary occurrence to transpire in his life. Indeed, he was acutely aware that the body he now inhabited was no longer his original form. As anticipated, the next instant was accompanied by a sudden, excruciating pain in his mind, signaling the onset of the memory fusion that occurs in 70% of all traversers. Gritting his teeth in an effort to endure, the agony eventually dissipated as abruptly as it had arrived, leaving no trace behind. In the following moment, through the memories of his predecessor, Jiujiao discerned his current identity and the world he inhabited. His predecessor also bore the name Jiujiao, a 16-year-old Chinese-American high school student residing in Queens, New York. His parents had perished in a car accident, leaving behind a considerable fortune, ensuring that the newly arrived Jiujiao would not have to worry about his future livelihood. This body measured 175 centimeters in height and weighed 75 kilograms, possessing a remarkably healthy and standard physique. Rising to his feet, Jiujiao continued to peruse the memories of his predecessor regarding this world as he stepped into the bathroom, eager to discern his current appearance and to splash some water on his face to regain composure. Indeed, he needed to remain calm, for from the memories, he understood. This world was not the Earth he once knew, rather. It was the dangerously familiar realm of the Marvel multiverse. The sole source of comfort for Jiujiao was that it was still 2008, and several years remained before the Marvel Universe descended into true chaos. At the very least, there was hope for his salvation. If given the choice, Jiujiao truly wished he had never crossed over into this world. He was utterly reluctant to confront the relentless onslaught of formidable villains in this realm, not to mention the extraterrestrial beings whose power dwarfed that of ordinary individuals, including the fearsome Thanos, who had left the Avengers in tatters. Contemplating the sheer might that allowed him to annihilate half the universe with a mere snap of his fingers, Jiujiao found it impossible to calm his racing thoughts. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld his familiar visage, as his current appearance mirrored that of his 16-year-old self on Earth. In the next moment, worry began to gnaw at him, and he muttered to himself, "What am I to do?" The Marvel Universe is a realm where the impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. Yet what about me? I have no means to seek mutation, nor do I possess the funds to leverage technological prowess. Surely, I cannot emulate Spider-Man Peter Parker and allow a radioactive spider to bite me? Not to mention, even if I survived the genetic fusion, I lack Peter's genetic makeup for mutation. Abandon that idea. As for being irradiated by gamma rays like the Hulk, just contemplating the minuscule chance of survival sends chills down my spine. Let's forget it. And as for attempting to mutate indirectly using Hulk's blood, absolutely not. I refuse to become a grotesque monster like Abomination. Discard that notion. What about pursuing a technological path, akin to Iron Man Tony Stark, inventing and constructing a suit of armor? That seems implausible. Firstly, I lack the colossal financial backing and technological expertise of Stark Industries. And crucially, I do not possess Tony's extraordinary intellect and mechanical aptitude. Just as he was lamenting this predicament, the long-awaited voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. By uttering the keywords intellect and mechanical talent, you have triggered the special occupation system. The system is now initializing. Initializing. 100. Initialization complete. Jiujiao felt an inexplicable surge of electricity coursing through him, bringing a profound sense of comfort that lasted merely 10 seconds before vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. Your bodily data transformation has been successfully completed. The Special Occupation Module Mechanical Hunter has been successfully loaded. The host can view occupational information on the information panel. A dedicated mechanical space of 100 square meters has been established in the host's mind. The host may store essential resources within this space and engage in mechanical manufacturing and modifications. Eagerly, Jiujiao accessed his information panel in his mind. Name, Jiujiao. Age, 16. Occupation, mechanical hunter possessing considerable melee capabilities, adept at utilizing various weapons to combat foes and operating diverse mechanical constructs in battle. Level 0, 100. Attributes, strength, 1 attack intensity, 100 kilograms. Stamina, 1 physical recovery, including external and internal injuries, high intensity, sustained combat duration, 1 hour. Intellect, 2 learning, comprehension, design, mechanical invention, and manufacturing, modification capabilities. Spirit, 2 energy consumption for manufacturing and modifying machinery, operating mechanical constructs, 1,100 energy. Agility, 2 attack, reaction, running speed. Speed, 10 milliseconds. Energy, 200 recovery rate, 2 points minute. Occupational talent skills. 1. Beginner combat master. As a hunter, you can proficiently wield various close combat techniques, using knives, swords, crossbows, and firearms. 2. Beginner mechanical master. Consuming a certain amount of energy, you can manufacture and modify lower-tier mechanical constructs in the mechanical space with a high affinity for mechanical creations. Pet none. Mount none. Special space. Mechanical manufacturing space of 100 square meters. This space cannot store living beings, including the host. Note, time-space traversal function remaining 1. Note, unique mainline super god-level task. Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion of the task rewards 6 infinity stones. Upon reviewing his panel information, Jiujiao gained a basic understanding of his 5 attributes, though he remained somewhat perplexed by the energy consumed for spirit transformation. After all, according to the law of conservation of energy, he found it hard to believe that the energy he possessed had such limited applications. All would require his future experimentation and exploration to uncover. As for the so-called unique super god task, Jiujiao chose to disregard its existence. Regrettably, despite acquiring the system, Jiujiao had not received any novice gift package, which meant he lacked even a single weapon. However, this did not trouble him, for in this world, firearms, crossbows, daggers, and alloy swords could all be purchased, and he could acquire them before engaging in battle. Closing the information panel, Jiujiao directed his consciousness into the mechanical space for inspection. As his surroundings dimmed, his awareness entered a vast expanse. Upon closer inspection, he found himself in a space measuring 100 square meters, devoid of any items save for a boiler and something resembling a control table. Jiujiao reached out to interact with the boiler and control table. 002 Modified Weapon, Mechanical Crossbow Energy Conversion Furnace. The host's own energy can be transformed within the furnace into any form of energy, providing power to mechanical creations. It can also consume the host's energy to smelt any metal. Workstation, tailored to the host's consciousness, the workstation can automatically fabricate mechanical entities or perform modifications. Having momentarily vacated his consciousness, Jiujiao rose and made his way to the storage room of the house. If his memory served him correctly, there should be a crossbow purchased by his previous self, along with a handgun and a rifle left behind by his father. These weapons were precisely what Jiujiao required. And after a few simple modifications, he would possess means of self-defense when traversing other worlds. In the storage room, he rummaged through the clutter until he finally unearthed the crossbow. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be in decent condition. Albeit dusty, its lethality seemed promising. This crossbow was capable of firing both quarrels and steel balls, boasting a commendable range, with an accurate shot possible up to 30 meters. Regrettably, this crossbow was limited to single shots, lacking the continuous firing capability of handguns and rifles, thus diminishing its practicality. As Jiujiao pondered this, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the weapon, crossbow. A blueprint for the mechanical crossbow modification has been awarded to you and is now available in the mechanical space. Elated by the system's notification, Jiujiao was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated the system to exhibit such benevolence. While it had not bestowed upon him a novice gift pack, it had provided him with a modification blueprint, alleviating his urgent need for suitable weaponry. With that thought, he retrieved the blueprint from the space and examined it closely. Upon reviewing it, Jiujiao couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the design. This modification blueprint was indeed a marvel of advanced technology. With merely a straightforward modification process, he could acquire a crossbow with comprehensive enhancements. Not only would the range and power of the crossbow see substantial improvements, but the addition of a rapid-fire capability was enough to elicit an ecstatic squeal from Jiujiao. Through the unique modification process available in the space, a quiver capable of holding 10 quarrels or a magazine containing 30 steel balls could be installed beneath the crossbow. Utilizing intricate designs of advanced technology, it would enable the crossbow to achieve a rapid-fire function. Coupled with a scope, the crossbow could accurately shoot targets at a distance of 150 meters, while the steel balls could deliver the power and velocity of a handgun within 50 meters. Most remarkably, after the modifications, the weight of the crossbow was significantly reduced, making it exceptionally suitable for prolonged combat. Excitedly, Jiujiao secured the crossbow and promptly picked up his phone to order the metals and other materials required for the modification. It was worth noting that the logistics service in this world was exceedingly efficient. Within just an hour of placing his order, all the items had arrived at his doorstep. After signing for the delivery, he had the items moved into the warehouse. Once the delivery personnel departed, Jiujiao eagerly stowed everything away in his space. According to the understanding gleaned from the system, Thought directed the metal into the smelting furnace, where it was transformed into a molten metallic solution. This solution then flowed into the workbench, where it was cast into the components required for the modification of a mechanical crossbow. This process consumed a total of 50 energy points from Jiujiao, after which assembly was conducted through the workbench. Soon, a remarkably futuristic mechanical crossbow, strikingly beautiful in appearance, materialized on the spatial workbench. Unable to contain her excitement, Jiujiao eagerly retrieved the crossbow from the spatial realm and examined it meticulously in her hands. It was quite impressive. Its pure black exterior weighed a mere 10 pounds, which, given Jiujiao's current physical prowess, felt far from burdensome. Following this, she cast arrows and steel pellets, along with spare quivers and pellet magazines, exhausting her remaining 50 energy points before concluding her initial mechanical manufacturing endeavor. With the weapon successfully crafted, it was imperative to test its power and performance. Jiujiao procured a dartboard and, armed with the mechanical crossbow, stepped outside into the woods. She secured the dartboard to a sturdy tree and retreated to a distance of 100 meters to evaluate the weapon's might. Raising the mechanical crossbow, Jiujiao inhaled deeply and aligned the dartboard within the crossbow's scope. Pulling the trigger, a series of sounds, buzz, whoosh, thud, echoed as a bolt embedded itself firmly into the tree, though it fell short of the target by a considerable margin. This misfire caused Jiujiao to blush with embarrassment. It was rather disheartening to miss the target on her very first attempt. However, it was hardly a reflection of her capability, as despite the system granting her the abilities of a novice combat master, it was her inaugural use of the device, and a certain awkwardness was to be expected. After some contemplation, Jiujiao advanced a few dozen meters closer, reducing the distance to 50 meters before taking aim once more. This time, she fared much better. Although she did not strike the bullseye as she had hoped, at least she did not miss entirely. Approaching the two bolts, Jiujiao nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the formidable power of the mechanical crossbow. The bolt shot from 100 meters penetrated the tree to a depth of 5 centimeters, while the one from 50 meters reached an impressive depth of 10 centimeters. One could easily imagine the devastating impact it would have if shot into an animal or human body. Jiujiao was thoroughly pleased with the mechanical crossbow, whose power equated to that of a modern rifle, coupled with a significantly reduced noise level and greater stealth, rendering it ideal for ambushes and combat. Retreating back to 50 meters, Jiujiao continued her practice, and with the completion of 10 bolts from a quiver, she grew increasingly adept at wielding the mechanical crossbow. Replacing the quiver was predictably swift and straightforward, akin to handling a firearm, and after finishing another quiver of bolts, Jiujiao proceeded to test the power of the steel pellets. Quite impressive, possessing a shooting speed and force reminiscent of a handgun. It proved more than adequate as a close-range weapon. After exhausting a magazine of steel pellets, Jiujiao returned home, reclining on her bed while contemplating her future plans. It was now the year 2008, with only a few months remaining until Tony Stark unveiled the first generation of the Mark suit, marking the beginning of the Marvel storyline. Thus, it was imperative for her to swiftly enhance her own capabilities. Contemplating the enhancement of his capabilities, Jiujiao was soon drawn to the concept of the system's ability to traverse time and space. Thus, he inquired within his mind, "System, what purpose does the time and space traversal function serve?" The system responded, "The time and space traversal function can be utilized once a month, allowing the host to venture into other worlds to gather resources for mechanical creations and to complete special tasks that yield blueprints for mechanical manufacturing, thereby augmenting the host's prowess as a mechanical hunter. A word of caution, dear host. The traversal is corporeal, meaning that should you perish in another world, it would be a definitive end." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiujiao could not help but take a deep breath, a sense of reluctance prompting him to ask, "System, may I inquire whether the worlds I traverse are random?" Could they exceed my current capabilities? Indeed, dear host, the system affirmed. The worlds you traverse are indeed random. However, you need not worry. The strength of each world you enter will not significantly surpass your current abilities. As long as you exercise caution, your life will not be at risk. Hearing this, Jiujiao exhaled a sigh of relief, silently grateful. Yet, he was already strategizing in his mind, preparing to embark on his first time-space journey to the Marvel Universe. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Jiujiao retrieved the 2 firearms left by his father. The handgun, favored by many Americans, was a Glock 19. Its entire frame, including the grip, was molded from engineering plastic, with steel reinforcements only in the areas that interfaced with the slide. The trigger and magazine were also crafted from plastic, significantly enhancing performance and ease of maintenance. It typically held 15 rounds, but could accommodate a special magazine of 33 rounds, boasting a muzzle velocity of 360 meters per second and firing 9 19mm parabellum cartridges, weighing merely 594 grams. It had an effective range of 50 meters. Elated, he secured the handgun within his spatial storage, relieved that his father had prepared 3 33-round magazines, alleviating concerns over sustained firepower. As for the shotgun, it was the well-known Remington M870, which requires no further introduction. He also stored the shotgun and its ammunition in the spatial realm, feeling a greater sense of security, though he lamented the scarcity of bullets, only around 200 rounds in total. This limitation was unavoidable, given his age, which precluded him from legally purchasing firearms. Yet, he remained optimistic about the prospect of acquiring more ammunition in other worlds. Having completed these preparations, Jiujiao was now faced with the urgent task of mastering close combat techniques and identifying suitable melee weapons for self-defense. With time on his side, he sought out a nearby martial arts club, paid the fee, and began to familiarize himself with the combat skills imparted by the system. Initially, he practiced independently before engaging in sparring sessions with the club's instructors, with the results proving to be markedly effective. From the initial unfamiliarity, playfully sparred with by the coach, to eventually impressing the coach within a mere 3 days, Jiujiao astonished him to the point that he even suggested participating in a ridiculous MMA competition. However, Jiujiao had no interest in engaging with those who valued money over life. He had far more pressing matters to attend to, such as traversing through time and space to enhance his own prowess. In a matter of days, Jiujiao had effectively graduated from the combat club. Along the way, through the coach's connections, he acquired 2 coveted Nepalese kukris, colloquially known as dog-leg knives. He opted for the lighter 75 variant, which was suitable for prolonged wielding and could be conveniently strapped to his thighs, reminiscent of Alice's attire in Resident Evil. After a week of familiarizing himself with the fundamental techniques of the kukri, Jiujiao began preparations for his inaugural journey through time. Food and water, drawing inspiration from the encounters depicted in novels, were essential to be adequately stocked. Provisions included canned luncheon meat, fruit preserves, energy drinks, mineral water, instant noodles, ready-to-eat meals, chocolate energy bars, bread, and even a substantial supply of chicken ham and raw beef, enough to sustain Jiujiao for an entire year. Seizing the opportunity over these few days, he also procured metal to forge over 1,000 specialized crossbow arrows, purchasing ample steel balls as well, and outrageously manufactured 20 magazines for each type, all filled to capacity with arrows and steel balls. This arsenal would suffice to support Jiujiao in continuous combat for a day. As January drew to a close, Jiujiao resolved not to delay any further and decided to commence his first temporal journey that very night. As the clock struck midnight, Jiujiao stood in his bedroom, a backpack slung over his shoulders, inhaling deeply. With a determined expression, he addressed the system. System, I am ready to initiate my first time travel. System, host is about to embark on their first time travel, entering the world of the Walking Dead. The host may remain in this world for 1 year, during which the system will not impose any mandatory tasks. All missions will be randomly triggered. Upon completion, the host will receive corresponding mechanical blueprints and upgrade experience. During this period, the host may terminate the journey and return to the original world at any time. A special reminder, any viruses or microorganisms the host encounters or may carry will be eradicated upon return. Please prepare, the traversal is about to commence. Starting the journey, transitioning. Transition complete, good luck, host. A friendly reminder, time in the traversed world is proportionate to reality. 1 hour in the real world equals 1 year in the traversed world. Upon hearing the system announce that the traversed world was the Walking Dead, Jiujiao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The dangers of this world rivaled those of a bioweapon crisis. Although it lacked formidable mutants like the Clickers, vengeful goddesses, or tyrants, It was teeming with an endless horde of zombies. A single misstep could lead Jiujiao to be surrounded by the undead, with the potential of being bitten or scratched, thus facing the grim possibility of becoming one of them. Upon further contemplation, Jiujiao found herself at ease. Hadn't the system mentioned that one could return at any time? During the process of returning, any potential viruses and microorganisms would be eradicated by the system, correct? Following this logic, as long as one found oneself in peril or dire straits, opting to retreat to the Marvel Universe should pose no significant problem. Or so one might think. Who would willingly allow themselves to be bitten by those grotesque creatures? Not even a mere scratch would Jiujiao entertain. Lost in her musings, her surroundings suddenly blurred, and she vanished from her bedroom, reappearing atop a 3-story building. Upon her arrival, Jiujiao promptly retrieved her mechanical crossbow from the void, effortlessly drawing back the bowstring with its mechanical mechanism, her vigilant eyes scanning the vicinity for any lurking undead that might emerge to take a bite, thereby relegating her to the unfortunate status of the shortest-lived time traveler in history. Fortunately, the rooftop's access door was securely shut, and the surrounding area was spacious, leaving no hiding place for such creatures. With a sigh of relief, Jiujiao began to survey the condition of the nearby structures. Discovering that she was alone, she commenced arming herself. Carefully placing the mechanical crossbow on the ground, she retrieved her pre-prepared gear from the void, donning a specially purchased stab-resistant suit, layering it with a military jacket, and securing her handgun in the chest holster, along with 3 33-round magazines nestled in the magazine pouch. Strapping on a Remington holster, she inserted the M870 shotgun and fastened a bandolier around her waist. She secured leg straps at suitable positions on either side, inserting a combat knife for easy access, ensuring she was ready to engage in close-quarter combat at a moment's notice. Having completed her preparations, Jiujiao surveyed her armed appearance with satisfaction. Indeed, she was armed to the teeth. Nodding in approval, she approached the edge of the rooftop and peered down. The sight that greeted her was enough to induce a wave of nausea. While it appeared less disturbing on a screen, the reality was truly revolting. The fully transformed corpses were manageable, but those unfortunate enough to have parts of their bodies gnawed away were utterly repulsive. The hollow abdomen of one such creature occasionally dripped thick, congealed blood onto the ground. With her keen eyesight, Jiujiao could even spot numerous maggots crawling in and out of the cavernous belly, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. With no time to hesitate, she raised her mechanical crossbow, aligning the scope with the undead's head, utilizing a magazine filled with steel ball ammunition that had long been prepared. The creature remained motionless, its head swaying slightly in a manner that facilitated her aim. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed the trigger. The bowstring thrummed back with a sharp thwip before reloading with a distinct click. The 6mm steel ball was propelled forward with a swift whoosh, traveling 30 meters through the air before striking the undead's head with a resounding thud. Through the scope, Jiujiao distinctly observed a gaping wound the size of a thumb open up in the creature's skull, accompanied by a spattering of blood. The zombie fell silently to the ground, concealing its hollow and repugnant abdomen, offering a considerable relief to Jiujiao's heart. What piqued Jiujiao's curiosity was that he did not feel any disgust or discomfort from having shot a zombie. Instead, a sense of exhilaration and eagerness began to stir within him. At that moment, a voice resonated in Jiujiao's mind. Host has completed the hidden task of slaying a zombie for the first time. Reward: 100 experience points and a special blueprint for a mechanical dog. With the appropriate canine soul and metal materials, the host can forge their first mechanical pet. Note: host's level has increased. Current level: 1. Attributes have been enhanced. Strength and stamina each increased by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increased by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. For further details, please refer to the panel. The host is encouraged to strive diligently, continue to slay more zombies, and complete corresponding hidden tasks to elevate their level. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiujiao was genuinely taken aback with delight. Initially uncertain about how to acquire experience for level advancement, he now understood that it could only be attained through kills. With the caveat that singular kills do not yield experience, he realized that an array of tasks would undoubtedly emerge in the future, serving as the optimal pathway for rapid leveling and enhancing his abilities. The only imperative was to consistently attempt to trigger these tasks. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao eagerly opened his information panel to examine the changes in his attributes post-upgrade. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16. Occupation: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 1, 0 200. Attributes: Strength: 1. 5 Stamina, 1.5 Intelligence, 3 Spirit, 3 Agility, 3 Speed, 11 ms Energy, 300. Recovery Rate: 3 points minute. Professional Talents: 1. Novice Combat Master. Point 2. Novice Mechanical Manufacturing Master. Pets. None mounts. None special space. Mechanical manufacturing space. 100 square meters blueprints. Mechanical dog blueprint X1 note. Time travel function remaining. 0 times note. Unique mainline super god level task. Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion rewards 6 cosmic gems. Upon reviewing the information, Jiujiao felt a sense of clarity. His initial conjecture was correct. His primary attributes as a mechanical hunter were indeed intelligence, spirit, and agility. The automatic attribute enhancements upon leveling up were also evident. For every level gained, strength and stamina increase by 0.5, while intelligence, spirit, and agility each rise by 1. Most crucially, the acquisition of blueprints appeared to hinge on completing tasks, thus alleviating Jiujiao's predicament of lacking mechanical blueprints. This has consequently heightened Jiujiao's motivation to swiftly enhance his prowess. Without further ado, he deactivated the system panel and once again raised his mechanical crossbow, targeting the wandering zombies beneath the building. In comparison to crossbow bolts, steel pellets proved far more effective. The magazine, capable of holding 30 steel pellets, enabled Jiujiao to effortlessly and persistently eliminate the zombies. In a brief span, the rooftop echoed with the sounds of buzz, swoosh, and thud, as Jiujiao successfully dispatched over 10 zombies lurking below the edifice. Regrettably, it seemed the system deemed the task of exterminating zombies to be exceedingly simple. Initially, Jiujiao had anticipated that merely 10 more kills would suffice to complete the second hidden mission. However, to his surprise, the system had other plans. While Jiujiao was perusing the system, he discovered that he had activated the second hidden mission. Hidden Mission 2, Exterminate Zombies, 13100. Completion grants 500 experience points and a mechanical trap blueprint 1. Upon reading this mission notification, Jiujiao could hardly contain his excitement. The prospect of a mechanical trap promised formidable power. Alas, the blueprint remained out of reach until the mission was accomplished, leaving him eager to ascertain its specific effects. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Jiujiao closed the mission information and replaced the steel pellet magazine with a quiver of crossbow bolts. This was necessitated by the fact that all zombies within a 50-meter radius had been eradicated. To continue his assault on zombies 100 meters away from the rooftop, he needed to switch to bolts with greater shooting range. Fortunately, there were no shortage of zombies within a 150-meter radius, with at least 70 to 80 still in sight, providing ample opportunity for Jiujiao's practical training. Indeed, he viewed the task of exterminating zombies as a prime opportunity for real-world combat practice. To further familiarize himself with the mechanical crossbow's capabilities and to enhance his shooting skills under duress. This time, Jiujiao set his sights on a female zombie located 80 meters directly ahead. Through the scope, he could not discern her exact age, but it was evident she was female. The female zombie's head hung slightly low, her mouth agape, with blood staining the corners of her lips, her body swaying gently in place, thereby increasing the difficulty of Jiujiao's shot. However, he was undeterred. He had ample time and arrows to refine his long-range shooting accuracy. Taking a deep breath, he aimed and calculated the shooting angle. At 80 meters, wind speed was negligible for the crossbow bolt, and he merely needed to pull the trigger at the opportune moment. A few seconds later, seizing the moment, Jiujiao squeezed the trigger. The bolt, accompanied by a buzz, swoosh, and clatter, unfortunately missed the zombie's head and struck the ground, attracting numerous nearby zombies to the sound. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it!" Jiujiao once again raised the mechanical crossbow, recalibrating his aim. This time, the crossbow bolt found its mark, accurately penetrating the head of a zombie, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiujiao silently cheered. Yes, taking a deep breath, he continued to aim and unleashed a rapid succession of shots, the buzzing sound echoing in the air. Not bad at all. Of the 10 crossbow bolts, aside from one that had previously missed its target, the remaining 9 successfully struck 6 ghouls, 4 of which suffered fatal headshots, while the others were hit in the body. Overall, the accuracy was rather mediocre, achieving a hit rate of 60%, with a headshot rate of merely 40%. Given such results, Jiujiao was far from satisfied. After all, this world was one overrun by ghouls, and without a 100% headshot rate, he dared not descend to the ground to scavenge for supplies. A single oversight could result in a ghoul pouncing upon him, leading to his demise. Swiftly, he removed the spent quiver and retrieved a full one from his spatial pocket, securing it with a satisfying click onto the mechanical crossbow. Kneeling on the rooftop, he resumed his aim, targeting the ghouls below. The performance of the 10 bolts noticeably improved, with a hit rate of 70% and a headshot rate of 50%. Nodding in satisfaction, he replaced the quiver and continued shooting. The effectiveness of the 10 quivers left Jiujiao pleased. Within a distance of 90 meters, his hit rate finally reached 100%, while the headshot rate soared to 70%. The second hidden task was over 80% complete, tantalizingly close to unlocking new blueprints. With the ghouls below now eliminated, Jiujiao rose to replace the quiver with a steel ball magazine, taking a deep breath to bolster his resolve. After refilling the empty quivers and magazines with ammunition from his spatial pocket, he once again lifted the mechanical crossbow and made his way downstairs. The stairwell, lacking illumination, was considerably dark, but Jiujiao was well prepared. The mechanical crossbow was equipped with a Wolf-Eye flashlight, which illuminated his path, preventing him from stumbling in the dark. In the silent stairway, he could hear no other sounds, only the faint rustle of his own footsteps and the slight thrum of his anxious heartbeat. The 11th floor was secure, with no ghouls in sight. The 10th floor was safe as well, and so was the 9th and the 8th. It wasn't until he reached the 3rd floor that a ghoul, alerted by the sound of his footsteps, let out a chilling ugh and lunged towards him. Fortunately, Jiujiao was no novice. His reflexes were sharp as he swiftly pulled the trigger of the mechanical crossbow. A steel ball shot forth with a whoosh, striking the ghoul in the head from 10 meters away. The ghoul crumpled to the ground with a dull thud, the sound echoing ominously in the quiet corridor, instantly rousing the other scattered ghouls on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing the footsteps and the faint hiss from the corridor, Jiujiao did not hesitate to retreat into the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors. Tensing slightly as he stood poised, the mechanical crossbow aimed at the passageway of the 3rd floor. In the next moment, the stairwell door burst open with force, several ghouls scrambling to enter, drawn by the beam of light from Jiujiao's crossbow. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to aim and shoot, the steel balls firing in rapid succession, achieving a perfect hit and headshot rate of 100% at a distance of over 10 meters. In merely a few seconds, several undead creatures fell victim to Jiujiao's precise shots, their lifeless bodies accumulating upon the staircase. At that moment, Jiujiao exhaled a slight sigh of relief, but was immediately assailed by the putrid stench of decay, which he struggled to suppress, holding back the urge to vomit. Hastily, he retrieved a mask from his waist pouch and donned it, though it did little to shield him from the foul odor. It provided some respite. Jiujiao had no intention of lingering on the upper floor, so he descended the stairs with urgency, navigating through the gaps between the corpses on the 3rd floor staircase. Continuing down to the 2nd floor, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered no undead in the stairwell. He was certain that the corridors on the 2nd floor harbored numerous ghouls, yet in such a confined space. He was unwilling to attract their attention. There would be ample opportunity to hunt them outside the building. Finally emerging from the edifice, Jiujiao had scarcely a moment to breathe before confronting a single undead creature. Fortunately, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this world and remained vigilant as the ghoul lunged towards him, its rancid maw gaping wide to bite at his neck. Jiujiao swiftly raised his mechanical crossbow. With a resounding whir, thud, splat, he obliterated the creature's mouth and the back of its skull. The outcome was grim. While the ghoul perished, the foul blood that erupted from its mouth splattered all over Jiujiao's face. Ugh, he could no longer contain himself, bending over and retching violently. This was not a mere distant kill nor a simple sight of blood. He had been gruesomely sprayed in the face, an experience utterly foreign to him, and he could hardly suppress his nausea. Little did he realize that his retching had attracted the attention of the wandering undead within the building. They lifted their heads towards the entrance and, spotting Jiujiao still convulsing, began to shriek in agitation. In an instant, they charged towards him. Although the undead were not particularly swift, Jiujiao, incapacitated by his nausea, remained oblivious to their approach, suddenly startled by the ghastly hissing behind him. He jolted upright. In that critical moment, the innate instincts of a novice combat master, instilled by the system, compelled him to cease his retching. Without a moment to spare, he raised his mechanical crossbow, pivoted, and as he fell to the ground, the trigger was pulled, a steel pellet shot forth, piercing the skull of the ghoul that had lost its target and collapsed alongside it. With a splat, Jiujiao was once again doused in the creature's blood. Yet this time he seemed to have acclimatized to the gruesome shower and did not vomit. Lying on the ground, one hand still clutching the mechanical crossbow while the other propped against the fetid corpse, he panted heavily, reflecting, that was exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for my reflexes as a novice combat master, I could have easily been bitten. In the next moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind like celestial music. Congratulations, host, you have completed the second hidden task. Eliminate 100 undead, earning 500 experience points and a blueprint for a mechanical trap. Notice, The host's level has increased, currently at level 2, with strength and stamina each augmented by 0. 5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each enhanced by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. For further details, the host may refer to the panel independently. Notice, the host's level has increased, currently at level 3, with strength and stamina each augmented by 0. 5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each enhanced by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. For further details, the host may refer to the panel independently. 006 Crafting mechanical hounds and traps with the elevation of levels. Strength and stamina swiftly coursed back into Jiujiao's body. Suppressing the nausea within, he extended a hand to push away the corpse of the zombie that lay upon him, and clumsily rose to his feet. Glancing at his surroundings, he noticed that there were not many zombies wandering the streets. It was only then that Jiujiao seized a moment to glance at the schematics for the mechanical trap. He discovered, much like the mechanical hound, that the required materials were not particularly challenging to procure. He merely needed various metal components, which were considerably easier to find than those necessary for the mechanical hound. The construction of the mechanical hound demanded not only an array of metals cast into parts, but also the acquisition of suitable batteries. These batteries needed to be modified to convert energy points into electrical energy to power the mechanical hound for combat. With no time to assess his upgraded attributes, as the system automatically allocated points upon leveling up, Jiujiao cautiously commenced his movements. After recently dispatching a zombie, the third hidden task was triggered. He perused the task description. Hidden Task 3. Eliminate zombies, 110,000, reward, 5,000 experience points, and a blueprint for an ordinary modified motorcycle. With a resigned sigh, he mused, the system is truly merciless. The first hidden task required 1, the second demanded 100, and now the third escalates to a staggering 1,000. How long must this continue? Alas, the system is the system, offering no explanations to Jiujiao, seemingly implying that he could either complete it or not, as he pleased. Well, he thought, onward it is. After all, he needed to rely on the system to enhance his strength to confront the formidable Thanos. However, the motive for continuing his endeavors had also shifted towards gathering various metals and batteries. Any decent vehicles or metals encountered along the way were collected into his spatial storage. Once a safe location for rest was found, he would utilize the spatial function to smelt them into various metal blocks, thereby crafting his mechanical hound. After a day of bustling activity, the count of zombies eliminated had reached 103 out of the required 10. 000. How much further remained? Regardless, Jiujiao was too apathetic to tally the numbers. The distance was simply too vast. Before darkness enveloped the land, Jiujiao finally discovered a secure hiding spot devoid of the undead. Allowing her the opportunity to examine her upgraded attributes panel. Name, Jiujiao. Age, 16 years. Occupation, mechanical hunter. Level, 30400. Attributes, strength, 2.5 stamina, 2.5 intelligence, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 5 speed, 13 meters second energy, 500, recovery rate, 5 points minute, professional talents, 1. Novice Combat Master 2. Novice Mechanical Manufacturing Master Pet, none mount, none special space. Mechanical Manufacturing Space 100 square meters. Blueprints, Mechanical Dog Manufacturing Blueprint X1, Mechanical Trap Blueprint X1. Note, time travel function remaining, 0 times. Note, unique mainline super god level quest, eliminate Thanos and his minions. Quest success reward, 6 cosmic gems. With her energy fully replenished at 500, Jiujiao had just enough to indulge for one night. There was little to ponder as she entered the mechanical space and, with the aid of the system's power, dismantled around 10 vehicles, categorizing the materials meticulously. Utilizing the functionality of the space furnace, she melted down the metal components to create the parts required for the mechanical dog. This process astonishingly consumed 300 energy points. Drawing upon her previous experience in assembling the mechanical crossbow, Jiujiao skillfully manipulated the workstation to assemble the mechanical dog completely. After half an hour of diligent effort, a formidable silver-white mechanical dog, measuring 2 meters in length, not including an additional meter for its tail, and standing 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, was completed. A surge of pride swelled within her as she gazed at this imposing mechanical creature, an undeniable sense of accomplishment washing over her. Regrettably, despite the presence of a battery, the mechanical dog remained inoperative, lacking the soul of a canine creature. Thus, Jiujiao had to suppress her urge to test the mechanical dog's combat capabilities. Instead, she immersed herself in crafting components for mechanical traps, where the utility of the crossbow bolts and steel balls became evident. This contraption, measuring a mere 50 centimeters yet weighing over 30 pounds, served as an unparalleled weapon for mass extermination of the undead. Despite its modest size, its power was immense, with a lethality surpassing that of a hand grenade's explosive radius. Once deployed upon activation, it would unleash devastation within a 20-meter radius. Armed with hundreds of 10-centimeter crossbow bolts and 200 steel balls, delivering a relentless barrage of indiscriminate destruction upon any unfortunate adversaries or undead within its vicinity. As her energy points dwindled to zero, Jiujiao successfully assembled 2 mechanical traps, fully loaded with crossbow bolts and steel balls, while replenishing her earlier depletions of 1,000 bolts and steel balls each. With their respective quivers and magazines filled to capacity with ammunition, Jiujiao became acutely aware of their surroundings as they set up rudimentary early warning devices and settled down for a respite. This makeshift alarm system, learned from watching The Walking Dead, involved encircling their campsite with rope and suspending empty tin cans above. Any contact with the cans by the undead or animals would serve a dual purpose, momentarily hindering the approach of the undead while alerting Jiujiao to danger. After a restful night, Jiujiao awoke precisely at 8 in the morning. Stretching languorously on the ground, they rose to prepare a modest breakfast, instant noodles with sausage and a boiled egg, savoring the meal while seated on the floor. In the apocalyptic environment, such a hearty breakfast brought Jiujiao a sense of satisfaction. Rising to their feet, Jiujiao resolved to test the efficacy of their mechanical traps that day, hoping to eliminate a greater number of the undead in one fell swoop. Upon exiting their concealed location, they noted a significant reduction in the number of wandering corpses on the streets. With only a few scattered undead remaining, it hardly warranted the use of their formidable mechanical traps. After spending half the day, Jiujiao had dispatched over 100 zombies, amassing a satisfactory collection of supplies from the city. Following lunch, Jiujiao decided to leave this place and venture elsewhere. Just as they exited the city, they encountered several stray dogs feasting on the remains of the undead. One particular stray caught Jiujiao's attention: a black Caucasian shepherd. Its robust build reminiscent of a lion, indicating formidable combat prowess. Jiujiao recalled descriptions of this breed from past online articles. Well-coordinated body structure, stable and energetic temperament, acute hearing and vision, obedient to its owner, and exceptional protective instincts. An idea sparked in Jiujiao's mind. Could this not be the perfect soul to activate their mechanical dog? Before Jiujiao could indulge in their excitement, the strays detected their presence, halting their meal to issue threatening growls, particularly the black Caucasian, whose deep, resonant bark exuded menace. Feeling increasingly satisfied, Jiujiao raised their mechanical crossbow, aiming at the shepherd's head. However, after a moment's hesitation, they found it difficult to release the bolt and slay the dog. Just as they wavered, the shepherd, displaying its fierce nature, rallied the other strays and charged toward Jiujiao with a howl. Well then, Jiujiao could no longer tolerate this aggression. Having regarded them as potential allies, the canine's intent to attack left no choice but to condemn them to death. The crossbow was drawn, and bolts flew with a swift whoosh. The power of the mechanical crossbow was undeniable. With an effective killing range of 150 meters, the impact at merely 20 meters was evident. Before the Caucasian and the strays could close the distance of 10 meters, they fell, one by one, to the lethal projectiles. Ingest. Jiujiao had indeed slain hundreds of the undead. Not to mention his impeccable aim from 100 meters away, he was entirely confident in his ability to hit targets within several dozen meters. After dispatching a few stray dogs, Jiujiao cautiously approached the carcasses and, as expected, received a notification from the system. Above the heads of the dog corpses, spectral forms resembling the dogs floated, visible only to Jiujiao. Following the system's instructions, he collected the soul of the Caucasian shepherd and promptly departed from the area. He sought a secure location to activate the mechanical dog's functionalities, transforming it into a powerful companion. After a lengthy search, during which he also eliminated several scattered undead, Jiujiao finally discovered a relatively tranquil and safe spot. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, he entered the mechanical space. Standing before the mechanical dog, momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "How on earth am I supposed to install the soul of the Caucasian into the mechanical dog's head?" Just as he finished his musing, the system's voice echoed. Host notification. Extract the soul of the canine and place it upon the mechanical dog's head. The mechanical dog will then automatically absorb and integrate the soul. Hearing this, Jiujiao heaved a great sigh of relief, muttering, "That's quite convenient. I never anticipated the system would be so user-friendly. Whether it's manufacturing or modifying, these operations are all quite straightforward, which significantly eases my task." He then placed the nearly transparent soul of the Caucasian above the mechanical dog's head. In the next moment, The soul seemed irresistibly drawn into the mechanical dog's head. Following this, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the soul of a canine creature. The combat pet is currently activating. The soul of the Caucasian has fused with the mechanical dog and is now initializing. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden professional task. 1. You have obtained your first combat mechanical pet, the mechanical dog. Experience gained. 500 points. Notification. Host level has increased. Current level is 4, and attributes have been automatically allocated. Please refer to your own panel for details. Note: the host may name the mechanical dog, which will greatly enhance the synergy between the host and the combat pet. Note: the host is reminded that although the mechanical dog is an artificial construct, it is not invulnerable. It can also be damaged by external forces, so please treat your mechanical pet kindly. Note: the mechanical dog operates on energy derived from spatial energy conversion, sustaining full power for up to 1 hour of combat. Future modifications can be made to maximize its energy capacity. Note: for data regarding the mechanical dog, please refer to your own panel. After hearing the system's explanation, Jiujiao eagerly brought the mechanical dog out of the manufacturing space, excitedly gazing at the now activated mechanical dog before him, nodding in approval, thinking to himself that it was quite satisfactory. The once lifeless metallic lump had undergone a remarkable transformation. The eyes first glimmered with a red light before reverting to resemble camera lenses. In stark contrast to its predecessor, which was rigid and unyielding, the new camera now possesses the remarkable ability to rotate with the fluidity of a human eye, surveying its surroundings with ease. In the next moment, the mechanical canine swayed its metallic body slightly, and after a brief period of adjustment, it lifted its gaze toward Jiujiao. Subsequently, it began to move its metallic limbs, approaching Jiujiao. One might expect that a creature of metal would produce the unmistakable sounds of creaking and grinding as it moved, yet to one's astonishment, it emitted no noise whatsoever. It moved with astonishing grace, reminiscent of a genuine dog. If not for its imposing metallic tail, measuring over 1 meter in length, Jiujiao might have easily mistaken it for a living being. However, one should not underestimate the significance of the mechanical dog's tail. Its length is not merely for playful wagging, as it harbors considerable lethality. Capable of sweeping through a full 360 degrees, its tip is as sharp as a short sword. Without even needing to test it, one could surmise that a strike from its tail, whether against the undead or the living, would surely result in severe injury or death. Jiujiao extended a hand to affectionately caress the mechanical dog's head, which was nuzzling against her thigh. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Though you are a dog, and indeed a mechanical one, I still hope you can be as fierce as a wolf. I shall name you Battle Wolf." The mechanical dog, Battle Wolf, seemed to comprehend Jiujiao's words, appearing quite pleased with its new name, and nuzzled her thigh even more affectionately. Witnessing Battle Wolf's endearment, Jiujiao couldn't suppress a gentle smile. She then opened the pet panel to examine the specific data of Battle Wolf. Pet name: Battle Wolf, mechanical dog. Combat data: attack power: 1,000 kilograms. Every 100 units of energy consumed can sustain combat for 1 hour, while daily activities can last 24 hours. Combat features: bite, claw strike, charge, tail sweep, stab. Innate abilities: reconnaissance, vigilance, keen sense of smell. Note: if damaged in battle, it can be repaired using metal and energy in the spatial realm, with the specific consumption dependent on the extent of the damage. Note: energy can be infused at any time during combat to sustain the pet's actions. Upon reviewing Battle Wolf's data, Jiujiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. An attack power of merely 1,000 kilograms pales in comparison to the formidable foes in the Marvel Universe, who can effortlessly demolish entire buildings. Nonetheless, Jiujiao held firm in her belief that, with the prowess of the system, she would eventually acquire blueprints to enhance the mechanical dog's combat capabilities. Upon reviewing the attributes following the upgrade: name: Jiujiao, age 16, occupation mechanical hunter, level 4, 100/500, attributes: strength 3, stamina 3, intelligence 6, spirit 6, agility 6, speed 14 meters second, energy 600, 6 points minute, recovery rate. Occupational talents: 1. Junior Combat Master, 2. Junior Mechanical Manufacturing Master, Pet mechanical dog, Battle Wolf mount, none special space. Mechanical manufacturing space, 100 square meters. Mechanical traps, 2 blueprints, none. Note: time travel function remaining 0 times. Note: unique mainline god level quest, eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion rewards 6 cosmic gems. The combat prowess of Battle Wolf is noteworthy. Jiujiao was particularly pleased with the enhancement of energy. With 600 energy points, the mechanical dog could sustain combat for 6 hours. Coupled with the energy recovery rate of 6 points per minute, a total of 7 hours of continuous operation was entirely feasible. This provided Jiujiao with a formidable ally in the world of the undead, transforming the solitary struggle into a cooperative battle. With this thought, Jiujiao emerged from the space with the mechanical dog. The change in environment immediately allowed Battle Wolf to swiftly adapt to its role. At that moment, Battle Wolf resembled a devoted guardian, vigilantly surveying its surroundings, its metallic nose occasionally twitching to discern the sense in the AI art. Jiujiao affectionately patted Battle Wolf's head, reassuringly stating, "It's quite safe here. Let us venture out. I wish to witness the extent of your combat capabilities." With those words, they proceeded towards the street. After traversing half the length of the street, they finally spotted dozens of zombies aimlessly wandering about. Upon detecting the enemies, Battle Wolf refrained from charging in impulsively. Instead, it turned to Jiujiao, its camera-like eyes conveying a silent request for permission to engage. Curious to assess Battle Wolf's combat effectiveness, Jiujiao lightly tapped its head and softly commanded, "Go, Battle Wolf. Eliminate those zombies." In response, Battle Wolf made no sound, but rather sprang into action, sprinting towards the nearest zombies. To Jiujiao's astonishment, the mechanical dog moved without a whisper. Devoid of any scent that might alert the undead eye in mere moments, it closed the 50-meter gap and leapt 3 meters high, pouncing upon a zombie's head. With its metallic jaws, sharp fangs crushed the zombie's skull with a single, decisive strike. The corpse of the zombie lay sprawled on the ground alongside the Battle Wolf. However, unlike the lifeless form of the zombie, the Battle Wolf gracefully sprang to its feet upon landing, its head colliding forcefully with the approaching zombie drawn by the noise. The tremendous impact sent the zombie hurtling backward. Without delay, the Battle Wolf rose, standing over 3 meters tall, effortlessly extending its front paw to deliver a precise strike to the zombie's head. The sound was akin to the shattering of a watermelon, resonating distinctly even 50 meters away, where Jiujiao stood. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Battle Wolf's tail swept out with sudden ferocity, knocking several encroaching zombies aside. The tip of its tail did not relent, plunging with a thud into the skull of one zombie. Drawing back the tail's tip, it swiftly executed a series of thrusts into the heads of the surrounding zombies. Reminiscent of a master swordsman, witnessing this spectacle, Jiujiao felt an indescribable joy. It affirmed that in this world, the Battle Wolf's combat prowess was unparalleled. Even against dozens of zombies, let alone in a tide of corpses, as long as there was sufficient energy supply, extermination was merely a matter of time. The skirmish lasted only a few minutes, and soon, dozens of zombies lay slain on the street, with the Battle Wolf returning promptly to Jiujiao's side. It was evident that, for the Battle Wolf, the protection of its master was of paramount importance, while combat was secondary. Strangely, despite the wolf's biting, clawing, and tail stabbing, not a single drop of zombie blood sullied its form. This disparity stirred a sense of imbalance within Jiujiao. Why was it that he, a living being, faced the brunt of the zombie blood, while the Battle Wolf remained pristine? Yet, he soon reconciled with this thought. After all, he was a living person, not a mere collection of data, and such reactions were entirely natural. As for the mechanical dog, it was indeed a blessing that it remained untainted. Was it truly a burden to clean the filth embedded in the wolf's mouth post-battle, or to wash away the blood from its body? Contentedly, Jiujiao reached out to stroke the metallic head of the Battle Wolf, harboring no dissatisfaction. The Battle Wolf's combat capabilities and loyalty had been demonstrated in this initial skirmish, prompting Jiujiao to marvel at the might of the system. Upon inspecting the Battle Wolf's energy consumption, Jiujiao was disheartened to find that a mere brief period had resulted in a depletion of 1/5 of its energy reserves. This revelation extinguished his fervor for charging into the horde of zombies. After all, if he did plunge into the fray, could the Battle Wolf truly vanquish an entire tide of corpses within an hour? One must consider that a horde labeled as such must contain thousands, if not tens of thousands, of zombies. Should the Battle Wolf's energy be exhausted, how would he retrieve it? Best to abandon that thought. Given the task of eliminating 10,000, it was wiser to proceed gradually. After all, he could remain in this world for a year, and completion would be inevitable in due course. With this in mind, Jiujiao ceased his inner turmoil, placing his hand upon the Battle Wolf's head to replenish its energy fully, and together, man and beast resumed their journey. As they continued to dispatch zombies and gather metals and supplies, Jiujiao planned to eventually find an opportunity to enter the space, where he would smelt the metals into blocks and organize the supplies methodically. After wandering for an entire day, Jiujiao finally discerned his current location. Upon spotting the sign proclaiming "Welcome to Georgia" by the roadside, he realized he had entered the territory of the United States, specifically the state of Georgia. Reflecting earnestly, he recalled that this was indeed the primary setting for the first 3 seasons of The Walking Dead. Naturally, Jiujiao understood that once he located the protagonist Rick and his companions, a quest would undoubtedly be triggered. However, the crucial issue was that he had no knowledge of their whereabouts. In his helplessness, he could only meander aimlessly, slaying zombies to complete hidden tasks, which was not an unappealing endeavor. As the day elapsed, although he had dispatched numerous zombies, he was still far from his target of 10,000. After replenishing the energy of his werewolf, Jiujiao's consciousness entered the mechanical space to continue crafting mechanical traps. He understood that to expedite the completion of his task, these traps would be an indispensable weapon, and the more he could produce, the better. Fortunately, the day's endeavors yielded a significant amount of metal, fully satisfying his needs. Once he had exhausted his energy, he successfully created 3 mechanical traps along with accompanying arrows and steel balls before his consciousness returned to the outside world. With the werewolf on guard, Jiujiao felt no need to set up defensive mechanisms. Instead, he retrieved his sleeping bag and tent to enjoy a restful slumber. The following day, Jiujiao awoke invigorated. After preparing breakfast and replenishing the werewolf's energy, he set off once more. Exiting a stretch of woodland, he found himself in a sparsely populated rural area, where the surrounding zombies were few. Adhering to his principle of not letting any zombie escape, he and the werewolf coordinated seamlessly to eliminate all the zombies they encountered along the way. After about an hour of walking, a striking white villa appeared before them, standing solitary amidst a grassy expanse. Jiujiao found it peculiar that this conspicuous white villa seemed oddly familiar. As he pondered this mystery, a girl emerged from the villa's wall, climbing out through a window. She was a stunning blonde beauty named Beth Green. It was evident she was a girl by her youthful attire. A beige top paired with slightly fitted jeans, and her golden hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Just as Jiujiao contemplated whether to rescue her, the girl sprinted towards him. Upon her arrival, he immediately recognized her as Beth, the daughter of Herschel, a key supporting character in the series. At that moment, she appeared disheveled, her lovely face marred by panic. Although there were no zombies in sight, fear gripped her nonetheless. The sight of her triggered memories of a pivotal scene in the storyline. After escaping from the prison, Beth had been rescued by Daryl in the wilderness, leading her to this very villa. The villa was relatively clean, and after sharing a meal, they found themselves besieged by zombies. Despite their valiant efforts to fight off the horde, their numbers were overwhelming. In a bid to ensure Beth's safety, Daryl urged her to flee, resulting in her eventual collapse during a zombie attack shortly after escaping, only to be saved by a group of police officers before tragically being mistakenly killed by the police chief. As Jiujiao was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, a sudden voice from the system echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. 1. Rescue Beth. Completion reward, 100 experience points." Upon receiving this notification, Jiujiao felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking to himself, "At last, I have activated a genuine world mission. There is nothing more to deliberate. I shall act." Just then, Beth, who had already escaped to the outskirts of the villa, was discovered by the undead lurking in the woods, who began to encircle her with menacing growls. Beth was taken aback by this alarming scene, but fortunately, she was no longer the timid girl from the farm who once contemplated ending her own life. She had transformed into a capable warrior. Confronted by the encroaching horde of zombies, Beth brandished her dagger, fiercely striking down the undead that approached her. The mission's target must not perish, Jiujiao thought, and he acted accordingly. He promptly commanded the werewolf to rush in and rescue Beth, determined that she must not meet her demise here. In the next moment, responding to the command, the werewolf surged forward with such swiftness that even Jiujiao, who was currently sprinting at an impressive speed of 14 meters per second, could not keep pace. Meanwhile, Beth, besieged by the undead and exhausted, felt her strength wane and collapsed to the ground. Just as the relentless zombies were about to pounce on her and tear her apart, Beth, resigned to her fate, closed her eyes, awaiting her end. After a prolonged moment, she felt no pain from being bitten, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a colossal canine creature fiercely attacking the zombies. Surrounded by several lifeless undead corpses, Beth's emotions were tumultuous, and words failed to encapsulate her feelings at that moment. This peculiar creature, immense and terrifyingly powerful in combat, bore a striking resemblance to something crafted from metal. Was it not evident that its body occasionally reflected a metallic sheen? While she was still in a daze, the familiar sound of arrows whistling through the air reached her ears, a sound she recognized all too well. After all, Her companion Daryl was the one who wielded a crossbow in the next instant. Joy flooded Beth's heart as she thought Daryl must have also escaped and come to her aid once more. Unable to contain her excitement, she turned to look behind her, only to find a well-groomed Asian boy of similar stature, equipped in a manner that could only be described as outrageous. Yes, Jiujiao was merely 16 years old. Though tall and handsome, he remained undeniably a teenager. Upon seeing Jiujiao's appearance, Beth felt a mixture of caution and an inexplicable fondness blooming within her. After all, compared to the 30-something Daryl, Jiujiao was far more suitable for her, was he not? It is not surprising to ponder the peculiar thought processes of American girls. Even amidst life and death battles, their quirky logic often leads them to develop an inexplicable affection for the opposite sex who comes to their rescue. Was not Daryl a living example of this? Had Beth not harbored feelings for Daryl, who was over a decade her senior? Moreover, given Jiujiao's handsome features and clean visage, it was entirely reasonable for Beth to feel an attraction towards him. The duration of the battle was not particularly lengthy. After all, with merely 20-odd zombies at hand, even without the assistance of the formidable wolf warrior, Jiujiao alone could have dispatched them in no time. Unbeknownst to the two, a couple of police officers clad in uniforms were observing their actions from a few hundred meters away through binoculars. Had Jiujiao not appeared at this location, Beth would have likely been rescued by her fellow officers, just as in the original narrative, and returned to the city. However, with Jiujiao's unexpected intervention, the two officers dared not approach recklessly. Not to mention Jiujiao's precise archery skills, the even more extraordinary and powerful canine creature accompanying him was not something they wished to provoke, and tasks such as searching for survivors. Safety was paramount, was it not? They could not afford to bring someone as dangerous as Jiujiao back to the city, where he would pose an unstable threat to everyone in the next moment. The two officers retreated into their vehicle, starting the engine and departing from the scene. The sound of the engine naturally caught Jiujiao's attention, and upon turning to see the departing car and the conspicuous white cross on its rear windshield, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. At that moment, Beth stood up with a hint of melancholy and addressed Jiujiao. "Hello? I am Beth Green. You may call me Beth, and thank you for saving me. Could you please help me rescue my companions?" It was evident that she felt a slight dissatisfaction with Jiujiao's unchivalrous behavior. After all, shouldn't a gentleman extend a hand to assist a fallen lady? What a peculiar boy he was, Beth mused. Upon hearing her words, Jiujiao snapped back to reality and took a closer look at Beth. Indeed, she was quite lovely, though her delicate face bore some dirt. It could not obscure her charming features. Estimating her height to be over 160 centimeters, she possessed a petite and adorable figure, with proportions just right for a single-handed grasp. Why Jiujiao couldn't help but entertain some unusual thoughts. Fortunately, the glimmer in his eyes held no trace of impropriety. Rather, it was purely admiration, an appreciation of beauty. This did not evoke any sense of aversion in Beth. On the contrary, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Once Jiujiao regained his composure, he graciously extended his hand, stating, "Hello, Beth. I am a Chinese American, and my name is Jiujiao. You may call me Jiujiao or Ye.at as words." Beth was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Jiujiao possessed only a Chinese name and no English equivalent. Though puzzled, she still warmly extended her hand to shake his, using a rather peculiar tone to say, "Hello, uncle. Once again, thank you for saving me. Could you please help me rescue my companions?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Being addressed as uncle by a young girl was already a source of joy, and with her being a golden-haired beauty, it only heightened his spirits further. Naturally, he would oblige the request of such a charming young lady. This is not a case of Jiujiao being bewitched by beauty. Rather, in the original narrative, Daryl is indeed a character that Jiujiao admires. Naturally, rescuing him is a commendable act, is it not? Furthermore, who knows what other quests might be triggered after saving Daryl? In the next moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 1. Rescue Beth. You have gained 100 experience points. The next phase of the task is triggered. Task 2. Escort Beth to the rescue station to reunite with the team. Reward, 500 experience points." While Jiujiao was reviewing the system notifications, Beth, mistakenly believing that Jiujiao was unwilling to assist her, expressed her disappointment. "What's wrong, uncle? Are you not willing to help me?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao realized that Beth had misunderstood him, lifted his head, and replied, "Not at all. I am more than willing to help you, Beth. Let us set off at once with that." Jiujiao affectionately patted the head of the war wolf that had been steadfastly by his side, effectively replenishing its energy before declaring, "War wolf, let us embark. Seek out the living. As his words fell, the war wolf emitted a low growl and charged toward the villa. Observing the war wolf once again in action, Beth was filled with curiosity about this metallic canine and, as she followed in Jiujiao's footsteps, she inquired, "If I may be so bold, uncle, is this metal dog called werewolf? Moreover, does it qualify as your mechanical pet?" In response, while replacing the steel ball magazine of his mechanical crossbow, Jiujiao affirmed, "Indeed, it is named Warwolf, my pet. As you rightly noted, it is a purely mechanical creation, but do not underestimate it. Its combat capabilities and intelligence, I believe you have already witnessed, correct?" Upon hearing this, Beth couldn't help but feel admiration for Jiujiao. Although the concepts of robots and mechanical dogs had long been proposed and even begun to be manufactured, none could compare to Jiujiao's Warwolf. At that moment, having been saved by Jiujiao and astonished by the Warwolf, Beth's fondness for him grew stronger. Upon their return to the front of the villa, they were met with a scene strewn with the corpses of the fallen undead, the grand entrance having been forcefully breached by the Warwolf's immense strength. Jiujiao raised his mechanical crossbow and, without looking back, cautioned Beth, "Beth, be careful, stay behind me. I entrust my safety to you, so please protect me well." Upon hearing this, Beth felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. She was self-aware enough to recognize that Jiujiao's combat prowess far surpassed that of anyone in their party, even exceeding them by a considerable margin. His words clearly indicated his trust in her while simultaneously ensuring his own protection, which left her feeling quite elated. The villa evidently bore the scars of a fierce battle, with corpses of the undead littering the ground, some slain by crossbow bolts, others by dagger strikes, but the majority having met their end at the hands of the war wolf. The two individuals scarcely had the opportunity to engage in combat with the hordes of zombies, as the valiant warriors had already dispatched all the creatures lurking within the villa. Upon the warriors' return, Jiujiao found it rather perplexing that there was no trace of Daryl to be found. This anomaly left Jiujiao astounded, for she distinctly recalled that in the narrative, Daryl had ultimately escaped the villa's clutches, only to discover the departing cross-country vehicle, it, was upon realizing that Beth had been abducted that the subsequent pursuit by Daryl and Carol ensued. Why, then, was Daryl absent from this location? Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiujiao decided to momentarily cast aside such musings, attributing the divergence in events to her own unforeseen interference in the storyline. Why burden herself with unnecessary complications? Moreover, was it not a fortuitous occasion to enjoy the company of the lovely young lady? With this thought in mind, Jiujiao turned to Beth, who wore a face of panic, and remarked, "You see, it is not that I do not wish to rescue your companion. It is simply that I have yet to encounter him. However, you need not be overly concerned, for after all, his absence of a corpse suggests he may yet be alive, does it not? Perhaps he has already escaped behind you." In truth, Daryl had indeed managed to flee through another window following Beth's escape. Having engaged in a brief skirmish with the undead, he had intended to pursue Beth, but the overwhelming number of zombies trailing him necessitated that he first divert their attention before returning to search for her. Their respective paths of escape were entirely divergent, thus causing them to miss the opportunity for reunion. Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Beth felt a wave of relief wash over her, coupled with a tinge of gratitude for the chance to be alone with him. Elated, she raised her gaze to Jiujiao and said, "Very well. I too believe that Daryl can make his escape, so what shall we do next, uncle?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao was well aware of their next destination. It was, of course, to the rescue station to rendezvous with Rick and the others. This would serve to fulfill the system's mission and perhaps trigger additional tasks. With a casual shrug, Jiujiao replied, "Naturally, our first order of business is to find something to eat. I imagine you must be quite famished after the battle. Let us procure some sustenance before we proceed." Without waiting for Beth to respond, he grasped her hand and led her out of the villa. Even if they were to prepare a meal, Jiujiao would not do so within the confines of a zombie-infested house. Furthermore, with the utilities having been shut off, even if they found a kitchen, it would be futile to attempt to cook. As Jiujiao took her hand, Beth's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not resist his grasp and allowed him to guide her out of the villa. With the warriors clearing the way, Jiujiao felt no apprehension about encountering any zombies along their path. He soon found a clean spot to serve as a temporary refuge. Only then did Jiujiao release Beth's hand and began to gather stones and bricks, skillfully constructing a rudimentary cooking platform. Once again removing the backpack slung over her shoulder, she extracted various utensils such as pots, bowls, and pans, which appeared to have been retrieved from the backpack, yet in truth, they were summoned from an ethereal space. To her astonishment, Beth discovered that Jiujiao had also procured instant noodles, ham sausages, eggs, and even bottled mineral water from the depths of the backpack. and remarkably, fresh vegetables as well. Having gone several days without the taste of greens, Beth could not help but swallow hard, irresistibly drawn to Jiujiao's bustling activity as she crouched nearby. Her curiosity piqued why Jiujiao worked diligently, viewing the act of preparing food as a sacred endeavor. Even the simplest meal held a profound sanctity in her eyes. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the delicate pot, causing Beth, who had subsisted on little more than canned goods and crackers, to salivate incessantly, clearly tempted by the delectable noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, Jiujiao portioned them into 2 bowls, adding the sliced ham sausages, and then retrieved a frying pan to cook the eggs. As the eggs sizzled and were plated, she handed Beth a fork, urging her to eat while it was still hot. Jiujiao then lifted her own bowl and began to eat heartily. Receiving the fork with delight, Beth expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you, before eagerly digging into her own bowl of noodles. After finishing the meal, Beth let out a satisfied burp, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she said, "I truly apologize, Uncle. I haven't had such a delicious lunch in ages, and I couldn't help but indulge a bit too much." In response, Jiujiao waved dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I enjoyed a hearty meal as well, so you needn't feel shy about it." With that, she retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from her backpack, twisting open one bottle and handing it to Beth. Before uncapping her own and taking large gulps, all honesty, Beth had survived in this post-apocalyptic world for over a year, having long been deprived of such pristine water. Gripping the bottle tightly, she savored the refreshing liquid, drinking deeply while ensuring not a single drop was wasted. In stark contrast, Jiujiao was far more casual, allowing much of the water to trickle down his chin and into his clothes. From Beth's perspective, as the sunlight illuminated Jiujiao's face, a deceptive visual effect occurred, making him appear remarkably tall and captivating, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. It is worth noting that Beth was not entirely ignorant of romantic sentiments. Prior to the onset of the catastrophe, she had experienced a relationship, albeit one that had not progressed beyond light kisses and affectionate embraces. In that moment, she found herself inexplicably developing feelings for Jiujiao, a connection that had blossomed in mere hours, a bewildering sensation that she recognized as love, a feeling that had emerged without warning. Certainly, all of this remained concealed within Beth's heart, eluding the perceptive gaze of Jiujiao. It was also a testament to Jiujiao's carelessness. Otherwise, he might have discerned something from the glimmer in Beth's eyes. At Beth's behest, the two chose to linger here, holding on to the hope that Daryl would find his way to them. Alas, after a desperate flight, Daryl, despite dispatching the undead that followed him, found himself inevitably lost and unable to return to the villa. Thus, it was destined that he would never reunite with Beth. Although plagued with frustration and regret, Daryl pressed on, burdened by self-reproach. By 10 in the afternoon, Daryl arrived at the railway and fortuitously spotted markings left by Maggie. Without hesitation, he followed, trailing behind Maggie, Glenn, and the others. As night fell, Jiujiao performed a sort of magic, retrieving a tent from his backpack. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed it to Beth, urging her to rest inside while he settled by the fire for the night. Beth was deeply touched. With Jiujiao's assistance, she managed to pitch the tent and crawled inside to lie down. Yet, true sleep eluded her. She was not concerned about the dangers that might lurk, such as the sudden appearance of the undead, nor did she fear that Jiujiao would take advantage of her slumber to invade the tent. With Jiujiao standing guard outside, even the fiercest of wolves would be no match for him, capable of dispatching any encroaching undead while she slept. Instead, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Jiujiao for saving her and caring for her, leading to an involuntary affection for him. At that moment, however, Jiujiao was too preoccupied to notice Beth's response. Seizing the opportunity, he turned his consciousness inward, diligently consuming his abundant energy within his space. The mechanical traps were formidable weapons. Although he had already constructed 5, Jiujiao felt it was insufficient. He dared not provoke a horde of undead without at least 100 or 80 traps. After crafting a few more mechanical traps, he thoughtfully decided to fashion a mechanical crossbow for Beth as well. This crossbow was capable of rapid fire, yet unlike Jiujiao's, it could only launch steel ball projectiles. It was not that he was stingy in providing Beth with a more powerful crossbow. Rather, he harbored doubts about her proficiency with long-range shots. The crossbow's effective range of 150 meters was not something a girl like Beth could master effortlessly. With a crossbow capable of firing 30 steel balls in succession, Jiujiao was confident that Beth could easily adapt to its use within a 50-meter range. If necessary, they could linger for a few more days to hone her shooting skills. Compared to the crossbow Jiujiao utilized, This specially crafted one was considerably lighter and more compact, weighing only 6 pounds. With such a manageable weight, he believed Beth would quickly acclimate to it, ensuring that she would not become a burden during encounters with large groups of undead. Jiujiao was well aware that at the rescue station, apart from the numerous undead, even the camp leader, Gray, and his subordinates were formidable adversaries. For over an hour, Beth found herself unable to sleep. When she glanced at Jiujiao once more, she observed him, who had just finished his tasks in the space, stretching languidly before the fire due to the fatigue of prolonged sitting. In the next moment, guilt washed over her as she berated herself for her excessive reserve. After all, what was the point of clinging to such antiquated notions of propriety between the sexes? Here was Jiujiao, the very person who had rescued her, sitting alone by the fire, deprived of rest. Moreover, she secretly harbored feelings for him, having developed an undeniable fondness for him in merely 10 hours of acquaintance. This thought naturally led Beth to reminisce about her sister and Glenn, a topic they had privately discussed. She recalled that her sister and Glenn had only known each other for a few days before their relationship deepened in the local pharmacy. Considering that both Glenn and Jiujiao shared Asian heritage, it seemed trivial. If her sister could be with Glenn, then surely she could also be with Jiujiao. The mere thought of being together made Beth blush and feel a thrill of joy, which was promptly followed by memories of amusing anecdotes shared with her close friends about boys from Huaxia. From Jiujiao's attentive care, Beth speculated that he must also harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he be so considerate? He had helped her seek out Daryl, prepared meals for her, and even offered her the only tent to sleep in. If that wasn't affection, what was? Thus, it stood to reason that this Huaxia boy, like many of his peers, would likely be shy and reserved in expressing his feelings, even if he liked a girl. In summary, it could be said that Huaxia boys are generally more introverted and bashful, yet they are particularly kind to their girlfriends. With this realization, Beth recalled the moment Jiujiao had vanquished a zombie, his figure vividly flashing through her mind until it occupied her entire consciousness. Casting caution to the wind, she boldly addressed Jiujiao, "Uncle, you can come into the tent to sleep." Having just emerged from his trance, Jiujiao was momentarily taken aback by her words and instinctively asked, What? What did you say?" With newfound courage, Beth continued without waiting for further inquiries, "The outside world is perilous. If you do not rest well, you may encounter danger. I do not wish for you to suffer the consequences of giving up your tent for my sake. You should come inside and sleep. After all, your tent is spacious enough for two." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao finally grasped the implication behind her invitation, realizing that this lovely girl was indeed inviting him to share the tent. Faced with such an enticing prospect, he felt no hesitation. Turning back to Beth, he sought confirmation. "Are you certain, Beth?" Upon hearing this, even though Beth was bold by nature, she found herself somewhat vexed by Jiujiao's persistent inquiries. With a huff, she declared, "Humph. Are you coming in or not? If you don't, I shall truly go to sleep." At these words, Jiujiao could no longer maintain his reserve. He promptly replied with a simple "all right" and stood up to step into the tent. Beth, aware of Jiujiao's entrance, turned her body slightly to face away from him, her heart secretly yearning for him to take some action. Why Jiujiao, being a man of desire yet lacking the courage to act, saw Beth's back turned to him and lay down comfortably in the space she had vacated, stretching lazily as he prepared to close his eyes and drift off to sleep. Unfortunately, having a charming young lady beside him, even in the absence of her usual fragrance due to not having bathed for some time, stirred his masculine instincts restlessly. Thus, for over 10 minutes, neither could find sleep, though Beth's agitated heart gradually began to calm. While her heart settled, her affection for Jiujiao surged ever more fervently, confirming her previous suspicions. A boy like Jiujiao, hailing from Huaxia, was indeed as she had imagined, reserved and discreet. Even when in the company of a girl he fancied, never would he infringe upon her space. With this thought, Beth suddenly spoke up. As she turned to face him, Jiujiao's heart raced uncontrollably, even more intense than when he had first dispatched a zombie. With Beth's delicate face so near, he instinctively reached out to gently caress her cheek, nodding resolutely as he said, "As long as you are with me and do not leave my side, I will strive with all my might to protect and cherish you." Seeing the determination and resolve in Jiujiao's eyes profoundly moved Beth. Since the onset of the disaster, despite the protection of her father, Hao, and her sister, Maggie, she had never truly felt secure. Even when she developed feelings for a boy who arrived at the prison, or later during her interactions with Daryl, none provided her with a sense of safety as deep as this moment. In this instant, Jiujiao offered her the security she craved, leaving her heart utterly touched. Unable to contain herself, Beth shifted closer, resting her head against him as she urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Love me." After getting dressed, Jiujiao exited the tent to continue his tasks of starting a fire and preparing a meal. Once he left, Beth awoke, and upon hearing the sounds of Jiujiao busy outside, her heart brimmed with satisfaction and affection. After she rose and had breakfast, Jiujiao retrieved a mechanical crossbow he had crafted for her, looking at her with excitement as he said, "Come, my dear. This is the crossbow I prepared for you, capable of firing steel ball projectiles in succession. Let me teach you how to wield this formidable weapon against the undead." Upon hearing this, Beth's curiosity was piqued. She was well aware that Jiujiao possessed a crossbow that could also unleash a barrage of steel balls and bolts. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this crossbow, while seemingly similar in design to the one from yesterday, differed significantly in size. Curiosity piqued, I approached and took the crossbow from Jiujiao's hands, who then proceeded to instruct Beth on how to change the magazine and draw the bowstring. In truth, the process was quite straightforward. One should not underestimate Beth's familiarity with firearms. After more than a year of survival on the road, she had long since mastered the use of weaponry. Although this crossbow was a cold weapon, it bore a striking resemblance to a rifle, the only distinction being that one operated on gunpowder propulsion while the other relied on mechanical force. As for the accuracy of her shots, there was no need for Jiujiao to fret. Beth's marksmanship, while not exemplary, was certainly commendable within a 50-meter range. After familiarizing herself with the operation, Beth selected a target 50 meters away and began her practice with the mechanical crossbow. Jiujiao had prepared 5 magazines for her, and after Beth finished firing one magazine and replaced it, she assisted her in loading the next. Though these were enhanced projectiles, under the system's augmentation, they delivered a power comparable to that of a handgun. Within 50 meters, steel balls striking brick would shatter less sturdy blocks, while penetrating deeply into the trunks of trees. Regarding the gift from her beloved Jiujiao, Beth was genuinely pleased. This weapon, capable of rapid fire with power rivaling that of a handgun, was particularly appealing due to its remarkably low noise. Beth practiced diligently in contrast to the compactness of handguns. Wielding the mechanical crossbow required considerable effort. To fully harness the weapon's potential, Beth dedicated 2 days to firing nearly 50 magazines of steel projectiles until she finally became adept at using the crossbow. Until that moment, neither Daryl nor any other survivors from the prison had arrived, prompting Jiujiao and Beth to reluctantly continue their journey of wandering. However, while Beth viewed this as a nomadic existence, for Jiujiao, it was a quest with a clear objective: to locate the railway and follow the trail left by Maggie to reach the rescue station, thereby fulfilling her mission. Over the course of 3 days, Jiujiao crafted 9 additional mechanical traps, bringing the total number of traps stored in their space to 14, thus providing her with a sense of confidence when facing thousands of wandering corpses alone. After more than an hour of walking, the pair finally reached the railway and, after another half hour, discovered a message written in the blood of the undead by Maggie. Upon seeing the note, Beth erupted with joy. Having lost her mother and brother on the farm, and her father Herschel at the prison base, she was also left uncertain about her sister Maggie's fate amid the chaos in that moment. Seeing her sister's message and encountering someone she truly cherished, how could Beth possibly contain her happiness? With arms wrapped around Jiujiao's, she joyfully bounced, exclaiming, "Oh, dear uncle, did you see? My sister is alive. My family is alive. Did you see?" Upon hearing those words, Jiujiao could not help but reminisce about the time when Beth had fervently called him uncle during their intimate moments. At that instant, the mere mention of the term caused a surge of emotions within him, nearly overwhelming his self-control, as he felt an urge to engage in a playful tussle with Beth. However, he soon chastised himself, extinguishing the impure thoughts. For Beth had already shed tears of joy. Must be said that no man of sound mind can endure witnessing his beloved weep. And Jiujiao was no exception. Regaining his composure, Jiujiao swiftly embraced the weeping Beth, holding her tightly while gently patting her back, offering soft words of comfort. "Beth, please do not cry. Is it not a good thing that your sister is still alive? What is there to weep about? Besides, I am your boyfriend now, and it is only fitting that we pay a visit to our sister, don't you think?" Upon hearing his words, Beth nestled closer in Jiujiao's arms, wiping her tears on his clothing before lifting her gaze to him, her eyes filled with affection. "Thank you for your comfort, dear uncle. Meeting you has been a true blessing." With that, she rose on her toes, pressing her lips against his in a passionate kiss. In that moment, Jiujiao found it impossible to resist. As the beautiful woman initiated the kiss, he immediately responded with fervor. Had they not been in a secluded area, he would have yearned to take things further right then, and there it was no wonder he was so easily swayed. After 2 lifetimes, he had hardly experienced any intimacy with women, save for his mother. Moreover, Beth was an adorable and stunning blonde beauty, though he felt a slight disappointment that she did not possess the tall and statuesque qualities he favored. They indulged in each other's warmth for around 10 minutes, until their lips tingled from the lingering kisses, reluctantly parting ways, hand in hand, as they continued along the railway. Unbeknownst to them, just 10 minutes prior to their arrival, Carol and the young Judith, who was merely a year old, had just passed through the same spot with Tyrese. These three were among the last group of teammates from the former prison base heading to the rescue station. Others, including Maggie, Glenn, Rick, Carl, Michonne, Daryl, Abraham, Eugene, Rosita, Sasha, and Tara, had already reached the station. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, all these individuals, excluding Carol and Tyrese, would soon find themselves imprisoned by the cannibal leader, Gareth, at the rescue station. Jiujiao and Beth moved at a pace considerably quicker than Carol and her companions, but due to some delays, they would ultimately converge at the small cabin outside the rescue station. The couple harbored no concerns for danger, as the vigilant werewolves were on guard, enabling them to converse freely and alleviate the tension of their journey. As Jiujiao conversed, a fervent desire to complete the third hidden task consumed her thoughts, yearning for the coveted blueprint for the motorcycle modification. Judging by the capabilities of the previous two blueprints, the resulting contraptions possessed an air of advanced technology that bordered on the extraordinary. The rapid-fire function of the mechanical crossbow alone raised questions about its feasibility in our modern world. Perhaps, in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark might just have the ingenuity to create such wonders. Although she had yet to employ the mechanical traps, Jiujiao was confident that their power would not disappoint her. Consequently, she believed that the motorcycle, once modified according to the blueprints, would possess capabilities unmatched by any vehicle in this realm. During their journey, they passed numerous bus stops, each adorned with Maggie's handwriting, which brought Beth such delight that she chattered incessantly like a magpie. Jiujiao found herself concerned that Beth might lose her voice from excessive talking. After more than 2 days of travel, Maggie's messages had evolved into instructions for the prison survivors to gather at the rescue station. It was evident that Maggie had encountered Glenn and others who were in pursuit of her, prompting the change in her message. This revelation further fueled Beth's eagerness to reunite with her family. Jiujiao, acquiescing to her enthusiasm, quickened their pace, at long last. As they neared the rescue station, the duo caught up with Carol and Terse. From a distance, Beth instantly recognized the silhouettes of the two. Terse's figure was unmistakable, and Carol's silver hair was equally distinctive. Just by catching a glimpse, Beth identified them. Upon seeing the two ahead, she could not contain her exuberance, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Is that Carol and Terse? You're alive! This is wonderful!" At the sound of her call, Carol and Terse turned in surprise. First, they beheld Beth's radiant face, full of vitality and color, before their gaze fell upon Jiujiao. Fully armed, accompanied by the extraordinarily advanced metallic canine, War Wolf, the third task had been triggered. Initially, Carol felt a surge of joy, which swiftly morphed into a momentary wariness, only to be replaced by a gentle demeanor that enveloped them like a warm spring breeze. Yet, one could not help but notice that the rifle she held contradicted her tender maternal facade. Inwardly, Jiujiao scoffed, aware that Carol's distrust was merely a performance aimed at disarming potential threats and ensuring her own safety. Beth, however, paid no mind to the subtleties, rushing forward to embrace Carol with fervor, while effusively sharing her experiences. Observing the two women engaged in their animated exchange, Jiujiao and Terse exchanged glances, shrugging in unison. Jiujiao then took the initiative to greet, "Hello there, tall one. You must be Terse. I've heard Beth speak of you. I am Jiujiao, a Huaxia person. You may call me Yi." Upon hearing this, the honest visage of Tyser revealed a semblance of a smile, as he nodded at Jiujiao and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, Yi. I am Tyser." After uttering these words, Tyser fell silent, bowing his head in quietude. Jiujiao discerned that Tyser's demeanor stemmed from a profound despondency towards life, a sentiment that had taken root after the tragic demise of his girlfriend in the prison fire. Since then, he had embraced a death wish. Had it not been for his concern for his sister Sasha and the memory of Judith etched upon his heart, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. After a prolonged pause, Carol appeared, grasping Beth's hand, and approached Jiujiao. At this moment, Carol's expression was genuinely warm as she said, "Hello, E. I am Carol, Beth's family. Thank you for saving Beth." In response, Jiujiao shrugged and replied, "Hello, Carol. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. I believe Beth has already conveyed that we share a romantic relationship. Protecting her is simply my duty, is it not?" Hearing this, Carol smiled broadly. her eyes reflecting admiration as she regarded Jiujiao. However, Beth, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Uncle, Carol, can we discuss this later? The rescue station is just ahead, right? Why not wait until we see Maggie and Glenn, and then we can have a proper conversation?" At her words, Carol and Jiujiao exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with exasperation, yet both indulged the cheerful Beth with a nod of agreement. Subsequently, Beth and Carol walked ahead, while Jiujiao and Tyser lagged behind, continuing their forward trek. Naturally, the battle wolf had already advanced to the forefront, scouting the path for them as they walked. Casting a side glance at the lethargic Tyser, Jiujiao could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Tyser, do you not think that having a loved one to care for in this wretched apocalypse is a blessing?" Without waiting for Taser's response, he continued, "Each of us has lost much in this world. Relatives, friends, even lovers. Yet, we are not entirely bereft. We still have friends and family. For their sake, we must strive to live on. After all, compared to those who have already become mere shells of their former selves, we are indeed fortunate, are we not? Tyser, for the sake of your sister, I believe you should strive to live well, so that she may not endure her existence in solitude." With that, Jiujiao lapsed into silence, understanding that certain profound truths need not be reiterated. He knew that Tyser would come to his own realizations in due time. His current focus was on how to accomplish Task 3, to eliminate the cannibalistic leader Gray and his accomplices, with the leader Gray, 01, and accomplices, 061. The reward for completing this task was an experience gain of 1,000. Indeed, when Beth and Carol encountered each other, Task 2, which involved escorting Beth to the rescue station to reunite with the team, had already been accomplished, triggering the subsequent Task 3. The completion of this task awarded Jiujiao with 500 experience points, propelling him to the next level, which is now as follows. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16. Occupation: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 5, 200 600. Attributes: Strength: 3. 5 Stamina, 3.5 Intelligence, 7 Spirit, 7 Agility, 7 Speed, 15 meters second Energy, 700, 7 points minute recovery rate. Professional Talents: 1. Novice Combat Master. 2. Novice Mechanical Manufacturing Master. Pet: Mechanical Dog, War Wolf Mount, None Special Space. Mechanical Manufacturing Space 100 square meters. Mechanical Traps 14 Blueprints, None Note. Time-Space Traversal Function remaining 0 times Note. Unique Main Storyline Super God Level Task: Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion rewards 6 Cosmic Gems. Now, regarding Task 3, the challenge it presents is not insurmountable. The most perilous aspect lies in the abundance of rifles within their team, capable of shooting targets hundreds of meters away. This inherently grants them an advantage over Jiujiao's mechanical crossbow, which has a range of only 150 meters. The pressing concern for Jiujiao is how to eliminate these soulless fiends while ensuring his own safety. The conversation between Jiujiao and Taisai naturally reached the ears of Carol and Beth, who walked ahead. Among the two, Beth was filled with joy, feeling that her beloved was wonderful. Upon hearing her recount the events that transpired in prison, she noticed Taisai's disquiet and sought to comfort him. Conversely, Carol experienced a different sentiment. After all, she was the one who had killed Taisai's girlfriend. Yet, she truly despised seeing Taisai numb to the world and hoped that Jiujiao's words would have a positive effect. At this moment, Taisai's emotions were tumultuous. He oscillated between thoughts of his deceased girlfriend and his sister, Sasha. The images of both women intertwined in his mind, ultimately converging as he envisioned both of them smiling at him. Suddenly, the werewolf, leading the way, halted abruptly, adopting an aggressive stance, which caused the four of them to come to a standstill. Being seasoned warriors, except for Taisai, who seemed somewhat indifferent, Jiujiao, Carol, and Beth instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Jiujiao stepped forward and addressed Carol and Beth, saying, "The situation appears to be somewhat amiss. It is worth noting that Werewolf possesses high intelligence and perception, capable of sensing danger in the vicinity. We should exercise caution." After speaking, Jiujiao continued to address Beth and the others. "I will first venture out with Jianlong to assess the situation ahead. You all should follow closely behind me to ensure safety." With that, Jiujiao and Jianlong quietly crept towards the faintly visible cabin, treading lightly in front of the cabin. A member of the cannibal tribe was tasked with distracting the zombies, crouched on the ground while conversing with someone over the walkie-talkie, fiddling with a few firecrackers. Noticing his lack of vigilance, Jiujiao decisively instructed Jianlong to incapacitate the man, opting for a swift blow rather than a fatal strike. In the next moment, Jianlong surged forward and, before the man could react, knocked him unconscious with a powerful collision. Just before the attack, Jiujiao had overheard the man mention terms like knife woman and biaozi. Subsequently, Jiujiao emerged, binding the man's hands and feet with rope and gagging him with a piece of cloth before dragging his unconscious form into the cabin. Behind them, Carol silently approved of Jiujiao's actions, while Beth remained indifferent, believing her lover's decisions were always justified. Tercy, however, wore a look of discontent, feeling that such treatment of a stranger was somewhat excessive. Once everyone had entered the cabin and prepared to interrogate the captive, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, announcing, 8 people have been dispatched. After rousing the man from his stupor, Jiujiao crouched before him and asked in a grave tone, "You are from the rescue station, are you not? What are you doing here? Why did you kill?" The man strained his neck, emitting muffled sounds, signaling Jiujiao to remove the cloth from his mouth. Jiujiao complied, allowing the man to articulate his defense. As expected, the man quickly exclaimed, "Greetings. I am from the rescue station ahead. You must be here seeking refuge, yes? Release me, and I will guide you back." Jiujiao, fully aware that this was merely a stalling tactic aimed at luring them into a trap, curled his lip in disdain and retorted, "Tell me, what is the story behind the knife woman? What does it mean that 8 people were killed?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression stiffened, and his speech faltered, struggling to formulate a coherent response. Observing his hesitation, Jiujiao turned to Carol and Beth, stating, "It seems this so-called rescue station harbors dubious intentions. They are not a haven for the living but likely a front for murder. My principle with such individuals has always been straightforward. Eliminate them to prevent further harm to the innocent." No sooner had the words left his lips than Jiujiao swiftly unsheathed a hefty dog-leg knife, and with a decisive motion, he severed the man's throat. This scene left Beth and her companions utterly astonished. Beth had never anticipated that Jiujiao would execute such a swift and ruthless act of murder. Carol, however, could not help but feel an indescribable admiration for Jiujiao's decisive nature in dealing with life and death. Conversely, Tyrese wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom the cold-bloodedness with which Jiujiao acted, slaying without the slightest hesitation. Jiujiao gazed down at the fallen figure and, with an air of calm, plunged a knife into his skull, continuing to speak. In this apocalyptic world, there are scarcely any survivors, and those who remain struggle to endure. Yet, these individuals speak of killing as though it were akin to slaughtering pigs. I believe they do not deserve to continue living. Having said this, she rose to her feet, turned to face Carol and Beth, and declared, "Beth, I suspect your sister and Glenn have been captured by them. But fret not, I shall rescue them. You and Tyrese, Carol, remain here." Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Beth immediately felt a surge of concern. While she was indeed worried about her sister and Glenn's safety, her greater anxiety lay with Jiujiao's well-being. Carol, increasingly impressed by Jiujiao's character, noticed the worry in Beth's eyes and stepped forward, saying, "Yi is right. I will accompany her to rescue everyone. Beth, you and Tyrese should stay put. Remember, if they are not one of us, do not hesitate to kill them. You must take care of Judith." With that, Carol and Jiujiao exchanged a glance and stepped out of the cabin, picking up the fireworks scattered on the ground as they made their way toward the rescue station. At that moment, in the slaughterhouse of the rescue station, Rick, Bob, Daryl, Glenn, and 3 others were bound and kneeling before a large iron trough, awaiting their fate of throat-slitting and dismemberment. Jiujiao and Carol had ascended a small hill outside the rescue station. Observing the facility below, enclosed by barbed wire, Jiujiao lowered her binoculars and remarked, "Carol, this place is undeniably peculiar. Logically, if it is a rescue station, there should be a multitude of people here. Yet, look, there are barely a few dozen individuals. So where have all those who sought refuge here gone? Considering the earlier communication, I suspect they have been slain by these people. Or perhaps something even more sinister is afoot. What do you think?" At this, Carol nodded in agreement. Her inclination to perceive the worst in people was indeed a strength, otherwise, she would not have killed Tyrese's infected girlfriend and another individual. Subsequently, through the binoculars, they observed a steady influx of zombies gathering outside the barbed wire, with several armed women dispatching these undead from behind the barrier. Finally, Jiujiao spotted a relatively less crowded area among the zombies and resolved to infiltrate the rescue station from there. Intent on eliminating the cannibalistic fiends one by one, thus, she pointed to the location and instructed Carol, "Very well, Carol, you shall be in charge of our extraction here." I stealthily infiltrated, eliminating those individuals to rescue Beth's sister and your families. With that, Jiujiao, accompanied by the battle wolf, cautiously descended the slope. As Carol observed Jiujiao embarking on this solitary rescue mission, a sense of worry inevitably tugged at her heart. Yet she placed her hopes in Jiujiao's capabilities. Although she had devised a plan to breach the rescue station, she was acutely aware that it bore significant risks. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to proceed with it. Through the lens of her binoculars, Carol beheld Jiujiao and the battle wolf moving with utmost caution. Without alarming too many of the undead, they silently dispatched a considerable number of zombies, making their way to the outer perimeter of the barbed wire. No tools such as wire cutters were required. The battle wolf skillfully coiled its tail, effortlessly slicing through the barbed wire with the sharp tip, creating an opening wide enough for Jiujiao and itself to slip through. Disregarding the potential for the gap to allow zombies to enter, Jiujiao and the battle wolf stealthily advanced into the rescue station. Whenever they encountered patrolling personnel, Jiujiao and the battle wolf coordinated seamlessly, either flanking from behind or distracting the enemy while the other struck. In a matter of moments, they had quietly dispatched no fewer than 10 armed guards. After eliminating these threats, Jiujiao felt no fear of revealing his abilities, collecting all the weapons from the fallen adversaries into his spatial pocket. Naturally, Jiujiao's first destination was the slaughterhouse. Whether he could rescue Rick and the others was secondary. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome, but if not, it was of little consequence. Jiujiao was no saint. His mission merely entailed vanquishing the man-eating fiends, with no explicit obligation to rescue them. As he stealthily moved, eliminating foes, Carol perceived through her binoculars. 016 Mechanical Trap Debut. Jiujiao resembled a seasoned hunter, silently dispatching his enemies, which only heightened Carol's admiration and respect for him. She contemplated that had she or any other member of the team undertaken such an operation, they would undoubtedly have failed to achieve the same level of stealth as Jiujiao. This realization bolstered her confidence in Jiujiao's ability to rescue their comrades. Perhaps it was luck on Jiujiao's part, or perhaps the fortuitous circumstances of Rick and the others. Just as the first three had their throats slit, it was Glenn's turn next. In that critical moment, Jiujiao burst onto the scene, witnessing a man wielding a baseball bat poised to strike Glenn's head. With precision, Jiujiao aimed his mechanical crossbow at the assailant's head and pulled the trigger. In an instant, an arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh, embedding itself deep into the man's skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The battle wolf wasted no time, lunging forward with its gleaming silver metallic body reflecting brilliant light as it swiftly targeted the man with the knife. The third man present was none other than the cannibalistic leader, Grease. Upon seeing Jiujiao's entrance, he wasted no time in resorting to violence. Grease quickly drew his handgun and began firing at Jiujiao. Unfortunately for him, Jiujiao's agility had now reached an impressive level of 7, allowing him ample distance to evade the shots. Grease was astonished to discover that no matter how he aimed, he could not hit the agile Jiujiao, who deftly maneuvered to avoid his bullets. On the other side, the man wielding a knife had already been knocked to the ground by the ferocious wolf, who promptly sank its teeth into his skull, crushing it with a single bite. At this moment, Grease was immediately filled with dread. He no longer dared to linger, swiftly turning to fire multiple shots at Jiujiao, while his figure hastily retreated towards a small side door. After the wolf had dispatched the knife-wielding man, it was poised to continue its assault on Grease, who had already slipped through the small door and slammed the heavy iron gate shut behind him. The wolf collided with the iron door, producing a dulduong as a resounding echo reverberated through the air, only to be knocked to the ground by the recoil of the impact. Observing the wolf's intent to ram the door again, Jiujiao halted its advance and approached Glenn and the others from behind, simultaneously untying Glenn's bonds while inquiring, "Who among you is Glenn?" "I am Jiujiao, Beth's boyfriend. She sent me to rescue her family." Jiujiao deliberately chose to untie Glenn first. As soon as the ropes fell away, Glenn, upon hearing Jiujiao's words, tore off the cloth binding his mouth, declaring, "I am Glenn, and they are also Beth's family. This is Daryl, Rick, and Bob, and Beth's sister. They are still trapped in the container. We must go save them now." After speaking, he assisted Jiujiao in freeing the others from their restraints. Jiujiao handed over the Glock, which he had not yet used, to Rick, along with a magazine containing 33 rounds. He then passed his shotgun to Glenn, stuffing the bullet belt from his waist into Glenn's arms, urging, "What are we waiting for? Follow me and charge out. We must rescue Maggie and the others before those men do." With that, he turned and dashed towards the door, the ferocious wolf following closely behind, taking the lead as the vanguard. Behind them, the four were momentarily stunned. Just as they were on the verge of being slaughtered, Jiujiao had appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, swiftly eliminating 2 executioners and frightening off their leader, Grease. One could hardly speak of Jiujiao's uncanny ability to dodge bullets. What about that colossal metallic canine? Fortunately, Glenn was preoccupied with worry for Maggie, Rick for Carl, Bob for Sasha, and Daryl was consumed by guilt, which propelled them to hastily follow Jiujiao out the large door. Meanwhile, Grays had already used his walkie-talkie to notify the remaining survivors to prepare for a coordinated attack against Jiujiao and his companions. The feedback from the walkie-talkie informed him that they had lost over a dozen personnel, causing an expression of fury to twist Grays' handsome features. It was crucial to note that those unreachable individuals comprised the true combat power of the base. Although the women were also fighters, they fell slightly short in capability. Losing such a significant number incited him to the point of gathering reinforcements to eliminate Jiujiao and his companions, who had disrupted his plans. However, despite Grays' twisted psyche, he remained astute. He understood that confronting someone as formidable as Jiujiao in a one-on-one encounter was futile. He intended to rally everyone together and gradually encircle and eliminate Jiujiao and his group. Although Gray's notifications were timely, there were still a few individuals who lagged far behind, only to be discovered and executed by Jiujiao. The firearms were naturally handed over to Glenn and other skilled marksmen, such as Maggie, Abraham, Rosita, and Sasha. The five of them fought their way back to the container where the captives were held, successfully rescuing everyone. The weapons were then distributed among them, and Jiujiao instructed them to form teams while he chose to act alone in hunting down these cannibalistic fiends. It was not that Jiujiao doubted their capabilities. Rather, he intended to employ mechanical traps, a method he had yet to utilize, and he preferred to keep this a secret from Glenn and the others. After bidding farewell to the group, Jiujiao, accompanied by the werewolf, stealthily approached Gray and the others, taking advantage of the container's concealment. Finally, near the weapon depot, he located Gray and his remaining armed comrades, who were gathered outside the warehouse. Observing the terrain, Jiujiao formulated a plan: disruption, mechanical traps, and ambushes to take them down one by one. Seizing the opportunity while Gray spoke with a grim expression, Jiujiao suddenly leapt from the gap in the container, unleashing a barrage of shots without a moment's hesitation. The crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, striking the back of 3 unsuspecting individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. The sound of the bolts piercing through the air immediately alerted Gray. Upon witnessing the crossbow bolts embed themselves into the backs of his comrades' heads, Gray erupted in a frenzy, screaming, "That damned bastard is behind us. Kill him!" With that, he raised his rifle and charged towards Jiujiao's direction. Observing the 3 fallen comrades, Jiujiao swiftly retreated, setting down the first mechanical trap amidst the gaps in the container. The werewolf, having concealed itself, followed Jiujiao's orders to stealthily approach Gray and his group from behind to eliminate those lagging behind. Fortune smiled upon Gray. Initially leading the pursuit, he found himself inexplicably caught in the middle. As the first few individuals reached the container's gap, they triggered the mechanical trap. A remarkable scene unfolded as the activated trap sprang into the air with a resounding hum, followed by the sharp sound of mechanisms engaging, releasing a barrage of arrows and steel balls in all directions. Fortunately, being situated within the confines of the container diminished the lethality of the projectiles. Only the 5 individuals at the forefront were transformed into a grotesque tableau of quills and perforations. These 5 perished without a sound, leaving the trailing members in a state of shock, their scalps prickling with dread, which quickly ignited a wave of fury among them. Some, having not even glimpsed Jiujiao's silhouette, began firing indiscriminately. At that moment, the werewolf launched its own assault. Leaping from behind the group, it pounced, sinking its teeth into one individual, while simultaneously using its powerful claws to dispatch another. With its tail curling back, it swiftly pierced the hearts of 3 more. The remaining 20 or so individuals finally noticed the ambush from the werewolf, and upon witnessing this peculiar metallic beast, they were gripped by an overwhelming sense of terror. This creature was far more frightening than the mindless corpses they had faced. Fortunately, these individuals were resolute, their hearts gripped by fear yet still raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon the werewolf. The werewolf was no mere foolish beast that would remain stationary to absorb bullets. Even if the rounds did not penetrate its defenses, striking a joint would still inflict damage. After slaying 6 adversaries amidst the gunfire, it swiftly retreated to conceal itself behind a shipping container. Jiujiao, displaying remarkable cunning, seized the opportunity while the werewolf diverted their attention, emerging from behind the container to unleash a flurry of bolts from her mechanical crossbow. 5 arrows whistled through the air, toppling another 5 foes, leaving only a scant dozen of Gray's men remaining. Having suffered such considerable losses from the ambush, Gray was genuinely intimidated. He had never encountered such formidable opponents. Even during the earlier siege of their base, the assailants had merely relied on their numerical superiority, In terms of true combat prowess, they were not particularly impressive, or else they would not have been susceptible to counterattacks led by Gray. Today, however, he had finally witnessed individuals whose capabilities rivaled those of cinematic protagonists. He found himself at a complete loss against Jiujiao. Fighting was futile. If a group of dozens could not overpower her, a mere dozen stood no chance as for fleeing. He harbored no confidence in evading her relentless pursuit. The prowess of such individuals was daunting enough, but the formidable metallic beast posed an even greater conundrum. While conventional wisdom suggested that explosives were the most effective means to dismantle a mechanical entity like the war wolf, it was crucial to recognize that it was not merely an inanimate object. Its agility was evident to all. With enemies flanking him on both sides, Gray had no choice but to divide his forces to defend against the ambushes from Jiujiao and the war wolf. His intentions were clear. If he could not best Jiujiao, then retreat was his only option. Regrouping within the warehouse, he would adopt a defensive stance, believing that from an elevated position, he could withstand any assault. He could hardly believe that the metallic beast could leap several meters into the AI art. As for the fear of the metal beast breaching the doors, a few strategically placed explosives would suffice. If worst came to worst, they could perish together. In truth, his strategy was sound. Jiujiao, intent on completing her mission, would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. She glanced at her mission progress. Eliminate the leader Gray, 01. Accomplices, 3661. Only one small boss and 15 minions remained to fulfill her objective. There was no time for hesitation. She instructed the warwolf to initiate a distraction while she herself would strike to eliminate them. Although she wished to deploy mechanical traps, the timing was not opportune. It is essential to understand that traps are most effective when the enemy is caught off guard. With the adversaries no longer in pursuit, there was no opportunity to set them up. In the next moment, the warwolf leapt down from atop a shipping container, pouncing upon and dispatching one individual before drawing the attention of the remaining foes. The warwolf reacted swiftly, darting across the open ground to evade the majority of incoming bullets. While a few rounds struck its all-metal form, they merely caused sparks to fly without inflicting any significant damage. At this point, Jiujiao finally felt a sense of relief. She had initially believed that the defensive capabilities of the metallic components forged in the crucible of space would not be excessively formidable, only to discover that they matched the extraordinary resilience of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. What is there to hesitate about? Jiujiao promptly commanded the warwolf through his consciousness to evade the bullets and eliminate the enemies. In the next moment, rather than retreating to dodge, the warwolf charged towards Gray and his companions. Upon witnessing this unusual assault from the warwolf, Gray and his associates were instantly engulfed in terror, with those possessing slightly weaker mental fortitude screaming in panic as they indiscriminately opened fire. Observing that everyone's attention was drawn to the warwolf, Jiujiao emerged from behind, having already switched to steel ball ammunition from a distance of over 20 meters, and took aim with his mechanical crossbow, unleashing a barrage of shots. At that moment, the precision he had honed from long practice in dispatching the undead came into play. The sharp sounds of projectiles slicing through the air echoed as 5 individuals were successively struck down by Jiujiao's fire, while others, unfortunate enough, found themselves hit in the back, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Displaying no mercy towards these flesh-eating fiends, Jiujiao, alongside the warwolf's assault, swiftly dispatched Gray's cannibalistic gang. Ultimately, only Gray remained, pinned helplessly to the ground by the warwolf, his limbs firmly restrained. Jiujiao approached, crouching down to gaze at the ashen-faced Gray, and spoke. I sympathize with your past misfortunes, but that does not excuse your senseless slaughter of the innocent, nor your cannibalism. Go to hell and repent. With that, Jiujiao drew his dog-leg knife and plunged it into Gray's skull, bringing an end to his wretched life. Following Gray's demise, the system notification echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 3. Eliminate the cannibal leader Gray and his accomplices. Leader Gray, 1-1. Accomplices, 6161. Task reward, 1,000 experience points. Note: host level has increased. Current level 6, strength and stamina each enhanced by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each augmented by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please check the details yourself. With an increase of 1,000 experience points and another level up, Jiujiao felt little inclination to review the panel information. Instead, he gathered all the scattered firearms and ammunition from the ground into his spatial storage and strode towards the warehouse of Gray and his associates. He had seen in the play that Gray's warehouse contained numerous valuable items. Not only firearms and ammunition, but also a substantial collection of watches, gold, and diamond jewelry. These treasures could be exchanged for a significant amount of currency in his world. Jiujiao sensed that merely collecting metals from other worlds might not suffice to meet his future mechanical manufacturing and modification needs. As far as he knew, the finest metals were those from the Marvel Universe. Adamantium was beyond discussion, as it was safeguarded within Jiujiao, making it difficult to obtain. Vibranium could be procured, but only through Wakanda. Carbonado alloy, while not the hardest metal, possessed the unique property of suppressing healing factors, which Jiujiao believed might prove invaluable in other realms. As for Uru metal, its extraordinary qualities were self-evident. Being unique to Asgard, just contemplating it was enough. The most readily available resource was vibranium. Carbona merely needed to find the right individuals to synthesize it. Deep in thought, Jiujiao collected all the valuable items from the warehouse into a spatial pocket. He ensured there were sufficient weapons and supplies for Rick and the others to utilize. Meanwhile, Rick and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies outside the barbed wire. The gunfire had attracted a multitude of zombies, and thousands had begun to converge upon the barrier. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing Rick and the others, Jiujiao deduced the situation upon hearing the continued gunfire. No longer willing to wait, he set down his mechanical crossbow, replaced it with a rifle, and swiftly emerged to assess the situation beyond the barbed wire. What he beheld was a sea of zombies encircling the barrier, while Rick and his team were firing at the relentless horde, desperately attempting to prevent them from breaching the fence. This turned out to be precisely what Jiujiao had hoped for. Should he eliminate this vast number of zombies, he might just complete the hidden mission number 3, allowing him to fabricate the mount he so desired. As he advanced to shoot, he called out to Rick and the others, "I have already dispatched those individuals. Their warehouse contains a considerable stockpile of weapons. While the zombies have yet to overwhelm us, you should seize the opportunity to gather the arms. I will hold the line here." Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, everyone halted their firing, astonished as they turned to behold his calm demeanor. However, Daryl, eager to retrieve his crossbow, hastily urged everyone to sprint towards the warehouse. Once they had departed, Jiujiao continued to gun down zombies while contemplating how best to achieve the goal of slaying 10,000 of them. The most effective method, he concluded, would be to employ mechanical traps. If utilized wisely, success was indeed attainable. As he pondered this, Jiujiao spotted an oil drum outside the barbed wire, recalling how in the narrative, Carol had ignited an oil drum with fireworks, not only breaching the fence but also incinerating a significant number of zombies. An idea began to form in his mind. A fire attack was a viable strategy. His greatest concern was that the zombies killed by Rick and his companions would not count towards his own tally, and he wished for all the slain zombies to be credited to him. Resolute in his decision, Jiujiao continued to fire while retreating. Upon reaching a shipping container 300 meters away, he aimed his weapon at the oil drum, and the next moment, he squeezed the trigger, and several bullets penetrated the drum, creating a multitude of holes. Fuel gushed forth, rapidly spreading over an area of more than 10 meters, ensnaring numerous zombies within its reach. After patiently waiting a moment longer, he observed the fuel flowing into the barbed wire and onto the concrete surface. At last, he aimed at the fuel-soaked ground and began firing in quick succession. Finally, a bullet struck the ground, sending sparks flying and igniting the pooled fuel. With a whoosh, flames erupted swiftly, racing towards the oil drum. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion ensued, sending a massive fireball surging outward, engulfing hundreds of zombies within its fierce embrace. With the explosion generating a shockwave, the surrounding undead were lifted into the air, only to be torn apart into fragments. More of the undead were ignited by the fuel, heedlessly charging towards the barbed wire engulfed in flames. The barbed wire was also pushed down over a vast area by the explosion. The undead at the front perished, while those behind, ablaze, trampled through the wire. Jiujiao swiftly emerged from behind the container, setting a trap on the ground, utilizing the container's cover to begin shooting at the scattered undead that had entered. Jiujiao was determined not to let her trap be triggered by a mere few stragglers, as that would waste her carefully laid plans. Soon, the first few isolated undead were gunned down, but more began to swarm in, drawn by the gunfire. At that moment, Rick and his companions had just emerged from the warehouse, fully armed with rifles, shotguns, and an array of handguns. Even Michiongan had a katana strapped to her back, wielding a rifle in her hands. The sounds of the explosions outside were unmistakable, and in the next instant, their expressions shifted with concern, fearing the undead had breached their defenses. They swiftly formed a combat formation and rushed toward the previous location. Nearly 100 undead had surrounded them, and the foremost undead triggered the trap. With a resonant hum, the trap sprang into action, launching countless arrows and steel pellets in a 20-meter radius in Jiujiao's eyes. At least 100 undead heads were struck, collapsing en masse like wheat being harvested. A surge of pride and astonishment welled up within her. The power of this trap was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang was on the other side dispatching the undead. Although his speed did not match the trap's efficiency, it was not significantly slower than Jiujiao's gunfire, even slightly surpassing it at times. After all, Zhang Lang was a metallic creation, and the undead showed no interest in him. Requiring no evasion on his part. In this brief period, Jiujiao had slain over 500 undead, bringing the task progress to 825. 10,000. Seizing the opportunity created by the cleared undead, Jiujiao darted out once more, retrieving the now empty trap and setting another one on the ground. She continued to fire at the undead, drawing even more towards her. By the time Rick and the others arrived, they were met with a shocking sight of countless undead corpses strewn across the ground, leaving them utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that someone could single-handedly eliminate so many undead, with the bodies on the ground numbering in the hundreds. A shared thought arose among them. How on earth had he accomplished this? Was he a Rambo, capable of facing 1,000 foes alone? Without time for further contemplation, Jiujiao shouted over the gunfire. Ahead, I have set traps with a lethal radius of 30 meters. Be sure to find cover to evade. When the undead have been sufficiently thinned out, charge out to regroup with Beth, Carol, Telsey, and Judith. Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, everyone marveled at the power of the traps she had mentioned, and then quickly realized Judith was still alive, their joy nearly causing them to leap in delight. Especially for Rick and Carl, who are Judith's relatives, the revelation that this little child is still alive nearly brought them to tears of joy. When the trap once again propelled into the air, annihilating all the walkers within a 20-meter radius, everyone finally comprehended the terrifying prowess of the trap that Jiujiao had described. Observing the metallic canine, Battle Wolf, wreaking havoc and leaving a greater number of walkers strewn about than all of them combined, the group chose to remain silent. They had no choice but to be quiet. Jiujiao's strength was overwhelmingly formidable and peculiarly enigmatic. Strictly speaking, neither Jiujiao's metallic dog nor the remarkably powerful trap bore any resemblance to anything they were familiar with. They could only sense that this person, hailing from Huaxia, was shrouded in mystery. Yet, Jiujiao found himself somewhat dissatisfied, particularly with the trap's singular triggering mechanism. How splendid it would be if it could be rendered invisible and controlled remotely. The group silently engaged in battle and swiftly cleared a safe path to the outside world. Consequently, Jiujiao was compelled to abandon his intention of remaining there to eliminate more walkers. Not because these individuals were too weak for him, but because one careless moment could lead to someone being bitten or even killed by a walker. Let us not forget that among these individuals were Beth's sister Maggie and her brother-in-law Glenn. Should anything happen to them, it would be challenging to explain to Beth in reality, the lives of these individuals were not of paramount importance to Jiujiao. As long as it did not pertain to his mission, anyone could be sacrificed, even if they were the protagonists of this world. However, Beth was, after all, his woman, even if only temporarily. Why Jiujiao could not be so cold-hearted? A favorable outcome was something everyone would appreciate, was it not? As for the unfinished mission, there was no need for haste. After all, 10,000 walkers were not akin to 10,000 ants that could be eliminated at will. Furthermore, Battle Wolf had already been engaged in combat for nearly an hour. If it were not recharged, it would malfunction amidst the horde, and at that point, even if Jiujiao possessed extraordinary abilities, he would be unable to retrieve Battle Wolf from the throng of walkers. Although the loss of Battle Wolf would allow for its reconstruction, emotions were involved. After all, it was his first mechanical pet, and Jiujiao held it in high regard. With this in mind, Jiujiao hesitated no longer and immediately summoned Battle Wolf back to his side, both to recharge it and to lead Beth's family out of the base. After recharging Battle Wolf, the group followed in Jiujiao's wake, fighting their way out of the base to reunite with Beth and the others. Unexpectedly, upon their reunion, the system's voice resonated, catching Jiujiao off guard. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden storyline task of rescuing Rick and others. You have gained 500 experience points. Note, host level has increased, now at level 7. Strength and stamina each increased by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increased by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please check the details yourself. To speak candidly, upon hearing the voice of the system, Jiujiao felt an immense joy, not solely due to the completion of a hidden task, but also from witnessing Beth's delight as she embraced Maggie, Glenn, Rick, and others. Jiujiao was acutely aware that his stay in this world was destined to be brief. After a year, regardless of his desires. He would have to depart. Thus, he could not bear to leave Beth alone in this world. It was better to assist her in gathering her loved ones and friends around her, ensuring that she would not be left in solitude and loneliness after his inevitable departure. Once the group finished their exchanges, Jiujiao interrupted their embraces, saying, "Hey, friends, shouldn't we first vacate this place and seek a more secure location before indulging in such tender moments?" Upon hearing this, the group paused, their expressions momentarily frozen. Though they harbored silent grievances against Jiujiao for his perceived insensitivity, none dared to oppose him. After all, he spoke the truth. Had they not noticed the numerous corpses lurking below in the base? This was hardly a suitable locale for their affections. Rick, as the leader of the group, was the first to extend his hand to Jiujiao in gratitude. Following him was Maggie, who, as an older sister, was deeply appreciative of Jiujiao for saving Beth's life and returning her to her side. Subsequently, they all ventured deeper into the woods, discussing their future plans. Listening to their pessimistic musings, Jiujiao felt exasperated. He wished to inform them that there were indeed others scheming against them, and it was a place they would find quite enjoyable. Although Jiujiao had not perceived anyone surveilling them, he was aware that Aaron from the Alexandria safe zone was lurking nearby, watching their every move. Jiujiao had his own intentions. After ensuring the safety of his companions at the Alexandria safe zone, he planned to depart alone to slay the undead and complete his tasks, while also collecting more metals and valuables to trade with Wacken upon his return. After traversing for over half an hour, they inevitably encountered the Black Preacher, Gabriel, cornered by the undead at a large rock. Once the group rescued him, they returned to Gabriel's church together. With Jiujiao's involvement, no one questioned Gabriel's peculiarities. There was no surplus food to sustain them, so after resting for a night, they departed from the church. With Jiujiao's endorsement, the preacher Gabriel joined their ranks. During the journey, Abraha proposed that they all head to Washington, D.C. But Jiujiao publicly intervened, declaring, "No, we shall not go. The so-called Washington, D.C. you speak of is devoid of any secure stronghold or research team." Upon saying this, Jiujiao forcibly pulled Eugene aside, stating, "All right, Mr. Fraud, are you ready to reveal the truth to them? I have no intention of transporting you across vast distances to some nonsensical Washington, D.C. If you do not speak the truth, I will not hesitate to end your life. Do you understand, Mr. Fraud Eugene?" With that, Jiujiao unsheathed the knife strapped to his thigh, pressing it menacingly against Eugene's throat. In that moment, Eugene had never felt death so palpably close. He was engulfed by fear, particularly in the presence of Jiujiao, a mysterious, extraordinarily powerful youth from Huaxia. The sheer potency of his combat abilities was terrifying, especially augmented by the technologically advanced mechanical dog that accompanied him. He was convinced that none present could rival Jiujiao. Furthermore, after encountering Rick and the others, he had no desire to continue towards the elusive Huafu. Thus, when threatened by Jiujiao, he did not resist. He merely grappled with how to articulate the truth. Upon witnessing Jiujiao's control over Eugene, Abraham was seized by a surge of rage. In his mind, he felt he should have perished long ago. Had it not been for Eugene's words, he would not have survived. Escorting Eugene to Huafu to save the world was his sole motivation for living, and he would not permit Jiujiao to easily expose Eugene. In the next moment, Abraham bellowed furiously, "Release Eugene, you damned Asian monkey. I will not allow you to harm him." As he spoke, he charged towards Jiujiao. Fortunately, he retained enough composure to refrain from aiming his weapon at Jiujiao. Clearly unwilling to repay kindness with betrayal by shooting him. Of course, Jiujiao was unperturbed by the prospect of Abraham firing at him. Not only did he possess confidence in his ability to shield Eugene from bullets, but even a fierce warrior like him would struggle to pull the trigger. Indeed, in the next instant, Abraham, furious and charging at Jiujiao, was intercepted by the fierce war wolf, who pounced from the side. In a mere moment, Abraham was brought crashing to the ground. The force of 1,000 kilograms was far beyond what a mere human could withstand. His limbs were pinned to the ground by the war wolf, leaving him impotently cursing Jiujiao and the beast. "Let me go. If you have the guts, release me and let me face you, you Asian monkey. I'll knock your teeth out and feed them to the cattle. You damn Asian monkey. And you filthy metal lump." Among the onlookers, Rick and his companions were filled with doubt, yet Carol and Beth completely trusted Jiujiao, for he had no reason to deceive them. Moreover, aside from Carol and her group, everyone else had been saved by Jiujiao, had they not? Rosita was utterly stunned. She contemplated intervening to rescue Abraham, but subconsciously found herself more inclined to believe Jiujiao's words, feeling Eugene lacked the trust she once had in him. Had it not been for Abraham's unwavering faith in Eugene, she would not have accompanied him on this perilous journey to Huafu. Along the way, their once small group had suffered numerous losses, all in the name of protecting Eugene, and she had long ceased to care about reaching that so-called Huafu. Realizing that no one, aside from the towering Abraham, stood up to defend him, Eugene understood that he could not escape this situation unscathed. Resigned, he finally spoke, "Fine, fine. I will speak the truth." Upon concluding his words, he gestured for Jiujiao to sheath her knife. Observing this, Jiujiao complied, retracting her weapon, urging Eugene to speak the truth. Eugene glanced around at the assembly, and, save for the incessantly shouting Abraham, the rest remained silent. He continued, "In truth, I am not a scientist. I am merely a reclusive individual with a myriad of interests. The reason I deceived you all into coming to Washington was solely for the sake of survival. You all understand how desperately someone like me, lacking in courage and combat prowess, requires protection. Washington is the capital of the entire United States. I believe that only there could we find safety. Am I not correct? My intentions were purely for the collective good. I simply did not anticipate the arduous journey ahead. We have lost so many lives before even traversing half the distance. To be candid, I no longer wish to go to Washington. I beseech your forgiveness. After all, my intentions were noble. Would you not agree?" With that, Eugene bowed deeply before the assembly, particularly to Abraham and Rosita, even lowering his head to the ground. Clearly, his remorse toward these two was profound, especially since Rosita's team members had perished due to his actions. Upon hearing Eugene's confession, it became evident to all that reaching Washington was a futile endeavor, and thus, the assembly found themselves devoid of purpose. Engulfed in uncertainty, Rosita and Abraham were plunged into despair, nearly suffocating under its weight. Just moments ago, Abraham had been fiercely struggling, yet now, he resembled a drained bear, allowing the wolf warrior to pin him to the ground, his vacant gaze drifting through the creature's head toward the sky, murmuring inaudibly. Initially stunned, Rosita soon shook her head in disbelief, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks, mourning not only for herself but for Abraham and the fallen members of their team. In the next moment, Rosita's emotions erupted, and she raised her weapon to shoot the bowed Eugene. However, Jiujiao reacted swiftly, unleashing a burst of speed at 17 meters per second to elevate Rosita's firearm before she could pull the trigger. In a flash, she disarmed Rosita, stating, as he has articulated, "Although he deceived you, his intentions were indeed good. He merely wished to reach Washington. Consider this. If we could safely arrive there, it might indeed be an improvement over our current predicament. Would it not?" What he failed to contemplate was the sheer number of walkers that lay between here and Washington, making a safe arrival virtually impossible. My intention in exposing his deception was merely to encourage everyone to reflect upon their future paths. With that, Jiujiao shook her head at the wolf warrior, signaling him to release Abraham before continuing, "Wolf warrior, bring forth those hidden outside." Upon uttering this command, amidst the puzzled expressions of the assembly, Jiujiao called out loudly toward the distance, "Hey, my dear friend. I am acutely aware of your presence and understand that you harbor no ill intentions towards us. However, your constant surveillance without any intention of revealing yourselves seems rather unfriendly. Does it not? I have instructed my pet to summon you forth, and it would be most prudent for you to follow it obediently. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival in this place. I assure you that if you approach with sincerity, I will ensure your safety, and I kindly ask for the cooperation of both gentlemen." These words instantly heightened the vigilance of those present, including the sorrowful Rosita, who, despite the tears still staining her cheeks, prepared herself for battle. Among the assembled, only Jiujiao and Abraham appeared unperturbed. The distinction lay in Jiujiao's genuine lack of fear, while Abraham had succumbed to a state of withdrawal, his aspirations having crumbled before him. Meanwhile, Aaron and Sam experienced a level of panic they had never encountered before, fully aware of the terrifying nature of that metallic hound. Initially contemplating flight, they found themselves too intimidated to flee after hearing Jiujiao's proclamation. After all, no matter how swift their movements, they could not outpace the metallic dog that moved with the swiftness of a shadow. Additionally, Aaron had nearly completed his assessment of Rick and his companions, planning to find an opportunity to engage with them. However, he had not anticipated the presence of someone like Jiujiao, which inadvertently exposed their intentions. Nevertheless, upon Jiujiao's suggestion for a face-to-face meeting, Aaron and Sam complied and awaited the encounter. Before long, the crowd beheld two impeccably clean men approaching under the escort of the war wolf. From a distance, the newcomers raised their hands in greeting. With Aaron leading the way, declaring, "Greetings, everyone. We bear no malice, and my name is Aaron, and this is my friend Sam, as this gentleman mentioned. Our purpose here is to invite you to our base. Please grant me a moment. I shall elaborate on the details of our establishment." Upon hearing this, the assembly paused in collective astonishment, their expressions rife with skepticism and disbelief. Yet, Jiujiao interjected, "War Wolf and I have been aware of your presence since our arrival. You have been hiding nearby all along. If you claim to be here to extend an invitation, then reveal your sincerity." Following this, Jiujiao turned to Rick and his group, stating, "I believe you have discerned that they are not armed personnel. Nor do they appear to be villains. I think it would be wise for you to listen to what they have to say, considering you have no better alternatives at present. Furthermore, let us not forget that 2 children are among you. A secure location would be far more suitable for Judith and Carl's well-being." Upon hearing these words, Rick and his companions momentarily froze, then silently lowered their weapons, turning their gazes toward Aaron and Sam. Upon witnessing this, Aaron let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "We have traveled from over 100 kilometers away to the Alexander Resort, where ample electricity, water, and food are available, alongside comfortable beds and sturdy, towering walls that ensure our safety." As he spoke, he removed a stack of photographs from his backpack and displayed them to Rick and the others. Upon seeing these images, Rick and his companions were captivated. The resort's surroundings appeared exceptionally beautiful, devoid of any semblance of a post-apocalyptic world. Jiujiao, noticing the glimmer of interest in the others' eyes, further encouraged, "Hey, folks. I believe it would be worthwhile to accompany Aaron for a visit. If it does not meet our expectations, we can simply leave, can't we?" Upon hearing this, Carol and the others were even more intrigued, turning their gazes towards Rick, seemingly awaiting his final decision. After a moment's contemplation, Rick resolutely decided to lead everyone in following Aaron to Alexander. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more, "Congratulations, host. You have triggered Task 4, escort Rick and the others safely to the Alexander Resort. Completing this task will reward the host with 1,000 experience points." After hearing the system's notification, Jiujiao mused, "Is it truly so?" The tasks continue to unfold. Ever since rescuing Beth, tasks 1, 2, 3, and now 4 have emerged. Are there more tasks to follow? With Rick's decision to proceed to the Alexander Resort, the group casually gathered their belongings. Rick and Glenn returned Jiujiao's Glock and rifle to her. They exited the woods and boarded the vehicle arranged by Aaron, setting off for the Alexander Resort under his guidance. Only then did Jiujiao find the time to examine her upgraded attribute panel. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16. Occupation: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 7, 400-800. Attributes: Strength: 4. 5 Stamina, 4.5 Intelligence, 9 Spirit, 9 Agility, 9 Speed, 17 ms Energy, 900. Regeneration Rate: 9 points minute. Occupational Talents: 1. Novice Combat Master. 2. Novice Mechanical Master. Pet: Mechanical Dog, War Wolf Mount, None Special Space, Mechanical Manufacturing Space 100 square meters, Mechanical Traps 14 Blueprints, None Note, Time-Space Travel Function remaining 0 times Note, Unique Mainline Super God Level Task, Eliminate Thanos and his minions, Successful completion rewards 6 Infinity Stones. Upon reviewing her attribute panel, Jiujiao suddenly recalled her task 4, pondering with curiosity why a seemingly simple escort mission warranted a reward of 1,000 experience points. Regrettably, after pondering for an extended period, Jiujiao, drawing from her past experiences of watching dramas, could not fathom why they had not encountered any dangers along this journey. Unable to make sense of it, she decided to cease her speculation and attributed the relative safety to the presence of Rick and the others. Beside her, Beth wrapped her arms around Jiujiao's, resting her head gently on her shoulder. Maggie and Glenn, nestled closely together, scrutinized Jiujiao intently. Both harbored hopes that Beth would find a reliable sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, and they believed Jiujiao's formidable strength would ensure Beth's safety. Their sole concern was that, despite her youthful appearance, Jiujiao exhibited an unsettling intensity for violence, which was evident when she ruthlessly eliminated Greg's gang at the base without hesitation. The distance of over 100 kilometers, in fact, did not require much time. It had merely been 2 hours since their departure, and they had already traversed more than half the journey. At that moment, several pickup trucks suddenly emerged from the roadside, obstructing their path. The vehicles screeched to a halt, and the force of the abrupt stop nearly propelled the occupants into the backs of the seats in front of them. However, Jiujiao, quick to react, sensed something amiss. She leaned out of the window and spotted 2 fully armed pickup trucks, along with more than a dozen armed personnel on board. It dawned on her why the system had assigned such a high experience value to Task 4. There was indeed more to this journey than met the eye. Understanding that a confrontation was imminent, Jiujiao communicated with the battle wolf in the back of the last truck, preparing it for the impending skirmish. As anticipated, the next moment, over 20 individuals disembarked from the blocking pickups, encircling Jiujiao's group. The foremost man, brandishing a handgun, strutted confidently towards their RV, tapping the gun against the door as a signal for those inside to open it. Rick, eyeing the hostile demeanor of the armed man, hesitated before reluctantly opening the door. Once the door swung open, the man approached, casting a glance at the driver, Rick, before turning to address the occupants of the RV, arms outstretched in a gesture of mock hospitality. Aha! Welcome to the territory of the Savior Army. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Simon, the leader of the Savior Army. I must remind you that upon entering our domain, you are obliged to adhere to our rules. Therefore, please surrender all your automatic weapons, and we shall allow you to leave. What say you? Are you willing to peacefully hand over your weapons? With those words, his eyes, large and menacing, glinted with a chilling intensity, suggesting that should Jiujiao and her companions refuse to comply, he would not hesitate to order their demise. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiujiao's mind. Host has triggered the ultimate hidden task. Annihilate the Savior Army, eliminate the leader Negan, 01, and the lieutenants, 05, causing the Savior Army to disband. Completion of the task rewards 10,000 experience points and expands the mechanical space to 1,000 square meters. Upon hearing the system's task notification, Jiujiao could not help but grind her teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing the absurdity of the system's missions. The Saviors can be regarded as the most formidable antagonists in the world of the undead, with the grandiose figure of Negan standing out as a sadistic yet undeniably charismatic villain, far surpassing other notorious foes such as the Governor, the cannibal leader Gareth, the Whisperer Alpha, and the garbage king Jadis. The precise number of Saviors can be roughly estimated from the series, suggesting they number close to 1,000. They are heavily armed, boasting an arsenal that even includes heavy machine guns. Thus, the prospect of their annihilation presents a significant challenge for Jiujiao. The immediate threat is posed by Simon, a cunning individual who seeks to usurp Negan's power. Simon's malevolence surpasses even that of Negan. While Negan is ruthless in his killings, he adheres to certain moral boundaries, treating Alexandria, the Kingdom, and Hilltop as his resource bases. Even when confronted with resistance from these communities, he refrains from complete obliteration. In stark contrast, Simon's creed dictates that any dissent must be met with total destruction, serving as a grim warning to others. Given that the ultimate mission has been triggered, Jiujiao cannot afford to overlook Simon. However, he bides his time for the moment to strike. After all, Simon's henchmen are encircled around the convoy. Should he act now, Simon would undoubtedly meet his demise, but the fate of those within the vehicle remains uncertain. While Jiujiao is indifferent to the lives of Rick and his companions, he feels a sense of obligation towards Beth, as well as her sister and brother-in-law, Glenn. Though immediate action is not feasible, he devises a plan for the werewolves to stealthily infiltrate the vicinity of the Savior's convoy. As they prepare to depart, a sudden assault will draw their attention, allowing Jiujiao to emerge from concealment and launch a decisive strike, effectively eliminating them all. With this strategy firmly in mind, he telepathically contacted the werewolves, retrieving his mechanical crossbow and Beth's from his spatial storage, while leaving behind his handgun and rifle for the time being, as they would merely serve as tools for a subsequent confrontation. Ultimately, Simon's words have compelled Rick to concede. Rick turned back to regard the others in the vehicle and proclaimed, "Hand over all weapons." His declaration left Abraham and the others perplexed. Yet, as Rick is the leader and under the duress of the Saviors, they begrudgingly complied, surrendering their weapons to the approaching lackeys of the Saviors, retaining only daggers and other close combat arms for self-defense. Simon, observing the subdued anger of the group, felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. His sense of triumph was well-founded. He had merely been an ordinary man before the apocalypse, but now, in the aftermath, he stood as a figure of immense power, a ruler whose words could determine life and death. Truly a remarkable transformation. He even fantasized about the day when the Saviors would not only dominate this state but expand their influence across the entirety of the United States, becoming an omnipotent force. Satisfied with this notion, Simon cast one last glance at the occupants of the vehicle before strutting down from the RV with an air of arrogance. As soon as Simon departed, several hot-headed individuals in the vehicle could no longer contain their curses. It was at this moment that Jiujiao rose, disregarding Beth's attempts to restrain him, and made his way towards the door of the vehicle. Jiujiao's actions naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Rick, as their leader, spoke up and inquired, "What do you intend to do? I am aware of your formidable capabilities, but the opposing force is numerous. and you are unarmed. You wish to provoke them without regard for the lives of those in the vehicle, thereby endangering us all? I command you to remain in the car. Hearing the unmistakable blend of compromise and authority in Rick's tone, Jiujiao, without turning back, retorted, Mr. Rick, please recognize your position. I am neither your subordinate nor a part of your ranks. You have no right to issue orders to me as if I were one of your minions or to dictate my actions. I shall do as I please, understood? With that, Jiujiao raised his right hand dismissively and continued, in this world, there is no one who can command me at will. No one can bully me without facing consequences. If you choose to cower like a turtle, that is your prerogative, but I, Jiujiao, absolutely, will not. Each of the final 4 words was enunciated with conviction as he resolutely descended from the mobile home. Having sensed that the war wolves were about to spring into action, he, as both the master and the hunter, could not afford to lag behind. Jiujiao's declaration left the occupants of the vehicle utterly stunned. Only a few, such as Carol, Abraham, Daryl, and Rosita, admired him, while the majority deemed him reckless and overconfident. The saviors had already returned to their 2 pickup trucks, preparing to leave the area. Jiujiao also exited the mobile home, swiftly retrieving a mechanical crossbow from his spatial pocket with a flick of his wrist, the sound of a click signaling the readiness of the steel ball magazine. He then dashed forward, for the war wolves had already initiated their assault. 2 members of the saviors had been unexpectedly ambushed and felled by the metallic beast, their weapons still in hand, yet unable to fire a single shot before the war wolf's iron claws had torn through their throats, resulting in their demise. The sudden turn of events sent the saviors into a panic, as the emergence of the war wolf had caught them entirely off guard. None had anticipated that their attackers would be a metallic monstrosity. Simon, the leader, managed to maintain his composure, and upon realizing that the war wolf was merely a metal dog, promptly issued a command to open fire. Shoot it. I care not what it is. Any entity that dares to kill a member of the saviors must pay with its life. Open fire and eliminate it. Upon hearing this, the henchmen quickly encircled the war wolf, their cries of bravado punctuating the air as they began to shoot at it. The war wolf's objective was to draw fire, and being besieged by the saviors provided the perfect opportunity for Jiujiao to advance and take down these assailants. At this moment, Jiujiao surged forward to a position 30 meters behind the saviors, refraining from recklessly firing at them. Instead, he set a mechanical trap on the ground leading to the roadside before raising his crossbow and commencing his assault. With a rapid succession of whoosh whoosh whoosh, the steel ball projectiles were unleashed, striking down several of the Salvation Army's minions behind without surprise. The sound of the steel balls being fired was drowned out by gunfire, leaving the other members of the Salvation Army oblivious to Jiujiao's ambush. All attention was ensnared by the dodging battle wolf, and it was only when Jiujiao executed 2 more shots that Simon, hiding behind a vehicle, finally took notice. Turning back, he beheld Jiujiao brandishing a peculiar crossbow, having stealthily eliminated 5 of his subordinates. Fury ignited in Simon's eyes as he witnessed the defiance, and in the next moment, he raised his handgun and spun around to fire at Jiujiao, bellowing, "This damned thing must be that Asian brat's doing. If we kill him, there will be no one left to command. Leave half of you to restrain that monster, and the rest, eliminate this Asian brat." Upon hearing his orders, the Salvation Army swiftly responded. Half continued to fire at the battle wolf to impede its advance, while the other half redirected their weapons to prepare for an assault on Jiujiao. Jiujiao, not being invulnerable, was acutely aware of the perilous hail of bullets and did not dare confront it head-on. As Spencer opened fire, Jiujiao had already dashed towards the woods bordering the roadside. Fortunately, the distance was merely a dozen meters, and with a velocity of 17 meters per second, Jiujiao reached the edge of the forest in just over a second. Just as bullets were about to reach him, he dove into the thicket, rolling several times before taking refuge behind a large tree. Upon witnessing Jiujiao's flight, Simon was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to avenge his fallen subordinates. He immediately led a portion of his men, suppressing Jiujiao with gunfire while pursuing him into the woods. As for Rick and the others in the armored vehicle, Simon paid them no mind. To him, they were merely robust ants devoid of weaponry. The few members of the Salvation Army chasing after Jiujiao failed to notice the mechanical traps beneath their feet, thus triggering them without delay. In a moment of terror, the mechanical trap emitted a hum as it launched into the air. The next instant, a series of whoosh 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 echoed continuously within seconds, enveloping a 20-meter radius in a storm of crossbow bolts and steel balls. The relentless barrage left the hapless Salvation Army members with nowhere to hide, resulting in a cacophony of terrified screams as they fell to the ground, riddled with bolts and steel pellets. The horrifying weaponry left Simon, who had initially felt fortunate, in a state of shock and dread. Indeed, he was truly fortunate. Just as he commanded his subordinates to pursue Jiujiao, an inexplicable instinct compelled him to pause, casting a wary glance at the battle wolf, which was still evading attacks. That single glance saved him, keeping him outside the lethal 20-meter radius of the trap, thus sparing him from its deadly grasp. With all his men pursuing Jiujiao now deceased, Simon was utterly terrified and realized that the remaining men could not contend with Jiujiao. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he called out to Jiujiao in the woods, "Hey, Asian brat, are you truly certain you wish to oppose us, the Salvation Army? I acknowledge your remarkable prowess. However, you must understand that our Salvation Army consists of thousands. Even if you are extraordinary, can you truly vanquish all of us on your own, alongside your pet? Perhaps you should contemplate joining our ranks instead. Beauty, power, fine wine, and sumptuous feasts. Everything could be yours should you choose to align with us. What do you say? Are you willing to accept my invitation?" In response, Jiujiao disdainfully curled her lips and retorted, "Join you to rob others and become a creature more despicable than the undead in this apocalypse. No, I refuse to become a beast. I aspire to be a human, a normal person who retains their conscience. From the moment you stepped onto the RV and confiscated my weapons, you and your Salvation Army became my adversaries. To treat enemies, we in Huaxia have a saying for you. Eradicate evil to the utmost." With that, Jiujiao issued a command to the war wolf with her mind, instructing it to relentlessly pursue and eliminate the remaining members of the Salvation Army, regardless of the bullets that might strike it. Simultaneously, she charged out of the woods with fervor. Simon, realizing he could not deceive Jiujiao, cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and began firing his handgun at her retreating figure. Unfortunately, Simon was no sharpshooter. His reflexes could not keep pace with Jiujiao's speed, and several bullets whizzed past her without inflicting so much as a scratch. Meanwhile, the war wolf plunged through the hail of bullets towards the 5 remaining Salvation Army members. Countless rounds struck its metallic form, sending sparks flying. Though the onslaught left its body pockmarked and battered, it sustained no real damage. Amidst the desperate wails of the Salvation Army members, the war wolf lunged forward, leaping into the air and, upon landing, bringing 2 of them crashing to the ground. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it knocked the other 3 down as well. Then, coiling its tail back, it swiftly pierced the skulls of the 2 fallen enemies. Producing a sickening sound, before the remaining members could rise, the war wolf was already in motion again, sinking its teeth into one enemy's neck. As its tail swung, it repeatedly impaled the necks of the 2 who had just managed to get back on their feet. Simon, entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him, was startled when the gunfire abruptly ceased, only to be followed by the agonizing cries of his subordinates, sending him into a state of sheer terror. Under immense psychological pressure, Simon refused to resign himself to defeat, desperately hoping to kill Jiujiao and compel that accursed metallic beast to halt. Alas, fate was not on his side. How many bullets could his handgun hold? Even after switching to a new magazine while pursuing Jiujiao, how many rounds could he still fire after unleashing a barrage in her direction? Indeed, as Simon's anguished cries echoed, his handgun emitted a hollow click, signaling his despair. With that metallic monster behind him and Jiujiao, who eluded his shots, in front, what options remained for him? Unwilling to succumb to death so easily, he clumsily fumbled for another magazine, frantic to reload. Yet, Jiujiao was swifter. Just as he removed the spent magazine, a cold object pressed against the back of his head. Simon's action of reloading abruptly halted as he slowly lifted his head, only to be met by a technologically advanced crossbow. Through the gaps of the crossbow, he caught sight of Jiujiao's face, with her eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Simon's legs weakened involuntarily, transforming his half-crouched stance into one of kneeling on the ground. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he heard Jiujiao's icy voice declare, "Save your army, ha! How trivial! Go to hell and repent for the souls that perished at your hands." With her words lingering in the air, the last sound Simon heard was a buzz, thud as a steel ball penetrated his skull at close range. Subsequently, Simon's body fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, staring vacantly into the distance. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, the onlookers in the vehicle watched in astonishment, mouths agape, as the sudden attack of the war wolf was followed by Jiujiao's ambush, setting traps that exterminated the entire Savior army. They found themselves spectators to a cinematic spectacle, questioning in their minds, are these truly Earthlings? How could they possess such prowess? Surely, a film wouldn't dare portray such feats. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Jiujiao cast a sympathetic glance at the war wolf, who had approached him, nuzzling against his thigh. Noticing the multitude of bullet wounds on its body, he lamented the impending waste of energy and metal required to restore the war wolf. At that moment, Jiujiao's desire to acquire vibranium intensified. With it, he could reconstruct the war wolf's body, rendering it impervious to any ballistic assault. Lost in contemplation, Jiujiao retrieved his original gear from the vehicle and re-equipped himself. It was only then that the others emerged from the RV, stepping onto the battlefield strewn with corpses, their expressions a tapestry of reactions directed at Jiujiao. A few battle-hardened individuals looked at him with awe and admiration, while Rick and others regarded him with caution and trepidation. Beth, however, rushed into Jiujiao's embrace, heedless of the surroundings, and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Maggie observed the two with a mixture of satisfaction and concern, her thoughts unknown. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally parted, yet Beth clung tightly to Jiujiao, as if fearful he might vanish at any moment. At last, Jiujiao turned to the others and, in a nonchalant tone, remarked, "You may reclaim your weapons, including those of the Savior Army. Time is of the essence, and we have a considerable distance to traverse, so let us hasten." Upon finishing his statement, Jiujiao noticed the evident worry and fear etched on Aaron's face. He shook his head and reassured Aaron, "Do not fret. My only concern is for Beth. Once I escort you to the manor, I shall take my leave. I will seek out the Savior Army and eradicate them completely. You need not fear that I will pose a threat to your manor. Truly, I have no interest in usurping anyone's leadership." This declaration instantly eased the tension among Rick, Aaron, and the others, as they were all reluctant for Jiujiao to remain at the manor. It was clear to them that someone of such ferocity would be impossible to contain. Remaining at the villa, free to do as she pleases under the watchful eye of Jiujiao, was an enticing prospect for her. Upon hearing this, Beth immediately became agitated and exclaimed, "No, uncle, you cannot abandon me. I wish to accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, even to death. I will not leave your side." Moved by her fervent words, Jiujiao felt a swell of emotion but could not bear the thought of Beth facing perilous conditions alongside him. He gently embraced her and reassured her, saying, "No, Beth, you cannot come with me. The enemies are far too numerous, and I cannot ensure your safety. Rest assured, I would never recklessly charge into the Salvation Army to engage in slaughter. Instead, I shall hunt them down methodically, eliminating them one by one. You and your sister must remain at the villa for my peace of mind. I promise you, once I have vanquished all of the Salvation Army, I shall return to seek you out at that time. Will you not stand by my side? Besides, do you still doubt my capabilities? Fear not, I shall not perish easily. Trust in me." Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Beth hesitated. Truth be told, she did not wish to part from him, but as Jiujiao pointed out, she was all too aware of her own limitations. While she could manage to defeat a few mindless foes, engaging in battle against hundreds or thousands of enemies was beyond her. She did not want to become a burden to Jiujiao. Contemplating this, Beth tilted her head to gaze at Jiujiao, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Then uncle, shall we not seek out the Salvation Army? Once we reach the villa, we will be safe, will we not?" Hearing this, Jiujiao reached out to wipe away the tears that had already stained Beth's cheeks, suppressing his own feelings of reluctance and sorrow as he shook his head and deceitfully reassured her, "No, Beth, I seek out the Salvation Army precisely for our future. Do you truly believe that hiding in the villa will keep us safe? No, given the Salvation Army's modus operandi, it is only a matter of time before they discover the villa, and when that day comes, they will seize everything within. Will we still be safe then? It is far better for me to take the initiative and eliminate them before they come knocking on our door. Do you understand, Beth?" Upon hearing his words, Beth's tears flowed even more swiftly, unstoppable as she sought to persuade Jiujiao further but recognized the truth in his argument. Realizing she could not sway him, Beth turned to her sister Maggie, seeking her assistance in persuading Jiujiao not to confront the Salvation Army. Maggie, seeing the desperate plea in Beth's eyes, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. While she admired Jiujiao's foresight, she was resolutely opposed to her sister accompanying him into danger. After a moment's hesitation, Maggie stepped forward, gently pulling Beth from Jiujiao's embrace and urged, "Beth, he is right. He alone possesses the capability to address the threat posed by the Salvation Army. You must trust ye, believe that he will triumph over them and return safely. Remain with me in the villa, awaiting his return. Will you?" Upon hearing this, Beth tilted her head to gaze at Maggie, uncertainly inquiring, "Is it true, sister?" What more could Maggie say? She could only resolutely nod at Beth, affirming her words. Meanwhile, Rick and the others had retrieved their weapons and stowed away those of the Savior Army, ensuring that they did not disturb Jiujiao and her companions, each returning to their respective vehicles. Seizing the opportunity, Jiujiao maneuvered all the pickup trucks to the roadside, clearing the path. Finally, she embraced Beth and returned to the vehicle, as Rick started the engine and continued their journey. Throughout the ride, Beth spoke not a word, simply clutching Jiujiao's arm tightly, resting her head firmly on Jiujiao's shoulder. The remainder of the journey was uneventful, and upon reaching the villa, it was already 8 in the evening. Upon entering the villa, due to the lateness of the hour, there was no time to meet the leader, Counselor Diana. Aaron arranged accommodations for Rick and the others. True to the original narrative, Rick wished to gather everyone in one villa to guard against any unforeseen events. However, Jiujiao was unwilling to share their quarters and opted to stay alone with Beth in a separate villa. For one, the moment they safely arrived at the villa, Mission 4 had been accomplished. Furthermore, it was time to take a proper bath and enjoy one last night with Beth. Indeed, it had been nearly 2 months since he had arrived in this world. And once he had dismantled the Savior Army, he would be on the verge of departing from this realm. Perhaps this was to be his final night with Beth. Jiujiao had contemplated bringing Beth back to the Marvel Universe, but the system informed him that it was currently incapable of transporting individuals from other realms through time and space. There was nothing he could do. Even though Beth was the first woman in both of his lives combined, he was powerless to take her with him, leaving her behind in this world. Fortunately, he could completely eradicate the Savior Army, thus resolving the villa's greatest adversary. He believed that even in his absence, the villa would be able to endure. Beth, aware that Jiujiao would be leaving her the next day, uncertain of his safe return, was particularly proactive that night. From the moment they entered the villa, she clung to Jiujiao, refusing to part from him. After they bathed, they prepared a genuine dinner together. That evening, Beth appeared quite exuberant, and Jiujiao did his utmost to indulge her. It was not until 6 in the morning that the exhausted Beth finally succumbed to sleep. Jiujiao, dragging his nearly fatigued body, gently extricated himself from Beth's embrace, rose from bed, and donned his clothing. Just as he lifted his foot to take a step, he nearly stumbled and fell. Were it not for Jiujiao's enhanced physical prowess, 5 times that of an ordinary person, he would have surely lost his balance, prompting him to reflect. Indeed, it is true what they say. Equipping himself with all his gear, Jiujiao returned to the bedside. Observing Beth closely, he noted how her golden hair partially obscured her lovely face, while the other half lay delicately upon the pillow. He admired her infant-like sleeping posture until, 10 minutes later, he placed the specially crafted mechanical crossbow on the nightstand next to Beth's bed, leaving behind 1,000 arrows and several thousand steel pellets. Resolutely, Jiujiao quietly exited the bedroom. 025 The outpost of the Savior Army. Emerging from the realm of pets, he summoned the well-rested yet unrepaired werewolf, departing the villa with his companion. Jiujiao borrowed an automobile from the manor and proceeded directly to a satellite station he had meticulously researched. He was aware from the narrative that several outposts of the Savior Army were indeed located within such satellite stations. Although the precise location of the Savior Army's base was not disclosed in the story, Jiujiao resolved to first eliminate the outpost, interrogating the survivors to glean the whereabouts of the base and other outposts. Thereafter, he planned to set traps, as he had promised Beth, gradually hunting down the members of the Savior Army. On the journey, Jiujiao stored the werewolf within his mechanical space, employing energy to mend its form. Utilizing the remaining energy, he crafted 3 mechanical traps and replenished his supply of crossbow bolts and steel pellets. He also took a moment to review his attributes panel. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16. Profession: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 8, 600-900. Attributes: Strength: 5 Stamina, 5 Intelligence, 10 Mentality, 10 Agility, 10 Speed, 18 ms Energy, 1000, 10 points minute recovery rate. Professional Talents: 1. Novice Combat Master. 2. Novice Mechanical Master. Pet: Mechanical Dog, Werewolf Mount, None Special Space. Mechanical Manufacturing Space 100 square meters. Mechanical Traps 17 Blueprints, None Note. Time Travel Function remaining 0 times Note. Unique Mainline Super God Level Task: Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion rewards 6 Cosmic Gems. Hidden Task 3. Kill Zombies 3,520 10,000. Heads, Reward Experience 5,000. Blueprint for Ordinary Motorcycle Modification. Ultimate Hidden Task: Annihilate the Savior Army. Kill the Chief Negan. 01. Leaders 1-5. Causing the Savior Army to collapse, with a reward of 5,000 experience and an expansion of the mechanical space to 1,000 square meters. Was he satisfied? To be honest, Jiujiao was quite content. Although his strength of 400 kilograms seemed trivial compared to the cosmic might of Thanos, this was merely the first world. Furthermore, with 10 years at his disposal, he had ample time to develop and enhance his power. The war wolf and mechanical traps instilled a significant confidence within him. After all, these were merely rudimentary mechanical creations. As blueprint levels advanced in the future, he believed that more mechanical pets would join his ranks, equipping him to face Thanos' extraterrestrial legions with formidable strength. The only source of discontent for Jiujiao was the current limitation of summoning only one mechanical pet, as gleaned from the system's insights. Mechanical pets can be produced without limitation, yet currently, only one can be summoned for combat. Jiujiao had contemplated the notion of creating several mechanical dogs, but upon reflecting on their relatively modest combat capabilities, he abandoned the idea of manufacturing multiple units. His plans upon exiting were quite explicit: to systematically eliminate the zombies while completing Hidden Task 3, gradually clearing out the outposts of the Salvation Army until their forces were drawn out, allowing him to employ mechanical traps for ambushes, maximizing the number of foes he could eliminate. Ultimately, he intended to join forces with the Warwolf to infiltrate the Salvation Army's base, dispatching the remaining 4 leaders and the formidable boss. By dawn, Jiujiao had traveled several dozen kilometers away from the villa, and the number of zombies along the road began to increase. He exited the vehicle, retracting it into his spatial compartment, dismantling it into materials for future use. Accompanied by the fully restored war wolf, he commenced his relentless assault on the zombies, making his way toward the satellite station. Meanwhile, at Alexander Villa, Rick and the others had already awakened, and Maggie promptly headed to the villa of Jiujiao and Beth. The sight that greeted her was Beth still peacefully slumbering, but Jiujiao was nowhere to be found. Noticing the tear stains on her sister's face, Maggie understood that Jiujiao had indeed embarked on his quest to eradicate the Salvation Army alone, just as he had declared. To be honest, Maggie's feelings were quite complicated. She acknowledged Jiujiao's prowess, yet was deeply concerned about her sister following him, fearing that one day she might perish in the outside world. After all, Jiujiao harbored a fierce killing intent, evident in the rescue station and even more so when facing the Salvation Army. Such a person, regardless of his strength, left her uneasy about her sister's safety. Once everyone learned that Jiujiao had departed, Rick and the others finally relaxed. Even those like Abraham who admired Jiujiao shared this sentiment. Only Carol held a different perspective. Her philosophy resonated with that of Jiujiao's. Irrespective of who the adversary might be or how many there were, if they posed a threat to family, one must adopt Jiujiao's merciless approach to ensure safety. By 10 in the morning, Jiujiao had lost track of the number of zombies he and the Warwolf had dispatched. He was disinclined to check the system information, as the figure of 10,000 was simply overwhelming. He was only aware that along their path, they encountered both solitary zombies and clusters of 10 to 20 roaming together. Driven by the belief that slaying one equated to achieving 1/10,000th of his goal, Jiujiao and the Warwolf pressed onward. Amidst this, Jiujiao pondered how to efficiently eliminate zombies on a larger scale. Several strategies crossed his mind, such as gathering zombies into a confined space for mass extermination using gasoline or explosives. Unfortunately, after years of apocalypse, while gasoline and explosives were not entirely absent, they were certainly challenging to procure. Alternatively, he considered employing mechanical traps for collective extermination. However, the limitation lay in the trap's inability to be remotely triggered, as either a single zombie or a horde could activate them, rendering the situation uncontrollable. One of the reasons why Jiujiao found it impractical to execute a mass slaughter. After much contemplation, he concluded that he would have to adapt his tactics based on the circumstances at hand, employing varied methods to eliminate the zombies. Upon arriving at the satellite base, it was already midday. Jiujiao concealed himself within the thicket, first replenishing the energy of the war wolf, instructing it to keep watch. He retrieved canned meat, biscuits, and mineral water from his spatial storage to partake in a modest lunch. After finishing his meal, he took out his binoculars to survey the satellite base. Perhaps due to the lunch hour, Jiujiao only spotted 2 members of the Savior Army stationed atop the building, failing to observe anyone else. The undead outside the base had been thoroughly cleared by the Savior Army, and the occasional wandering zombie was not met with gunfire from the guards. This left Jiujiao in a quandary regarding the number of personnel within the base, the general state of their firepower, and the presence of weapons such as grenades or machine guns. He was utterly in the dark and thus hesitated to launch an assault on the base. Fortunately, around 2 o'clock, the main gate of the base swung open, and over 30 individuals began to emerge. Among them, more than 10 boarded vehicles parked outside, while a larger group mounted motorcycles, led by a minor commander, departing the base to an unknown destination. Jiujiao refrained from pursuing them. Instead, witnessing their exodus sparked a plan within him. Once these individuals ventured far enough, he intended to stealthily infiltrate the base with the war wolf, eliminate the guards, and then lay in ambush for their return, devising a strategy to take them down one by one. After a half-hour had passed since the savior army had departed, Jiujiao set his plan into motion. Seizing a moment when the guards above turned away, he and the war wolf darted forth. The thicket was but a few dozen meters from the base's entrance, and at Jiujiao's current speed, it took mere seconds to cover the distance. By the time the two guards turned back, Jiujiao and the war wolf had already reached the base's entrance. Fortunately, the gate was unlocked, allowing them easy access to the interior. Inside, few remained. Aside from a handful of guards dozing in the rooms, the place was nearly deserted. Jiujiao commanded the war wolf to ascend to the rooftop and eliminate the two guards, while he, armed with a mechanical crossbow, methodically searched each room, dispatching the slumbering members of the savior army one by one. As for the remaining weapons within the base, Jiujiao unceremoniously collected them into his spatial storage, thereafter commencing to set traps throughout the base. In truth, Jiujiao was perhaps overly cautious. Given his combat prowess combined with that of the war wolf, in the confined environment of the base, even 100 or 80 members of the savior army would pose no challenge to them. Nonetheless, prudence is a virtue, and his caution was indeed warranted. After all, this was a battle, not a game, and one could never be too careful. Once he had set a trap in the corridor, Jiujiao found a suitable spot to rest. It was not until nearly dusk that he learned from the war wolf, stationed outside, that the savior army had returned to the base. Rising to his feet, Jiujiao assessed his equipment. This time, he opted not for the mechanical crossbow, but rather for the more convenient handgun. With the capacity of 33 rounds and its lightweight, compact design, a pistol is evidently more convenient than a mechanical crossbow in confined spaces. Hidden within the central chamber of the base station, Jiujiao crouched patiently behind a collection of large machines, akin to a seasoned hunter awaiting her prey. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang concealed himself outside the base, ever ready to launch a lethal assault on the Salvation Army from behind. Before long, the air was filled with the clamor of heated arguments at the entrance of the base, as the returning individuals, evidently suspicious due to the absence of guards, began to raise their voices. Indeed, in the next moment, Jiujiao keenly discerned the unmistakable sound of a gun's bolt being drawn. Clack, click, then, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, prompting Jiujiao to silently begin her count. Upon reaching 10, she heard the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of projectiles, accompanied by the agonized cries of those facing imminent death and the pained wails of the injured. Clearly, the mechanical traps set by Jiujiao had been triggered by the Salvation Army, resulting in an unknown number of casualties among them. To be frank, Jiujiao did not harbor high hopes regarding the efficacy of the traps. Constrained by the narrow environment, the trap's 20-meter lethality range was unlikely to claim many foes. She had only set a single trap, as the Salvation Army, having been previously deceived, would not be foolish enough to neglect inspecting the corridor for additional dangers. Although her trap was indeed a product of advanced technology, it was not without its flaws. For instance, it required direct contact to trigger, and the target was overtly apparent. Thus, as long as one could see the trap without touching it, its impact would be minimal. In reality, this was indeed the case. The corridor's narrowness could not accommodate many individuals at once, and in the 20-meter span before and after the trap, there were only about 10 people. Therefore, the casualties inflicted by this wave of traps amounted to merely a handful. After patiently waiting for a few more minutes, the raucous sounds in the corridor subsided, and the members of the Salvation Army, having developed a habit of silence in the post-apocalyptic world, cautiously approached the base with softened footsteps. Were it not for Jiujiao's mental attribute having reached an impressive 10 points, she might not have detected their movements. In the next moment, the members of the Salvation Army entered the room. Led by several tall and robust figures wielding assault rifles, their firepower undeniably formidable. They meticulously scanned their surroundings while remaining vigilant for any hidden traps, their expressions taut with tension. At that juncture, Jiujiao launched her attack, her body concealed behind the machinery, revealing only her head and the arm gripping the pistol. She raised her weapon and began to fire in rapid succession. The crisp bang, bang, bang reverberated through the room and corridor, as the foremost members of the Salvation Army collapsed to the ground, each with a gaping crimson wound on their foreheads and chests, evidently having been fatally shot by Jiujiao. In the next instant, the corridor erupted with shouts and curses, followed by the fierce rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire, as a barrage of bullets rained into the room. The projectiles struck the machinery, producing a cacophony of clang, 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 while several computer screens on the table shattered into fragments. Jiujiao was compelled to crouch even lower, her entire form hidden behind the machines, as she wrapped her arms around her head and muttered a curse under her breath, "Damn it." In the next moment, the gate of the base swung open once more, and the war wolf silently emerged into the corridor. As the savior army was wholly engrossed in the room, it launched a surprise attack from behind. The might and swiftness of the war wolf were far beyond what these flesh and blood soldiers could contend with in mere seconds. It had taken down 2 individuals with a pounce, impaled 2 more with its tail spike, swept 3 off their feet with its tail, and bitten 2 to death. The soldiers at the front, upon hearing the anguished cries of their comrades behind them, realized that there were foes lurking at their rear and hurriedly turned their firearms to shoot at the war wolf. Unfortunately, the bullets merely sparked upon impact with the war wolf's metallic form, leaving behind a plethora of bullet marks without inflicting any significant damage. At that moment, Jiujiao dashed out, instinctively retrieving a trap from his spatial storage and tossing it into the corridor, before quickly concealing himself behind the wall of the room. The trap landed with a resounding clang in the corridor, and the next instant, it emitted a hum as it launched into the air, releasing a flurry of arrows and steel balls. Instantly, the corridor was filled with a cacophony of screams, and Jiujiao stood momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a self-directed exclamation of "fool." Clearly, he had not anticipated that the trap would trigger upon impact with the ground, producing an effect akin to that of a hand grenade. This was a limitation imposed by his habitual way of thinking, who had decreed that traps must be activated by being placed on the ground. Despite the mechanical trap weighing several dozen pounds, which was not something an ordinary person could easily throw, he was not an ordinary person. Let us not forget that Jiujiao currently possessed a strength of 500 kilograms, effortlessly capable of tossing such a weight over 100 or 80 meters. As Jiujiao chastised himself for his overly conservative mindset, the arrows and steel balls from the trap had already been unleashed, and the corridor fell silent once more. Then, the war wolf's form appeared before him, and upon seeing the multitude of bullet marks adorning its body, Jiujiao felt a pang of sympathy. This would undoubtedly deplete a considerable amount of his energy. After instinctively using the trap like a grenade, Jiujiao devised a tactical plan for future confrontations. With such a powerful trap at his disposal, he no longer needed to use the war wolf as bait to draw fire. He could fully capitalize on its speed advantage. Observing the lifeless bodies of the fallen savior soldiers, many of whom bore no head injuries, Jiujiao decided against delivering a finishing blow. After all, they had not yet transformed into zombies, and killing them would not advance his mission. He preferred to leave them as they were, to create a bit of trouble for the savior army once they turned. Gathering all the scattered, whether intact or not, weapons into his spatial storage, Jiujiao departed the base with the war wolf. He felt an overwhelming eagerness to encounter a horde of zombies and test his new strategy. Upon exiting the base, he collected the vehicles and motorcycles left behind by the savior army, storing them in his spatial realm. While breaking down the excess into raw materials, he retained 2 motorcycles for future modifications. After repairing the war wolf and replenishing its energy, he restocked the trap with arrows and steel projectiles, readying himself to seek out a larger town for a mass extermination of zombies. At this moment, within the confines of Alexander's villa, Rick and the others were undergoing an inquiry from Diana, while Beth remained sullen, consumed by worry for Jiujiao. She felt a deep sense of distress, as Jiujiao had departed quietly without so much as a farewell. Were it not for the fear of becoming a burden to Jiujiao and the vigorous objections from her sister Maggie, she would have disregarded all else and left the villa in search of Jiujiao. After driving away from the base, Jiujiao soon regretted his impulsive decision. As darkness enveloped the sky, he found himself outside the relative safety of the base, enduring hardships in the wilderness, an act of sheer folly. However, now that he had left, he was resolute about not returning. With the presence of the war wolf, the outdoors didn't pose as much danger for him. Nightfall made it inconvenient to hunt the undead, so Jiujiao located a suitable spot, exited his vehicle, and set up a tent retrieved from his spatial storage. He prepared himself a meal, consumed it, and then assigned the war wolf to keep watch. Meanwhile, he entered his spatial realm to craft additional mechanical traps and steel ball arrows until he depleted his energy, ultimately creating 5 traps and an ample supply of arrows and steel balls. Satisfied, he settled into his tent and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he replenished the war wolf's energy and fashioned 3 more mechanical traps, filling them with arrows and steel balls. Currently, Jiujiao's spatial realm housed 25 mechanical traps. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to create more, but rather that the space was nearing its limit. After all, The spatial realm was merely 100 square meters. How much could it truly hold? Moreover, a significant portion of the space was occupied by smelted metals. This predicament intensified Jiujiao's urgency to complete the tasks set forth by the system. The thought of acquiring a mount blueprint and expanding his space to 1,000 square meters invigorated him with motivation. Naturally, he intended to pursue both tasks concurrently, obliterating the Salvation Army while hunting down hordes of the undead. After all, only children make choices. Adults take everything. Departing from the campsite, he soon arrived at a small town not far away. As he drove into the town, a sense of unexplainable familiarity washed over him. This was the very warehouse where, in the series, Glenn's group had been besieged by the undead, resulting in the deaths of 2 members. With this realization, Jiujiao understood that although the town appeared tranquil, numerous undead lurked within the warehouses and houses, igniting a spark of excitement within him. From the series, he knew that the hidden undead numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands, if he could eliminate them in a single wave. It would significantly enhance his task progress. However, devising a safe strategy to dispatch these undead required thoughtful planning. With this in mind, Jiujiao meticulously surveyed the environment surrounding the town. After careful consideration, he devised a plan. Across from the warehouse stood a modest 2-story building, ideal for him to conceal himself. With a suitable vantage point established, the next hurdle was to lure all the undead out of the town, a task he found manageable. Jiujiao sprang into action, swiftly opening all the doors in the town, ensuring to do so quietly to avoid prematurely alarming the undead. To be frank, this process was exceedingly time-consuming. By the time Jiujiao completed everything, over 2 hours had elapsed. As he returned to the small building, he felt a twinge of regret, thinking to himself, if only I had a few more teammates. However, this was merely a wishful thought on Jiujiao's part. For even formidable teams like Rick's or the ruthless saviors led by Negan would be reluctant to engage in combat with the undead without cause. The foes they had previously dispatched were merely a necessity of survival. In this world, few were dedicated hunters of the undead as Jiujiao was. After resting for about 10 minutes atop the engine hood of a car that had departed from the Savior's base, Jiujiao opened the car door, started the vehicle, and cranked the sound system to its maximum volume to attract the attention of the zombies. As anticipated, once the speakers blared, several zombies staggered out of the nearby rooms, tilting their heads to listen intently before shuffling towards the car. Seeing that the undead had indeed been lured out, Jiujiao sprang into action, swiftly entering the small building with his battle wolf. After dispatching a few zombies within, he ascended to the rooftop. Once there, he barricaded the passage door securely before approaching the edge of the rooftop to gaze down. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. At least 30 zombies surrounded the car, all reaching out to pound on the windows and windshield, producing a rhythmic thump-thump sound. Moreover, over 40 additional zombies had gathered nearby, while more continued to emerge from the warehouse and other buildings, converging towards the vehicle. When it seemed that a sufficient number of zombies had gathered, Jiujiao retrieved a trap from his spatial storage and murmured to himself, "Whether I can achieve a large-scale slaughter of the undead depends entirely on you." With that, he assessed the distance to the ground, nodded, and forcefully hurled the trap forward. It traced an arc through the air, landing precisely in the midst of the gathered zombies, before the trap could even touch the ground. It struck a zombie, triggering it as Jiujiao had anticipated. The trap, which was about to descend, was propelled by an unseen force to a height of 2 meters above the heads of the zombies, explosively releasing countless arrows and steel pellets. Within a 20-meter radius of the trap, at least 70 or 80 zombies were struck in the head, collapsing to the ground. Instantly, that area was cleared, the zombies falling in a circular pattern like stalks of wheat in a field, layer upon layer creating a striking and magnificent sight. Witnessing such a scene, Jiujiao excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, "Yes!" He then continued to retrieve another trap from his spatial storage, preparing to await the next wave of zombies to converge. Unbeknownst to him, while he was busy gathering and eliminating the undead, a group consisting of Glenn, Daryl, Aiden, Nicholas, and Eugene had also arrived in the small town, hiding behind the walls of a distant building. They gazed cautiously and with trepidation as an ever-growing horde of zombies congregated before the small building, drawn by the incessant music emanating from a nearby vehicle. Their attention was drawn to an Asian man atop the building, who hurled a peculiar object that obliterated all zombies within a 20-meter radius. Aiden and Nicholas stood in shocked disbelief, their mouths agape as they murmured incredulously, "What on earth? Is there really someone who actively attracts zombies, treating the slaughter of the undead as if it were merely a video game? Oh, no, this is absurd." Upon hearing this, Glenn and Daryl exchanged disdainful glances, clearly unimpressed by the two men's astonishment. Glenn remarked, "No, you are mistaken. There indeed exists someone of such remarkable prowess. He views the killing of zombies and humans alike as mere monster hunting. He is the extraordinary boy from Huaxia." In unison, Aiden and Nicholas queried, "What? You know this zombie slayer?" And he is from Huaxia. Aiden continued, "No, you must be deceiving me. How could a Huaxia person be so formidable?" Daryl, his voice devoid of emotion, replied gravely, "No, it is the truth. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. He has slain zombies in numbers far exceeding this, at least in the thousands. He has also dispatched numerous flesh-eaters, and those with malevolent intentions towards him." Seemingly unsatisfied, Daryl added, "He is the most formidable hunter I have ever encountered. Yes, a true hunter." After hearing Daryl, who was typically taciturn, speak so profusely, Aiden and Nicholas found themselves compelled to accept their words. They turned their gaze once more towards the distant figure of Yi, who had just thrown another strange object, annihilating the recently amassed 70 or so zombies. Both men swallowed hard, their eyes flickering with a mix of fear and admiration. Eugene remained silent, yet his expression had grown utterly rigid, his legs beginning to tremble. He could not help but feel a surge of relief, grateful that he was present in this small town. Without him, they might have unwittingly ventured deeper into the settlement, potentially attracting the horde and being torn to shreds by the very zombies they now observed. Under the watchful eyes of the five, Yi periodically launched a devastating weapon, dispatching dozens of zombies with each throw. As the pile of corpses around the vehicle grew ever higher and the number of zombies dwindled, a shared realization emerged within them. Only individuals like Yi could truly be deemed as genuine zombie hunters, the true survivors in this apocalyptic landscape. As the number of undead diminished and their distribution became increasingly sparse, Yi finally lifted the meticulously prepared crossbow, crouching atop the rooftop to methodically pick off the remaining zombies with precision. In a swift moment, as Glenn and his companions stared in shock and disbelief, Jiujiao eliminated all the walking corpses within a span of 150 meters. After retracting his mechanical crossbow, he cleared away the debris obstructing the passage with the aid of the war-wolf, unsheathed the dog-leg knives from either side of his thighs, and descended. Before long, Glenn's group beheld Jiujiao emerging from the small building, dual blades in hand. With a primal roar, he charged towards the scattered few walking corpses at the periphery, trampling over their fallen bodies and the congealed blood that littered the ground. What transpired next left them utterly astounded. Jiujiao swiftly confronted a charging corpse, decisively severing its head with a single, fluid stroke. He kicked the fallen body aside and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his twin blades, decapitating two more corpses in rapid succession. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled one of his knives, which found its mark deep within the skull of another approaching corpse. He transferred the remaining blade to his other hand. It sliced through the air with remarkable speed, dispatching yet another would-be assailant. Witnessing this spectacle, the five companions could not contain their excitement, exclaiming in unison, "Huaxia Kung Fu!" Engrossed in the fervor of hand-to-hand combat, Jiujiao was blissfully unaware of their distant cheers, fully immersed in the adrenaline of genuine melee. Truth be told, this was his first authentic experience wielding close combat weapons against the undead at it. Was at this very moment that the knowledge of close-quarters combat instilled in him by the system truly came to life. To be frank, the system's teachings were akin to the skills honed on the battlefield. Deep within the heart of every Huaxia boy lies a beautiful fantasy of wielding a sword in the martial world, reveling in the thrill of vengeance and justice. Although he could not quite compare to the lofty martial prowess of those from the authentic realms of chivalry, he was not far behind. The visceral thrill of each blade piercing flesh and drawing blood exhilarated Jiujiao to the core. Regrettably, the remaining corpses were few in number. Following his relentless onslaught, coupled with the lethal strikes of the war-wolf, all the undead had been thoroughly vanquished by the duo. Jiujiao finally ceased his assault, breathing heavily yet still yearning for more, as he wiped the blood from his blades on the bodies of the fallen. He then sheathed his knives back into their leather holsters strapped to his thigh, and truth, he was not fatigued. His labored breaths were merely a result of overwhelming excitement. It was only then that he retrieved the other dog-leg knife he had earlier dispatched. Cleaning it of blood before stowing it away, he commanded the war-wolf to seek out the discarded traps, gathering the spent arrows and steel balls. He had no desire to personally handle the repugnant corpses that made his stomach churn. Yet the traps needed to be recovered, thus he entrusted the task to the war-wolf, whose strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Taking advantage of the war-wolf's search for traps, Jiujiao seized a moment to glance at the progress of Hidden Task 4. To his satisfaction, the The results were promising. In a little over 3 hours, he had dispatched more than 800 walking corpses, bringing his current tally to 4,533. 10,000. It seemed that with just a few more efforts, he could complete Task Forward, Command 029. Identify the killer. At this juncture, Glenn and his companions finally regained their senses. They exchanged glances, their intentions unmistakable. Should they venture out to meet Jiujiao? Having successfully extracted the traps set by the war wolves from the pile of corpses, Jiujiao cast a triumphant glance at the multitude of undead sprawled across the ground, just as she was about to depart. Ultimately, Glenn and his group resolved to step out and confront Jiujiao. Emerging from their concealed corner, Glenn called out loudly, wait. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao turned in surprise to see Glenn and his entourage approaching. Recognizing Glenn, she felt compelled to respond, "Oh, it's you, Glenn. What brings you all here?" As he walked towards her, Glenn replied, "We came out to search for supplies." "What are you doing here? Didn't you go looking for the Salvation Army?" In response, Jiujiao rolled her eyes and shrugged, saying, "I only located one of the Salvation Army's outposts. Just yesterday, I eliminated over 30 of them. As for where their main base is, I have no idea. I passed through here today and noticed far too many undead in the town, so I decided to clear this place out." Glenn and Daryl nodded knowingly, as if they had anticipated this outcome. However, Aiden and Nicholas exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Jiujiao's nonchalant attitude towards killing. This was their first encounter with the Salvation Army, and upon hearing Jiujiao's candid admission of having slain over 30 individuals, they realized that Glenn and Daryl's words were indeed truthful. This Chinese individual named Yi was undeniably ruthless, showing no hesitation in dispatching both the undead and the living. Glenn hesitated momentarily, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts before he continued. "Yi, Beth misses you dearly. When will you return to the lodge to see her?" At this, Jiujiao's expression softened. To be honest, she did feel a twinge of longing for Beth. Yet, as she considered her limited time in this world, she suppressed the urge to visit Beth. After all, enduring prolonged pain was worse than a swift separation. It would be better for Beth to forget her sooner rather than later. With a sigh, she shook her head and said, "Let's not dwell on that. My absence is for Beth's own good. If we do not eliminate the Salvation Army, a festering malignancy, soon, given their notorious methods, your lodge will inevitably face danger as well. Well, perhaps if I survive this ordeal, I shall return to see Beth." Having said this, Jiujiao felt no desire to prolong the conversation with the group. To be frank, she held little regard for them. Their sentimentality was a liability in a world where killing was necessary. If it were Carol, that would be a different matter, for Carol was truly capable of ruthless actions. Casting a final glance at the five, Jiujiao waved her hand and turned away, saying, "I shall take my leave now. I need to locate the next Salvation Army outpost. Until we meet again." As the echoes of the voice faded, Jiujiao turned away without a glance, making her way towards the vehicle still resonating with music. She boarded the car, which roared to life, ruthlessly rolling over the corpses of the fallen and the tainted blood beneath it. Departing the town under the watchful eyes of Glenn and the others, it was only at this moment that Aiden and Nicholas, taken aback, inquired, "Who are the saviors? Why did Jiujiao slay them?" Glenn, with a complex expression, gazed at the departing Jiujiao and replied without turning. "The Saviors are a survivor organization, a band of scoundrels who do not scavenge for supplies, but instead rob other survivors. They are an evil faction." After speaking, Glenn shook his head and added, "Well, he has cleared the undead from this place. Let us go in search of the supplies we need." While Glenn and his companions scoured the town for resources, Jiujiao, shortly after leaving, was compelled to halt the vehicle due to a lack of fuel. With no other option, she reluctantly stored the car within her spatial realm, disassembling it for parts, and proceeded on foot alongside Battle Wolf. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away, in a conference room of a towering building, a man clad in leather sat at the head of the table. Before him lay a baseball bat bristling with nails and wrapped in wire. 2 men and a woman sat on either side. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with tension. After a prolonged silence, the man leaned back in his chair, his right hand rhythmically tapping on the table as he spoke. "Simon is dead, and we still have no clue who did it. Furthermore, yesterday, one of our outposts was also taken down. Do you know who was responsible?" At this, the 2 men and 1 woman remained silent, their expressions a mix of resentment and, more so, fear. Observing their reaction, the man withdrew his right hand and clasped both hands together, saying, Wow, look at you all, high-ranking officials of the Saviors, stumped by such trivial matters. Don't you have manpower? The one who killed Spencer cannot have vanished into thin air. They are merely hiding in some survivor base. You can intimidate or tempt them. Surely someone must recognize them, right? With that, the man straightened his posture, casting a piercing glare over the trio for a moment before declaring, "What are we? We are the invincible saviors. No matter the enemy, none can stand against us, because you have an unbeatable, godlike leader. Tell me, who am I?" At his words, the three instinctively shivered, responding in unison, "Negan." The man, satisfied by their reaction, flashed a sinister smile, picked up the bat from the table, and pointed it at them, asking, "Where is Negan?" Once more, they trembled and shouted in unison, "We are all Negan. Negan is everywhere." The man, now satisfied, chuckled heartily and declared, "Ha ha! Very well, get to work. I expect you to identify those individuals within 3 days. Why Zombie Paradise is due for some new attractions. Ha ha!" With that, he rose from his seat, resting the baseball bat on his shoulder, striding out of the conference room with an air of arrogance reminiscent of a rogue. However, he paused at the door, glancing back at the 3 individuals in the room, and with a mocking tone remarked, "Oh, and do not let me or my precious Lucille down. Otherwise my darling will be quite displeased, understand?" Only then did the man truly exit the meeting room, leaving the trio inside exchanging glances, their faces etched with palpable dread that was difficult to dissipate. After a prolonged silence, the 3 finally sat down, visibly relieved, and after a shared look, began to allocate responsibilities for their respective survivor bases, aiming to uncover the identities of those who had slain Spencer and obliterated the outpost within 3 days. That moment, Jiujiao was engaged in dispatching the zombies he encountered along his path, oblivious to the fact that the saviors had initiated a search for him. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. A confrontation was inevitable, though he was but one man accompanied by a dog. He was confident in his ability to eradicate Negan's saviors single-handedly. As Jiujiao completed his sweep of the nearby woods, seeking a moment's respite, the werewolf communicated telepathically that 3 individuals were approaching. Upon receiving this information, Jiujiao was taken aback, speculating on the identities of these newcomers. Were they members of the saviors? Just as he pondered, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. In the next instant, a man and 2 women burst forth, coming face to face with Jiujiao and his formidable metal dog, amidst a sea of fallen zombies. Instinctively, the man raised his handgun and threatened, "Don't move or I will shoot you, sir. Lower your crossbow." "I am not jesting." Jiujiao remained unfazed, scrutinizing the man's appearance. Golden, slightly curly hair cascading over his shoulders, a slender face with large eyes, and a beard of moderate length. In an instant, Jiujiao recognized him as Dwight, the traitor of the saviors, who had returned to the group as a ruthless enforcer rivaling Negan in cruelty. The 2 women accompanying him were undoubtedly his girlfriend and sister. Seeing that Jiujiao showed no fear, Dwight tightened his grip on the handgun, his irritation palpable as he continued to threaten, "Damn it, raise your hands, or I will shoot you. Shirley, disarm him. We need his weapon." At this, Shirley hesitated, casting a wary glance at Dwight before stepping forward. Just as she did, Jiujiao interjected, "My friend, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? The consequences could be dire." Upon hearing this, Dwight reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, his anger flaring as he prepared to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly brought down to the ground by the ferocious werewolf, which pinned down his limbs as he fell. A crisp gunshot rang out, echoing in the air. The 2 women were startled by the abrupt turn of events and let out terrified screams. Jiujiao, disregarding the 2 women, stepped forward to seize the handgun from Dwight's grasp, and with a tone laden with resentment, remarked, "I abhor being threatened with a firearm. Congratulations, you've succeeded. Now, tell me, how do you wish to die?" At these words, Dwight erupted in a mix of anger and fear, shouting, "You are as good as dead. We're all dead. The gunfire will attract the Salvation Army that is pursuing us, you damned bastard." In response, Jiujiao nonchalantly shrugged, her eyes glinting with icy resolve as she retorted, "Oh, the Salvation Army, you say? How fortuitous, for I am precisely seeking trouble with them. Now, how many of them are there?" Dwight paused, momentarily stunned, before bursting into derisive laughter, his voice thick with scorn and resentment. He continued to bellow, "You're a lunatic. Who do you think you are? Rambo? You think you can take on the Salvation Army? Do you have any idea how many there are? Ha! You ignorant fool, there are dozens chasing us, and when you count the bases and outposts, it amounts to at least 1,000. Ha! Are you scared now, kid? Damn it, we finally escaped, and now you've doomed us." Ha! Upon hearing his words, Jiujiao recognized that Dwight was genuinely terrified. In truth, she understood him well. After all, the fate of those captured by the Salvation Army was notoriously brutal. The two women were now slumped on the ground, their faces etched with despair as they stared blankly at Jiujiao, Dwight, and the imposing metal dog that restrained him. Jiujiao shrugged dismissively, stating, "It matters not. Regardless of how many the Salvation Army has, I shall eradicate them all, just as I did with Simon and the outposts I obliterated, and those pursuing you as well. Tell me, where is the Salvation Army's base, and where are the other outposts? As long as you divulge everything you know, I may consider sparing you." At her words, Dwight, nearly driven to madness, was momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at Jiujiao. After a pause, he eagerly inquired, "It was you? You killed Simon?" "Ha! I must thank you. If it weren't for your slaying of Spencer, we would never have had the chance to escape the base." "Ha! I never would have imagined that scoundrel Simon was taken down by you alone." "Heh, no problem. If you save us, I will tell you everything I know." In response, Jiujiao nodded and instructed the werewolf, "Release him and prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the werewolf loosened its grip on Dwight's limbs, returning to Jiujiao's side like a seemingly harmless dog. The scene left the three individuals utterly dumbfounded, their fear momentarily forgotten, as glimmers of hope flickered in their eyes. They had never anticipated that this metallic canine could comprehend the commands of the Asian man. With this mechanical dog at their disposal, perhaps they could indeed vanquish the pursuing Salvation Army. After all, a dog forged from metal harbored no fear of bullets. However, Jiujiao paid no heed to the trio, for he had already discerned the distant sounds of engines from cars and motorcycles, along with the cacophony of voices and curses emanating from the woods. As he advanced, he addressed the three, urging, "Find a place to hide. Once the battle commences, I can no longer ensure your safety. Remember, do not perish. I require information about the Salvation Army from you." With that, Jiujiao crouched low, readied his mechanical crossbow, and made his way towards the source of the sounds. Observing Jiujiao bravely confronting their pursuers, Sherry cast a worried glance at Dwight and hesitantly inquired, "Dwight, what shall we do? Are we truly to wait for his return?" Dwight nodded resolutely, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, we shall await his return. I have faith he will succeed. You cannot fathom his prowess. Ha! A single man dispatched Simon and his henchmen, and another annihilated the outpost of the Salvation Army. Such an individual may very well be our beacon of hope for liberation from the Salvation Army." As Jiujiao and the mechanical wolf ventured into the woods, the din grew increasingly pronounced. Shadows of numerous figures flitted about within the trees. Assessing the situation, Jiujiao recognized the perils of acting recklessly. He had yet to reach a point where bullets posed no threat. Nevertheless, he possessed a formidable weapon. The mechanical wolf in this dense underbrush. It could prove to be most lethal. In the next moment, Jiujiao commanded the wolf to hunt freely. Acknowledging the order with a nod, the wolf darted into the foliage, while Jiujiao followed suit, utilizing the cover of the trees to stealthily approach the enemy. He intended to synchronize with the wolf, waiting for it to divert the attention of their adversaries before picking them off from the shadows. Mere minutes after the wolf entered, anguished cries of "ah!" erupted from the depths of the woods, accompanied by the panicked shouts of the crowd and the sharp crack of gunfire. Hearing the gunshots reverberate through the trees, Dwight and the others, who were seeking refuge, halted in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of surprise and hope as they gazed towards the forest's edge. After a moment, they hastily sought shelter behind a toppled tree. In the next instant, Jiujiao quickened his pace, crouching low as he closed in on the disordered throng, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Advancing several dozen meters, he concealed himself behind a large tree, where he observed over a dozen members of the Salvation Army, guns drawn, anxiously fixated on the right side of the woods. On the ground lay three individuals, bloodied and lifeless in a pool of crimson. What further hesitation could there be? Jiujiao promptly seized the mechanical crossbow, targeting three among the more than 10 adversaries, and commenced firing. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of buzz, buzz, swoosh, 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 followed by the sickening thuds of steel balls piercing flesh. The three ambushed members of the Saviors collapsed, their heads shattered. It was only then that the remaining Saviors began to react, terrified cries escaping their lips. "There are still enemies. He is behind us." They turned, raising their rifles to return fire at Jiujiao, who had already retreated, her figure swiftly maneuvering through the forest to conceal herself. In the next moment, the war wolf launched its assault. Pouncing ferociously from the opposite side of the woods, toppling and eliminating the 3 unsuspecting saviors. Amidst the cries of alarm, it surged back into the thicket. Meanwhile, Jiujiao emerged from behind a towering tree, firing while rapidly closing in on the remaining saviors. At this juncture, the saviors, flanked by the coordinated onslaught of Jiujiao and the werewolf, were reduced to a mere 6. Both Jiujiao and the werewolf charged forth, their synergy allowing them to swiftly dispatch the last 6 foes. They gathered all the weapons strewn across the ground, assessed the werewolf's wounds, and, finding no serious injuries, replenished its energy. Together, they stealthily advanced further into the woods, aware that numerous saviors yet awaited their demise. Jiujiao showed no signs of mercy towards these individuals. As the narrative suggested, they were the most loyal subordinates of Negan, each stained with the blood of innocent survivors, deserving of their fate. The gunfight that ensued did not go unnoticed by the saviors trailing behind. The leading lieutenant, sensing something amiss, immediately commanded the remaining subordinates to regroup and encircle the source of the gunfire. It must be noted that this leader was seasoned. From the intensity and swift cessation of the gunfire, he surmised that those ahead had likely fallen into an ambush, perhaps even annihilated. Gathering his men was a prudent strategy to confront the potential enemy. Logically, his approach was entirely correct, yet regrettably, his opponent was the extraordinary Jiujiao. His consolidation of forces posed no threat to her. Rather, it presented her with a golden opportunity to obliterate them entirely. Indeed, not long after advancing, Jiujiao beheld an open area ahead, where no fewer than 20 saviors had congregated, their formation spread out within a 30-meter radius, guns drawn as they scanned the woods. Assessing the distance, Jiujiao retrieved a mechanical trap from her spatial inventory and hurled it with precision towards the center of the gathering. At this juncture, one might question why she had not employed traps in the previous encounter. The answer is straightforward. The terrain was heavily obstructed by trees, diminishing the trap's efficacy, and it proved far more convenient to eliminate foes with the mechanical crossbow. However, the circumstances here were markedly different. With scant trees obstructing the arrows and steel balls released by the trap, its full potential could be unleashed. In the next moment, the trap emitted a chilling whoosh as it soared in an arc over 100 meters, crashing down with a resounding clang amidst a group of over 20 members of the Salvation Army. Almost immediately, it sprang back up with a swift whoosh, followed by a flurry of piercing sounds. Arrows and steel balls erupted in all directions, enveloping the 10 or so Salvation Army members within a 20-meter radius. A cacophony of agonized cries, "Ah, ah, ugh," resounded as several of them collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In the ensuing instant, Jiujiao and Jianlong charged out from opposite sides, seizing the moment of shock to eliminate the remaining members of the Salvation Army. Within mere seconds, Jiujiao advanced to within 50 meters, unleashing a relentless barrage from the mechanical crossbow in his hands, which dispatched 3 of the Salvation Army members with precision shots to their heads. Jianlong, equally swift, erupted from Jiujiao's left, executing a mid-air pounce that took down 2, his tail sweeping out to knock down 2 more while colliding with 3 others. His tail spike then thrust forward, piercing the skulls of 2 on the ground, before lunging at a few Salvation Army members who had regained their composure and opened fire. Meanwhile, Jiujiao, in a desperate dash, suddenly dove to the ground, executing a series of rolls to the right. Bullets rained down, striking the earth where he had just been, creating a multitude of craters. From his prone position, he swiftly aimed the mechanical crossbow and fired 2 steel balls, eliminating 2 more members of the Salvation Army. However, he was compelled to roll again to evade the incoming gunfire. As he tumbled, a sense of dread washed over him. He regretted his impulsive charge. He could have remained at a distance, continuing to deploy traps, mistakenly believing that the remaining dozen posed no real threat to him. Had it not been for his mental attribute of 10, which allowed him to sense danger in advance, he would have surely fallen victim to the well-reacting members of the Salvation Army. This harrowing experience served as a stark reminder for Jiujiao. Until he truly became impervious to bullets, he must not act so recklessly. After all, this was no game. Life is singular, and death is final. With Jianlong's assistance, they dispatched the remaining members of the Salvation Army, allowing Jiujiao to exhale deeply, silently admonishing himself. Although this world may seem ordinary, the truly dangerous individuals are those wielding weapons. He was not invincible, merely slightly more formidable than they. Henceforth, he must temper his impulsiveness in both actions and combat. Just as he began to collect the weapons and traps from the ground, footsteps approached from behind. Instinctively, Jiujiao turned, raising his mechanical crossbow to fire, but a panicked voice cried out, "No, no, no, please don't misunderstand. Sir, it's us, I'm Dwight." Fortunately, Jiujiao's reflexes were sharp. He halted just before pulling the trigger, sparing Dwight from a grim fate. Irritated, he lowered the mechanical crossbow and sternly remarked, "Do not appear behind me so carelessly in the future, especially before or after a battle. Otherwise, if you meet your end at my hands, it will simply be a stroke of bad luck for you." Upon hearing this, Dwight managed a sheepish smile before directing his gaze towards the myriad of fallen Salvation Army corpses that lay scattered on the ground. Although he appeared astonished, there was an air of prior knowledge about him. He shrugged and remarked, "You are truly remarkable, sir. I have no doubt you will triumph over the Salvation Army, regardless of their numbers. Oh my God, you must surely be sent by him to save us. Otherwise, how could we have encountered you just as we were on the brink of despair?" In response, Jiujiao rolled his eyes and said, "There is no need for flattery. Let us instead fulfill your promise. Tell me the location of the Salvation Army's base, as well as the positions of their outposts." Hearing this, Dwight nodded, casting a lingering glance at the corpses of the Salvation Army. Although they had seen such bodies before, which lessened their shock this time, he sighed in contemplation and hurriedly replied, "The Salvation Army's base is situated in a city over 100 kilometers from here, within an abandoned factory. Their leader is a brutal man named Negan. Aside from Simon, whom you have just killed, there are 3 other prominent figures responsible for collecting protection fees and ensuring the security of both the outposts and the base. The outposts are distributed within 100 kilometers surrounding the base. I only know a few specific locations, and without a map, I cannot provide you with precise details." Before he could finish, Jiujiao retrieved a map and a pin from his backpack and handed them to Dwight, urging him to mark the locations accordingly. Dwight accepted the pin and map, referencing his memory to make the annotations on the ground. Jiujiao understood that Dwight was not yet Negan's top henchman and thus had limited knowledge. But as long as he could ascertain the location of the base, Jiujiao could plan a strategic ambush. Once Dwight had marked the map, he returned it to Jiujiao and curiously inquired, "May I know what you intend to do? After all, the Salvation Army has many members, and you are alone." In response, Jiujiao shot him a glance, scrutinizing the markings on the map, and replied curtly, "That is none of your concern. You should take this opportunity to leave here as swiftly as possible. Look, you are permitted to drive away one of those vehicles over there, and the weapons inside are yours to keep. Now, be gone." To be frank, Jiujiao harbored little trust for Dwight and his companions, fearing they might, as in a play, return to the Salvation Army and disclose his information to Negan, which would undoubtedly create significant troubles for him. Dwight, feeling somewhat awkward at this, recognized that it was futile to linger any longer with Jiujiao. He gathered his girlfriend and sister, approached the vehicle, and started up a pickup truck. Just as they were about to depart, he poked his head out of the window and asked, "Hey, may I know your name?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao slowly lifted his gaze, noticing the glimmer in Dwight's eyes. He replied, "I am Jiujiao, a citizen of Huaxia. You may call me Yi." With that, he resumed his focused examination of the map, silently formulating a strategy to gradually undermine the Savior's forces starting from the outpost. Dwight, after hearing his name, nodded and took a serious glance at Jiujiao, who was engrossed in the map, then retreated and murmured to himself, "Yi, a remarkable Huaxia person. I shall remember you. I hope to see you again." Having said that, he started the car and departed the woods with his girlfriend and sister. Once Jiujiao completed his study of the map, he folded it away and glanced at the progress of Hidden Mission 4, 5012 10,000. Realizing he had only half the distance remaining to complete the task, with the intelligence provided by Dwight, he knew there were numerous walkers in a town situated 60 kilometers from the Savior's base. Thus, he resolved to eliminate those walkers first and then proceed to eradicate the outpost, ensuring efficiency in his plans. After making his decision, Jiujiao turned to survey the remaining vehicles and motorcycles. Retaining only one off-road vehicle while storing the others away, he then drove out of the forest. The repeated disappearance of the pursuit team infuriated Negan, who vehemently reprimanded the female leader of the hunt. In a fit of determination, Laura intensified the search for Dwight, unaware that the pursuit team had not been eliminated by him at all. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already the following day. Throughout a day and a night, Jiujiao had added 7 mechanical traps to his collection, bringing the total to 32, all filled with arrows and steel balls, sufficient for a grand battle. However, this time, Jiujiao was resolved not to act impulsively. He devised a more secure plan for dealing with the outpost. This involved collaborating with Warwolf to conduct a surprise attack during the Savior's outings and nighttime slumber. Though this approach required more time, it prioritized safety, with the primary uncertainty being whether the Saviors would request reinforcements from their base to encircle him. Nevertheless, Jiujiao was well prepared. Should the enemy dispatch reinforcements, he would engage in guerrilla warfare, confident that the Savior's main forces would not linger at the outpost indefinitely. As Dwight had indicated, the walkers in the town below were indeed numerous. There were hundreds merely wandering the streets, not to mention those confined within buildings, whose numbers were even greater. Utilizing his car's sound system to attract the walkers, Jiujiao occupied a vantage point, utilizing his traps to eliminate them. The distance from the mountaintop outpost ensured that he had no concerns about the noise attracting their attention or them unexpectedly descending into the town. As their access routes did not lead here at all, however, as Jiujiao was in the midst of his massacre of the walkers, he was unexpectedly discovered by an intruder who bore witness to his astonishing actions. This individual was none other than Paul, the agile second-in-command of the mountaintop village, known by the moniker Jesus, akin to a character from the world of The Walking Dead. The reason he arrived here was twofold. First, in search of supplies, and second, to monitor the movements of the Salvation Army. It could be said that he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Salvation Army's brigand-like conduct, as well as the inaction and cowardice of the mountain stronghold's leader, Gregory. He had always aspired to find formidable allies to collectively overthrow the rule of the Salvation Army, yet this ambition had remained unfulfilled. However, today was different. He had encountered Jiujiao, a figure resembling a war god. Whether it was Jiujiao's bizarre contraptions annihilating the undead, the metallic hound that dispatched them with the ease of crushing ants, or Jiujiao's extraordinary marksmanship, all of it instilled in Paul a sense that this Asian talent was the true Jesus. Watching Jiujiao systematically eradicate wave after wave of the undead, Paul's heart raced with excitement. He realized he had finally discovered a powerful ally, one even mightier than the divine nation he had previously contacted, skilled in cold weaponry. At that moment, Jiujiao was in a frenzy of destruction, having already dispatched all the wandering undead outside, leaving only those trapped within the rooms. Glancing at the progress of Task 4, which stood at 5,612 10,000, Jiujiao instructed the warwolves to excavate the empty traps from the piles of corpses, descending from a higher vantage point to the ground, shutting off the car speakers to tighten the traps within the confines. Just as he was about to open the doors of the town's houses, he was interrupted by a sudden shout. "Hey, buddy, can I talk to you?" Jiujiao turned in surprise, spotting a Caucasian man wearing a knitted cap and a long leather coat. Indeed, he was quite handsome, living up to the show's standard of attractiveness. Noticing the man raising both hands high, Jiujiao also lowered his mechanical crossbow. This person was all too familiar to him. True to his moniker Jesus, he exuded an overly saintly aura, which was not to Jiujiao's taste. Paul, seeing Jiujiao lower his weapon, felt a sense of relief. He had been gambling, hoping that Jiujiao was not a bloodthirsty individual who would indiscriminately attack upon meeting. After all, years of apocalypse had introduced him to many who struck first without hesitation, yet Jiujiao's prowess was precisely the sort of person he yearned to befriend, compelling him to take the risk of approaching. As he walked slowly towards Jiujiao, Paul spoke. "Hey, friend. I mean no harm. I merely wish to introduce myself. My name is Paul, but my friends call me Jesus. Of course, you may call me whatever you like." In response, Jiujiao shrugged and replied, "Hello. I am Jiujiao, a Chinese. You may call me Yi, however. What brings you to me?" Paul then lowered his hands and stood 3 meters away from Yi, saying, "Yi, you are truly impressive. I have never witnessed anyone dispatch the undead quite like you. Are you truly just one person?" Upon hearing those words, Jiujiao immediately understood Paul's intentions. He merely sought to gauge whether she had any companions. If not, he would attempt to draw her into the mountain stronghold, subsequently persuading her to join the fight against the Salvation Army. Given her knowledge of his character, Jiujiao was not inclined to collaborate with Paul, and thus she shook her head and replied, "No, I am but a solitary individual. The purpose of slaying these undead is to carve out an escape route for myself to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Salvation Army." At this, Paul was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiujiao's forthrightness in expressing her opposition to the Salvation Army, and he found it curious that she would divulge her intentions so readily. Did she not fear that he might be affiliated with them? Nevertheless, he felt a surge of inner satisfaction. It was reassuring that Jiujiao had already taken a stand against the Salvation Army without his prompting. Both were cognizant that neither had to worry about the other being a member of that organization. The rationale was simple. The Salvation Army never acted alone, and their strength lay solely in their numbers and weaponry. With a gleeful disposition, Paul hastily proposed, "Is it the Salvation Army you intend to confront? You could ally with us. Together we could take them on. After all, you alone may not possess the necessary assurance. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a flicker of intrigue. If the 3 bases could unite, they might indeed eradicate the Salvation Army with relative ease. However, she remained skeptical about Paul's willingness to eliminate every member of that organization. Thus, she inquired, "No, I cannot yet place my complete trust in you. What I mean to say is, are you truly prepared to annihilate the Salvation Army?" Paul was momentarily taken aback by her heightened vigilance and the intensity of her murderous intent. He found himself in a quandary, as he was not truly capable of such ruthless decisiveness, indiscriminately slaughtering members of the Salvation Army regardless of their deeds. But to ensure that the survivors at the mountaintop stronghold were no longer exploited, collaboration with Jiujiao was essential. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally responded, "I believe I can achieve that. After all, the members of the Salvation Army are nothing but thieves. By eliminating them, my comrades at the base will have a chance to survive." Yet, Jiujiao remained somewhat unconvinced and replied dismissively, "Very well. You may attempt to assist me. First, help me cleanse this town of all the undead, and then we shall ascend the mountain to obliterate the Salvation Army's outpost. If you can execute this without holding back, we may continue our discussions regarding further cooperation." Upon hearing her words, Paul felt a sudden pang of anxiety. However, having already spoken, he was compelled to endure the discomfort in order to retain Jiujiao as a formidable ally. Consequently, with Paul's assistance, the pace of releasing the undead accelerated significantly. The two of them found a vantage point anew, activating the car stereo to lure the undead forth. This time, Paul finally witnessed up close how Jiujiao dispatched the walking dead. As the undead gathered in sufficient numbers, Jiujiao effortlessly retrieved a disc-like device from his backpack and hurled it several dozen meters away. To his astonishment, the disc struck the body of a zombie and then ricocheted into the air, unleashing a barrage of densely packed arrows and steel balls that annihilated all the undead within a 20-meter radius. What intrigued Paul even more was the seemingly modest size of Ye's backpack, which raised the question of how it could contain such an array of weaponry. After repeating this process a dozen times, only a few scattered zombies remained. He then observed as Jiujiao readied a crossbow, kneeling on one leg to unleash a series of shots. Paul was shocked to discover that Jiujiao's crossbow could fire continuously. While the crossbow bolts were limited to 10 shots, the steel balls were astonishingly plentiful, exceeding the ammunition capacity of a typical handgun, allowing for the discharge of 30 steel balls in succession. Once all the zombies within 150 meters were eliminated, Paul was further impressed by Jiujiao's formidable combat skills. Following closely behind, he watched as Jiujiao wielded dual blades with remarkable agility, executing fluid and precise strikes that dispatched the remaining multi-headed zombies, leaving Paul unable to intervene. The metallic hound accompanying Yi was equally agile and ferocious, exhibiting a speed in dispatching the undead that rivaled Jiujiao's own. After clearing the battlefield, the two drove away from the town and made their way to a forest at the foot of a mountain. After concealing the vehicle, they enjoyed a relatively decent dinner, then set off on foot to hide in the woods atop the mountain. The outpost of the Salvation Army at the summit was remarkably quiet. Apart from the two visible guards, no other personnel were in sight. Crouching beside Jiujiao, Paul curiously inquired, "Yi, what are your plans?" Jiujiao kept his gaze fixed on the outpost, responding without turning his head. "When someone comes out, follow them and seize the opportunity to eliminate them. As for the rest, we'll sneak in after dark and take them out one by one. What do you think? Are you up for it? You can still back out now, but once we commence, there will be no turning back." Jesus. At these words, Paul furrowed his brow, feeling discomfort by Jiujiao's repeated condescension towards him. He thought to himself, "I've killed before, you know. Who do you look down on?" Yet, reflecting on Jiujiao's prowess, he dared not voice his grievances. Instead, he recalled an adage from Huaxia: "Actions speak louder than words." Letting out a deep breath, he nodded resolutely and said, "All right, I will cooperate with you. For the sake of our comrades at the mountaintop stronghold, I am willing to take ruthless action against the Salvation Army." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Paul would agree, considering that the Paul of the narrative had often shown mercy even to many villains. Consequently, he has engaged in several encounters with the corrupted Morgan. However, given Paul's willingness to cooperate, Jiujiao would naturally not overlook a powerful and obedient tool at his disposal. Nodding, he declared, "Very well. When the time comes, act according to my commands. I must caution you, during the actual battle, do not show any mercy. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Paul's expression darkened as he nodded, contemplating how he must ensure to eliminate several of the Salvation Army members, so as not to be looked down upon by Jiujiao. The two kept watch until nightfall, yet not a single member of the Salvation Army appeared, leading them to wait until the witching hour to stealthily infiltrate the base. With the war wolf on guard, the two consumed some bread and biscuits, washing them down with mineral water, before leaning against a large tree to rest. Shortly after 1 o'clock, they awoke as scheduled. While Jiujiao organized his gear, he inquired, "Paul, what weapon do you prefer? A gun or a knife?" Paul, upon hearing this, glanced at the solitary dagger on his person, then at the dog-leg knife strapped to Jiujiao's thigh. Ultimately, he shamelessly requested one of Jiujiao's dog-leg knives. Jiujiao, maintaining a calm demeanor, placed his hand on the metallic head of the war wolf, replenishing its energy before instructing, "War wolf, eliminate those 2 guards and open the main gate." At these words, and to Paul's astonishment, the war wolf's silhouette darted out with astonishing speed, a mere flicker of silver before it vanished from sight. As an ordinary human, Paul could not perceive the war wolf's movements, but Jiujiao could see clearly, thanks to his remarkable physical condition, which allowed him to discern activity over 100 meters away even in the darkest of nights. The combat prowess of the war wolf was beyond question, as it leaped into the air, its jaws sinking into the throat of one guard while its tail's spiked end swiftly pierced the throat of another, rendering them incapable of issuing a warning, the only sounds escaping their lips being muffled gasps. With the 2 guards' bodies collapsing to the ground, Jiujiao urged Paul to advance towards the outpost. In the next moment, the war wolf thrust its tail's spike into the keyhole of the main gate, producing a click as it unlocked the door. Jiujiao and Paul arrived just in time to witness the lifeless forms of the guards and the now open gate. Paul, genuinely astonished, exclaimed, "Your pet is truly remarkable. Is it the most advanced robotic dog? I envy you." Hearing this, Jiujiao's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling a swell of pride as he inwardly marveled at the formidable capabilities of the system, which produced mechanical blueprints of unparalleled sophistication. The mechanical crossbow was impressive, the mechanical pets equally so, and the mechanical traps were no less extraordinary. Each item was beyond the comprehension and replication of ordinary individuals. Even the mechanical genius Tony from the Marvel Universe would be astounded. Contemplating Tony sparked an idea in Jiujiao's mind. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to have Tony study the robotic dog, thereby acquiring the technology to manufacture a miniature reactor from him. Despite his mind wandering through such thoughts, his hands and feet remained busy as he readied the mechanical crossbow loaded with high-quality steel ball cartridges, crouching low and treading lightly as he crept into the base. With the assistance of Jianlong and Paul, Jiujiao harbored the confidence to silently eliminate the sleeping saviors, room by room. In fact, this confidence was well placed, as Paul did not disappoint Jiujiao. The trio worked in perfect harmony, meticulously clearing each room. Despite Paul's somewhat naive demeanor in the narrative, he executed his tasks with remarkable precision and decisiveness, earning Jiujiao's newfound respect. However, as the final moments approached, an unexpected turn of events was unavoidable. Upon exiting a recently cleared room, they encountered a burly savior, likely roused for a midnight respite. Although Jiujiao reacted swiftly, raising his mechanical crossbow to aim at the man's forehead, the savior managed to utter, "There are enemies," before meeting his demise. While his voice lacked desperation, it was sufficient to alert the remaining saviors in the 2 adjacent rooms. Jiujiao promptly abandoned the assassination attempt, deftly retrieving a mechanical trap from his spatial storage and placing it in the corridor before urging Paul to retreat to a corner. No sooner had they withdrawn than the air was filled with the cacophony of shouts, the ominous click of gun bolts, and the creaking of doors, followed by the hurried, chaotic footfalls and curses of the saviors. Jiujiao instinctively yanked Paul back as he attempted to peek out, admonishing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" At this, Paul, feeling disgruntled, was about to retort when a series of rapid sounds erupted from the corridor. Whir, swoosh, thud, clang. This was followed by the anguished cries of those facing their last moments, interspersed with curses and the wails of the injured. Several arrows and steel balls ricocheted towards them, causing Paul to swallow hard in fear. Casting a grateful glance at the composed Jiujiao in response, Jiujiao retrieved a new steel ball magazine, swiftly replacing the old one with a satisfying click before peering out to assess the situation. Noticing only 3 saviors remained alive, he raised his mechanical crossbow and charged forth, unleashing a barrage of shots. The steel balls whizzed through the air, and the 3 saviors, still reeling from their earlier terror, were mercilessly gunned down by Jiujiao. Thus, nearly 40 saviors in this outpost were entirely eradicated by the trio. As they collected the scattered weapons and dispatched the fallen foes, Jiujiao entrusted Paul and Jianlong with the task. After disposing of all the bodies outside, Jiujiao assigned Jianlong to keep watch while he and Paul took a moment to rest in the final room. Observing Jiujiao's tranquil demeanor, Paul swallowed hard before inquiring, how do you plan to deal with the saviors? Do you know where their base is? Are you aware of their numbers? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao cast a sidelong glance at Paul. Recalling that in the original narrative, Paul indeed lacked knowledge of the saviors' base location and their true strength. Otherwise, he would not have allied with Rick's group, believing that merely eliminating one outpost would suffice for peace of mind. Upon reflecting on this, Jiujiao finally spoke. I learned the precise location of the base from an individual who managed to escape. As for the number of people, there are over 1,000. I believe, among them, several hundred are combatants, nearly all armed with weapons. Speaking of this, it reminds me that the Savior army possesses a heavy machine gun, which nearly annihilated the forces of Ezekiel's kingdom of God. Pausing for a moment, Jiujiao continued with an air of gravity. Oh, it is said they also have another heavy machine gun. Startled by the mention of the heavy machine gun, Paul exclaimed, What? They have a heavy machine gun as well. It was evident that Paul was frightened. He could engage in close combat, even against multiple foes, and had confidence in overcoming enemies armed with rifles. However, a heavy machine gun was beyond his capacity to confront, and he lacked even the courage to face it. Noticing Paul's expression, Jiujiao understood his fear and shrugged, saying, It's all right, I understand you. To be honest, I am also afraid. But does fear mean we shall not resist? No, not resisting ultimately leads to death. I refuse to become their sacrificial lamb. Furthermore, as long as we devise a way to neutralize their heavy weaponry in advance, we might not necessarily lose. Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Paul felt somewhat embarrassed that it was he who had proposed the alliance with Jiujiao against the Savior army. How could he back down in fear? With this thought, Paul replied earnestly, No, I am not afraid. I am merely astonished. Rest assured, as long as you do not falter, my companions and I will support you. I can even seek to unite with other factions to join our cause. I believe victory shall undoubtedly be ours. In response, Jiujiao nodded noncommittally. Despite Paul's resolute declarations, there was no telling what formidable obstacles they might encounter. As for Gregory from the mountaintop stronghold, he was a cowardly and despicable political opportunist who would never support Paul's plan. Moreover, the so-called king of the kingdom of God, Ezekiel, who was merely a tamer of beasts, would hardly be inclined to readily agree to confront the Savior army. It was only due to Wayne's sacrifice that Ezekiel ultimately consented to unite against the Savior army. Furthermore, Rick and his group would not dare to offend such a colossal force as the Savior army prior to experiencing its true exploitation. Not to mention, Alexander Manor was still under the control of Diana, and it was not yet Rick's place to dictate matters. Understanding that Paul's plan was nothing more than wishful thinking, Jiujiao casually replied, All right, you go ahead and unite with the other factions. I shall remain here to gradually eliminate the Savior army. After all, each enemy we kill weakens their strength. With that, Jiujiao resolutely embraced the mechanical crossbow, fell silent, and closed her eyes to sleep. Upon witnessing this, Paul felt a profound discomfort as he suppressed the words he longed to share with Jiujiao no matter how hard he tried. He could not close his eyes. Images of several formidable factions uniting against the Savior army, as well as the merciless slaughter of the combined forces by heavy machine guns, relentlessly haunted his mind. As night passed, Jiujiao awoke refreshed, only to find Paul, with deep, dark circles under his eyes, staring intently at her, which startled her momentarily. She then inquired with astonishment, What's wrong? Have you not slept all night? Is it that the weight of taking so many lives is too much for you to bear? In response, Paul shot her a sidelong glance and said, No, I was contemplating how to persuade those survivor factions to join us, which is why I couldn't sleep. After a brief hesitation, he continued, What are your plans moving forward? I can no longer accompany you. I must return to contact them. Jiujiao shrugged with confidence and replied, Of course, I will continue hunting those from the Savior army. It's fine. If I can make contact, I will. If not, it matters not. Without you, I can still eradicate the Savior army. Seeing Jiujiao's unwavering confidence, Paul felt inspired and resolved to persuade everyone to unite with Yi against the Savior army. He nodded and said, Very well, I shall return for now. If you need anything, feel free to come find me at the mountaintop stronghold. I will seek you out after I've made contact with them. In response, Jiujiao noncommittally nodded. After seeing Paul off, she climbed into her vehicle with the warwolves and resumed her pursuit of the Savior army and the eradication of zombies. 3 days later, Jiujiao had eliminated dozens more from the Savior army, inciting the wrath of Negan. Negan's response was simple yet brutal. He increased the number of operatives dispatched for missions from a mere 10 to 50 and intensified pressure on the mountaintop stronghold and the kingdom of God, hoping to uncover who was opposing the Savior army. Unfortunately, only Paul was privy to this information. Fortuitously, Paul harbored no trust in Gregory, the leader of the mountaintop stronghold, and refrained from consulting him. Instead, he sought to persuade Ezekiel in the kingdom of God. Though this endeavor yielded no results, as Jiujiao had anticipated, Dwight was captured once more. His sister had perished, and his girlfriend was coerced into becoming one of Negan's wives. It was then that Negan learned from Dwight that the one responsible for the deaths of over 100 members of the Savior army was a young man from Huaxia. Realizing Jiujiao's formidable nature, Negan began to target her, setting traps in hopes of capturing her alive, as he greatly admired her and desired to bring her under his command. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, she had caught Negan's attention, and she continued to roam within the confines of the Savior Army's base, hunting their personnel and zombies. Most unexpectedly, Beth, yearning for Jiujiao, had stealthily slipped away from the villa in search of her whereabouts. At this moment, Beth was driving along the highway in a car, armed only with the mechanical crossbow gifted to her by Jiujiao and a dagger. Her departure naturally stirred a tempest within the manor. The most anxious were Maggie and Glenn, Beth's sister and brother-in-law, respectively, both of whom had promised Herschel to look after Beth. Overwhelmed by guilt, they disregarded Rick's objections and, with the assistance of Carol and Daryl, set off in pursuit. Beth's destination was the town where Glenn had previously encountered Jiujiao, a place that was now a considerable distance from Jiujiao's current whereabouts, rendering any chance of reunion exceedingly slim. However, Maggie and her companions, guided by Daryl's exceptional tracking skills, were able to follow the trail of the corpses slain by Jiujiao on that day. As Jiujiao was dispatching walkers on the highway, the distant sounds of motorcycle and car engines caught her attention, prompting her to swiftly conceal herself. Moments later, the vehicles approached, and Jiujiao spotted Daryl, who was examining a body on the roadside from his motorcycle. Upon seeing Daryl, Jiujiao was perplexed and thought, Alexander Manor is over 100 kilometers away. How did they arrive here? Is there a shortage of supplies at the manor? At that moment, she remained unaware of the peril Beth was in but decided to emerge from her hiding place, calling out, "Hey, Daryl, what brings you here? Is everyone all right? Is Beth safe?" Startled by the voice, Daryl quickly regained his composure but struggled to find the right words. Just then, the car door swung open, and Maggie bolted out, calling from a distance, "We finally found you. Is Beth with you?" Upon hearing Maggie's words, an ominous feeling gnawed at Jiujiao, and she hastily replied, "No. What's wrong? Has something happened to Beth?" Maggie's face went pale, tears cascading down her cheeks, her spirit drained as she repeatedly murmured Beth's name. Witnessing this, Jiujiao's anxiety escalated, and she urgently inquired, "Please tell me, what has happened to Beth?" Seeing Jiujiao's distress, Glenn's expression grew grave as he confessed, "It's all my fault. I told Beth about our encounter in the town. She missed you so much that she ran away to find you. Unfortunately, she didn't find you first. We found you before she could. Oh, may God protect her. I hope nothing has happened." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao's foreboding instincts intensified. It wasn't the walkers she feared. She had dispatched most of them along her journey. What truly troubled her was the Saviors. It was clear how determined they were to capture or even kill her. If they encountered Beth and saw her weaponry, they would undoubtedly make the connection to her, placing Beth in grave danger. Upon reaching this point, Jiujiao dared not ponder further, fervently hoping that Beth had not fallen into the clutches of the Salvation Army. At this moment, Daryl spoke up, urging, "What is there left to hesitate about? Hurry and join us in turning back to search for Beth." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving her vehicle and setting off with Daryl and the others toward the small town they had once known. Maggie was half carried, half pushed into the car by Glenn, her dazed state causing him considerable concern for her well-being. After driving a mere 30 kilometers, they encountered Paul, who had also come in search of Jiujiao. Upon their meeting, Paul delivered distressing news to Jiujiao. Beth had indeed been captured by the Salvation Army. Paul had witnessed the abduction from a distance and, recognizing the weapon Beth had used, surmised her connection to Jiujiao. The reasoning was straightforward. Beth was not one to submit passively. Upon being intercepted by the Salvation Army, she had fought back fiercely, wielding a crossbow capable of firing 30 steel balls, a clear indication of her resolve. Paul had wished to rescue Beth, but the overwhelming force of over 50 members of the Salvation Army rendered such an endeavor impossible, even after Beth had wounded a few. The only viable course of action was to seek out Jiujiao, for only she possessed the capability to save the girl. After absorbing Paul's account, Jiujiao found an unsettling calm. The Salvation Army had not executed Beth on the spot, indicating that she held some value to them. But what use could they have for a mere girl? The only plausible connection lay with herself. After all, Beth wielded the same weapon as Jiujiao. The Salvation Army, without the need for interrogation, would undoubtedly link Beth to her, and their intent in capturing Beth could only be to use her as leverage against Jiujiao, compelling her to surrender. Regrettably, while Jiujiao was not devoid of compassion, she was no saint. She could not yield to the threats of the Salvation Army, even if it meant Beth's demise. At worst, she would exact vengeance upon them for Beth's suffering. Nonetheless, before any tragedy unfolded, it was imperative to devise a plan to rescue Beth, which necessitated venturing to the Salvation Army's stronghold. Though Maggie was in tears, she was not as despairing as before, for the knowledge that Beth was still alive offered a glimmer of hope. All eyes were fixed upon Jiujiao, awaiting her decision. When Maggie perceived Jiujiao's indecision, her disappointment erupted into a shout. "What's the matter, Yi? That's my sister, your girlfriend Beth. Are you afraid? Are you too cowardly to save her? Both Beth and I have misjudged you. You are nothing but a complete coward." At this, Jiujiao's anger surged. To be honest, she had never truly regarded the people of this world as friends. Her only concession to them stemmed from her connection with Beth. Thus, when Maggie hurled her accusations, Jiujiao could hardly tolerate it, her face darkening as she retorted, "Speak such insults again, and I shall not hold back. Do not presume that your status as Beth's sister grants you the right to berate me. Are you bereft of common sense? To rescue someone, do we not require a coherent plan? Fool." After speaking, Jiujiao paid no mind to the stunned Maggie and turned to Paul, inquiring, "How did your contacts fare? Are they willing to unite against the Salvation Army?" At this moment, Jiujiao did not expect to single-handedly hunt down the Salvation Army anymore. To rescue Beth, a sufficient number of allies would significantly increase their chances. Otherwise, a reckless charge would only lead to certain death. Paul, upon hearing this, shook his head with a grim expression and replied, "No. The king of the divine kingdom is unwilling to let his subjects take risks, and with that Gregory at the mountaintop village, it is impossible for them to agree." Jiujiao's countenance darkened as well. Although he had anticipated the futility of Paul's outreach, the confirmation still brought a tinge of disappointment. However, this did not daunt Jiujiao. Even without allies, he would find a way to rescue Beth. With more people, they could seize the opportunity to annihilate the Salvation Army entirely. Having not achieved the desired outcome, Jiujiao gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, since we lack additional hands, we can only focus on the rescue, forgoing the chance to eliminate the Salvation Army." Thus, pausing momentarily, he surveyed the individuals present and began to assign tasks. "First, we will head to the Salvation Army's base. I will look for an opportunity to infiltrate their stronghold while you all remain outside to provide support. I believe the Salvation Army will take action. They will either come out to find me or dispatch a large force to threaten and seize the mountain villa. Regardless of the outcome, the personnel within the base will not be overly numerous, and that is our opportunity. While we may not be able to eradicate the Salvation Army in one fell swoop, we must rescue Beth and destroy their base." Upon hearing this, though the others were somewhat taken aback, unprepared for Jiujiao's grand ambition to not only save lives, but also to obliterate the Salvation Army's base, they all nodded in agreement. In truth, there was an additional layer to Jiujiao's plan that he had not articulated. Should the base be destroyed, the homeless and humiliated Negan would undoubtedly retaliate against the three bases. In their desperation, the three bases would have no choice but to unite against the Salvation Army, leading to its inevitable demise. Why Jiujiao's certainty about Negan dispatching his men, or even personally confronting the Alexander Villa, stemmed from his understanding of Negan's character. The show had revealed just how arrogant and narcissistic Negan was. Once he learned that someone had emerged from the Alexander Villa, whether out of a desire to seize supplies or to pursue his own agenda, he would act accordingly. As they planned their approach, they determined that the time taken for their personnel to mobilize would suffice for Jiujiao to rescue Beth from the Salvation Army's base. With the plan set, the group boarded their vehicles and made their way directly to the Salvation Army's stronghold. Upon reaching the periphery of the base at dusk, they concealed their vehicles and, under the guidance of the Warwolf, stealthily advanced towards the stronghold. Opposite the Salvation Army base, Jiujiao meticulously observed the situation through a telescope from within an aging 8-story building. The entrance to the base stood firmly shut, and numerous barricades lined the road leading to the building and the square outside. A fenced area was encircled by barbed wire, with several steel stakes protruding from the cement barriers, upon which dozens of zombies were bound by chains, occasionally roaring and thrashing about. Jiujiao remained unfazed by this grim spectacle, while the others wore expressions of distress. clearly taken aback by the Salvation Army's grotesque methods. At that moment, the gates were violently breached, unleashing a throng of at least 200 members of the Salvation Army, who excitedly boarded vehicles under the direction of a man clad in leather. Wielding a baseball bat, one by one, the vehicles rolled out of the base. Witnessing this scene, the group cast admiring glances at Jiujiao, evidently impressed by her accurate prediction of the Salvation Army's reaction. Jiujiao silently observed, lamenting the missed opportunity to annihilate the Salvation Army in one fell swoop. If the personnel from the three bases could unite, they might have successfully ambushed the Salvation Army, inflicting significant damage even if they could not eradicate them entirely. As events unfolded precisely as Jiujiao had anticipated. The group relaxed, leaving Daryl to keep watch while they settled down on the ground to consume their food and drink. After finishing her meal, Jiujiao leaned against the wall to rest, leaving Maggie and Glenn, who wished to confer with her about rescuing Beth, feeling frustrated. Jiujiao had little interest in their deliberations. The likelihood of a confrontation loomed later that night, and seizing the opportunity to rest was paramount. As darkness descended, lights flickered to life in the building across the way, particularly around the entrance, illuminating the fact that the Salvation Army's defenses remained vigilant. It was still early. Awakening from a light slumber, Jiujiao picked up her telescope to survey the guards' positions. She meticulously noted the locations of the sentinels, all potential nuisances that needed to be addressed in advance. Fortunately, with the presence of the werewolves, these guards could be dealt with silently. At that moment, Jiujiao felt immense gratitude towards the system for its formidable assistance, especially the werewolves, whose impact was profound. Whether it was patrolling, dispatching zombies, or even ambushing the Salvation Army, Jiujiao understood that without the werewolves, although she would not be in immediate danger, the task would not have been nearly as effortless. At midnight, the base fell silent. Jiujiao instructed the others, "Do not act recklessly. Wait for my signal." She declined Paul's offer to accompany her into the base for the rescue, descended the building with the werewolves, and stealthily approached the Salvation Army's headquarters. Energized and ready, the werewolves moved first, swiftly and silently infiltrating the exterior of the base. Utilizing the structure and stairwells, they dispatched the Salvation Army guards one by one without a sound, while Jiujiao hurried towards the base. Under the anxious gazes of Maggie and the others, Jiujiao and the werewolves glided through the shadows like phantoms, evading detection as they seamlessly entered the interior of the base. Inside, the once bustling factory lay dormant, with nearly everyone having retired to their quarters for rest. Jiujiao found herself in a state of utter confusion as she searched for the location where Beth was being held captive. Along her journey, she encountered members of the Saviors, and she swiftly collaborated with Werewolf to eliminate them. This hasty approach, however, reflected her lack of foresight, as she had yet to ascertain Beth's whereabouts before charging in to rescue her, a decision driven by urgency. Fortunately, the remaining Saviors within the base were few, allowing Jiujiao to navigate the premises with relative ease. Just as Jiujiao grappled with her uncertainty, she unexpectedly crossed paths with someone she did not anticipate, Shirley, who had returned with Dwight. Shirley had been back for several days, and although she had submitted herself to Negan, her thoughts were constantly consumed by the desire to escape this wretched place. Negan's twisted nature was unbearable. While he appeared to treat his women with generosity, providing them with all they desired, he could not tolerate even the slightest hint of betrayal or defiance, meting out brutal and merciless punishments. On this very day, a woman who had been in contact with her former boyfriend faced Negan's wrath, suffering the horrific fate of having her face seared by a red-hot iron. To make matters worse, the man was gruesomely impaled upon a concrete pillar, enduring a slow and agonizing death, ultimately reduced to a mere shell of his former self. The woman was subsequently imprisoned, condemned to never again see the light of day. Suddenly spotting Jiujiao within the base, Shirley was taken aback, nearly crying out in shock. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to cover her mouth just before Jiujiao could take action. Her eyes reflected a mixture of fear and surprise, and in the next moment, as Jiujiao contemplated whether to silence her, Shirley grasped her arm and pulled her into a room, shutting the door behind them. What brings you here?" she inquired, only to realize the implication of her question. "Are you here to rescue that girl they just brought back?" Jiujiao felt a sense of exasperation. Shirley had already guessed her intentions, leaving her with little to say. She simply nodded and asked, "Do you know where she is being held?" Shirley nodded, her gaze resolute as she replied, I will take you to her, but you must promise me one thing. Take me away from this damned place." Jiujiao was not taken aback by the request. In the narrative, Shirley had indeed escaped the base, though her fate thereafter remained ambiguous. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiujiao nodded in agreement. urging her to change into attire more suited for their escape. Upon hearing Jiujiao's consent, Shirley's spirits lifted, and without hesitation, she began changing her clothes right there. It must be noted that Shirley possessed a commendable physique, and Jiujiao, not being a paragon of virtue, took a moment to appreciate the sight. Once Shirley was dressed and ready, the two exited the room and made their way directly to the location where Beth was confined. Navigating through several corridors and evading patrolling saviors, they finally arrived at the place where Beth was held, with Warwolf by her side. Unlocking the door posed no challenge. As the door swung open, Beth, momentarily blinded by the corridor's harsh light, raised a hand to shield her eyes and, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "I don't know. I truly don't know where he is. Please, let me go." Upon hearing the words, Jiujiao felt a sudden pang in her heart, an unsettling sensation creeping over her. Crouching down, she gently spoke, "Do not be afraid, Basie. It is I, Jiujiao, here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Basie, in disbelief, lowered her hands and gazed up at Jiujiao. After scrutinizing her for a moment, she collapsed into Jiujiao's embrace, resting her head on her shoulder, and began to weep softly, repeatedly uttering, "I'm sorry, uncle, it's all my fault. Sob, I shouldn't have come out. Sob." They discovered the address of the manor. "My sister, Glenn, Carol, Daryl. Sob so bead." As Jiujiao gently patted Basie's back, she reassured her, "Do not worry about them. Your sister, Glenn, Carol, and Daryl are outside. You will see them as soon as you step out. Now, dry your tears. We are still in the stronghold of the Salvation Army. Let us speak once we are outside, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Basie ceased her sobbing, lifted her head from Jiujiao's shoulder, and looked into her eyes, asking, "Uncle, is what you say true?" Jiujiao nodded, wiping away the tears from Basie's eyes, affirming, "Indeed. Once you left the manor, they pursued you. You truly are disobedient." Before Jiujiao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sherry, who could no longer bear to watch. I apologize for interrupting, but shouldn't we prioritize leaving this place?" Jiujiao shot her a discontented glance, yet she recognized the truth in Sherry's words. Although she held no fear of the Salvation Army within the base, both Basie and Sherry were ordinary individuals, and Jiujiao could not guarantee their safety in a confrontation. She then lifted Basie from the ground, drew her Glock from its holster at her chest, and handed it to Basie, instructing the two, "Do not stray. Stay close behind me, and we shall make our exit." With that, Jiujiao signaled for the wolf warriors to hold the rear, taking the lead with the two women as they swiftly made their way toward the exit of the base. The retreat was initially smooth, but as they approached the main gate, an unforeseen incident occurred. This was, in fact, partly Jiujiao's fault. She had only considered the issue of dealing with the guards while overlooking a critical detail, the changing of shifts. Yes, the changing of shifts. Let us not forget that in any world, guards cannot remain on duty indefinitely. In her eagerness to rescue, Jiujiao had neglected this fundamental aspect. Otherwise, how could she have made such a common error? As soon as they burst through the gate, they were met with the alarming sight of a fallen guard, prompting a piercing whistle to sound from the approaching Salvation Army. The three individuals who had rushed out were also illuminated by the lights at the entrance, their presence unmistakably revealed. Jiujiao stood resolutely, turning around to grasp the mechanical crossbow, aiming it at the two women upstairs, and declared, "You must leave first. Maggie and the others will provide support. Once I deal with them, I shall follow." With that, Jiujiao pulled the trigger, releasing a bolt that struck down a guard who had dared to peek out with a firearm. Upon hearing his words, Beth hesitated for but a few fleeting seconds before charging towards the base's exit under Sherry's guidance. The commotion within the building had naturally alerted Maggie and her companions, who, upon seeing the trio emerge, recognized Beth immediately. Overwhelmed with joy, Maggie exclaimed, "It's Beth. It's really Beth, Glenn. Did you see that? He has truly rescued her." Glenn felt a surge of excitement at her words. He was the one who had the utmost faith in Ye's ability to save Beth, having witnessed firsthand Ye's prowess in battle. However, Carol interrupted their elation, urging, "Hurry, we must go and assist them." With that, she raised her rifle and led the charge downstairs, followed closely by Daryl and Paul. At that moment, Jiujiao had already dispatched several guards from the saviors, shooting and retreating simultaneously, when a new plan struck him. He intended to lure all the saviors out of the base, preparing to annihilate them outside, utilizing the surrounding alleys and buildings. He even conceived a subsequent plan, contingent upon successfully eliminating the saviors and ensuring that Paul could persuade the people of the Divine Kingdom to join their cause. As Jiujiao made his exit from the base, the main gate swung open, and around 200 saviors poured out, shouting and brandishing their rifles, hastily commandeering vehicles to pursue Jiujiao and his companions. Beth and the other women were swiftly joined by Carol and the others. And just then, Jiujiao rushed over. Without wasting words, he stated directly, "I have a plan. Paul, you will lead them all to the divine kingdom, informing them that I have destroyed the Savior's base. There are only a little over 200 Saviors remaining, and they have yet to return. I hope they seize this opportunity to gather their forces and annihilate the Saviors once and for all. Do you understand, Paul?" Upon hearing this, Paul immediately grasped Jiujiao's intentions. He genuinely believed that he could take on more than 200 Saviors single-handedly, and excitement coursed through him as he nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I will persuade them. I will rally the people of the divine kingdom and the mountain-top village to support you." Maggie, as the future leader of a base, quickly caught on and interjected, Are you confident? Can you truly wipe out the Saviors?" Jiujiao, firm in his resolve, nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am absolutely confident. In truth, the Saviors are not as formidable as you believe. Their only advantage lies in their numbers. As long as I have half of their forces assisting me, I am certain I can eliminate them entirely." Upon hearing this, Maggie nodded resolutely and declared, "All right, I have faith in you. I shall return to the manor and persuade Rick and the others to bring reinforcements to aid you. Do take care and ensure my sister does not become a widow." The reason she placed such unwavering trust in Yi was due to the formidable, almost invincible aura he exuded since their time at the shelter, whether it was on the way to the manor, where he single-handedly annihilated Simon's 30-man squad, or the tale Glenn recounted of Yi slaying over 1,000 undead in the town, or even tonight's daring rescue of Beth from the clutches of the 100-strong Salvation Army base. All of these feats instilled in her an immense confidence. At this, Beth's face flushed with embarrassment. She had been worrying about Ye's safety, but Maggie's words shattered her defenses. Yet, understanding that Yi was fighting for everyone's future safety, she refrained from deterring him and expressed her concern. "Uncle, please be careful. I will return. Wait for me," Yi nodded, scarcely having the time to share a tender moment with Beth, for the sound of engines revving behind them signaled that the Salvation Army had indeed pursued them. Realizing the urgency, Yi urged the group to hasten their departure. As Maggie and the others pulled Beth away, she cast lingering glances back at Yi, reluctant to leave until they turned a corner and he was out of sight. After watching them depart, he called to the war wolves, then turned to face the direction of the headlights, murmuring, "Come on, Salvation Army. I shall turn this place into your grave." No sooner had he spoken than a vehicle emerged from the base, its headlights illuminating Yi standing in the middle of the road. The soldiers inside the car immediately shouted and readied their weapons to fire at Yi. However, he denied them the opportunity, swiftly darting into the adjacent alley, leaving the Salvation Army with only a dashing silhouette. Leading the pursuit was another high-ranking officer of the Salvation Army, Gavin, who recognized Yi as the Asian lad whom Negan had demanded be captured. This was a splendid opportunity for redemption, and disregarding the fleeing Beth, Gavin ordered his men to pursue him relentlessly while he had already reached the depths of the alley, where an abandoned building loomed ahead. Hearing the engines of the pursuing vehicles drawing near, a wicked smile crept across Ye's face, and then, under the watchful gaze of the Salvation Army, he charged into the building. Gavin, who had followed closely, was perplexed by Ye's decision to enter the structure rather than flee. Was he not sealing his own fate? Yet, with a swift command, Gavin ordered the entire building to be surrounded, instructing his men to enter and capture Yi alive. Upon hearing Gavin's directive to apprehend him, Yi scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he thought to himself, "Capture me alive. Your survival would be your only stroke of luck." In the very next moment, the Salvation Army, which had just stormed the building, faced a sudden onslaught from Jiujiao's crossbow arrows. Whoosh, 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 3 bolts were shot forth with deadly precision, claiming the lives of 3 members of the Salvation Army, who fell lifeless to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiujiao's silhouette vanished around the corner of the staircase. The loss of 3 subordinates darkened Gavin's countenance as he realized why Jiujiao had chosen not to flee. She was intent on utilizing the building's environment to engage them in guerrilla warfare. Coming to this understanding, Gavin felt no fear, for those who had never faced Jiujiao directly could hardly comprehend the extent of her formidable capabilities. Over 100 members of the Salvation Army surged into the building, but Dwight, recently healed, chose not to join them. Instead, he and more than 50 others surrounded the base of the structure. Upon hearing that 3 of their comrades had perished as soon as they entered, Dwight couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. "Ha! To think you could capture Jiujiao, Gavin. You are woefully naive. She is a true harbinger of death. Just wait, One by one, you shall all fall to her blade. Indeed, it was as Dwight had surmised. After dispatching the 3 members of the Salvation Army, Jiujiao proceeded directly to the 5th floor, instructing her combat wolves to remain hidden below, poised to ambush the intruders. The choice of the 5th floor was strategic, as it offered ample space suitable for setting traps. Her intention was to eliminate even more of the Salvation Army's personnel. Gavin felt the weight of discomfort as well, for each floor required a division of manpower to search every single room. With too few soldiers, they would stand no chance against Jiujiao, thus each level was assigned a small team of 15. After descending 5 floors, only about 90 members remained by his side from the original count of over 150. Nevertheless, 90 was still a significant number. Even within a military context, it constituted nearly a full platoon, which was no small force. Regrettably, he was up against Jiujiao, a being seemingly enhanced by some supernatural force, equipped with advanced technology and possessing physical attributes 5 times that of an ordinary human, an adversary far beyond the capability of mere dozens. Moreover, the complexity of the building's interior posed additional challenges. Perhaps had Gavin possessed a helicopter and a Gatling gun, Jiujiao might have refrained from entangling with them, but armed solely with their rifles, they posed little threat to her. Upon witnessing the spacious environment of the 5th floor, Gavin inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding, yet he proceeded to disperse his troops and conduct a meticulous search. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a dark object, whistling through the air with a hoo sound, heading straight for the searching crowd. Instinctively, Gavin threw himself to the ground, cradling his head with his arms and shouting, "Take cover!" In the next instant, a loud crash echoed, followed by a resounding HUM. As Gavin lay on the ground in confusion, he was abruptly met with a cacophony of sounds. The anguished cries of his subordinates, mingled with the metallic clinks of bolts and steel pellets striking the concrete floor and walls. Unbeknownst to him, the latter noises were the result of arrows and steel balls meeting their grim fate. Concealed in the shadows, Jiujiao observed with satisfaction as her traps claimed the lives of over 10 members of the Salvation Army in an instant. In the fleeting moment when the trap was triggered, a figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing a crossbow without uttering a word. Within 3 seconds, 5 bolts were loosed, each finding its mark in the hearts of 5 members of the Savior Army. Just as the surviving soldiers were regaining their composure and preparing to fire, the assailant vanished from sight, swiftly relocating to another corner. Meanwhile, anguished cries from below signaled that the war wolf had also begun its assault, mercilessly targeting the Savior soldiers downstairs. The cacophony of chaos above and below left Gavin seething with anger and fear. Had it not been for his habit of hiding behind his subordinates during combat, he might have already met his demise at the hands of that bizarre weapon. In the next instant, Gavin's fury ignited. How long had it been since he joined the Savior Army? Although he had been subjugated by Negan's terror tactics, he had not faced resistance from survivors. Even those bases boasting hundreds of members dared not show him disrespect. Yet here was this singular individual, a mere Chinese man, who not only dared to rebel but did so with lethal efficiency against his own men. Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Indeed, he could not allow this Chinese wretch to live. Gavin no longer desired to capture Jiujiao alive. He yearned to see her perish beneath a hail of gunfire, to transform her body into a veritable hive of destruction. Rising in a fit of rage, Gavin kicked his subordinates still sprawled on the ground, bellowing, "Go! Find him! No need to bring him back alive. Shoot on sight. Eliminate that damn Chinese monkey." His outburst, of course, reached Jiujiao's ears, provoking a disdainful smile as she replaced her quiver. Murmuring to herself, she remarked, "You think you can kill me with your remaining few dozen men? Dream on. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, she deftly switched her arrow quiver and approached the Savior soldiers, seizing an opportunity when they were clustered together. Once again, she hurled a trap with great force. As the sound of rushing wind filled the air, all the soldiers instinctively dropped to the ground, not waiting for Gavin's command. Unfortunately, while this tactic might have shielded them from a grenade explosion, it did little to evade Jiujiao's trap. The aerial barrage of projectiles and steel balls provided a comprehensive coverage within a 20-meter kill zone. The only possible reprieve lay in encasing oneself in iron. Yes, iron. Ordinary metal would offer no protection against the close-range barrage of arrows and steel balls. Another series of blood-curdling screams erupted as over 10 more members of the Savior Army fell, instilling a flicker of dread within Gavin. He contemplated retreat, yet the thought of such significant losses to the base, especially after that Chinese brat had rescued Beth, left him apprehensive. If he failed to capture or eliminate this Chinese nuisance, The consequences upon Negan's return would be no better than continuing to fight this adversary. The mere thought of Negan and his infamous bat, Lucille, which had undoubtedly claimed countless lives of both walkers and survivors alike, sent a chill down his spine. It would be far preferable to meet his end at the hands of this Chinese individual than to succumb to Negan's wrath. It is rather peculiar that Gavin has contemplated death instead of victory. If Jiujiao were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly comprehend Gavin's sentiments. After all, anyone confronted by a seemingly invincible adversary, one who cannot be vanquished or captured, would likely harbor such pessimistic thoughts. In the next moment, Gavin ceased his hesitation and rushed to the edge of the building, shouting frantically at the saviors below. "That young man from Huaxia is up there. All of you, come up here. We must either capture or eliminate this boy, or else when Negan returns, I trust everyone understands the dire consequences that await us. GNY, hurry up here." He then added, his voice booming, "Damn Dwight, you too. Get up here. You've dealt with that Huaxia boy before, so hurry up and help me catch him. Otherwise, we might all find ourselves with our heads smashed by Negan." Upon hearing Gavin's frantic shouts, Dwight scoffed, feeling a sense of disdain, yet ultimately decided to lead his men towards the building. He was no fool. He recognized that even with their numbers, capturing Jiujiao was far from guaranteed, and killing him was nearly impossible. He firmly believed this, having witnessed Jiujiao's formidable combat prowess and extraordinary abilities. The saviors were merely mortals. How could they possibly triumph over such a monster? His intent in ascending was not merely to test his luck in capturing Jiujiao, but rather to seek an audience with him, hoping to persuade him to aid in his escape. Dwight had come to know that his ex-girlfriend, Sherry, had already fled, and that Jiujiao was the one who had assisted her. When he was captured and brought back, Dwight had relinquished hope of survival, yet the knowledge of Jiujiao's existence had unexpectedly granted him a reprieve. Coupled with his ex-girlfriend's willingness to sacrifice herself to become one of Negan's wives, Dwight had endured humiliation and subservience to stay alive. This time, he was resolute in his desire to escape with Jiujiao, even to collaborate with him to obliterate the saviors and eliminate Negan, thereby regaining his freedom. As for why his ex-girlfriend had not sought him out after her escape, he had come to terms with it. Even former lovers must part ways when she chose to devote herself to Negan, rendering her absence from his life understandable. Jiujiao, of course, heard Gavin's cries but paid them no mind. Let us not forget, he was not alone in this battle. He had his most loyal companion by his side, Werewolf. One must not underestimate Werewolf's capabilities. Its prowess had been validated through countless battles, in the absence of heavy weaponry. Even when charging into enemy fire, the most that could occur was that its metallic body would bear numerous bullet scars. Yet it remained unbroken. The only concern lay in its eyes and joints, which were relatively more vulnerable compared to its sturdy frame. A moment's negligence could result in bullets shattering its limbs, reducing it to a crippled mechanical dog. As for whether Werewolf would retain its fighting spirit if its limbs were severed, Jiujiao was uncertain and had no desire to find out. He instinctively regards the battle wolf as a living dog, perhaps due to the profound connection he shares with it, or perhaps it is because a genuine dog's soul resides within the battle wolf's body. This sentiment explains his reluctance to allow the battle wolf to face enemy fire unless absolutely necessary. Even when the battle wolf sustains injuries, which could easily be repaired with metal and energy, Jiujiao remains averse to such measures. He is also grateful that there are no exceptionally clever individuals or sharpshooters rivaling Sasha within the Salvation Army. Otherwise, he would not dare to engage so recklessly against hundreds of their fighters. The anguished cries emanating from below have not ceased for long. The battle wolf's speed in dispatching foes is on par with Jiujiao's own. The 15-member search team on the second floor has already been annihilated by it. The remaining search teams on the upper floors had retreated to the 5th floor during the outbreak of combat. The intermittent screams arise because the battle wolf is relentlessly pursuing them, preventing them from ascending to the 5th floor with full force. As the crowd from below charges upward, the battle wolf, under Jiujiao's mental command, conceals itself, preparing to ambush the last of the Salvation Army members and alleviate Jiujiao's burden. Aware that the individuals below are advancing, Jiujiao plans to eliminate a portion of the Salvation Army on the 5th floor to avoid being overwhelmed by their numbers. Of course, even if they were to surround him, it would be impossible. He has prepared several ropes of varying lengths in his space, enabling him to escape via the elevator shaft or climb out of the building if absolutely necessary. This preparedness is what empowers Jiujiao to engage the Salvation Army single-handedly within the building. The remaining 50 or so members of the Salvation Army are now widely dispersed, fearful of clustering together lest they fall victim to Jiujiao's peculiar weaponry, which could decimate their ranks in an instant. At this moment, Jiujiao hides behind a pillar, observing as 4 or 5 members of the Salvation Army approach. He retrieves a trap from his space, setting it on the ground, waiting for one of them to trigger it before launching a surprise attack amidst the ensuing chaos. Once the trap is set, he crouches low and swiftly retreats into the shadows, positioning himself closer to the edge of the building. From a pillar, he extracts a rope from his space, securing it tightly before letting it dangle down to the ground below. Fully prepared for a hasty retreat, in the next moment, the approaching members of the Salvation Army finally trigger the trap. Amidst a series of anguished cries, 5 of them meet their demise, struck down by the arrows and steel balls unleashed by the contraption. Seizing the moment of confusion and panic, Jiujiao emerges swiftly, drawing his mechanical crossbow and launching 5 arrows into the fray. Following a silent chorus of screams, the number of Salvation Army members dwindles by another 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiujiao ducks back into the darkness, racing towards the rope. Grasping it, he retreats to the window, leaping out into the void beyond .041. The Massacre in the Building, Part 3. No one noticed that Jiujiao had already leapt out of the building. His body swung briefly in the air before he landed back against the wall of the edifice, pushing off with his feet and sliding downwards once more, ultimately arriving before the window on the 4th floor. After effortlessly slipping through the window, Jiujiao grasped his mechanical crossbow and dashed towards the stairwell. The werewolf had informed him that all the Salvation Army soldiers were already ascending, and Jiujiao aimed to seize this opportunity to set a trap while they climbed out. In such an environment, a single trap could potentially eliminate a dozen or more of the enemy. Behind the door of the stairwell, Jiujiao waited silently as the footsteps reached the 4th floor. He unhesitatingly opened the door and tossed the pre-prepared trap into the stairwell. Without glancing back at the outcome, he swiftly closed the door, straining to hear the commotion within. The next moment, the air erupted with a series of whooshing sounds, followed by at least 20 agonizing screams, before the cacophony could subside. Jiujiao retreated, rushing to the window, where he grasped the rope and descended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, curiosity compelled Jiujiao to open the system information panel to review the recent notifications. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had unexpectedly completed the task of eliminating the leader, and that individual turned out to be his old acquaintance, Dwight. This revelation was truly unexpected. However, Jiujiao soon understood why. Despite having dispatched all those pursuing Dwight, the man had still been captured. Clearly, the system was intent on ensuring his demise. Regarding Dwight's death, Jiujiao felt no remorse. Although Dwight ultimately became a traitor, his previous misdeeds could not be obscured, nor could the blood of those who perished at his hands be absolved. At that moment, Dwight lay at the far end of the stairwell, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and relief. His confusion stemmed from the fact that he had been at the back of the group. How could he still meet his end? How could a strange weapon appear in the stairwell on the 4th floor while Jiujiao was on the 5th? His relief, however, was due to the finality of death, freeing him from Negan's torment. The chaotic sound of footsteps rushed down from above, prompting Jiujiao to set another trap at the stairwell door. He and the werewolf retreated to the corner of the 3rd floor corridor, where they concealed another trap, waiting for Gavin and his men to charge in. The werewolf positioned himself at the far end of the corridor, ready to coordinate a 2-pronged attack with Jiujiao. Why hadn't he placed a trap at the entrance of the 3rd floor? Did he think the Salvation Army soldiers were fools? The last time, he had been careless, and that could have cost him dearly. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor on the 4th floor, evidently a result of the trap he had set there that had claimed the lives of several Salvation Army soldiers. Gavin, mistakenly believing they were still on the 4th floor, angrily ordered his subordinates to scour the entire level. The next moment, a voice from above shrieked, "There's a rope here. He's not up there. He's gone down. Pull the rope up. We cannot allow him to use it to escape." Then, Gavin's furious roar erupted. "Damn Chinese monkey, go down and chase him. If we don't kill him, we're all doomed. Negan will not spare us. Hurry, go now." Clearly, Gavin was consumed by rage, having lost all rationality, utterly disregarding whether he could actually kill Jiujiao. In truth, Jiujiao understood him. After such a massacre, with so many of his subordinates dead, if Gavin returned empty-handed, he would surely face Negan's bat smashing his skull. Silently waiting, the door to the stairwell on the 3rd floor was pushed open. Soon, the sounds of screams echoed once more. After a few seconds, Jiujiao leaned forward, readied his crossbow, and fired. 3 members of the Saviors fell, and Jiujiao swiftly retreated, continuing to set traps in the shadows on the ground, anticipating their continued demise. Indeed, Gavin's loud orders to pursue reverberated through the stairwell, revealing that the terrified Gavin had been hiding at the back of the group all along. Jiujiao had no intention of killing him just yet. Should he do so, the saviors would undoubtedly flee in panic, making it impossible for him to eliminate them all. It was not out of bloodlust. If these 100 or so saviors returned to their base, they would undoubtedly complicate the impending coalition's mission to eradicate them. The more he eliminated now, the easier the upcoming battles would be. Finally, all the saviors entered the third floor, and the wolves were about to spring into action. The traps were triggered, screams intertwined with curses erupted, followed by the cries of the wolves as they began their assault. Jiujiao emerged from the corner, firing continuously. After dispatching several saviors, he set more traps and continued his retreat. The wolves, having taken out a few saviors, withdrew deeper into the corridor, bullets whizzing past them. In the corridor, the saviors began to argue. Damn it, I can't stay here any longer. I refuse to die here for no reason. I'd rather face Negan's punishment than continue fighting a ghost. Chinese monkey, come out and face me. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face instead of sneaking around and assassinating. What kind of hero is that? Shut up. So many comrades have already died. If we don't kill him, how can we justify their deaths? Do you want to be cowards? Bullshit. How do we kill him? He's more elusive than a ghost. We can't even catch a glimpse of him, let alone kill him. No, I don't care. I want to leave this cursed place. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll fight back. Just then, footsteps echoed, followed by the gunshot of Gavin executing a fleeing savior. Then came Gavin's cold, frenzied voice. No one is allowed to leave. We must avenge our fallen comrades. Don't forget, that Chinese kid is just one person. How many weapons can he have? How many arrows does he have left? He has already used 6 of those weapons. I believe he is out. As long as we force him, he will inevitably appear, and when he does, we shall exact our vengeance. Upon our return, Negan will have no grounds to punish us. Then, Gavin raised his voice and proclaimed, We are invincible. Our leader is Negan, and we are all Negan. Tell me, do you still fear a single adversary? No? Who are we? Negan. Good. Rally yourselves and continue the pursuit of that Huaxia boy. Kill. Slay that Huaxia boy. Avenge our fallen comrades. The cacophony of battle cries erupted, and Jiujiao silently chuckled to himself, thinking, Come forth. I have 35 mechanical traps awaiting you, along with countless crossbow bolts. Let us see who will falter first. Perhaps Gavin's execution of the deserter had an effect, or perhaps his final words had bolstered morale, as the remaining 100 or so members of the saviors marched toward the corridor. In the next moment, tragedy struck once more. The traps were triggered again due to Gavin's misjudgment, and this time, many lives were lost. The dense formation, coupled with the narrow confines, left the saviors with nowhere to evade, resulting in around 30 casualties. Jiujiao revealed himself once more, unleashing a flurry of shots that claimed the lives of 4 more saviors before swiftly concealing himself again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the war wolf charged out, dispatching foes amidst a hail of bullets before making a narrow escape. Jiujiao retrieved another trap, calmly tossing it into the corridor, then followed up by launching 3 more traps that engulfed a 60-meter stretch of the passage. The saviors, now trapped in the corridor, were truly unfortunate. The arrows and steel balls unleashed from the 4 traps rained down upon the heads of over 60 individuals, leaving them with no means of escape. The anguished cries and wails filled the air, reminiscent of a hellish battleground. But the ordeal did not end there. Jiujiao and War Wolf sprang into action simultaneously, and the remaining 10 or so saviors could hardly muster any resistance before being slaughtered by the man and his dog. Gavin, too, met his demise, riddled with arrows and reduced to a lifeless husk. With the saviors eliminated, nearly all those left behind at their base had perished, save for 2 leaders, one remaining at the base and the other accompanying Negan to Alexander Manor. Jiujiao had completed half of his ultimate hidden mission by eliminating 3 leaders. He collected all the scattered weapons of the saviors into his storage space, retrieved the empty traps, and replenished his stock of arrows and steel balls. Without a moment's pause, he turned back toward the saviors' base. With the majority of the saviors left behind dead, why not seize this opportunity to eradicate both the leaders and the remaining saviors? That would leave only over 200 of Negan's subordinates, making them far easier to confront. Within the confines of the Salvation Army's base, despite the heightened vigilance, the ferocity of the wolves proved unassailable. Once the guards had been efficiently dispatched, Jiujiao and the wolves stealthily infiltrated the compound. The remaining Salvation Army personnel numbered merely in the dozens, scattered rather than consolidated, presenting no challenge whatsoever to Jiujiao. In seamless cooperation with the wolves, they eliminated all armed resistance in a matter of mere minutes, leaving only a solitary leader to confront. This leader was scarcely present, to the extent that his name was never even mentioned in the narrative. Faced with Jiujiao and the wolves, he offered no resistance and was swiftly slain by Jiujiao. With the mission now down to just this one leader, Jiujiao took his time before departing. Guided by the workers, he located the Salvation Army's armory and collected the scant remaining weapons, particularly coveting a heavy machine gun, yet he left a significant cache for the workers to survive on. Jiujiao only took a small portion of the other supplies, not wanting the remaining workers to suffer starvation. Before departing, he cautioned the ordinary citizens to flee while they had the chance, lest they fall victim to Negan's wrath upon his return. Upon exiting the base, Jiujiao made his way directly to the agreed-upon rendezvous point with Paul and the others. After his departure, the remaining ordinary people, after much debate and deliberation, looted every last resource from the Salvation Army base, leaving in groups of 3 or 5. All that remained for Negan was an empty compound. It was uncertain how he would react upon his return, but such matters were of no concern to Jiujiao. Meanwhile, Paul, accompanied by Beth, Daryl, and Sherry, was en route to the kingdom, with Negan soon to arrive at Alexandria. Maggie, Glenn, and Carol were returning to the compound, intending to persuade Rick and Jiujiao to unite the kingdom and Hilltop in a decisive eradication of the Salvation Army. Why Jiujiao stored the wolves within his space, mending its body with metal, expending energy to craft an ample supply of arrows and steel balls, and subsequently fashioned 5 traps. He meticulously inspected the weapons in his space, discarding any defective items into the smelting furnace to be reconstituted into materials. Only then did he release the wolves for vigilance and ensconce himself within a sleeping bag to rest. After a night of combat, even with Jiujiao's current physical prowess, he felt a tinge of fatigue. When dawn broke, Jiujiao awoke to find it well past 10 in the morning. After a modest breakfast, he found himself beset by a sense of aimlessness. With nothing pressing to occupy his thoughts, his mind began to wander, one moment contemplating how to encircle and eliminate Negan's remaining forces, the next considering how to seize opportunities to fulfill task 4 by vanquishing a sufficient number of walkers. And then inevitably, he thought of Beth. The mere thought of her stirred a pang of guilt within him, knowing that in just a few months, he would have to leave this world and Beth behind. He found it difficult to let go, as she was his first love, an ordinary woman whose safety weighed heavily on his mind. He was acutely aware that in the absence of the Salvation Army, the Whisperers, led by Alpha, remained a formidable threat. Upon reflecting on Beth's safety, Jiujiao inexplicably pondered whether Beth would feel significantly more secure if she had a mechanical wolf by her side. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao inquired of the system, "May I leave a mechanical dog for Beth?" After a brief silence, the system replied, "Yes. Once the host has completed all tasks, the system will grant an additional reward. The host may use this opportunity to assist Beth in acquiring a mechanical dog. However, does the host wish to forfeit this chance for an extra reward in favor of granting Beth the right to utilize a mechanical dog? Please note that the additional reward may very well be blueprints." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao found himself in a quandary. Blueprints were what he desired most. Considering the cutting-edge mechanical crossbow, mechanical dog, and mechanical traps, he realized how tremendously beneficial another blueprint would be to his strength. Yet, he was deeply concerned for Beth's safety. In that moment, Jiujiao became ensnared in a profound internal conflict. Which was more vital, strength or humanity? Indeed, this was an exceedingly difficult dilemma, and in truth, Jiujiao longed to exclaim to the system, "Only children make choices. Adults desire it all." Alas, such thoughts remained mere musings, for the system was devoid of compassion. It was merely a rigid mechanism. Unable to reach a decision, Jiujiao resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. After all, several months remained. He could make a decision when the time to depart arrived. Outside the Alexandria safe zone, Rick stood atop the gate's wall with a grim expression, surveying the more than 10 vehicles and the densely armed saviors outside. Cursing under his breath, he had anticipated the saviors' arrogance since traveling along the path to the safe zone and had hoped he would not encounter them again. Yet here they were, appearing right before him. Among the crowd, Negan, brandishing his baseball bat, stood in the back of a truck, gazing up at Rick with a tone of brazen mockery. "Open the gate and let us in, or prepare for war as I slaughter everyone in the sanctuary. You have 3 minutes to decide," he declared. "Moreover, I detest speaking to you from below. Ha! If there's a next time, I shall not hesitate to shatter your skull with my beloved Lucille." Within the gate, Diana stood alongside her 2 sons and husband, peering anxiously at Rick, who was perched upon the wall. She had lost all semblance of her usual composure and earnestly hoped Rick could resolve this predicament. Unfortunately, she may have overestimated Rick's capabilities. While he might be the protagonist of this world, possessing certain abilities, he was utterly powerless against the overwhelming force of 200 saviors. He knew all too well that the sanctuary could not withstand such a formidable adversary, even with an abundance of weapons at their disposal. The walls and gates might deter the undead, but they offered no protection against living foes. Resistance would only result in negligible casualties for the saviors, while delivering catastrophic consequences for the sanctuary. In truth, his heart had long since surrendered in the face of the saviors. Turning back, Rick cast a glance at Diana, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. "We cannot resist." "Surrender?" Understanding Rick's silent plea, Diana closed her eyes in anguish, recalling the words he had spoken when they first met. "This place is truly wonderful, so comfortable, yet utterly lacking in the capacity to face crises." Indeed, she now comprehended the essence of Rick's words. Just like today, in the face of the enemy's intimidation, their grand estate was utterly defenseless, left with no choice but to capitulate. This thought, Diana's body swayed, a wave of dizziness overwhelming her. Had it not been for her husband and son supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Hearing the concerned calls from her husband and son, Diana weakly waved her hand, avoiding the gaze of the others, and said to her eldest son, "Spencer, let them in, as long as everyone is safe." With that, Diana closed her eyes, silently vowing to become stronger, ensuring their estate would never again be threatened as it was today. As the gates swung open, Negan's sinister smile emerged, standing in his vehicle and addressing his subordinates. "Wow, these folks are quite accommodating. Since they have chosen to submit, what are you all waiting for? Go in and confiscate all their weapons. With our protection, they won't need them. They just need to pay their protection fees on time." Upon hearing Negan's words, the saviors erupted in cheers, genuinely admiring Negan. As commonly acknowledged in private, as long as they followed Negan, they were invincible, able to act with impunity within 100 kilometers. In that moment, they seemed to forget that just days earlier, they had suffered losses exceeding 100 at the hands of Jiujiao. They remained oblivious to the fact that everyone at their base had perished under Jiujiao's hand, leaving nothing behind but an empty stronghold devoid of life. The main force surged into the estate, with the saviors shouting as they searched house by house, euphemistically claiming to be confiscating all weapons, while in reality, they were looting anything of value to take back to their base as their own possessions. Rick had descended the wall and stood beside Diana, while Negan, brandishing his bat, approached them, flanked by the female leader and several saviors. Negan pointed his bat at the group and said, "Aha, I'm delighted we could resolve this peacefully. Now tell me, where is that Chinese kid?" At his words, the expressions of Rick's team soured. Some selfishly began to harbor resentment towards Jiujiao, blaming him for attracting these intruders. Spencer, true to his cowardly and self-serving nature, hastily responded to the imposing Negan. "Are you referring to the Chinese kid named Yi? He's not here at all. He merely brought these people to the estate, stayed for a night, and then left. He hasn't returned since. Sir, please believe me, I saw him about 30 kilometers from here in a small town not long ago, and I haven't seen him since." Upon hearing these words, Rick and his companions' expressions darkened instantly. It was Rick who stepped forward, stating, "Sir, we are not well acquainted with him. We merely encountered him outside and have not seen him since." Fortunately, Rick refrained from divulging the entire truth, for otherwise, his teammates would undoubtedly have scorned him. No one would trust a traitor who betrays a friend. Negan, upon hearing this, darkened his countenance and pointed an accusatory finger at Rick, demanding, "You are not being truthful, sir. That young man from Huaxia shares a rather special connection with one of your ladies, Beth, is it? We learned of this place through her, and my purpose here is to secure a promise from you. Once that young man returns, you must detain him and notify us. Is that feasible?" At this, the expressions of Rick and his companions shifted simultaneously, their concern for Beth evident. Rick took a deep breath and implored Negan, "Sir, please do not harm Beth. She is but a child. Her relationship with that Huaxia individual is merely romantic, and she has not participated in his actions. I beseech you, sir, could you allow Beth to return? As for your request, I regret to inform you that we cannot comply. He is formidable. Without weapons, none of us stand a chance against him." Upon hearing this, Negan found himself persuaded by Rick's words. Given the numerous casualties the saviors had suffered at the hands of Yi, it would indeed be an impossible task for Rick and his group to capture him. Nevertheless, his objectives had already been accomplished. The confiscation of supplies and weapons was merely incidental. His ultimate goal was to convey the news of Beth's capture to Yi, confident that once he learned of her plight, he would surely come for her. Negan was certain he could capture Yi at that moment and compel him to submit to his sinister influence, turning him into his most formidable enforcer. The operation at the villa lasted an hour, during which all weapons were seized, along with some furniture, food, and medical supplies. As they departed, Negan pointed his bat at Rick, a radiant smile gracing his face, before he left the villa under the protection of his entourage. Simultaneously, Paul and his companions arrived at the Kingdom of God base. Beth and Daryl were too preoccupied to appreciate the environment of the Kingdom of God, which starkly contrasted with the lifestyle at the villa. It failed to capture their attention. Upon encountering Ezekiel in the theater, Paul bowed respectfully and, with candor, addressed him. "Your Majesty, I present to you a remarkable opportunity to eradicate the Saviors completely. Would your Majesty be interested in participating?" Ezekiel's interest was piqued at this, for it was not that he lacked the desire to confront the Saviors, but rather he was reluctant to send the residents of the kingdom to their doom. Thus, upon hearing Paul mention an opportunity to eliminate the Saviors, Ezekiel was naturally intrigued. He sat up and inquired, "What opportunity is this? Please elaborate, Paul." Upon hearing this, Paul began by introducing Ezekiel, saying, "This gentleman is Daryl, who has come from another base, and he is indeed a formidable warrior. This lovely lady is Beth, the girlfriend of the remarkable Huaxia man named Yi. And this young lady is Sherry, who was also rescued from the Salvation Army base by Yi. Perhaps you recall that not long ago, the Salvation Army inquired about who had slain their members and dismantled several of their outposts. Indeed, it was her boyfriend, Yi, who accomplished this. Just last night, the Salvation Army captured his girlfriend, this very lady here. We witnessed Yi infiltrate the Salvation Army's base single-handedly and rescue her unscathed. As we were departing, Yi was engaged in a standoff with the remaining members of the Salvation Army at their base. According to Yi, he intends to eliminate every last one of them. Meanwhile, Negan has taken the majority of his forces to the Alexandria safe zone. If he can successfully carry out this mission, as per his plan, we merely need to lay in wait for Negan's return to the base and ambush them, thus obliterating the Salvation Army and liberating our 3 bases from their oppressive grasp. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Having spoken, Paul felt that his words alone lacked persuasive power, so he recounted the illustrious feats of Yi, as relayed to him by Beth, Sherry, and Daryl, in great detail. The entire narrative, grounded in the first-hand accounts of the 4, left even Ezekiel and his most loyal guard, Jerry, in awe and inspired. Even Daryl and the others, who had witnessed and participated in these events, felt a surge of exhilaration. It is worth noting that since he first entered their lives, rescuing Rick and the others from the shelter, vanquishing every cannibal there, and battling thousands of walkers, he has demonstrated remarkable prowess. He single-handedly eliminated the Simon squad that attempted to rob them, and Sherry bore witness to him dispatching over 50 pursuers from the Salvation Army. Paul himself had seen and participated in Ye's annihilation of thousands of walkers, culminating in his solo rescue of 2 women while holding off the Salvation Army's pursuers, boldly proclaiming his intent to eliminate over 200 of them. The crowd could hardly contain their fervor and excitement. In truth, Ye's final confrontation with those 200 adversaries was no trivial feat. Had he not possessed the advantage of timing, terrain, and allies, such a victory would have been unattainable. The complex environment of the building and the cover of night provided him with crucial advantages. Had the setting been more open or illuminated by daylight, even Ye's remarkable abilities would not have sufficed against a fully armed contingent of 200 men. Regardless of his physical prowess, he remains vulnerable to bullets, and the best outcome he could hope for would be a tactical retreat. Upon concluding Paul's account, Ezekiel, his eyes alight with admiration, applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "I truly wish to meet that extraordinary Huaxia man. Yi, such a formidable figure, akin to an ancient war god, would indeed bring great honor to the kingdom of the gods if we could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle." After speaking, Ezekiel paused, seemingly in contemplation, before resolutely declaring, "Then, my dear Paul, what course of action shall we pursue?" Upon hearing this, Paul felt a surge of delight within, realizing that the decision to mobilize the alliance had been made. Following Ye's instructions, it was now time to gather the troops and prepare for action. Thus, he replied to Ezekiel, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to commence our mobilization of warriors immediately. After all, Negan and his saviors will only be 3 days' journey from Alexandria. It would be wise for your Majesty to lead our forces close to the saviors' base, locate Yi who remains there, and await the assembly of the mountain stronghold and Alexandria forces before devising our ambush plan against the saviors." Upon hearing this, Ezekiel rose, a wave of his hand exuding vigor as he proclaimed, "Very well, Paul, we shall proceed as you suggest. This time, we must utterly annihilate the saviors, restoring peace to the kingdom of the gods. The mountain stronghold in Alexandria? Paul, equally exhilarated, nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Ezekiel as he departed for the mountain stronghold to gather the troops and rendezvous with everyone, stepping out of the small theater. Indeed, Ezekiel's unwavering trust in Paul's words and his agreement to mobilize stemmed from the esteem Paul had earned over time. Since their acquaintance, Ezekiel had greatly admired Paul's steadfast integrity, never one to utter falsehoods. Thus, despite the seemingly outlandish claims regarding Yez's prowess, he chose to place his faith in Paul's assertions. After leaving, Paul hurried back to the mountain stronghold, opting not to gather the troops through Gregory, whom he deemed a coward of no concern. As long as they succeeded in vanquishing the saviors this time, he would have alleviated the mountain stronghold's lingering worries. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, Maggie and her companions had returned to the estate, only to find it in disarray. This sight further solidified Maggie's resolve to eradicate the saviors. Having not met with the ailing Diana, Maggie summoned Rick's team and, observing the discontent etched on their faces, announced, "I bring good news. Beth has been rescued by Yi. Just last night, Yi infiltrated the saviors' base alone and effortlessly liberated Beth. Moreover, I have another piece of news. Yi single-handedly dispatched over 100 of the saviors. He has also informed me that he intends to eliminate the remaining saviors at their base, while instructing Paul from the mountain stronghold to establish contact with the kingdom of the gods, preparing for a decisive strike against the saviors. Thus, we face a crucial question. Are you willing to partake in this endeavor?" Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Abraham immediately stood, asserting, "As long as we can slay those damned bastards, I am willing to join." Following suit were Rosita, Sasha, Tara, and Michonne, all agreeing to participate. Even the 15-year-old Carl rose to express his support. Remaining are the indecisive Rick, the reluctant killer of walkers, Tyrese, and the silent medic. Bob.as for Father Gabriel and Eugene. They have been automatically overlooked. Maggie, Glenn, Abraham, and the others all turned their gazes towards Rick, awaiting his opinion. Seeing the collective attention upon him, Rick understood that hesitation was no longer an option. Should he dissent, the fragile alliance he had painstakingly forged in this apocalyptic world would surely shatter, leaving him utterly alone. With this thought weighing heavily upon him, Rick rose to his feet and nodded in agreement. Thus, all three factions consented to collaborate with Jiujiao in their joint assault against the saviors, setting forth in succession, each with their own contingent, towards the savior's stronghold to rendezvous with Jiujiao. Negan, in high spirits, occupied the passenger seat of the vehicle, leisurely whistling with his left arm resting on the window. The saviors in the vehicle behind him were equally exuberant, boasting, smoking, and drinking, for they had acquired yet another survivor base to plunder, promising a slightly more comfortable existence and an increase in their daily rations. Upon returning to the base, it was precisely 10 o'clock at night. Observing the absence of any guards, Negan was struck by an ominous premonition. Once everyone had disembarked, he darkly addressed the group. "Laura, take your people inside the base to investigate. If anything seems amiss, come back and inform me immediately." Upon hearing Negan's command, Laura swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Noticing the lack of station guards, she recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly assembled 30 individuals, opening the gates to enter the base. From a distance, Jiujiao quietly observed the savior's reactions, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Approximately half an hour later, Laura emerged with a grim expression, standing before Negan as she solemnly reported. "The base is completely deserted, and all supplies have vanished. Only a handful of savior corpses remain." At this revelation, despite having mentally prepared himself, Negan's fury erupted with a resounding "ah" as he kicked the side door of the vehicle, cursing loudly, "Damn it! Bullshit! What the hell?" His rage stemmed from the belief that Gavin had absconded with both the personnel and resources of the base. He would not tolerate betrayal, and his brutal punishments for traitors were a testament to this resolve. After venting his frustration through a series of kicks, Negan regained his composure and gestured for everyone to enter the base. He needed to personally assess the situation of the corpses in order to ascertain whether they had fallen victim to traitors or an external attack. Once over 200 individuals had entered the base, Negan surveyed the bodies on the ground, noting that most bore a deep gunshot wound to the forehead, while others had been pierced by sharp objects or torn apart by teeth. Before long, Laura approached Negan and informed him, "That girl is also missing." Upon hearing Laura's words, Negan was nearly certain that it was not Gavin and his cohort who had betrayed him, but rather that accursed Huaxia individual. Not only had he rescued the girl, but he had also slain the guards left behind at the base, even releasing the workers. Meanwhile, Gavin and the other 200 were nowhere to be found. They were either still pursuing that Huaxiao man outside or had met with total annihilation. Negan chose not to further unleash his fury, instead coldly gesturing for his subordinates to take their rest, suggesting that matters could be addressed on the morrow. He then instructed Laura to heighten their vigilance, as he needed to meticulously contemplate how to counter the potential retaliation from that Huaxiao lad. After Negan and the saviors entered the base, they did not emerge again, and the guards had noticeably increased. Observing the density of their presence, Jiujiao realized that a stealth attack on the base had become an impossibility. Under such circumstances, the only option left was to wait for the main force to arrive and set a trap for Negan. Jiujiao was confident that Negan would indeed emerge, and that he would do so with his entire contingent, for the base harbored few resources. If he sought vengeance, particularly against Jiujiao and several others from different bases, then bloodshed was surely inevitable. At that moment, Negan was indeed as Jiujiao had envisioned, sitting alone in his spacious and opulent bedroom, which featured an extravagantly large bed that was once attended by several of his wives, now rendered desolate. Seated upon the sofa, he rested his chin upon his intertwined hands, his gaze fixed intently on the Lucille resting on the coffee table, murmuring to himself, Huaxiao lad, land of the gods, mountain stronghold. Was it solely his endeavor, or were both bases complicit? What could their next scheme possibly entail? After a brief musing, Negan raised his eyebrows, set down his hands, and grasped the wine glass from the table. This wine, after all, belonged in his bedroom. This further underscored the notorious reputation Negan held. Those who fled the base had pilfered all manner of supplies, yet his chamber remained untouched, a testament to the fear he instilled. Gently swirling the red wine in his glass before bringing it to his lips, he took a delicate sip and continued his ruminations. No, if those two bases were involved, they should not have retreated but rather concealed themselves within the base, poised to strike unexpectedly upon our return and catch us off guard. Yet if it were indeed that Huaxiao lad acting alone, then he would be a formidable adversary. Ha, what a frightful prospect. One man taking on over 200 and managing to extricate someone. Rarely do I find myself in admiration of others, but you, my dear Huaxiao lad, have earned my respect. Hee hee. What manner of individual are you? Huaxiao lad, my intrigue in you grows ever deeper. However, having slain so many of my people, I can no longer extend my hand in camaraderie. Otherwise, my subordinates may well rebel against me. With that, Negan tilted his head back and drained the wine from his glass. As if having resolved upon a course of action, he declared, Since you are an enemy to the death, I shall have to employ ruthless measures. Since you care so deeply for your friends, I shall capture everyone at the Alexandria safe zone and execute them one by one. I am eager to see if you are as cold-blooded and heartless as I am, capable of disregarding their lives. Ha! If you possess any softness of heart, then what awaits you is a fate of being turned into a mindless corpse. Very well. Starting tomorrow, let us engage in a fierce battle. We shall see whether you perish or I, Negan, survive until the end. As for why Negan did not immediately lead his team to Alexandria, it was partly due to a glimmer of hope that Gavin would return with reinforcements by dawn, and partly because after 3 exhausting days, everyone needed a good night's rest before embarking on a fight in the later hours of the night. While feigning sleep, Jiujiao received a notification from the werewolves that Paul had arrived with a few others. Jiujiao opened her eyes and stood to greet them, and indeed, she saw Paul approaching with Beth, Daryl, and 2 other men. With her keen eyesight, Jiujiao immediately recognized the 2 men as Ezekiel, the king of the kingdom, and his guard Jerry. As they drew near, Paul took on the role of the introducer and said, These 2 are Ezekiel, the king of the kingdom, and his guard Jerry. After speaking, he pointed to Jiujiao, whom he admired, and introduced her, saying, Your Majesty, this is the remarkable Yi from Huaxiao that I mentioned. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao politely nodded to Ezekiel and said, Greetings, Your Majesty of the kingdom, and to you as well, Jerry. This place is too close to the Savior's base. We should move outside to discuss how to ambush them. With that, Jiujiao followed the group downstairs, heading towards the resting place of the coalition of the kingdom and the mountaintop village. Along the way, Ezekiel curiously observed Jiujiao and the mechanical dog that followed her closely, especially intrigued by the mechanical creature. This mechanical dog was almost the size of his guardian beast Shiva, yet its combat prowess clearly surpassed that of Shiva, as Shiva was flesh and blood, while the mechanical dog was not. Upon returning to the encampment, after settling in the middle of the camp, Jiujiao reassured Beth, who clung tightly to her arm, before speaking. I have eliminated all the forces stationed at the Savior's base, and the personnel there have fled. I suspect Negan will take action at dawn, targeting one of the 3 bases. The most likely target is the Alexandria safe zone, as both Beth and I originated from there. If Negan intends to establish his authority through bloodshed, he will seek us out, and that is where he is most likely to strike. Upon hearing this, even though Paul and Ezekiel had already surmised the outcome, they were still taken aback. Paul, filled with excitement, then asked, how shall we ambush the saviors? After all, they still number over 200, and without you, we stand no chance against them. Ezekiel nodded slightly, his urgency palpable as he inquired, Indeed, do share your thoughts without delay. Rest assured, both our divine nation and the mountaintop stronghold shall heed your command. In response, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, unveiled a meticulously crafted plan. Not far ahead lies a small town, a crucial passage to the Alexandria safe zone. The road there is considerably narrower, flanked by buildings, making it an ideal location for an ambush. As for weaponry, I have brought forth all the arms from the saviors, which are now stored there. I trust Negan will be oblivious to our intentions. If we unite our efforts wholeheartedly, the saviors shall undoubtedly fall before us. Hearing this, Ezekiel and Paul exchanged a glance, suppressing their elation as they eagerly nodded in agreement. Initially, both had anticipated that laying an ambush against the saviors would entail significant sacrifices, given their lack of weaponry, their only means of offense being bows and spears. Little did they know that ye had already prepared for this eventuality, equipping them with arms, thus mitigating their fears of Negan's forces. Previously, their dread of the saviors stemmed from their numerical superiority and armament. But now, with only a couple of hundred adversaries left, their prospect seemed far less daunting. With both men acquiescing, he exhaled a sigh of relief, having harbored concerns that they might reconsider their decision to launch the ambush. Were he to face the 200 foes alone, safeguarding the lives within the stronghold would be a formidable challenge. After all, Negan possessed considerable cunning. Previously unaware of Ye's capabilities, he now had a clearer understanding of his vulnerabilities. While it was uncertain whether he could eliminate Yi, his companions, Beth and the others, were at great risk. Time was of the essence. With the plan solidified, Yi led his companions toward the designated ambush site. Shortly after setting forth, they spotted an approaching convoy. Yi promptly instructed everyone to conceal themselves while he remained behind to ascertain whether the incoming party were foes or allies. Leading the convoy was Maggie, driving one of the stronghold's vehicles. As the car drew near, Beth, who had been closely following Yi, recognized her and, disregarding Ye's protests, rushed out to intercept the convoy. Upon witnessing an unexpected figure in the road, Glenn, the driver, hastily slammed on the brakes, the vehicle emitting a screeching sound as it halted 10 meters away from Beth. The sudden stop nearly caused a collision among the vehicles behind, but fortunately, the distance was sufficient, and their speed was moderate, averting a chain reaction crash. Yi had anticipated the identity of the approaching party the moment Beth dashed out, and he swiftly followed suit, feeling a sense of exasperation at her impulsiveness. In her reckless dash, she seemed oblivious to the dangers of being struck by the vehicle or being mistaken for a savior by Rick and his group. As the headlights illuminated Beth, Maggie recognized both her and Yi, promptly disembarking from the vehicle. As she rushed towards Beth, she chided, "Beth, what are you doing? How reckless you are. What would happen if you were to be struck by a vehicle?" After uttering these words, she cast a fierce glare at Jiujiao, the reproach in her expression unmistakable. Jiujiao found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? After all, with Beth by his side, failing to keep an eye on her was indeed his fault. Beth, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, acknowledging her own impetuousness, and explained, "The Salvation Army has already returned to their base. If I hadn't intervened, and you had approached the vicinity of the base, the plan of Uncle would have been jeopardized. That is why I stepped in to stop you." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a wave of gratitude. It turned out that this girl was not as impulsive as she seemed, but rather acted to ensure the success of his plan. At that moment, Maggie, taken aback, inquired, "Plan? What plan?" Realization dawned upon her, and she gazed at Jiujiao with disbelief, asking, "Could it be that you have eliminated all the personnel at the Salvation Army base? My heavens, how did you manage that? There were over 200 fully armed foes, not merely 200 pigs. How is that even conceivable?" Just then, Glenn, Rick, and the others emerged from their vehicle, catching Maggie's words. Shock reverberated through the group. They had initially believed that Maggie's report was merely a means to bolster morale. Never anticipating it to be true, Jiujiao, single-handedly vanquishing over 200 members of the Salvation Army, was nothing short of miraculous. In response, Jiujiao maintained his humble demeanor, nodding as if it were a mere routine task. Indeed, The Salvation Army is left with only Negan and his 200 subordinates, of course, as well as personnel from various outposts. However, those individuals won't be returning anytime soon. Once we deal with Negan and his crew, we can methodically handle the others at our leisure. At this, Rick and the others exchanged disdainful glances with Jiujiao, yet deep down, they were genuinely impressed by him. After all, individuals of such caliber were only seen in films, never encountered in reality. As he continued, Jiujiao paused momentarily, gesturing towards Ezekiel, Jerry, and the others who had followed. This is King Ezekiel of the kingdom, accompanied by his guard Jerry, and the captain of the guard, Richard. This gentleman, Paul, is the leader of the mountain stronghold. King Ezekiel, this is Maggie from Alexandria, and that is Rick, the captain of their guard and also the leader of their team. You may all take a moment to introduce yourselves. As he spoke, Jiujiao pointed to Rick, who was clad in police attire, facilitating introductions to Ezekiel and the others. Recognizing Rick's role as the team leader, Jiujiao sought to eliminate any potential misunderstandings among the group, thereby tacitly endorsing Rick's authority. Rick stepped forward to greet Ezekiel and Paul, and without prolonging their stay, Jiujiao led everyone onward to the town. After evenly distributing personnel across the two buildings, Jiujiao ventured alone into one of the rooms. Moments later, she emerged, burdened with several large bags, which she promptly handed over to Rick and a few other leaders. Jiujiao then re-entered the room to retrieve all the firearms and ammunition stored within, culminating in the heavy machine gun acquired from the Salvation Army. She positioned the machine gun at the window with the best vantage point, assigning the most robust Abraham to operate it, along with 2 designated assistants. Once the personnel were allocated, Jiujiao bid farewell to the group and stealthily made her way to the vicinity of the Salvation Army's base to monitor their movements. That night, Negan found himself unable to sleep. As dawn approached, his unease intensified, particularly due to the absence of Gavin and the others. His ominous premonitions grew more palpable, leading him to speculate whether Gavin and his companions had met their demise. Yet, this only ignited his ferocity. He yearned to assert his dominance and seek vengeance, with the prime target naturally being the Alexander Manor. As the first light of day began to break, Negan sounded the assembly call. He and Laura stood before the railing where he often positioned himself, their faces devoid of the usual mirth. After a brief wait, all 200 members of the Salvation Army gathered in the open space beneath the railing. Observing the lackluster morale of his subordinates, Negan struck the railing with the bat he held, capturing everyone's attention. He then proclaimed loudly, "Yesterday, we were provoked and we lost a comrade. Now, we have 2 choices. First, we can capitulate and cease our efforts, resulting in a future devoid of supplies, forcing you to battle the endlessly resurrecting corpses for the scant resources you can scavenge, which will likely lead to the demise of most of you. Second, we can identify and eliminate those who dared to challenge us, instilling profound fear within them, ensuring they never dare to oppose us again, and subsequently provide us with timely supplies of food and vegetables, thereby sparing the vast majority of you from death." After a moment's pause, Negan's gaze turned steely as he scanned the crowd. Noticing the gloom had lifted from their faces, replaced by excitement, he continued, "We are the Salvation Army, and you are my most loyal companions, the most invincible army in this world. Now tell me your choice, capitulation or slaughter?" Shouted out. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Salvation Army erupted with fervor, raising their rifles and shouting in unison, "Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter." The volume of their voices was so intense that even Jiujiao, positioned outside the base, could hear them clearly. Even the corpses impaled on steel spikes joined in, flailing their arms and groaning, "Ugh, ugh, ah." Jiujiao disdainfully curled her lip, thinking to herself, "Slaughter. Indeed, it is slaughter, but not by you. It is us who will slay you. Negan, your fate is sealed for today." Humph. Upon finishing his words, Jiujiao rose to his feet with alacrity, swiftly descending the stairs to hasten towards the ambush site, intent on ensuring that everyone was well prepared for the impending slaughter of the Savior's forces. Meanwhile, in the base, Negan raised his hand with satisfaction, silencing the clamorous crowd. A wicked smile reappeared upon his visage as he rested the baseball bat upon his shoulder, lowering his hand to rest it horizontally across his chest. He extended his index finger, gesturing from left to right, before finally returning it to point at his own nose, exclaiming loudly, "Who am I? The invincible Negan, the mighty Negan, and who are you? We are all Negan. Negan, Negan, Negan is unbeatable. You are unbeatable. Victory shall belong only to us, the great saviors. Victory belongs to us, the saviors. Victory, saviors, victory." As the echoes of their chants subsided, Negan let out a satisfied aha and declared, "Aha? Very well. Let us set forth immediately to hunt down those damned enemies and eliminate them." Upon hearing Negan's command, the saviors erupted in jubilant cheers of "ooh." Their spirits soared as they rushed out of the base, eagerly jumping into their vehicles, awaiting their leader to guide them into the fray. Negan sauntered out, swaying slightly, and positioned himself on the step of the foremost car, casting a glance back at his exuberant followers before bending down to enter the vehicle. Subsequently, the engine roared to life, and the convoy gradually exited the base, the ambush site. Jiujiao relayed the news of the savior's departure, agreeing with his comrades to open fire at the first shot he would take. Excitement coursed through the group, each individual harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the saviors. Even those like Rick, who had only recently encountered the saviors, felt an intense loathing. It was well known that the resources from the estate had been largely seized by the saviors, leaving what was once a prosperous refuge in dire straits. After a wait of more than 10 minutes, the distant roar of engines reached their ears, the thunderous sound indicative of no fewer than 20 vehicles approaching. As the noise crescendoed, every individual tightened their grip on their weapons, eagerly anticipating Jiujiao's command to fire. Beside Jiujiao stood only Beth and Zhang Lang, while at his feet lay 10 meticulously prepared mechanical traps, his greatest weapon against the saviors. Though the presence of vehicles would provide some cover, diminishing the trap's lethality compared to an open field, they should not be underestimated. Let it not be forgotten that Jiujiao held the advantageous position of elevation from which to deploy the traps. As long as the saviors did not seek refuge within their vehicles, their effectiveness would be unleashed. Finally, the convoy entered the ambush zone. As the leading car approached Jiujiao, he aimed at the driver's head and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, causing the driver's head to jerk violently to the left, shattering the car's window with a crash. The vehicle swayed perilously before careening violently into the wall of a nearby building. Following this, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted, tat-tat-tat, pap-pap, filling the air with the sounds of chaos. Suddenly, the Salvation Army was caught utterly off guard, with numerous members seated in the truck immediately struck by bullets, emitting horrifying cries in their final moments. Negan, positioned in the center vehicle, hastily crouched down into his seat, daring not to make even the slightest movement. Gunfire erupted from both sides, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour, rendering the Salvation Army incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Laura, possessing far greater combat experience than Negan, swiftly kicked open the car door and rolled out, charging headlong into the building across the street. Upon witnessing Laura's daring escape, Negan cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and, gritting his teeth and risking the peril of being shot, tumbled out of the vehicle. As well, it must be said that Negan was indeed fortunate. He managed to evade all bullets until he reached the safety of the building. Seeing that both Negan and Laura had taken refuge inside, the surviving members of the Salvation Army were unwilling to remain in the truck awaiting their demise. One by one, they emulated the others, kicking open the doors and braving the hail of gunfire to escape. At this moment, Jiujiao also sprang into action, deftly tossing a trap into a densely packed area of the crowd. The trap landed on the ground and sprang up, whoosh whoosh whoosh, eliminating 6 members of the Salvation Army. Without pause, Jiujiao continued to launch traps, decimating the most concentrated clusters of enemies. This sudden assault swiftly halved the Salvation Army's numbers. Inside the building, Negan's expression darkened. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the enemies who ambushed him. Regret washed over him as he lamented his oversight in neglecting the possibility of an ambush. Indeed, he had been remiss. The absence of an ambush at the base indicated that the attackers were few in number. He had initially assumed that the assailants aimed merely to rescue someone from the base, failing to consider that they might anticipate his reaction and lay in wait. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of the gunfire, it was evident that these were not merely survivors from a single base, but combatants from all 3 bases converging together. This was his gravest miscalculation. He could never have imagined that members from all 3 bases would unite so swiftly to ambush him. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. He was well acquainted with human nature. Otherwise, he would not have easily maintained control over the Kingdom of God and the Mountain Peak Village. In the original narrative, he had nearly driven Rick to despair, and it seemed unreasonable for such a rapid and unanticipated coalition to form. In truth, the absence of Jiujiao would have meant the Salvation Army's remaining strength would not have been halved, nor would this joint ambush operation have transpired, leaving the Salvation Army in a dire predicament. Negan had no time to dwell further on his thoughts, for the familiar sound of a heavy machine gun filled the air, nearly contorting his face in rage. The heavy machine gun, a true instrument of mass destruction, was not merely lethal to humans but also an absolute weapon against the undead. Yet, this formidable weapon, once his own, had now fallen into enemy hands, wielded to eliminate his subordinates. How could this not incite his fury? Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the anguished cries of his comrades, Negan understood that the Salvation Army's fate was sealed. He had been defeated. However, although he conceded defeat, he was not yet in despair. As long as he remained alive, he believed that with his abilities, there would come a day when he could rise again and seek vengeance, for opportunities would not be entirely absent. With a resentful glare cast towards the outside of the dwelling, Negan sprinted with Laura towards the rear of the house. He needed to escape this battlefield. During the prolonged skirmish, Jiujiao had been particularly attentive to the duo of Negan and Laura. The fate of the Salvation Army's forces was of no concern to him, but the lives of Negan and Laura were imperative to eliminate. They were pivotal figures in the ultimate hidden mission, crucial for expanding the space, and thus, they could not be spared. Upon witnessing the pair retreat into the house, Jiujiao promptly instructed Beth to remain there while he set off to pursue Negan and Laura. Beth was untroubled by Jiujiao's safety. How could two individuals pose a threat to her uncle? She offered him a reassuring glance, wielding the mechanical crossbow that Jiujiao had retrieved for her, taking aim at the panicked members of the Salvation Army scattering in disarray. Jiujiao circumnavigated the battlefield, and at that moment, Negan and Laura had already breached the encirclement, now 100 meters away from the fray. Fortunately, Jiujiao's stamina far surpassed that of the two, and with the mechanical dog, Wolf, accompanying him, one should not underestimate the innate tracking abilities that Wolf possessed. Following the scent left by the duo, Jiujiao trailed behind Wolf. At this juncture, Negan and Laura were in a state of disarray, far removed from their former elevated stature within the base. As Negan ran, he glanced back towards the source of the gunfire, only to catch sight of Jiujiao in pursuit. Realizing that only a single individual was chasing them, Negan urged Laura, eliminate the one following us. Otherwise, neither of us will escape. Upon hearing this, Laura turned her head mid-sprint and, upon seeing only one person trailing at a distance, had initially considered running further away to deal with Jiujiao later. However, to her astonishment, the pursuer was closing the gap rapidly. Just that brief moment of turning back had brought him within 50 meters. Laura cursed under her breath, "Damn it," and, resolutely halting in her tracks, raised her handgun to aim at Jiujiao, firing off 3 shots with a series of bangs, believing that 3 shots would suffice to eliminate him. Little did she anticipate that Jiujiao, while running, exhibited an uncanny agility, evading the trio of bullets with a final lunge, thereby not only surviving but also closing the distance further. Having joined the Salvation Army and risen to a leadership position, Laura's prowess was undeniable, particularly in marksmanship. Thus, when her shots went awry, she realized she was up against a formidable opponent. Negan too discerned that Jiujiao was not to be trifled with, and wisely ceased his flight, understanding that as long as this individual remained alive, their own escape was futile. With both of them having halted, Jiujiao likewise reduced his pace, while Wolf maneuvered to flank the duo from a distance. This was Jiujiao's intention, to deny either of them any chance of escape. Laura, her hands trembling as they steadied the handgun, aimed at the advancing Jiujiao, yet hesitated to pull the trigger, for she understood a profound truth. The most threatening bullet is one that remains unfired from the chamber. How many rounds could her handgun truly hold? 15 rounds had been loaded, and 3 bullets had already been fired. If she were to recklessly discharge her weapon, she would deplete her handgun, leaving her without any chance of a comeback. At this moment, refraining from firing and waiting for Jiujiao to draw closer would significantly enhance her odds of eliminating Jiujiao. As the distance gradually diminished, the two could discern Jiujiao's features. Revealing a youthful Asian individual, Jin promptly grasped the situation and inquired with certainty, "Huaxia person, Yi?" As Jiujiao ambled forward, she shrugged and responded, "Yes, I am Yi, the Huaxia individual who has slain half of your comrades. So, what will it be? Surrender? Or will you persist in your futile resistance?" In the midst of her words, Laura seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of shots from her handgun, the rapid bang-bang-bang of gunfire echoing in succession. Jiujiao had long anticipated Laura's actions. The instant Laura fired, Jiujiao also sprang into action, crouching low and swiftly circling around Laura, moving with such speed that Laura's visual perception could not keep pace. Remarkably, at Jiujiao's velocity of 18 meters per second, Laura's eyesight faltered under the proximity, resulting in all her bullets finding nothing but emptiness. As for why Jiujiao, despite having a mechanical crossbow at her disposal, opted for close-quarters combat, it is easily understood. The effective range of the mechanical crossbow is 150 meters, a distance at which she could confidently eliminate the less mobile undead. However, targeting a living person posed a greater challenge. If she had failed to dispatch the two individuals and allowed them to flee, she would have to divide her focus to pursue them, making close-range execution far more expedient. As for Jiujiao's audacity to confront a handgun directly, she possessed the confidence born from her earlier ability to evade rifle bullets from a distance. Thus, dodging handgun fire at close range was a trivial matter. It is crucial to acknowledge that every situation has its duality. While it is true that evading bullets at close range is inherently difficult, it is equally true that the closer one is, the more restricted one's visual perception becomes. This is precisely why Jiujiao felt assured in her ability to evade Laura's shots. While Jin stood in astonished silence, Jiujiao had already dashed before Laura, a flash of steel glinting as her blade sliced through the air towards Laura's neck. Jin distinctly heard a chi sound as Laura's hands fell limp, the handgun clattering to the ground. She clasped her neck with trembling hands, and soon thereafter, a torrent of crimson blood erupted, splattering onto the ground. Laura uttered helpless gasps, her body collapsing softly to the earth, evidently beyond salvation. At this moment, Jin regained his composure, casting a glance at Jiujiao, who shrugged in response, exclaiming, "Wow, truly ruthless, aren't you? More merciless than I show no mercy towards men, yet I tend to hesitate with women. You, however, are different. You have certainly earned my respect." In response, Jiujiao merely smirked and replied, "No, we are not the same. I slay only those who have committed heinous acts. Your so-called saviors fall into that category. Though she was a woman, the number of innocents who have perished at her hands is certainly not negligible, thus she deserved her fate. And you are no different." Upon hearing this, Negan realized that attempting to persuade Jiujiao with words was futile. Thus, there was no choice but to engage in battle. With a flourish, Negan brandished his baseball bat and addressed Jiujiao. "Very well, I concur with your sentiment. This means that only one of us shall survive today. So, let us fight like men." Jiujiao nodded in response, drawing out his dog-leg blade with his left hand, crossing it in the air before Negan, and declared, "All right then, what are we waiting for? Negan, come at me with this." Both Jiujiao and Negan sprang into action almost simultaneously. Negan let out a fierce shout and lunged forward, swinging his bat upward in a diagonal arc, aiming for Jiujiao's hands that gripped the blades, evidently intent on knocking them from his grasp. Jiujiao, agile as ever, sidestepped the powerful blow, propelling himself forward past Negan, his shoulder colliding forcefully with Negan's back. A resounding thud echoed as the tremendous impact left Negan gasping, nearly unable to catch his breath, as he staggered several steps forward. Struggling to regain his footing, he planted the bat on the ground and turned around, exclaiming, "Wow, cough cough, truly impressive. Your strength is remarkable. But, cough, do you genuinely believe your actions are justified? You have slain so many of us. How do you differ from us? Aren't we all just murderers?" Jiujiao understood Negan's intention to rattle him with verbal taunts and dismissed him with a disdainful hum, opting not to engage. Instead, he charged swiftly towards Negan. In response, Negan cursed under his breath, enduring the discomfort in his chest as he raised his bat to confront him. Indeed, Negan was a formidable adversary. Wielding Lucille, he had shattered countless skulls of both the undead and the living, his combat prowess ranking among the finest in the saviors. However, when faced with the anomaly that was Jiujiao, the disparity was stark. Not only did Jiujiao possess the innate ability of a novice combat master, but his 5 points of strength and physique far surpassed Negan's capabilities. Negan's bat came crashing down upon him, leaving an opening wide enough to exploit. Jiujiao executed a swift roll beneath Negan, rising to deliver a headbutt. "Ugh!" Negan howled in agony. Having missed his strike and suffering a severe blow to his lower body, he could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing face first to the ground. Having already evaded Negan's towering form, Jiujiao approached, placing a foot firmly on Negan's back, rendering him immobile, the tip of his blade pressing against Negan's nape. Jiujiao proclaimed, "Bid farewell to this world. Negan, though this world is riddled with scars, it remains the place that birthed and nurtured you." Upon hearing these words, Negan struggled a few times, but realizing his efforts were in vain, he resigned himself to his fate and ceased all movement. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the scenes of devastation that had unfolded at the onset of the calamity. He recalled his wife, who had succumbed to cancer due to his negligence and had transformed into a soulless being, as well as the children he had once mentored. Negan murmured, "Lucille, I am here to join you." Yet, Jiujiao remained unmoved, the blade's tip piercing into the back of Negan's skull. With a soft thud, the blade penetrated, causing Negan's body to convulse as blood oozed forth. rapidly staining the fabric around his neck. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate hidden mission. Annihilate the saviors, eliminate the leader Negan, 1-1, and the subordinates, 5-5, leading to the disbandment of the saviors. Mission completion rewards, 5,000 experience points, mechanical space expanded to 1,000 square meters. Notice, host level has increased, now at level 9. Strength and stamina each increased by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increased by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please check the details yourself. Notice, host level has increased, now at level 10. Strength and stamina each increased by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increased by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please check the details yourself. The host has reached level 10, upgrading from beginner combat master to intermediate combat master, significantly enhancing the host's ability to wield weapons in combat. And from beginner mechanical master to intermediate mechanical master, the host can now replicate mechanical creations that do not exceed their own capabilities, acquiring corresponding blueprints. The host can now control an increased number of mechanical pets. For every 5 points of spirit, 1 soulful mechanical pet can be commanded. As the voice faded, Jiujiao felt a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, an overwhelming influx of information that nearly induced nausea. After a considerable time, the feeling of sickness dissipated, and Jiujiao could sense that his combat abilities had vastly improved. Tio put it simply, where he once stood at the level of an elite soldier, he now possessed the prowess of a special forces commander, his physical capabilities far surpassing those of any typical soldier. However, Jiujiao was acutely aware that in comparison to the true anomalies of the Marvel Universe, there remained a significant gap. Consider the likes of Captain America, Winter Soldier, Black Panther, and the combat prodigy Black Widow, among others. Surprises often arise in the most unexpected moments, and the system's notification nearly propelled Jiujiao into jubilant exclamation, the elevation in level and strength needing no further elaboration. Yet, it was the enhancement of his innate skills that truly captured Jiujiao's utmost attention. In this present day, the ability to command 2 mechanical pets significantly enhances Jiujiao's prowess. With great excitement, she eagerly opens her attributes panel to examine her statistics. Name, Jiujiao. Age, 16 years. Profession, mechanical hunter. Level, 10, 3,710,000. Attributes, strength, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 12 spirit, 12 agility, 12 speed, 20 ms energy, 1200, recovery rate, 12 points minute. Professional talents, 1. Intermediate combat master. 2. Intermediate mechanical master. Pets, mechanical dog, werewolf, 1-2 mount, none. Special space, mechanical manufacturing space 1,000 square meters, mechanical traps 30 blueprints, none. Note, time space traversal function remaining, 0 times. Note, unique mainline super god level quest, eliminate Thanos and his minions. Success reward, 6 cosmic gems. Hidden quest 4, eliminate walkers, 6,102. 10,000. Heads, reward, 5,000 experience, 1 blueprint for modifying an ordinary mount into a motorcycle. Upon witnessing the upgrade experience escalate from 3 digits to 5, Jiujiao couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. However, she resigned herself to the inevitable. With 30 mechanical traps remaining, 10 of which were still on the battlefield, Jiujiao closed the panel and summoned Werewolf as she made her way to the fray. In the distance, sporadic gunfire echoed from the battlefield, indicating that the combat was nearing its conclusion. Thus, the remaining task was Hidden Quest 4. This presented a conundrum for Jiujiao, as, despite the abundance of walkers in this world, locating a sufficient number for mass extermination proved to be a formidable challenge. As she walked, Jiujiao pondered the locations within the narrative where walker populations were notably high. The Whisperer's congregation of walkers was no less formidable than a horde, but since Alpha had yet to arrive, she dismissed that option. The military base discovered by Daryl in the story remained elusive as well, so she abandoned that thought too. Suddenly, Jiujiao recalled a scene from the 6th season, where Rick and the residents of the hilltop discovered a canyon outside a manor, teeming with walkers. Inspired by this memory, her confidence surged. Those walkers, once deemed insurmountable by Rick and his companions, now represented the ideal opportunity for her to achieve a significant slaughter. With the advantage of traps, provided their numbers were sufficient, she could easily decimate not just 10,000, but even 100,000, as long as they were present. With the prospect of swiftly completing Quest 4, Jiujiao's spirits lifted, and she even found herself humming a tune as she returned to the battlefield. Returning to the battlefield, the fighting had ceased, and the inhabitants of the 3 bases were engaged in the grim task of clearing the area, collecting the weapons and ammunition of the fallen saviors. The vehicles were beyond salvage, riddled with bullet holes, particularly the heavy machine gun belonging to Abraham, which had wreaked unparalleled havoc, leaving many cars in ruins. Upon seeing Jiujiao's return, Paul, Ezekiel, and Rick turned their gazes toward her, eager to hear news of Negan's demise. Why Jiujiao, not one to prolong the suspense, nodded affirmatively and declared to the group, "Negan is dead. I killed him with my own hands. The saviors will no longer exist." Oh wow! Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, the three base warriors surrounding her erupted into cheers. A throng of people surged forward, unceremoniously lifting her into the air, tossing her up and down in jubilant celebration. In the distance, Beth watched Jiujiao being tossed about, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Maggie, standing beside her, wrapped an arm around her sister's shoulder, offering her a warm, congratulatory smile. Once the battlefield was cleared, the vehicles that had arrived earlier were prepared for a celebratory gathering at Alexandria, honoring the victory Jiujiao had brought to them, liberating them from exploitation. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Diana had been quite worried that Rick and the others' reckless actions might bring disaster upon the estate. However, upon learning of their triumphant return, she felt immense joy in that moment. She recognized her own shortcomings and resolved to become stronger, to learn how to fight, ensuring the estate would not endure such humiliation again. Spencer, along with his brother Aiden and Nicholas, gazed at Jiujiao, who was being celebrated by the crowd, feeling a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. They could have been a part of it, yet their cowardice had rendered them outcasts from Jiujiao and the others. Why Jiujiao paid little heed to the opinions of those in the estate. To her, it was merely a resting point. Apart from Beth, and perhaps her sister Maggie and Glenn, she cared little for anyone else. The celebratory feast was lavish, featuring not only supplies reclaimed from the saviors, but also provisions brought from the hilltop and the kingdom. Despite the considerable distance between the three bases, some vehicles had set off early and managed to return just before the evening's festivities commenced. Undoubtedly, the star of the celebration was Jiujiao, the Chinese woman, who garnered admiration from all present. Compliments flowed in such abundance that Jiujiao felt her ears would soon become calloused, and many sought opportunities to share drinks with her. Naturally, she welcomed all, imbibing freely, and for those unable to keep pace, she discreetly poured their drinks into her own space. It was not until the banquet concluded that she returned to the villa, supported by Beth. Of course, Jiujiao was feigning inebriation. Once inside the villa, the two made their way to the bathroom, spending several hours there. Even with her exceptional constitution, Jiujiao found it overwhelming. Due to Beth's earlier fright, Jiujiao refrained from immediately leaving the estate to search for the Walker gathering site, opting instead to stay and accompany Beth for 3 days. After this time, Jiujiao bid farewell to Beth and set out alone from the estate. After a thorough search, she finally located the Valley of Walkers, situated 10 kilometers from the estate. It is largely thanks to the werewolf. Were it not for its extraordinary hearing, which detected the groans of the gathering zombies, Jiujiao would have remained oblivious to how long it would take to find this place. Parking the car on the flat ground of the valley, Jiujiao stepped out and approached the edge of the cliff. Before even glancing down, she noticed 2 boxy heavy trucks parked across the road, their rear ends connected, effectively blocking the passage for the zombies. From time to time, a zombie would squeeze out through the gap between the 2 trucks, staggering off into the distance. The road leading to the canyon was lined with a long, winding queue of zombies, all converging towards the trucks. As she looked down, Jiujiao couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was overwhelming. There were simply too many, thousands of zombies densely packed right beneath her, sending shivers down her spine. On the left side of the canyon, 1 or 2 zombies occasionally tumbled down the hillside, joining the throng below. Such a scene would surely cause someone with a phobia of clusters to faint in horror, frothing at the mouth. Fortunately, Jiujiao, despite having traversed only one world, had endured countless battles of various scales and was no longer intimidated by the sheer number of zombies. Observing the 70 mechanical traps in her spatial inventory, she felt a surge of frustration, in comparison to the vast number of zombies in the canyon. The 70 traps were utterly insufficient to eliminate them all. However, there was no choice. Regardless of the impossibility, Jiujiao was determined to fight, not only to complete Task 4, but also to ensure Beth's safety in the future. If she did not eradicate these zombies, when they eventually surged forth, the manor would be the first to face the onslaught. Despite the manor's sturdy steel walls, Jiujiao firmly believed they could not withstand the relentless assault of tens of thousands of zombies, and the defenses would eventually be breached. Even if they could hold them off, how long could the manor endure without supplies? Would they not need to venture out to gather resources? To rely solely on what they had would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, for Beth's safety after her departure, Jiujiao was resolved to eliminate every last zombie in this area, even if it took a month or more. With her determination solidified, Jiujiao began to retrieve traps from her spatial inventory, tossing them down into the canyon. Simultaneously, she utilized the metallic materials at her disposal to craft traps and energy bolts. One by one, she carelessly discarded traps into the canyon. There was no retrieving them once cast down. With tens of thousands of corpses amassed below, the prospect of searching for them was unthinkable. The zombies were packed so closely together that there was hardly any space between them. Thus, each trap that fell would eliminate dozens of zombies, achieving a killing efficiency far surpassing her previous efforts in town. With 10 traps thrown down, the number of kills reached 300 to 400, bringing her ever closer to completing the task. Yet, Jiujiao felt no joy. The metallic materials she had painstakingly stored were depleting at an alarming rate. Anyone would feel a pang of sympathy in this situation. Though these metallic materials have not cost a fortune, they certainly demand a substantial investment of time and energy. Even though Jiujiao currently regenerates 12 points of energy every minute, it is simply insufficient to counteract the relentless drain of resources. After an hour, Jiujiao found himself despondently seated at the precipice, gazing at the horde of zombies below, which had diminished only by a slight margin. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged that once his energy was depleted, he would have to wait for its gradual recovery. In his boredom, he pondered if there were any methods to swiftly eliminate the zombies. Regrettably, the apocalypse had persisted for several years, and aside from a few firearms, more potent weapons had long since vanished, with even fuel in short supply. Truth be told, Jiujiao yearned to procure a bomb and obliterate the valley, but such thoughts remained mere fantasies. After another hour had passed, Jiujiao rose to continue crafting traps, loading them, and deploying them to slay the zombies. Until dusk approached, when he glanced below to see the horde still largely intact. He stood and made his way to the vehicle, heading back to the manor. Along the route, he gathered metal scraps and abandoned vehicles, melting them down for materials. By the time he returned to the manor, it was already 9 in the evening. Beth had been waiting on the wall surrounding the estate, and upon spotting Jiujiao's car, she cheered and hurried down to open the gate for him. Before the vehicle had fully stopped, she leaped into his arms as he opened the door. In the days that followed, Jiujiao continued to venture into the valley daily to eliminate zombies. During times of low energy, he scoured for metal. 3 days later, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing hidden task 4, eliminate zombies, 10,021 10,000, reward, 5,000 experience points, and a blueprint for upgrading a motorcycle. Furthermore, congratulations on triggering a special hidden task. Resolve Beth's lingering threat by completely exterminating the valley's zombies. Reward, 5,000 experience points, a blueprint for upgrading a mechanical dog, and 1 special privilege. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiujiao couldn't help but feel his heart race with excitement. He had initially thought he would have to forego a world task reward to provide Beth with a mechanical dog for her protection. Yet, unexpectedly, he had triggered a special hidden task with an additional privilege as a reward. He felt immense gratitude for having watched all the episodes of The Walking Dead, which had inspired him to visit this location, and even more so for his determination to protect Beth by slaying the zombies here, which not only allowed him to complete Hidden Task 4, but also fortuitously triggered a special hidden task. Jiujiao was eager to inquire of the system whether this special privilege could permit him to bring Beth into his world, and thus he impatiently asked, "System, can this special privilege allow me to bring Beth into my world?" The system replied, "Apologies, host, but this is not possible. Given your current permissions and capabilities, the system cannot open a time-space transit portal for anyone other than the host." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a profound sense of disappointment. Although reluctant to part with Beth, he had no choice but to suppress his feelings of sorrow and leave her alone in this world. Glancing at the canyon, where only a mere fraction of the undead remained, he unleashed all his frustrations upon these wretched creatures. One by one, freshly crafted mechanical traps were loaded with arrows and steel balls, and with a flick of his wrist, Jiujiao cast them into the abyss of the canyon. It was evident that a thick carpet of undead corpses already blanketed the ground below. The thunderous sounds emitted by the traps drew in more of the nearby undead, resulting in a towering mound of bodies that piled up to over 1.5 meters high and stretched 30 meters wide. Engaging in the monotonous task of dispatching the undead proved to be a tedious endeavor. Whenever Jiujiao felt his patience waning, he would glance at the rewards for the special hidden mission, which reignited his determination to continue crafting traps and eliminating the undead. As time swiftly passed, over 2 months had elapsed. Jiujiao could no longer remain in one spot to kill the undead. He found himself needing to relocate frequently, as the accumulated corpses had reached such heights that the undead could no longer ascend. After 2 months, the results were evident. Although the speed of trap production could not keep pace with the rate at which Jiujiao deployed them, he had nonetheless managed to slay over half of the undead in the canyon, leaving just over 7,000 remaining, far beyond the effective range of his attacks. Rubbing his temples in frustration while surveying the canyon's terrain, he realized that continuing to eliminate the undead would not be a simple task. What could he do? Charging into the throng of undead for a direct assault was utterly out of the question. Even with the assistance of the war wolves, it would be impossible to navigate freely among such a horde of 7,000 or 8,000 undead. Had it been a mere 100 or 180, Jiujiao would have had the confidence to engage, but the thought of facing 7,000 or 8,000 left him devoid of courage. As evening descended, he raised his gaze to the darkening sky before lowering it once more to the undead that lingered over 500 meters away. With a sense of resignation, he turned and climbed into his vehicle, making his way back to the mountain lodge base. Upon returning to the lodge to rest, Jiujiao seized the opportunity in the moments between his intimacy with Beth to enter his mental space and craft traps and steel projectiles. His thoughts remained consumed with how to clear the undead from the canyon. Reflecting on the countless undead he had dispatched over the months and the towering platform of corpses he had created, Jiujiao suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. How could he have forgotten about the impassable platform of bodies? He realized he could utilize ropes to descend from the cliff into the canyon, stand atop the mound of corpses, attract the undead with noise, and then unleash traps upon them. With this revelation, Jiujiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he quickly recognized that the number of traps he had was insufficient. He needed to take advantage of the coming days to produce more traps to effectively eradicate all the undead in the canyon. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He first needed to create a mount and modify a motorcycle. To be honest, he had long coveted this mount. Considering the mechanical crossbow and the mechanical dog, it was easy to imagine that the modified motorcycle would be something extraordinary. At the break of dawn the following day, Jiujiao departed from the mountain villa, seeking a secluded spot to commence the construction of the modified motorcycle he had long neglected amidst his preoccupation with vanquishing zombies. Within his spatial realm lay an array of motorcycle models acquired from the Salvation Army. He meticulously disassembled reusable components according to the schematics, and with the aid of a smelting furnace, he forged the necessary modification parts. After over an hour of labor, he finally completed the fabrication of all requisite components. With a surge of excitement, Jiujiao gazed at the workspace, eagerly assembling the parts one by one. In merely 10 minutes, every component was assembled. Before him stood a motorcycle, exuding a striking sense of advanced technology. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he summoned the vehicle from his spatial realm. With a resounding clang, a motorcycle measuring 3 meters in length and 1 meter in height, adorned with 2 massive wheels, emerged before him, complete with a driver's seat and an additional passenger seat. Yet, Jiujiao could not shake a peculiar sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he realized it resembled Batman's motorcycle. Drawing this comparison confirmed his suspicion that this was indeed Batman's bike. Driven by curiosity, Jiujiao inquired of the system, "You haven't simply cut corners and replicated Batman's motorcycle for me, have you?" The system replied, "Indeed, it is Batman's motorcycle, albeit modified by the system. It not only possesses the performance of Batman's bike, but is also equipped with numerous additional features, such as an integrated balancing system that ensures it never tips over, wheels capable of rotating freely 360 degrees, a powerful crossbow weapon mounted on the chassis, onboard missiles, inoperable without ammunition, an energy cannon, a recognition feature for its owner, autonomous driving capabilities, unable to be activated without appropriate artificial intelligence, and adaptability to all terrain. Crucially, it requires no fuel. Once fully energized, it can travel at speeds of 200 kilometers per hour for up to 500 kilometers. Moreover, as the host level increases, it can be upgraded to an even more formidable steed based on corresponding blueprints. After absorbing the system's introduction, Jiujiao felt a profound sense of astonishment. Just the onboard energy cannon alone far surpassed the capabilities of Batman's motorcycle, and the potential for upgrades only heightened his satisfaction. Eagerly, he followed the system's guidance to initiate the ownership recognition procedure, filling the motorcycle with energy. With a swift motion, he mounted the bike, donning the helmet that was not only strikingly cool in design, but also remarkably streamlined compared to conventional motorcycle helmets, resembling a mask that was both comfortable and provided excellent visibility. Gripping the handlebars, his body melded seamlessly with the motorcycle, offering an unparalleled sense of comfort and connection. The Warwolf had already been stored in his pet space. He ignited the engine, and the motorcycle gently roared to life. After adjusting to the initial few meters, Jiujiao gradually accelerated, transitioning from a modest speed to one of 100 kilometers per hour, exultantly cheering aloud. The exhilarating rush, coupled with the thunderous roar of the motorcycle, enveloped him in an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. Navigating along the smooth highway, traversing through fields overrun with wild grass, riverbanks, and rocky terrain, and even scaling mountains became a delightful experiment for Jiujiao as he thoroughly tested the capabilities of his motorcycle. Whether executing sharp turns or maneuvering around obstacles, he encountered no difficulties whatsoever. It was truly exhilarating. Eventually, he designated a specific location to assess the power of the mounted crossbow and energy cannon. While the rate of fire could not rival that of rifles or submachine guns, the pace of 1 arrow per second left Jiujiao quite satisfied. Notably, the capacity of the vehicle-mounted crossbow had seen a significant enhancement, boasting an impressive 100 bolts, sufficient for Jiujiao to breach any obstacle in his path. Moreover, the bolts of this mounted crossbow differed from Jiujiao's mechanical crossbow, being a mere 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger, yet delivering several times the power. As for the energy cannon, its might was comparable to that of a shoulder-fired rocket, with a rapid firing rate, though the energy consumption was rather disheartening. Each shot required 200 units of energy, leaving Jiujiao unable to fire more than a few rounds with his current reserves. Regrettably, the effective range was limited to a mere 5 meters, which extinguished his ambitions of using his mount to obliterate the undead. After a few hours, Jiujiao, still yearning for more, returned to the manor on his motorcycle. This striking entrance captivated everyone, especially Daryl, who had a fervent passion for motorcycles and seemed eager to have his eyes embedded within this technologically advanced machine. Unfortunately, Jiujiao's mount was not for everyone. Even if he consented, no one but him could start the motorcycle. Naturally, Beth became the first passenger, relishing the exhilarating speed. Once the novelty of the mount wore off, Jiujiao immersed himself in the task of crafting traps, spending a week gathering materials to create 300 traps, sufficient to eradicate all the undead in the canyon at once. Fortunately, Jiujiao's space had expanded to 1,000 square meters. Otherwise, he would have struggled to accommodate so many traps. After a day of rest, Jiujiao rose early, summoned Beth, and rode out on his steed, which he had named Chasing Wind. Unbeknownst to him, he was being followed by a few companions, Beth, Maggie, Glenn, Daryl, and Abraham, who were curious about his daily excursions. At Beth's urging, they had decided to accompany him, while Jiujiao did not ride too swiftly, allowing them to keep pace, and together they arrived at the edge of the canyon cliff. Without hesitation, he left Chasing Wind at the precipice, unconcerned about anyone attempting to steal it. After all, its weight exceeded a ton, making it no easy feat to move. Before Beth and the others arrived, Jiujiao retrieved a sufficiently long rope, securing one end to a large boulder at the cliff's edge and letting the other dangle down into the canyon. Grasping the rope, he descended into the canyon, a drop of over 100 meters presenting no challenge for him. Even if he had to climb back up from the canyon floor, it would merely require a bit of time. Having descended merely a few dozen meters, Beth and her companions reached the edge of the cliff. After parking the vehicle, they disembarked, yet found no sign of Jiujiao. As they approached the precipice, they were struck with horror at the scene before them. On the opposite mountainside, they could clearly see countless undead lined up in a lengthy procession, trapped behind 2 large box trucks. Below, in the canyon, there were at least several thousand more zombies waiting behind, and even further down, a considerable number appeared to be slain, their bodies piled high. The sharp-eyed Daryl soon spotted Jiujiao sliding downwards, and at that moment, he finally comprehended why she had been coming and going at odd hours for the past few months. It became evident that Jiujiao had long discovered this gathering of the undead, and had ventured alone to eliminate them for the safety of everyone else. Frankly, in that instant, Daryl was genuinely moved. If it had been him in her place, he would have toiled endlessly for an entire year without respite to achieve such a feat. Yet Jiujiao had accomplished it while keeping the others blissfully unaware to spare them fear and worry. Not to speak of Daryl, both Maggie and Beth had turned pale with fright, while Glenn bit his lip tightly, rendered speechless, tears shimmering in his eyes. His emotions ran deepest, and he fully understood the rationale behind Jiujiao's actions. Having witnessed her prowess in dispatching the undead, he could not help but feel a profound admiration for her unwavering commitment to this grim task over the past months. Abraham, mouth agape, took a moment before exclaiming, "Ye is the true hero, the epitome of manhood. I, Abraham, sincerely admire and revere him." To be honest, Abraham's reason for following was akin to Daryl's. He was envious of Jiujiao's motorcycle. hoping she would lead them to its location so he could find a similar one to ride himself. However, he never anticipated witnessing such a staggering spectacle. Having served in the military, he understood all too well why Jiujiao was eliminating these zombies. The fuel tankers blocking the road were clearly at risk of toppling, and the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Had Jiujiao not dispatched so many of the undead, the entire population of Alexandria would have perished. At that moment, Beth, overwhelmed by shock, clung to Maggie's neck, burying her head against her sister's chest and sobbing softly. Maggie gently stroked Beth's back to comfort her while addressing the others. "Is there any way we can assist her?" Upon hearing this, Abraham and the others shook their heads in unison. Daryl, caught in a dilemma, replied, "None of us can help her. We lack the ability to descend into the canyon. Even if we did, we would only become a burden rather than provide any aid. Let us instead cheer her on from above." Alas, they dared not venture into the canyon, at over 100 meters high. Even if they managed to reach the bottom, climbing back up would be impossible. Only someone like Yi, possessing extraordinary capabilities, could navigate such heights effortlessly. As Jiujiao descended halfway, he seemed to sense something unusual above him. He looked up in surprise, but alas, his limited field of vision revealed nothing. Puzzled, he muttered to himself and continued his descent. Upon reaching the valley floor, his feet landed upon the putrid corpses of the undead, and Jiujiao immediately regretted his decision. The stench was unbearable. It was evident to anyone that the foul odor emanating from the accumulation of decaying bodies was overwhelming. Fortunately, he was still wearing his helmet, and he swiftly activated the air filtration system, which provided him with a modicum of relief. In the next moment, Jiujiao was confronted with a new dilemma. Standing on the corpses hindered his ability to move as freely as he would on solid ground. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, he realized that retreating the way he came was not an option. Thus, he cautiously stepped on the bodies of the undead, moving forward one careful step at a time. After considerable effort, he reached the edge of the pile of corpses. From his pocket, he retrieved an alarm clock and tossed it 50 meters away. After a minute, the clock rang out with a piercing ding-ding-ding, immediately attracting the surrounding undead. Once a sufficient number of undead had gathered, Jiujiao produced a trap from his spatial storage and flung it into the pile, resulting in the demise of dozens of the undead. As the alarm continued to sound, he unhesitatingly deployed more traps, continuing his assault on the undead. This scene left everyone, except for Glenn who had witnessed it before, astonished, including Beth, who had spent the most time with Jiujiao. They all shared the same thought. Was it truly this easy to slay the undead? The seemingly inconspicuous device he had thrown had such immense power. It was no wonder they were taken aback. While Beth had seen this contraption before and knew it was called a mechanical trap, she had no idea of its extraordinary efficacy. Reflecting on the past, she recalled when Jiujiao had used traps in her presence while ambushing the saviors. And even then, the traps had only managed to kill a few of them. Yet now, the traps exhibited an unimaginable potency, capable of annihilating all undead within a 20-meter radius in a single strike. It was only at this moment that they comprehended how Jiujiao had managed to slay such a multitude of undead over the span of a few months. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were being observed by Beth and the others, yet even if he were aware, it would matter little. In just over 2 months, he would be departing from this place. Under the intense and excited gazes of his companions, Jiujiao repeated his actions, throwing the alarm clock to attract the undead and deploying traps to slay them. Time slipped away, and even Jiujiao's robust physical condition began to feel the strain. With around 100 traps remaining in his spatial storage, he looked up at the remaining undead in the ravine, finally relieved to see their numbers had dwindled to just over 3,000. Letting out a deep sigh of relief and disregarding the foul stench of the corpses beneath him, a weary Jiujiao sat down atop the heap to rest. This sight caused Beth, watching from the cliff, to feel a pang of sympathy, and she fervently said to Maggie, "Uncle is working too hard. When I return, I must prepare a delicious meal for him to show my appreciation. Sister, Uncle is truly remarkable. So many zombies, all dispatched by Uncle alone." Maggie gazed helplessly at her sister, who was rambling excitedly, and could only nod in agreement, fearing that her sister's fervor might lead her to join Yi in slaying the undead. Abraham and the others had long ceased to be astonished. They were evidently desensitized to Ye's relentless extermination of the zombies. After a brief respite of half an hour, Yi rose from the heap of corpses and resumed tossing alarm clocks and traps to lure more zombies, continuing until every last one in the gorge was vanquished. Only then did Yi, satisfied, stride towards the edge of the cliff. With over 1,000 zombies remaining, the sound of the alarm could no longer attract those at such a distance. The only option was to ascend the cliff and cross over to continue the onslaught. Observing Ye's return to the cliff base, the 5 companions waited in silence as she grasped the rope and began her ascent. In just over half an hour, Ye skillfully climbed back up, only to be met with the astonished gazes of Beth and the others, who regarded her with admiration. Greeting them with a casual hi, Ye exerted herself to reach the top of the cliff, simultaneously pulling in the rope as she inquired, "What brings you all here? Did you follow me?" Upon hearing this, Beth responded with a hint of grievance. "What do you mean? You ventured out alone to tackle so many zombies without informing us. We could have assisted you." In response, Ye merely chuckled dismissively. "There was no need to inform you. Such a trivial number of zombies is hardly a challenge for me." The group fell silent, internally questioning, "Is this merely a trivial number? Only you could handle it. Anyone else would be terrified." As she hastened to gather the rope, Ye swiftly coiled the over 100 meters of it within minutes, securing it with a knot and attaching it to her motorcycle. She then seated herself and extended a hand towards Beth, saying, "Since you're here, let us vanquish the remaining zombies together. We have tasks to complete before returning." Upon hearing this, Beth joyfully trotted to the back of the motorcycle, gracefully swinging her long legs over to sit on the rear seat. She naturally wrapped her arms around Ye's waist, resting her head snugly against Ye's back, while turning to flash a sweet smile at Maggie. Maggie, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at the display, could only smile wryly as she and the others climbed into the vehicle. Under Ye's guidance, they took a detour toward the mountain path. After half an hour of slaying several zombies that had squeezed out from the truck's path, the group arrived at the mountain road, just in time to spot a female zombie pushing through a gap. Noticing the zombie's body marred by the truck's edge, with filthy blood dripping onto the ground, Ye raised her hand and loosed a crossbow bolt that struck the zombie squarely in the head, ending its existence. The roar of the engine instantly captivated a throng of zombies, stirring them into a frenzy. Numerous undead began to violently batter against the imposing bulk of the box truck, blocking their path, producing a cacophony of resounding clang sounds. Jiujiao was acutely aware that if this continued, the truck might be toppled into the gorge, unleashing over 2,000 zombies, a prospect he found untroubling for himself, but one that would spell trouble for Beth and the others. As he disembarked from the vehicle, he cautioned Abraham and the others to be vigilant in exterminating the zombies that broke through. With a determined sprint, Jiujiao dashed towards a truck nestled against the mountainside, leaping effortlessly onto the roof by grasping its edge. There was no need to lure the zombies any longer. The horde on the mountain path surged forward, all of them raising their arms high and howling at Jiujiao atop the truck, as if they were poised to devour him at any moment. In the presence of outsiders, Jiujiao had to maintain a facade. He retrieved a trap from his backpack and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it 30 meters away, striking a zombie squarely on the head. This triggered an explosive release of arrows and steel balls, annihilating all zombies within a 20-meter radius. The formation of the undead on the mountain path was immediately disrupted, creating a gaping chasm of 20 meters. The fresh scent of blood and the sounds of the trap's detonation incited those zombies trapped beneath the truck into a frenzy, with at least 100 of them relentlessly crashing against the truck's body, producing a dull thud sound. Abraham, Glenn, and Maggie each wielded a rifle, targeting the zombies that squeezed through the gaps between the two trucks to diminish their numbers. In an instant, the 20-meter gap was filled by an incessant stream of zombies, prompting Jiujiao to toss another trap into the fray. After slaying around 1,000 zombies, they finally earned a brief respite, primarily because the bodies of the fallen zombies obstructed the advance of those behind. While the zombies in the gaps had been nearly eradicated by Maggie and her companions, however, calamity struck unexpectedly. The truck precariously close to the cliff could no longer bear the strain. Amidst the gasps of Beth and the others, the front of the truck suddenly dipped, toppling towards the abyss below. It plummeted 20 meters down the cliff, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into the depths. This sight sent a chill of fear through the group, and even Jiujiao, perched atop another truck, felt his complexion pale with dread. Fortunately, his foresight had led him to take refuge on the truck's roof. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. The truck's descent dragged a dozen zombies down the cliff with it. Yet a handful of them remained unimpeded, surging forth from the partially open mountain path. Their sights were set on Maggie and her companions. Fortunately, each of them was armed, with even Beth wielding the mechanical crossbow Jiujiao had given her, alleviating concerns for their safety. Yet, the swarm of over 1,000 zombies was rushing towards them. Jiujiao quickly retrieved a trap and cast it forth. Knowing one would not suffice, he continued to hurl several more traps. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of zombie howls, the crack of Abraham and the other's gunfire, and the swift whoosh of traps being triggered. Jiujiao found himself in a flurry of activity, unable to wait for the zombies to congregate before unleashing his traps to dispatch them in order to prevent Beth and her companions from being overwhelmed by the relentless horde of zombies. Jiujiao found himself compelled to take such measures, even if it meant wasting a few traps. Beth and her group fought valiantly against the undead, and in that moment, they deeply comprehended the arduous task Jiujiao undertook in slaying tens of thousands of zombies. It was truly exhausting, not only from the mental strain of tension but also from the physical fatigue caused by the incessant shooting. As an ever-increasing number of zombies surged toward them, Jiujiao, while tossing traps to dispatch the approaching foes, shouted to Beth and her companions, "Maggie, take Beth and the others and flee. The horde grows ever larger. You must hurry. Do not distract me." Upon hearing his words, Maggie grasped the gravity of the situation. Jiujiao stood atop the truck, temporarily safe from danger, but their circumstances were starkly different. They were on the ground, and should the zombies overwhelm them, they risked being knocked down. Without hesitation, Maggie fired her weapon while pulling a reluctant Beth, determined not to leave, toward the vehicle. Beth struggled several times, only to be pulled back by Maggie's firm grip. Just as she was about to break free again, Maggie's words jolted her into clarity. "Beth, do you wish to cause he to worry for you? Do you not trust in his abilities? Have faith in him. He will be fine. Staying here will only distract him and hinder his efforts. Come with me." These words awakened Beth's understanding, and she ceased her struggle, gritting her teeth as she shot down another approaching zombie. She called out to Jiujiao atop the truck, "Uncle, I will wait for your return. If you do not come back, I shall come find you." Jiujiao had no time for further exchanges with Beth. While continuing to toss traps, he called back without looking, "Do not worry about me, Beth. I will be fine. As long as you are safe, I can focus on dealing with these zombies. Hurry, we must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Beth shot down another zombie before turning and rushing into the vehicle. Glenn had already started the engine, and without even turning around, he backed out of the mountain path. The zombies pursued for over 100 meters, but upon failing to catch up with the vehicle, they redirected their attention toward the truck. Watching the vehicle depart, Jiujiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gazed up at the mountain wall above him and calculated. Murmuring to himself, I can climb that with that." Jiujiao seized the protrusions of the mountain wall and nimbly ascended. Assessing the horde of zombies below the truck, now more than 30 meters away, he deemed it a sufficient distance for safety and once again retrieved traps to throw into the mass of undead. 500 meters away, Beth and her companions had halted the vehicle. Witnessing Jiujiao scale the steep 30-meter wall with his bare hands, they could hardly contain their astonishment. It seemed that any seemingly impossible feat he undertook was entirely reasonable and expected. As they observed Jiujiao effortlessly dispatch the zombies at the base of the wall, they couldn't help but feel somewhat inadequate, realizing they could offer no assistance whatsoever. Half an hour later, the corpses at the foot of the mountain had been mostly vanquished by the traps. Jiujiao descended the cliff once more, landing atop a truck. With a swift motion, he drew his dual daggers from the side of his thigh, and with a single leap, he jumped down from the truck's roof. Upon landing, he executed a roll to dissipate his momentum and, with a flourish, brandished his blades, charging toward the dozen or so undead that had rushed at him upon detection. Confronted by this horde, Jiujiao exhibited no fear. He advanced while swinging his dual weapons, slicing, cleaving, and stabbing, delivering powerful kicks. In the mere span of a minute, he had dispatched all the undead at that moment. The system notification finally resounded. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the special hidden task. Eliminate the threat posed by Beth, thoroughly vanquishing the canyon's undead. Reward: 5,000 experience points, 1 mechanical dog upgrade blueprint, and a special privilege. Note: host's level has increased. Current level, 11. Strength and stamina each increase by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increase by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please review the details at your convenience. Note: all world tasks have been completed. The host may return to the main world at any time. Time limit: 318 days, 365 days. Hearing the system's announcement, Jiujiao finally broke into a joyful smile, a radiant expression amidst the sea of fallen corpses. If someone were to capture this moment on canvas, it would undoubtedly become a timeless masterpiece. The motorcycle remained stationary as Jiujiao walked back to it, starting the engine and returning to the group. Beth rushed over with a cheer, and Jiujiao could see the evident traces of tears on her joyful face. He extended his arms to embrace her as she leaped into his embrace, eagerly lifting his helmet to kiss him on the lips. Maggie and the others watched the affectionate pair with smiles, their eyes filled with blessings and admiration. After the two shared their tender moment, the group, under Maggie's playful laughter, returned to their vehicles and headed toward the villa. Upon their return to the villa, Jiujiao and Beth went directly to their residence, while Maggie and the others sought out Diana and Rick. They relayed the details of Jiujiao's relentless battle against the canyon's undead over the past few months, culminating in Maggie's remark, "Those tens of thousands of corpses need to be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, the outbreak of a plague would be a significant concern. We hope you two can devise a concrete plan for their disposal." With that, Maggie and the others did not wait for a response, turning to exit the office. After a day of such exertion, they were indeed fatigued, eager to return home for a hot shower and a good night's sleep. As they departed, Diana and Rick exchanged a prolonged glance. Before Diana finally spoke, "I never anticipated such a considerable threat lurking near the villa. We are truly indebted to ye. Had it not been for him, the consequences are simply unimaginable." Rick, too, felt a complex mix of emotions. To be honest, he had always held a disdain for Jiujiao, primarily due to his formidable strength and disregard for team commands, which made Rick feel threatened in his position as leader. However, after the events of today, he realized that Jiujiao was no longer just a trivial figure. He had become the benefactor of the entire manor and the hero of all. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions regarding the subsequent handling of affairs, deliberating for over an hour before finalizing their plans. Jiujiao and Beth, however, were increasingly fatigued, and it was only when Beth fell asleep from exhaustion that Jiujiao found the opportunity to check his panel information. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16 years. Occupation: mechanical hunter. Level: 11, 3,710,000. Attributes: strength: 6, 5 stamina, 6.5 intelligence, 13 spirit, 13 agility, 13 speed, 21 ms energy, 1300, recovery rate, 13 points minute, professional talent skills, 1. Intermediate combat master. 2. Intermediate mechanical master. Pet: mechanical dog, werewolf, 1-2 mount. Chasing wind, Batman upgraded motorcycle, special space. Mechanical manufacturing space 1,000 square meters. Blueprints. Mechanical dog upgrade blueprint X1 special permissions. X1 note. Time travel function remaining 0 times note. Unique mainline. Super divine mission. Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Mission success rewards 6 cosmic gems. Upon closing the attribute panel, Jiujiao found himself unable to sleep. He gazed down at Beth, who was tightly entwined around him like an octopus, and felt a profound reluctance in his heart. Memories surged in his mind, recalling all he had experienced upon entering this world. The joy of shooting the first zombie to trigger a hidden mission, the surprise upon activating Werewolf, the delight in discovering the true purpose of traps, the arduous journey of vanquishing the Salvation Army, and the grueling process of exterminating tens of thousands of zombies in that canyon. When Jiujiao awoke once more, it was already past 11 the following day, and no one had disturbed his rest, as everyone was aware of his exhaustion from the previous day. Particularly, when they arrived at the canyon and beheld the dense mass of zombie corpses, all were left in awe, gasping in disbelief. The canyon was filled with the hissing sounds reminiscent of deflating tires. At that moment, everyone felt immense gratitude for Jiujiao's contributions. Perhaps they would have discovered this place without him, but they would have been utterly incapable of slaying so many zombies. Regardless of how the situation was handled, it would undoubtedly bring unimaginable danger to the manor. Jiujiao chose not to concern himself any further with the canyon, instead utilizing the remaining month to venture out with Beth in search of supplies, primarily focusing on the metal resources he required. Following the encounter in the canyon, all his traps had effectively been rendered useless. Thus, in order to maintain his combat effectiveness in the future, Jiujiao knew he needed to stockpile more metal resources. Furthermore, it is imperative to locate the soul required for the mechanical dog, which is essential for activating the modified mechanical werewolf. The current werewolf, after undergoing upgrades, has experienced a monumental enhancement in its attributes. Pet name: Werewolf, upgraded mechanical dog, attack power: 1,500 kilograms for every 150 units of energy consumed. It can sustain combat for 1 hour, with daily activities consuming energy for an entire day. Combat characteristics: biting, clawing, charging, tail sweeping, and stabbing. Innate abilities: surveillance, vigilance, and acute sense of smell. Special ability: absorbs solar energy and automatically converts it into necessary energy, which is stored within its body for timely replenishment of energy consumption. In addition to the modified werewolf number 1 stationed outside, there are 2 unactivated werewolves within the space. Initially, Jiujiao had intended to prepare several werewolves for Beth, but the system informed him that Beth is an ordinary person. Being able to control and command even a single mechanical dog was already a breach of the system's constraints, and requesting more was absolutely impossible. This realization further reinforced Jiujiao's understanding of the abnormalities between himself and the system. One could easily deduce that aside from those truly extraordinary individuals, who else could control such a multitude of mechanical pets like him? This insight also bolstered Jiujiao's confidence in ultimately defeating Thanos. The quest to find the soul of a canine creature was not particularly arduous for Jiujiao. Within 3 days, he successfully located a suitable canine soul. On a particular day, while in the villa, he activated both werewolves, but only brought forth the one intended for Beth. Approaching Beth, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, Jiujiao gently placed his hand around her from behind and rested his head upon her shoulder, affectionately saying, "My dear, I wish to present you with another gift. Would you like it?" As Beth washed the dishes, she turned her head and placed a soft kiss on Jiujiao's cheek, responding sweetly, "Darling, I adore whatever you gift me. Hee." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao summoned the werewolf he had prepared for Beth. The new werewolf approached them, nuzzling its metallic head against Beth's leg. The sudden sensation startled Beth, prompting her to look down and discover a metal dog, nearly the same size as the werewolf but even more exquisite, at her side. Overcome with joy, Beth exclaimed, "Oh, is this the gift you brought me? How wonderful, now you have one, and I have one too. Ha. I am truly elated." After saying this, Beth planted a kiss on Jiujiao's lips before releasing him and kneeling down to examine the metal dog closely. Jiujiao understood Beth's excitement. Having a pet often eclipsed the presence of a man. He remarked, "You may name it. From this moment forth, it will steadfastly protect you until its body completely disintegrates." However, Beth seemed unaware of the deeper implication behind Jiujiao's words, tilting her head in contemplation before finally replying, All right. Let us refer to you as Long Long. Hee, just like your name, haha." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. He was certainly aware of the English meaning of long. It simply meant a very long time. This Beth truly was a child who would never grow up. So mischievous, however, Jiujiao soon found solace in the thought that he would be departing in the future, and with Long by her side, Beth would not miss him too profoundly. With this in mind, Jiujiao recalled that he had yet to grant Beth the full authority to command Long. He turned to her and said, "Dearest, to fully command Long, a small ritual is required." As he spoke, Jiujiao crouched down and took Beth's hand, gently placing it atop Long's head. In his mind, he communicated with the system. "System, I wish to use special privileges to grant Beth full command over Long." The system responded, "Understood, host. Granting privileges to Beth, in progress. Privileges granted. Host has lost one instance of special privilege." As the words fell, Beth suddenly experienced a remarkable sensation, as if she had established a mysterious connection with Long, instilling in her the belief that with a mere command, Long would dutifully obey her. In disbelief, she turned to Jiujiao and tentatively asked, "Uncle, is this true? Long is now my pet?" Jiujiao nodded, affectionately ruffling Beth's hair as he replied, "Indeed, from this moment forth, Long is not only your pet but also your guardian. When I am not by your side, it will protect you at all times and in all places. Remember, do not allow Long to suffer excessive harm, for it cannot be repaired otherwise, understand?" Beth, however, did not grasp the underlying meaning in Jiujiao's words. With a proud huff, she declared, I would never. Long is my pet, not my warrior. I won't let it take risks." What could Jiujiao say? He found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was wait until the time of his departure to reveal the truth to Beth. Over the course of a month, time passed swiftly, particularly for two individuals deeply enamored with one another. Even 24 hours spent together felt insufficient. During this time, Jiujiao endeavored to fulfill Beth's every wish, taking her on Wind Chaser for a journey over 100 kilometers to visit a park from the past. He combed her hair and prepared traditional Huaxia cuisine. Yet, Jiujiao found himself rather unfortunate, as he could only whip up 2 simple dishes, tomato scrambled eggs and egg fried rice. Nonetheless, even such humble fare delighted Beth, who continually praised Jiujiao's culinary skills, leaving him quite bashful and secretly resolving to learn more about Huaxia cuisine when time permitted. At long last, the day arrived when Jiujiao had to leave this world. At 11:55 in the dead of night, after their final intimate encounter, Jiujiao rose to dress herself before turning to the bewildered Beth and saying, "Beth, please forgive me, but I must leave you." Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Beth froze on the bed, gazing at her in disbelief. Jiujiao stifled her inner reluctance and sorrow, managing to continue. I do not belong to this world. My time here is drawing to a close. If I do not depart, I will completely vanish. So, I am sorry, Beth. I must go. With Lang Lang by your side, I can rest easy at this moment. Jiujiao heard the system's voice echoing. Host, your time in this world is about to expire. Please prepare for your return. 10.9, 8.1.085 The lizard doctor is coming. Simultaneously, Fury was experiencing a headache. The recent emergence of those who killed Kingpin, coupled with the swinging Spider-Man across New York, had already left him on high alert. Adding to the tension was the appearance of that reptilian creature tonight. Fury keenly sensed that this world was on the brink of change, and danger was beginning to sprout. He felt an increasing urgency to assemble a superforce for Unfortunately, despite having commanded his subordinates to track these individuals, he had yet to yield any results. Pursuing their images always resulted in inexplicable disappearances, leading Fury to realize that a skilled hacker was erasing their traces. This revelation sparked a private suspicion within Fury. He speculated that the one who killed Kingpin, the so-called Spider-Man, and the elusive hacker were part of the same faction, possibly even a cohesive team. As he contemplated this, a smug smile crept across Fury's face, even in his one-eyed gaze. Meanwhile, hidden within Jiujiao, the Hydra leader Pierce was also aware of the lizard's emergence, presenting an opportunity for Hydra to bolster its strength. To be candid, they had been focused on the development of the super soldier serum while neglecting the power of genetic mutation. However, after witnessing the lizard doctor's formidable destructive capabilities, they grew intrigued by the prospect of capturing him for research. Under Pierce's orders, Hydra operatives hidden within SHIELD in New York commenced a covert investigation, even planning to utilize all available resources at any cost to capture the lizard and Spider-Man. The following day, a recovered Parker came as usual to meet Jiujiao for school. Seeing Parker, who was full of vigor, made Jiujiao envious of his remarkable recuperative abilities. Just last night, she had seen Parker covered in bruises, yet today he appeared as good as new, truly a frightening capacity for recovery. The two arrived at school and stood before their lockers, where Jiujiao observed Parker and Gwen playfully exchanging banter. Having been subjected to such a display of affection, she wished fervently to escape this wretched place immediately. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiujiao, the transformed Connors had infiltrated the school through the sewage pipes beneath the restroom, wreaking havoc upon the toilets in preparation to ambush Parker. Grabbing her textbook, Jiujiao cast an impatient glance at the still engrossed Parker and Gwen, leaving behind a hasty remark, "I'm heading to the classroom first," before making her way towards the classroom. Just a few steps out, a cacophony of student screams erupted from the direction of the restroom, causing Jiujiao's heart to constrict with alarm, realizing that trouble was afoot. To her astonishment, it was Connors who had made his way into the school as he lurked in the shadows. Observing the panicked students fleeing, Jiujiao's gaze fell upon the grotesque lizard head of the transformed Dr. Connors, nearly brushing the ceiling. At the sight of him, she couldn't help but exclaim an expletive, "Damn it!" In the next moment, Jiujiao dashed into a changing room, swiftly donning her athletic attire, equipping herself with a helmet and hood, and retrieving a mechanical crossbow from her spatial storage. Without hesitation, she grasped a trap in her hand, deliberating for a moment before ultimately deciding against summoning the war wolf. After all, this was a school, and invoking such advanced technology could draw undue attention from SHIELD and Hydra. As Jiujiao burst from the changing room, she noticed that few students remained in the corridor. Most had fled the building, with only a handful hiding in the corners. Spotting the colossal lizard at the end of the hallway, she pursed her lips and emitted a sharp whistle, simultaneously loosing several crossbow bolts towards Connors while calling out, "Hey, you foolish behemoth, your opponent is here." The bolts struck Connors back, but predictably, they ricocheted harmlessly to the ground, leaving no mark upon his transformed skin, utterly ineffective. Cursing under her breath, Jiujiao's expression darkened beneath her helmet, yet she understood that confronting Connors head-on was inevitable. The crossbow bolts had indeed provoked Connors, momentarily diverting his attention from capturing Parker. With a primal roar, he turned to face Jiujiao, his voice resonating with a magnetic timbre. "You wretched little reptile, how dare you offend me? I shall tear you to shreds with that." The transformed Connors lowered his head and charged at Jiujiao with thunderous footsteps that shook the very ground. As he closed in on her from 30 meters away, she unhesitatingly hurled the mechanical trap and swiftly retreated around the corner. A moment later, amidst the cacophony of his colossal strides, a resounding duong echoed as metal collided with flesh, followed by the whistling sound of bolts and the roar of the enraged beast. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Jiujiao cautiously peered around the corner, her eyes scanning the corridor. An astonishing scene unfolded before Jiujiao as the corridor, spanning 20 meters, lay strewn with arrows and steel balls deeply embedded in the floor. However, Connor bore no visible wounds. The only certainty was that Connor's eyes remained his Achilles heel. Otherwise, he would not be shielding his face with his right hand, now transformed into a colossal claw, nor would his body have ceased its advance. The barrage of arrows and steel balls came to a halt, and Connor bellowed in fury. "Roar, you wretched reptile! Do you truly believe these worthless scraps can harm me? Futile! You have provoked my wrath. I will seize you and rend you asunder until your blood runs dry and you perish." Before he could finish his tirade, Parker's voice interrupted from behind, teasingly remarking, "Hey big guy, are you here to see me? That's quite impolite. Is it your mother who failed to teach you to respect public property while seeking me out?" With that, Parker leaped into action, vaulting onto the lizard's back, grasping its head with one hand while delivering rapid, forceful blows to its skull with the other. Observing this, Jiujiao, exasperated, shouted, "You foolish Spider-Man! Your fists are ineffective. Do you not realize? Jump down and engage him in combat." In response, Parker halted his assault, perplexed, and replied, "Huh? Ineffective? Are you talking about a game? Hidden?" Jiujiao rolled his eyes in disbelief, silently lamenting, "Parker is in for a world of hurt." As Lu Meng's form gradually transformed into a sphere of white light and vanished before her eyes, Beth snapped out of her stupor and leaped from her bed, seemingly attempting to grasp hold of Jiujiao before he disappeared. Regrettably, she grasped nothing but air, tumbling to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, leaving her slumped on the floor, her tear-streaked eyes devoid of spirit. At that moment, Lang approached, moving gracefully on all fours like a genuine pet dog. Gently laying himself against Beth as if offering her solace, it was only upon feeling the cold touch of his body that Beth gradually regained her senses. Gazing at Lang nestled beside her, she could no longer contain herself, wrapping her arms around his neck and sobbing pitifully. In Jiujiao's bedroom within the Marvel Universe, his figure materialized, surveying his surroundings with a sense of loss. He sank down onto the floor, the ache in his heart becoming unbearable, as he felt an overwhelming sorrow. What was this feeling? Jiujiao found himself at a loss for words, sensing that he had lost something profoundly significant. Unbidden, memories of moments spent with Beth flooded his mind, and Jiujiao suddenly comprehended that he had lost an indelible bond. Perhaps he would never have the chance to see Beth again. Such was the thought that crossed his mind. At this moment, Jiujiao began to introspect, questioning whether he had been utterly irresponsible. Despite knowing there would be no resolution, he had still engaged in such a relationship with Beth. Having watched an abundance of American films and television shows, he had fancied himself capable of being a callous man, treating emotions with casual indifference. Yet, the deeply ingrained values of the Huaxia culture regarding relationships rendered him unable to face parting with such nonchalance. Sitting on the ground, Jiujiao's thoughts wandered extensively. Ultimately, he silently admonished himself to refrain from forming such profound emotional entanglements with individuals from other worlds. After more than an hour, he rose to his feet. Stowing away all his weapons into his spatial storage, he made his way to the bathroom. Shedding his clothes, he suddenly recalled a query for the system. "System, did you not mention that upon completing all tasks in the mission world, there would be a reward? Where is it?" The system responded, "The reward has already been dispensed in advance. It is the reward obtained from the special hidden task you triggered." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao, who had just entered the bathroom to take a proper shower, was inexplicably filled with irritation. He forcefully turned on the shower, drenching his hair, and furiously questioned, "What? That reward? If it's a reward, why must I kill so many zombies? Are you not aware of how exhausting that is?" The system replied, "Although it was tiring, did you not gain even more? Originally, you would have received only a blueprint for upgrading the mechanical dog. Yet you also obtained a special privilege reward, leaving behind a mechanical dog to protect Beth. Are you not satisfied?" Stunned by the revelation, Jiujiao quickly inquired, "Are you saying that if I hadn't triggered that task, the system would have rewarded me solely with the mechanical dog upgrade blueprint, without the special privilege reward?" "Indeed, host," the system confirmed. Faced with this information, Jiujiao found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? That the system had been unfair by assigning him an additional task. It was entirely unnecessary. In fact, he felt grateful to the system for providing him with that task, as it ensured Beth would have a mechanical dog to safeguard her well-being. After a refreshing shower, Jiujiao seemed to wash away all the experiences he had endured in the world of the Walking Dead. He lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. At 7 in the morning, Jiujiao was jolted awake by the incessant ringing of an alarm clock. Groggy, he extended a hand from under the covers, fumbling around until he finally located the clock. Frustrated, he silenced the alarm and drifted back into a drowsy sleep. However, in his haze, he felt a fleeting thought that eluded him, prompting him to surrender to slumber once more. Half an hour later, he suddenly heard a voice calling from outside the house. "Hey, Yi, are you there? It's Parker. If you're awake, hurry up and get ready to head to school with me." Upon hearing the shout, Jiujiao was initially somewhat bewildered, but soon the system's voice resonated. Daily task activated in this world. Accompany Spider-Man Parker to school for registration, fostering a genuine friendship between Parker and the host, with a reward of 1,000 experience points. Reminder, please do not forget your identity as a student. It is imperative to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing undue attention from other factions, thereby preventing unnecessary troubles. After absorbing this information, Jiujiao recalled that Parker, the Spider-Man, was indeed downstairs. They were neighbors and classmates, typically commuting to school together. However, at this moment, Parker had yet to be bitten by the spider and was merely a frail student often subjected to bullying. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao climbed out of bed, opened the window, and called down to Parker. "Hold on a moment, Parker. I'll be down shortly." Having said that, Jiujiao quickly donned her casual attire, completing her grooming in a mere 5 minutes, before slinging her backpack over her shoulder and stepping out the door. It was only then that she took a closer look at Parker, the highly popular Spider-Man from her previous life. Standing at a modest 172 centimeters, Parker was 3 centimeters shorter than her, possessing an endearing appearance yet noticeably more slender. His youthful face, adorned with large eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Tom Holland. At that moment, Parker was idly scuffing the grass beneath his shoes. Upon seeing Jiujiao emerge, he broke into a bright smile and exclaimed, "Yi, you finally made it out. I was getting exceedingly bored. How could you forget that today is registration day? If I hadn't come to fetch you, would you have simply skipped it?" Listening to Parker's rapid-fire chatter, Jiujiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, thinking, "Indeed, this is the talkative Spider-Man from the Avengers. He certainly has a penchant for rambling." Yet, she replied with a hint of resignation, "Hey, Parker, my parents just left, and I miss them dearly, which made me forget today was the day for registration." Upon hearing this, Parker's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he apologized. "Ah, I completely forgot. My apologies, Yi." Jiujiao had intentionally said that to curtail Parker's incessant chatter, and so she casually draped her arm over his shoulder, remarking, "No need to apologize, Parker. I have moved past the tragedy, and I truly appreciate you coming to get me. I believe we can not only be good neighbors but also the best of friends, don't you think, Parker?" Parker was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "Friends? Huh?" His mind wandered to past friendships, particularly with Harry Osborn and his crush, Gwen. Alas, Harry did not reside here. However, in an instant, Parker's spirits lifted upon realizing he had a fellow commoner friend, and he was filled with joy. He reached out to pat the back of the considerably sturdier Jiujiao and said, "All right, Yi, I believe we can become great friends." In truth, he didn't have many friends. Previously, there had been one named Harry Osborn, but he did not reside in their vicinity. "I am truly delighted that you can be my good friend." "You have no idea." As Parker began to ramble, though he acknowledged Jiujiao as his friend, Jiujiao did not receive a notification indicating the completion of the task. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking, is it truly so? Gaining Parker's recognition and becoming a confidant is indeed no easy feat. He soon felt at ease. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. The future Spider-Man would ultimately fall within his grasp. After all, Parker was destined to be the most easily swayed ally compared to the others in the Avengers. He was evidently more naive. Oh, no, rather, he was easier to get along with. As for how to conceal their true identities from Parker, that posed a dilemma, for one must not underestimate Jarvis's capabilities. As long as Tony was determined to uncover their existence, it would merely be a matter of time. Contemplating Jarvis brought Jiujiao's thoughts to artificial intelligence, and he couldn't help but long for the next opportunity for world hopping, hoping to acquire an AI comparable to Jarvis to counter Jark's surveillance. The two of them strolled, shoulders linked, exchanging tales of their holiday escapades until they arrived at the school bus station. Naturally, during this time, Parker did most of the talking while Jiujiao interjected with a word or two, and their friendship gradually deepened without either realizing it. When the school bus arrived, they boarded and found a vacant seat, continuing their banter. Upon reaching the school, They registered with the teacher, paid the tuition, and left the classroom with their new textbooks. The playground was already bustling with students, congregating in small groups to share stories from their vacations. On the edge of the basketball court, a blonde girl sat on a bench, perusing a book. The sunlight cast a warm glow upon her, and due to a visual distortion, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful. The loquacious Parker suddenly fell silent, while Jiujiao, with his superhuman hearing, seemed to catch Parker's heart racing. Upon closer inspection of this girl, Jiujiao could not help but recognize her. She was none other than Gwen Stacy, the protagonist from the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and Parker's girlfriend. Seeing her, Jiujiao couldn't suppress a curse in his heart. Damn Marvel, must I face the Lizard and Electro so soon? For heaven's sake. I am not ready yet, though he grumbled. Jiujiao had no choice but to accept reality. After all, this world was part of the Marvel Universe, fraught with relentless villains and alien invasions. To avoid an untimely demise, it was imperative to swiftly enhance his own strength. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Recalling the portrayal of Spider-Man by the young actor from the Netherlands, it is noteworthy that Gwen Stacy was absent from this rendition. The only female character present was a young black girl named MJ. This raises the question of how Gwen came to be included in the narrative. Upon further contemplation, Jiujiao found herself at ease, recognizing that this is not merely a simplistic Spider-Man universe, but rather a complex Marvel world, where it is entirely reasonable for the lead female character to be portrayed by someone else. In comparison to the black character MJ, one might argue that Gwen seems to be a more fitting counterpart for the young actor from the Netherlands. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao turned to Parker, who was still staring vacantly at Gwen, and playfully nudged him with her shoulder to rouse him from his stupor. "What's the matter, Parker? Are you smitten with that girl?" she teased. "If you are, I suggest you muster the courage to pursue her. I don't believe she has a boyfriend yet, so your chances are quite promising." Upon hearing this, Parker became noticeably flustered, scratching his head bashfully as he inquired, do you truly mean that? Do you think she would be interested in me? After all, I'm not particularly strong or wealthy, and well." Observing Parker's sudden shyness and lack of confidence, Jiujiao offered a reassuring pat on his back, encouraging him, "Believe in yourself, Parker. Your academic performance is commendable. You are fully capable of gaining admission to a prestigious university, and your future will undoubtedly rival that of any successful individual. Moreover, I've noticed that girl shares your dedication to her studies. She would likely be attracted to a boy who excels academically. Trust me, she isn't superficial. I will help you win her heart, Parker." Parker looked at Jiujiao with sincere gratitude, not only for her encouragement but also for her promise to assist him in his pursuit of her affections. Observing Parker's expression of inexplicable appreciation, Jiujiao resolved to see her support through to fruition. With a firm grip on his shoulder, she began to lead the bewildered Parker toward Gwen, intending to establish a foundation for their future interactions. At that moment, two boys sprinted toward them from the side of the basketball court, one being a frail lad akin to Parker, followed closely by a robust, short-haired boy who appeared quite sturdy. To Jiujiao's recognition, it was none other than the basketball team member, Blaze, who had previously bullied Parker. The slender boy was evidently fleeing, and as he reached Jiujiao and Parker, he collided with Parker, falling to the ground without causing harm to either of them. Parker, possessing a strong sense of empathy and justice, immediately extended his hand to help the fallen boy to his feet, then turned to the approaching boy and demanded loudly, "Hey, Blaze, what are you doing? Are you picking on someone weaker than you again?" Parker's words instantly drew the attention of nearby students, including Gwen, who was seated on a bench engrossed in her reading. The surrounding students, witnessing Blaze's bullying, were eager for the unfolding drama, and they quickly gathered around, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Confronted by Parker's inquiries, Francie halted before Jiujiao and the others, shrugging with an amused expression. "What's the matter, Parker? Do you wish to defend this little fellow?" After speaking, he provocatively cast a glance at the robust Jiujiao, adding, "Or perhaps it's you, the timid Huaxia individual?" Initially, Jiujiao had intended to wait for Parker to be pummeled before stepping in to teach Francie a lesson, thereby earning Parker's gratitude and improving their rapport. However, finding himself inexplicably targeted by Francie, Jiujiao decided against waiting any longer. He thought to himself, "I may not be able to contend with those formidable bosses, but surely I can handle you, a mere background character. Since you seem to relish being humiliated, I shall oblige, allowing Parker to recognize my prowess sooner rather than later." With this in mind, Jiujiao reached out to halt Parker, who was about to confront Francie, and addressed Francie directly. "Francie, there's an ancient saying in Huaxia. Do not presume your strength allows you to bully those weaker than yourself. This is a sign of true cowardice. I present this to you now." I do not relish striking others indiscriminately, yet I take pleasure in confronting those who are more arrogant than myself. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in laughter, unsure whether they were mocking Francie's bullying of the weak or Jiujiao's audacity. Regardless of the source of their amusement, Francie became incensed, his face flushing crimson as he shouted, "Teach me a lesson? Are you speaking in jest, boy? Huh? How amusing! A cowardly Huaxia individual dares to ridicule me for bullying? Then let us settle this with a fight. We shall see whether I teach you a lesson, or if this timid Huaxia fellow manages to best me. I'll knock you down and shove your head in a toilet." As he spoke, Francie lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Jiujiao's face. However, Jiujiao's combat experience far surpassed that of Francie, who had yet to leave the confines of academia. Even a seasoned Special Forces veteran would not dare underestimate him. With the skills of an intermediate combat master, he immediately discerned several glaring openings in Francie's attack. Merely leaning back slightly, he deftly evaded the forceful punch, rather than retaliate with a strike that might inflict serious injury. Considering his current strength and physique rated at 6.5, he swiftly advanced as Francie failed to react, gently colliding his shoulder against Francie's exposed chest. The impact sent Francie's sturdy form hurtling 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlooking students gasped in astonishment, with many exclaiming, "Wow!" and some even shouting, "Oh, you're finished, Francie." Struck down, Francie remained sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, feeling as though a truck had collided with his chest. His breathing becoming labored. At this moment, he was engulfed by fear. To put it plainly, he was merely a student who did not apply himself to his studies, hardly even qualifying as a delinquent. He might bully those weaker than himself, but when faced with someone stronger, his true nature would inevitably be revealed. Indeed, it was the nature of the coward to prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Jiujiao, observing the unmistakable fear etched on his face, realized he no longer dared to act. She positioned herself before him, looking down with an air of authority, and said, "The true strength of a person is not manifested through bullying others, but rather through the fortitude of one's spirit, by confronting those who are more formidable. I do not seek trouble, yet I am never afraid of it. I hope you will learn to temper your temper and coexist harmoniously with your classmates. After all, you wouldn't want to leave them with a lasting impression of a bully, would you?" Having said this, Jiujiao waved her hand at the surrounding students, declaring, "All right, everyone. The excitement here has come to an end. You may disperse." With that, the onlookers, realizing the spectacle was over, eagerly began to chatter and disperse. Unbeknownst to them, after today's incident, Jiujiao had already become the talk of the school, a figure of admiration and intrigue. The frail boy, after expressing his gratitude to Jiujiao and Parker, hurriedly departed the scene. Parker, however, was wide-eyed with excitement, gazing at Jiujiao as he exclaimed, "Is that Chinese martial arts? Yi, that was absolutely incredible. With just one move, you took down the robust. Ha ha! I am overjoyed to have a martial arts master as a friend." Seeing Parker so animated that he momentarily forgot about his crush, Jiujiao shrugged her shoulders with a hint of exasperation and replied, "Calm down, Parker. This is merely basic combat technique, nothing extraordinary. If you're interested, I can teach you," she added playfully. "Hey, buddy, don't get too carried away. Aren't you eager to meet your goddess?" Upon hearing this, Parker began to wink fervently at Jiujiao, as if trying to remind her of something. Confused, she inquired, "What is wrong, Parker? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Just then, a feminine voice called out from behind them, "Whose goddess?" Startled, Jiujiao turned slowly to see Gwen standing behind them, cradling a book, her face adorned with a warm smile directed at both of them. No longer a novice, Jiujiao seized the opportunity to assist Parker, saying, "Oh, hello. I was just mentioning that you were the goddess of Parker's heart. May I inquire about your name, beautiful lady?" In response, Gwen beamed with delight, and after a moment, she extended her right hand, graciously introducing herself. "Hello, I am Gwen Stacy. It is a pleasure to meet you both. What are your names?" In the presence of his goddess, the typically loquacious Parker found himself unexpectedly bashful, rendered speechless. Consequently, Jiujiao stepped forward once more, taking Parker's right hand and clasping it with Gwen's outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Greetings, Gwen. I am Jiujiao. Feel free to call me Yi. This is my closest confidant and dear friend, Parker, Peter Parker." Having said that, he ensured their hands were pressed together, shaking them as he added, "You two can get to know each other well. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, my friend here is quite the academic prodigy, truly impressive." Upon hearing this, both Gwen and Parker paused, echoing the term academic prodigy. realizing he had inadvertently employed a popular colloquialism from his previous life. Jiujiao clarified, "Oh, an academic prodigy refers to someone who excels in their studies, a top-tier talent." Not wishing to linger as an unwelcome third wheel, Jiujiao announced, "By the way, you two enjoy your conversation? I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, he hurriedly departed, striding towards the school's exit. Watching Jiujiao's retreating figure, Gwen's face lit up with a smile as she withdrew her hand from Parker's grasp, playfully remarking, "Hee hee, your friend is quite amusing. You are truly fortunate to have someone so supportive by your side." Parker, feeling the absence of Gwen's hand, experienced a fleeting pang of disappointment, and with an awkward chuckle, he replied, "Yes, I am indeed lucky to have a friend like ye." After this, he found himself at a loss for words, though internally, he felt immense gratitude towards Jiujiao, who had not only stood up for him against Flash, preventing him from being humiliated in front of his goddess, but also created an opportunity for him to meet Gwen. As Jiujiao made his way home, his thoughts were consumed by how to acquire a substantial sum of money to journey to Wakanda and purchase vibranium. He had forgotten that Wakanda, located far in Africa, was shrouded in a mysterious shield, making it virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to locate. With no viable opportunities in sight, it seemed he was destined to remain disconnected from vibranium. As thoughts of generating wealth filled his mind, he recalled the vast collection of gold, diamonds, and jewels he had amassed in the world of the Walking Dead. However, the realization that these treasures had yet to be converted into cash caused him considerable distress. He had naively assumed that gathering such items would be straightforward, not foreseeing the dilemma posed by their lack of provenance and the challenge of finding a means to liquidate them. Seeking an auction house without proof of origin posed a significant risk. Would they even accept his items? Approaching underground organizations for sale was equally daunting. Would they not take advantage of a mere 16-year-old boy? His youth, it seemed, was a considerable hindrance. That moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Jiujiao's mind. Host has triggered the main world mission. Acquire 50 million miles coins to purchase vibranium. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiujiao felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Not to mention the exorbitant price of 50 million for vibranium, she had no idea how much vibranium that sum would actually procure. To acquire enough vibranium to transform the werewolf would require an even greater fortune. Even if she were to convert everything in her space into cash, it would still fall vastly short. Contemplating this, Jiujiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Alas, how challenging this is. Where on earth can I find such a substantial amount of money?" As she continued walking, traversing a secluded alleyway, she was suddenly confronted by a group of young black men who blocked her path. One of them, with a mocking expression, looked at Jiujiao and nonchalantly said, "Hey, Asian kid, you're really out of luck running into us. Haha. Hand over all the money you have. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we won't beat you up. Otherwise, we'll give you a good thrashing and then take your money from your pockets. So, what will it be? Will you hand it over willingly, or shall we make you do it?" Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration flashed in Jiujiao's mind, recalling that many of her predecessors who traversed worlds often engaged in the art of robbery. No, rather, it was the concept of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yes, that was it, robbing the rich to aid the poor, with the targets being the gangs that could be found anywhere in America. However, it was evident that the group of young black men before her were not gang members, but merely common delinquents. Grateful for the inspiration these thugs provided, Jiujiao resolved to teach them a lesson, albeit a gentle one, as a token of appreciation. With that in mind, Jiujiao spread her arms and smiled at the young men, saying, "Wow, a robbery. How fortunate I am to encounter such an event. Now, it's my turn." With that, she wiped the smile from her face and said solemnly, "Robbery. Hand over all the cash you have, or I shall beat you so thoroughly that your mother won't recognize you." At her words, the young men were momentarily stunned, but soon their anger surged. The tallest and most robust among them cursed and swung his fist at Jiujiao. Anticipating the attack, she swiftly dodged to the side, her head bobbing just in time to evade the blow. Raising her knee, she delivered a sharp strike to the man's abdomen. "Ouch," he gasped in pain, his sturdy frame doubling over like a shrimp, his fist retracting as he cradled his stomach, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Jiujiao had no habit of holding back. With precision, she delivered strikes to the eyes, hammered the nose, and swept the legs, dispatching the group of young men to the ground with remarkable efficiency. With a heavy foot, he trampled upon the towering figure ahead and sternly addressed several young African-American men. "Hand over your money, or I shall continue to pummel you until every last cent is extracted." Jiujiao's audacious maneuver left the young men utterly astounded, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within them. Gritting their teeth against the pain, they hastily produced whatever they had stashed in their pockets. Upon inspecting their meager offerings, Jiujiao was met with a disheartening sight. A few obviously worthless mobile phones, a handful of scattered bills mingled with an assortment of coins, and several fruit knives, leaving him utterly speechless. This paltry sum barely amounted to $20-odd. What could such a trifling amount possibly accomplish? Instantly losing interest in continuing the robbery, Jiujiao withdrew his foot with a sense of disillusionment, delivering a kick to the big man and exclaiming, "You truly bring shame upon society. With such a pitiful sum, I feel embarrassed to rob you. Take your meager possessions and be gone." At these words, the young men felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, scrambling to gather the scattered remnants in a flurry, not daring to utter a word as they hurriedly fled the alleyway. Once they had vanished from sight, Jiujiao resumed his stroll, mulling over the various formidable gangs within the Marvel universe that possessed ample cash reserves. After much contemplation, only one name surfaced in his mind: Wilson Grant Fisk, better known as the infamous Kingpin, a prominent figure in the realms of Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Punisher, and even the X-Men. This man's life could easily serve as the basis for a television series. He had endured countless beatings from various superheroes yet managed to survive, a testament to the miraculous nature of his resilience. It seemed that American heroes adhered too strictly to the law, merely defeating him and consigning him to prison without concern for potential retribution. Why? Jiujiao scoffed at such misplaced mercy. Compassion had no place in his world. Let it not be forgotten that in the realm of the Walking Dead, he was a ruthless figure, unyielding in his resolve to kill. Determined to confront Kingpin, Jiujiao vowed to deny him any opportunity for retaliation. When the time came to rob Kingpin, he would be thoroughly disguised, ensuring that no chance for counterattack would be afforded to him. In a country where wealth reigned supreme, one could expect the most bizarre and unfathomable events to unfold, provided one had the means. Lost in thoughts of how to approach the Kingpin's organization, Jiujiao returned home to find it was already noon. He had missed lunch. He settled for 3 hot dogs purchased from a vendor to quell his hunger before retreating to his bedroom to prepare for the impending operation. His weapon of choice would undoubtedly be a mechanical crossbow. Silence was his greatest ally. After all, to infiltrate Kingpin's lair, he needed to do so stealthily, avoiding any gunfire. Additionally, he would require effective camouflage. A simple helmet and mask would suffice. The helmet from his trusty steed, Chasing Wind, served as the perfect disguise. Not only was it stylish, but it also provided ample concealment, rendering him invisible to even the most sophisticated scanning devices. As for his attire, it needed to be neat and unencumbered. He saw no need to don an elaborate superhero costume as one might see in films. A slightly looser athletic outfit will suffice. The advantage of this choice is that it can be easily found in various places, making it less likely to attract the attention of those canine-like agents from the FBI or S.H.I.E.L.D. As I prepare to seek out the formidable Wilson Fisk, I examine the 30 traps stored in my space. Jiujiao, continue to utilize my metal and energy to craft new traps. After a bustling afternoon, I realize I have not seen Parker come looking for me, which strikes me as somewhat amusing. Indeed, it seems that young boys become so engrossed in matters of the opposite sex that they neglect their humanity. With nothing but time on my hands, I turn on my computer and begin searching for information regarding the Jianbing group. Unfortunately, the usual online sources yield scant information about Jianbing. There is only a real name and a vague assertion that he is the actual controller of Hell's Kitchen, with several gangs under his command. The rest of the information is ambiguous and cannot serve as a reliable basis. This predicament leaves me perplexed. While I have discovered the specific location of the skyscraper housing the Jianbing group online, merely barging into the building would not guarantee access to what I desire. Even if I were to eliminate Jianbing, it is evident that, whether in dealings related to gambling, drugs, or other illicit businesses, cash is unlikely to remain in the skyscraper itself. The most probable scenario is that only a fraction of cash, perhaps 1 or 2 million, might be housed within, while the greater portion remains circulating among the gangs as operational funds. Locating those funds would require an investigation far beyond a day or two. This line of thought leads me to another prominent figure in Hell's Kitchen, the blind lawyer known as Daredevil, Matt Murdock. If anyone knows about Jianbing's criminal organization, it would be him. After all, it was he who defeated Jianbing and sent him to prison. Yet, this fellow seems rather one-track-minded. Despite having overpowered the physically formidable Jianbing, he chose not to kill him. One must question his judgment. Of course, I'm not one to commit murder without cause, but I do believe in eradicating those irredeemable villains. This course of action serves not only to protect the innocent from further persecution, but also to spare myself unnecessary complications. With that in mind, I prepare to venture into Hell's Kitchen to locate the church where Matt resides, hoping to track his movements. Only by shadowing him can I uncover the specific locations of those gangs. Dressed in casual attire, I step outside and hail a taxi, instructing the driver to take me to Hell's Kitchen. The driver, a hefty African-American man, instantly engages me in conversation, as is typical for taxi drivers in films. "Hey there, sir. Are you Asian, a Jiujiao person, or from the land of the morning calm, perhaps?" In response, I absent-mindedly glance around my surroundings while replying, "A Jiujiao person. Oh, a Jiujiao person. Then you must practice Jiujiao martial arts, right? You look fit." "Not at all. I'm still a student." "Oh, what a shame. I thought I had picked up a formidable Jiujiao martial artist. By the way, what brings you to Hell's Kitchen? That place is hardly suitable for someone of your status." Upon hearing these words, Jiujiao felt a stir in her heart, pondering whether the African-American driver had some knowledge about the infamous neighborhood. Thus, feigning ignorance and donning an expression of surprise, she inquired, "Oh, is that so? I am merely searching for a friend who resides there. Sir, could you enlighten me about Hell's Kitchen?" The driver, seemingly pleased to share his insights, eagerly opened up about the area. Originally, Hell's Kitchen was nothing more than a slum, populated by the unfortunate souls who were unemployed or even homeless. Naturally, such an environment breeds a plethora of evils. It was rife with streetwalkers, robbers, and thieves, all desperately seeking money to exchange for the numbing embrace of drugs. Over time, it became a breeding ground for gangs, who employed various means to control these individuals and profit from their plight. You could find the most nefarious deeds of this world taking place right here in Hell's Kitchen. Despite its reputation as a gang stronghold, the presence of these gangs also afforded some measure of protection to ordinary citizens. At least they could scrape by. It is said that the gangs are all under the control of a man named Jinbing, who established the rules of Hell's Kitchen. Even government officials maintain connections with him. The police and the FBI have found him untouchable. One could say he is the sovereign of Hell's Kitchen, a true king without a crown. Listening to the driver's account, Jiujiao felt no fear. Rather, excitement coursed through her veins. She realized she had indeed arrived at the right place. A king of the streets undoubtedly held a significant fortune, and as for the danger posed by the gangs, was that a concern for Jiujiao? While the driver continued to boast and chatter away, they finally reached 34th Street on Manhattan's west side. After settling the fare, she stepped out of the vehicle and crossed 34th Street, immediately noticing the stark contrast on either side. The condition of the 34th district appeared rather normal, but as she ventured into Hell's Kitchen, the expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted to one of keen interest. Almost every gaze directed at Jiujiao resembled that of a wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Unfazed, Jiujiao strolled confidently with her hands tucked in her pockets, searching for the only church in the area. Unfamiliar with the terrain, she avoided wandering into secluded alleyways, thus steering clear of potential troubles. As she passed a CAF, she spotted two familiar faces seated at a street-side table, sipping coffee. Jiujiao silently remarked, "What a stroke of luck. I found Matt right upon my arrival." She purchased a beverage from a nearby vendor and took a sip while waiting. Before long, it became apparent that the workday had concluded, as Matt bid farewell to his partner and emerged alone, leaning on his blind cane, which also served as his weapon. Jiujiao dared not approach too closely, for Matt possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive his surroundings and the people within it through sound imaging. Keeping a distance, she followed Matt through several blocks until she caught sight of a white church from afar, prompting her to turn and leave the area. With time still on her side, she knew she had to wait until nightfall when Matt would don his specialized gear to embark on his quest for justice. After exiting Hell's Kitchen, she found a spot on 34th Street to rest for a few hours, just as darkness began to envelop the city. Evading the surrounding cameras, Jiujiao slipped into a secluded corner to change into her own attire, a complete set of athletic wear. She donned her helmet and pulled the hood over her head before making her way back to Hell's Kitchen. Upon arriving outside the church, she sought a vantage point from which to observe the entire structure, patiently waiting in silence. Before long, around 9 o'clock, the walls of the church's rooftop suddenly opened, revealing a man clad in a tight-fitting red suit. Undoubtedly, this was the formidable daredevil, Matt Murdock. It was evident that he had zero hesitation as he sprinted across the rooftop, having already identified his target. This development caused Jiujiao a slight headache. Despite being blind, Matt's agility atop the building surpassed that of even the most skilled special forces. Fortunately, with her physical prowess rated at 6'5", she was able to keep pace, as running across rooftops merely constituted parkour, a challenge she could easily surmount. After trailing him for half an hour, Matt entered a secluded alley, and Jiujiao, unaware of any unusual activity, promptly followed suit. As she stepped into the alley, a shadow loomed before her, swinging a blunt object towards her head, accompanied by a menacing whoosh of wind that sent shivers down her spine. The force behind the blow was formidable. Reacting swiftly, Jiujiao crouched to evade the strike, only to sense a rapid sweep aimed at her legs. Realizing she had lost the advantage, she resolved to withstand the onslaught with her 6'5" rated physique, hoping to create an opportunity for counterattack. Adopting a horse stance, she shifted her weight onto her feet, and with a resounding thud, her body met the assailant's, causing Matt to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground from the immense recoil. The tide of the encounter shifted, and Jiujiao unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Even with his extraordinary abilities, Matt struggled to withstand the onslaught. It was evident that even the immensely strong Kingpin in the movies could leave Matt searching for his teeth, let alone Jiujiao, whose physical strength reached an astounding 650 kilograms, delivering blows with a force nearing 1,300 kilograms. Although Matt managed to fend off each of Jiujiao's attacks, he still felt the sting of her strikes against his arms and body. Ultimately, crossing his arms to block a direct punch, he found himself propelled backwards 2 meters by the force of her blow. Wincing in pain, he exclaimed, "Stop, you've won. I can't outmatch you, now, speak. Why have you been following me this afternoon and tonight? What is your intention?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a sudden silence enveloping her heart, pondering. One must truly not underestimate any individual within the Marvel Universe. Even Matt, whose abilities are far inferior to those of the Avengers, is capable of sensing his pursuers. Thus, figures such as Tony, Black Widow, and Hawkeye warrant even greater caution. Indeed, while the former may be an ordinary man, his reliance on the iron suit and the artificial intelligence Jarvis facilitates the task of uncovering his own trail. The latter, akin to Captain America, possesses enhanced physical capabilities as an elite agent, making it no simple feat to track her. As for Hawkeye, although he is the most unassuming among the Avengers, his tally of foes dispatched is hardly less than that of any villain, and as an operative, he is far from a mere simpleton. After contemplating all this, it was merely a fleeting thought, and Jiujiao shrugged, saying, "Hello, Daredevil. You may call me Ian, which serves as my code name. My purpose in following you is quite straightforward. I intend to confront the criminal organization led by Wilson Fisk. However, as an outsider, my knowledge of this place is rather limited. You, on the other hand, have resided here for over 20 years, making you intimately familiar with the hideouts of these gangs. Therefore, you understand, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Matt, though lacking any intention to continue the confrontation, regarded Jiujiao with caution and inquired with skepticism. "Confront Fisk? Ha! Wilson Fisk is not so easily dealt with, young man. Your naivety is rather alarming. Do not presume that your modest abilities grant you the liberty to dismantle Fisk's empire. In reality, even I struggle to gather evidence of his criminal activities." In response, Jiujiao nonchalantly shook her head, asserting, "I am well aware that unearthing evidence against Fisk is no trivial task. However, if we were to obliterate all of his gang's strongholds, he would inevitably find himself cornered and expose his own misdeeds." With this, Jiujiao paused, emphasizing her next words, "Moreover, take heed. I am not here to seek your collaboration. I merely require you to furnish me with the precise locations of these gangs and the nature of their dealings. I shall methodically identify and eliminate them." Hence, Jiujiao inhaled deeply, continuing, "Please provide me with this information, and I shall ensure they are dispatched to their rightful end." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Matt was instantly struck by a sense of offense. He could scarcely fathom why this young individual before him harbored such confidence, seemingly dismissing even himself. The renowned daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. It was not that he was unwilling to share this information with Jiujiao, but rather a reluctance to witness another righteous soul march towards certain doom. Yet, feeling the need to act, Matt contemplated for a moment before responding. "Very well. Justice always requires more hands to uphold it. I can assist you, but you must first demonstrate your capabilities if you wish for me to consider divulging this information." Ian, quite an intriguing code name. I shall call you that for now." As he spoke, Matt continued in a serious tone. "Tonight presents an opportunity. I have received information that a gang under Jinbing, responsible for human trafficking, will be escorting a group of women to the docks to sell them elsewhere. Show me your strength, Ian. I will take you there to intercept them and rescue those captured girls." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao immediately understood Matt's implication. He was concerned about her abilities and wanted to witness her performance. No problem, she thought. Even if it were a gang involved in arms trafficking, she had the confidence to eliminate them. Thus, Jiujiao extended her hand towards Matt and said, "Okay, let us set off. I will demonstrate my capabilities." At her words, a smile crept beneath Matt's mask as he grasped her hand firmly. The two swiftly navigated the alleyways and rooftops, by the time they reached the docks. It was already 11 at night, and the area was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of life. Jiujiao was not reassured. Absence of sight did not equate to absence of presence from her pet space. She summoned Werewolf number 1 and number 2, issuing the command: search the entire dock and locate any concealed individuals. Monitor them and await my further instructions. Upon receiving the order, the two werewolves darted out, one to the left and one to the right, their metallic bodies producing not a single sound as they vanished into the night. Upon sensing the sudden appearance of the two creatures, Matt's mouth fell agape, his breath quickening. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Een, I truly underestimated you. Not only do you possess remarkable skills, but you also have such extraordinary abilities. I believe you can contend with all of Jin Bing's forces. After this operation, I will divulge everything I know to you." Jiujiao smiled casually, and together with Matt, they concealed themselves atop a shipping container, patiently waiting. Before long, she learned from Werewolves No. 1 and number 2 that indeed a dozen individuals were hidden nearby. Although she did not observe any weapons in their hands, Jiujiao was certain they were members of Jin Bing's gang, likely armed. Informing the werewolves to keep watch over them, she lowered her voice and said to Matt, "There are indeed others here. It seems we were right to come. When the transaction takes place, I will make my move. Heh, daredevil. You may play the spectator and witness how I handle them." At her words, Matt inwardly scoffed, thinking, "This Een is quite confident. She intends to take on the participants of a deal alone. That's not merely a couple of individuals, but dozens. I'm curious to see what grounds her confidence." Clearly, he had forgotten that Jiujiao was not alone. She had two high-tech mechanical canine companions by her side. After waiting for yet another half hour, a faint sound of engines drifted across the surface of the sea outside the dock, accompanied by a beam of light directed towards the dock. After flickering several times, a similar signal was sent from the dock. Gradually, the engine noise drew closer, revealing a fishing vessel approaching. A dozen silhouettes emerged from the dock to greet the group of individuals disembarking from the boat, who were evidently of Asian descent. Upon their meeting, the two leaders embraced, exchanged a few jovial words, and then proceeded towards the location of the containers at the dock. At this moment, Jiujiao also sprang into action, nimbly leaping and gliding atop the containers, stealthily approaching the group. Before long, she found herself 100 meters away, lying prone on a container. Below her, some individuals opened the doors of 3 containers, from which emerged muffled gasps of shock and cries from women. Subsequently, the raucous laughter of men echoed, as one of the leaders who had disembarked from the fishing boat gestured, prompting someone to bring forth a bag in full view of everyone. The bag was opened, revealing a bundle of cash inside. Upon witnessing the cash, Jiujiao silently smiled. It was indeed perplexing to her why such transactions involving gold necessitated cash payments, which were not only impractical but also conspicuously brazen. However, who was to concern themselves with such peculiar preferences? After all, cash transactions were certainly advantageous for Jiujiao. In the next moment, she sprang into action, resolutely shooting a crossbow bolt at the individual who was in the process of hauling the bag of money, striking him squarely in the head. Following suit, the two battle wolves descended from the containers, launching a coordinated assault on the gang members engaged in human trafficking. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the group fell into disarray, many drawing handguns from their waists and firing at the two battle wolves. Unfortunately for them, the bullets were ineffective against the upgraded battle wolves, leaving no more than superficial traces on their metallic bodies, apart from a shower of sparks as the bullets ricocheted harmlessly to the ground. Jiujiao allowed the two battle wolves to continue their onslaught against the gang members, while her mechanical crossbow remained relentless, targeting anyone attempting to seize the bag of money. Though Matt could not see the unfolding chaos, the scene was vividly etched in his mind. Witnessing Jiujiao's indiscriminate slaughter, he felt an internal conflict brewing within him. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for these criminals, yet as a law student, he clung to the belief that they should be incarcerated to prevent further wrongdoing. The thought of casual murder was abhorrent to him, and he did not wish to witness it, whether perpetrated by himself or others. However, when it came to Jiujiao, he found himself at a loss for words, lacking the authority to dictate her actions. He understood a fundamental truth: even if he desired to intervene, he would be powerless to do so. Not only was he no match for Jiujiao, but he also couldn't contend with the two ferocious creatures at her side. Even if he refrained from divulging information about the criminal organization involved in the gold trade, thereby attempting to indirectly halt Jiujiao's killing spree, it would only be a temporary measure. She would inevitably uncover the truth, in due course. Many lives would still be lost, a scenario he wished to avoid. Yet, he could strive to protect those innocent lives from falling victim to Jiujiao's hands. Indeed, he could undoubtedly divulge the locations of the gang's headquarters to Jiujiao, enabling her to eliminate the gang leaders, thereby sparing the ordinary members from the clutches of death. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, at that very moment, Matt had already contemplated numerous strategies. To avert excessive bloodshed, he resolved to directly confront the gang leaders, robbing the affluent to aid the impoverished, indifferent to Jiujiao's awareness of his intentions. His primary objective was to seize wealth from those gang leaders and fulfill the system's mission, rendering the fate of the minions inconsequential. The skirmish held no intricacies worth elaborating upon. Dealing with these individuals, who scarcely qualified as soldiers, was remarkably unremarkable. Once these foes were vanquished, Jiujiao instructed Matt to rescue the women who had been abducted, while she herself approached the money bags, securing them within her spatial realm. Observing Matt as he retrieved the gang's phone to contact the authorities, the pair departed from the docks. Under Matt's guidance, they deftly evaded the street cameras and returned to his residence, while Jiujiao, still donned in her helmet, even kept the hood of her tracksuit drawn, patiently awaiting Matt to delineate the location of the Hell's Kitchen gang. Following his narrative, she meticulously marked each detail on a map, documenting the salient points he articulated. Ultimately, after expressing her gratitude to Matt, she took her leave. Watching Jiujiao depart, Matt yearned to voice his desire. "Hidden, could you perhaps notify me before your actions? I wish to accompany you." Alas, seeing her unwavering intention to leave, he stifled his words. However, curiosity regarding Jiujiao's true identity burgeoned within Matt. Upon exiting Hell's Kitchen and skillfully avoiding cameras, he found a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, changed back into his own clothes, and hailed a taxi. By the time he returned home, it was already past 1 a.m. Without pausing to count the cash in his bag, Jiujiao hastily washed up and retired to bed. What she remained oblivious to was the chaos unfolding in the Hell's Kitchen precinct, where officers were overwhelmed with confusion. Based on eyewitness descriptions, the sketches produced left the police in disarray, utterly devoid of leads. While everyone was aware of Daredevil, locating Matt himself proved elusive. After all, it was nearly impossible to associate a highly skilled superhero with a blind lawyer. The other assailant remained an enigma, as the witnesses described the attackers as 2 metallic canines. 064 Parker's invitation. Moreover, the commander of these creatures was a man clad in a cheap tracksuit readily available for purchase, his head obscured by a hood, which reportedly concealed a mask, complicating their investigation. Furthermore, aside from the docks cameras capturing the silhouettes of the duo, no further traces of them could be found. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Kingpin Tower, Wilson Fisk was furiously dismantling items in his office using his all-metal cane. The computer, ashtray, and fish tank were all ruthlessly shattered by his furious onslaught, as he vociferously cursed with expletives like "dog's it" and "damn it." His anger was not merely directed at the monetary loss or the destruction of his possessions. Rather, it stemmed from the audacity of someone daring to meddle with his business. This affront, this blatant disregard for his authority, was an affront he could not tolerate since ascending to the throne of Hell's Kitchen. After venting his rage, Jinbing issued a command to his subordinates, who were too intimidated to breathe, instructing them to locate Daredevil and the individual who had taken his life, as well as the hooded man who had stolen his money. He ordered that these two be captured alive, so that he could torment them thoroughly until his wrath was satiated, after which he would mercilessly dismember them. He even went so far as to offer a substantial bounty, promising a reward of up to 100,000 gold coins for anyone providing credible information. Jinbing's actions instantly ignited a flurry of excitement among the ruffians of Hell's Kitchen, as countless individuals began to inquire about the identities of Daredevil and the hooded man. Meanwhile, the oblivious Jiujiao remained unaware that Jinbing's latest moves had triggered a new Hidden World quest. Host has activated Hidden World Quest 1. Eliminate the Jinbing group. Reward: 1,000 experience points and 50 million in cash. Jiujiao, in his deep slumber, failed to hear the system notification, which consequently left him in a state of distress over how to amass the funds needed to purchase the first batch of vibranium. In truth, even if Jiujiao managed to acquire cash from the Jinbing group, it would be impossible to gather the required 50 million. It was only after completing the quest that he learned this outcome from the rewards, causing him to lament and pound his head in regret. He cursed himself for his foolishness, wondering why he had become so accustomed to checking the system panel information, thus squandering precious time maneuvering through Jinbing's gang instead of simply dismantling the Jinbing group's headquarters to fulfill the quest. In reality, Jiujiao had overthought the situation. Even if he eliminated Jinbing, the system would not acknowledge the completion of his task without dismantling the entire gang. The next day, awakened by the alarm, Jiujiao did not linger in confusion. He recognized that he still had to attend school and had yet to complete his task of befriending Parker. Now was not the time for dropping out. Indeed, Jiujiao contemplated abandoning his studies, having endured a lackluster academic experience in his previous life. Although he had achieved little, he was genuinely reluctant to continue his education. Spending the day in the monotony of school and the night engaged in acts of redistributing wealth left him utterly drained. If it weren't for the task involving Parker, he would have long since ceased attending school and wasting time. After hastily washing up and consuming a sandwich, he heard Parker calling for him downstairs. Jiujiao grabbed his backpack and stepped outside, embracing Parker as they strolled toward the bus stop, joking and laughing together. This time, however, it was Jiujiao who incessantly inquired about Parker's progress with Gwen. When questioned about his romantic affairs, the normally loquacious Parker became unexpectedly bashful, feeling somewhat embarrassed to elaborate on his relationship with Gwen. It was only through the hesitant words of Parker that Jiujiao gradually realized that this fellow was indeed quite timid when it came to matters of the heart. Yesterday, he had merely escorted Gwen home, exchanged contact information, and then returned alone. This left Jiujiao at a loss for words. What a rare opportunity it was. How could he not have invited Gwen to watch a movie, enjoy a cup of coffee, or take a stroll in the park? Yet, Jiujiao came to understand that it was precisely Parker's shyness regarding emotions that prompted Gwen to take the initiative and confess to him, ultimately bringing the two of them together. However, the unfortunate death of Gwen's father had introduced unnecessary tribulations into their relationship. Life at school was exceedingly dull for Jiujiao. Seated by the window, he rested his head on his desk, gazing out at the bright sunshine, completely oblivious to the teacher's lecture. His mind wandered instead to thoughts of how to procure more money from Jinbing. He even contemplated seizing an opportunity to liquidate all the gold, diamonds, and jewels within his space for a substantial amount of cash. Jiujiao had never entertained the idea of stealthily infiltrating Wakanda to pilfer vibranium ore. Firstly, the Black Panthers' Wakanda boasted formidable combat prowess and advanced technology, serving as a crucial force against Thanos' army, thus making it unwise to offend them. Secondly, Jiujiao aspired to cultivate a favorable relationship with Wakanda, as he found them more trustworthy compared to the politically motivated Shield. After and during the day's lessons, Jiujiao could hardly contain his impatience and rushed home at 3:20 p.m. As for Parker, Jiujiao had advised him to spend more time with Gwen, utilizing every available moment to nurture their budding romance, thereby accelerating the progression of their relationship into that of a couple. After all, friendship with Parker was a long-term endeavor, but his own mission was pressing. The sooner he acquired vibranium, the quicker he could enhance his abilities, ensuring greater success in completing system tasks during his next interdimensional journey. Regrettably, while he did not care whether Parker considered him a true friend, Parker was evidently quite concerned about him. Just 2 hours later, Parker appeared outside Jiujiao's door, backpack slung over his shoulder, and rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Jiujiao was greeted by a beaming Parker, who exclaimed, "Now that we are friends, I believe it is time for me to invite you to my home. Aunt May is eager to meet you and would love to have you over. So, here I am. What do you say, my dear friend? Would you like to come over?" In response, even if Jiujiao was reluctant, he could only agree joyfully, for this incarnation of Spider-Man had not faced the tragedy of witnessing his Uncle Ben's death, nor had he received the cautionary words, "With great power comes great responsibility." His Aunt May appeared quite youthful, seemingly in her 30s. Oh, and just to note, it was Parker who had voluntarily brought up matters concerning his family. After all, casually inquiring about the circumstances of others' homes does not reflect true friendship. It is perhaps best left unspoken to avoid jeopardizing the relationship between individuals. As for Parker, establishing a worldview is essential. The disparities in the world have inevitably led to varying family situations for Spider-Man. Engaging with his family at the earliest opportunity and gaining their approval could indeed expedite the process of forming a friendship with Parker, wouldn't it? For Jiujiao, the essence of a friend with whom one shares everything is epitomized in the moment Parker becomes Spider-Man and confides this secret to himself. Only such a bond could be considered a fulfillment of the system's task. Perhaps, with this thought in mind, Jiujiao playfully tapped Parker and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Since my parents passed, I haven't had the chance to visit a friend's home. I am truly delighted by your invitation to your abode, Parker. Please wait a moment while I change my attire and grab a small gift. Then we shall venture to your home together." With that, Jiujiao hurried back to his room, changed into a fresh outfit, and retrieved a bottle of unopened red wine from the house, placing it into a bag before heading out with Parker towards his residence. Amused and chatting, they arrived at Parker's home, where the door was opened by a younger version of Aunt May, leaving Jiujiao quite taken aback by her beauty upon their first meeting. It must be noted that American women of maturity possess a charm that often surpasses that of women in their 30s and 40s from the homeland, and of course, Jiujiao was no cad. His admiration for such a woman was purely innocent, devoid of any sordid intentions. May appeared warm and welcoming, graciously accepting the gift from Jiujiao before inviting him to sit in the living room while she busied herself in the kitchen. Parker, however, led Jiujiao upstairs to his room, which greatly pleased Jiujiao. After all, in America, being invited into someone's bedroom, regardless of gender, signifies a heartfelt acknowledgement of friendship. Parker's room mirrored his scholarly persona, filled with numerous books and an array of electronic gadgets. Once in his personal sanctuary, Parker tossed his backpack aside and reclined on his bed, beckoning Jiujiao over. Come, I want to show you who my greatest idols are. Intrigued, Jiujiao, aware that in this universe Spider-Man idolized Iron Man Tony, who had not yet assumed his superhero mantle, was eager to discover whom Parker admired. Plopping down on Parker's bed, he watched with interest as Parker enthusiastically retrieved an album, carefully opening it to reveal a photograph cut from an old newspaper. Upon seeing the unmistakable half-masked figure, clad in a snug outfit adorned with the American flag and brandishing the iconic vibranium shield, Jiujiao gazed at Parker in disbelief, asking, "You truly idolize him, Parker? Captain America?" In response, Parker nodded excitedly, saying, "Yes, did you know?" Before becoming a super soldier, Captain America was quite frail, yet he was incredibly tenacious, of course. I greatly admire him. I dream of one day becoming a superhero who saves the world, you know? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao struggled to suppress the urge to laugh and comforted Parker by saying, "Rest assured, Parker, I believe you are no ordinary person, and you will undoubtedly fulfill your dreams of saving the entire world." Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle, musing, if all goes well, once you become Spider-Man, Captain America might not stand a chance against you. As long as you are with me, I assure you, in the coming years, I will provide you with the opportunity to defeat Thanos with your own hands and save all of humanity. Parker, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of joy, not only because his good friend did not mock him, but also because he believed in and encouraged him. Parker was so elated that he nearly flipped over on his bed. After managing to contain his excitement, Parker continued to flip through the album while addressing Jiujiao. May I learn the art of Huaxia Kung Fu from you? I wish to become a fighter. I do not wish to be a burden to you, in the future. When we encounter someone like Flash, I want to be able to defeat him just like you. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking, once Parker becomes Spider-Man, he will already be quite formidable. Although he may not possess any exceptional fighting skills, his physical strength and power will be greatly enhanced, and even his reaction speed will be astonishingly quick. If he truly learns the techniques of a combat master from me, Captain America may indeed struggle against him. The thought of potentially facing off against Captain America excited Jiujiao. Witnessing Spider-Man overpowering Captain America would surely be a dramatic spectacle. With this in mind, Jiujiao nodded in agreement. Certainly, Parker. As long as you possess the perseverance and determination, I can teach you the most effective combat techniques, enabling you to triumph over individuals much stronger than you without solely relying on your physical prowess. However, let me make one thing clear. Practicing combat is an arduous endeavor, and you must be prepared to endure hardship. Because once I begin teaching you, I will not permit you to abandon your training midway, understood? Upon hearing this, Parker nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, affirming, "Yes, I will certainly do it." After flipping through a few more pages of the album, Jiujiao stumbled upon a photo he had cut from a magazine that left him both amused and speechless. With that distinctive 2B hairstyle and signature mischievous grin, who else could it be but Tony Stark? Glancing at the still excited Parker, Jiujiao curiously inquired, "Do you still admire him, Parker? Your aspiration isn't to become a wealthy playboy like him, is it?" Hearing this, Parker paused for a moment, then shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum, exclaiming defensively, "How could that be? I have no desire to be a playboy. I only have eyes for Gwen. Please don't misunderstand. I merely admire Mr. Tony's talents, do you understand?" At the tender age of 17, he gained admission to Massachusetts, a testament to his brilliance as a remarkable inventor, a genius in mechanical engineering, and an unparalleled authority in management. Indeed, as you mentioned, he does possess quite the reputation for being a bit of a flirt. Haha. At this juncture, Jiujiao comprehended why Parker held such admiration for Tony in the narrative, even venerating him as a paternal figure. This admiration stemmed not only from Tony's later incarnation as Iron Man, but also from his illustrious past as a youthful prodigy. While understanding this, Jiujiao was determined that her future comrade should not be led astray by Tony's charm. Thus, she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, your admiration for him carries some weight. However, you need not belittle yourself. Your genius is hardly inferior to Tony's, and you may even surpass him in time. You will undoubtedly become a source of pride for New York, for America, and indeed, for the entire world." With that, Jiujiao gently closed the album Parker was holding and continued, "From this moment forth, you no longer need an idol. Regard them merely as goals to surpass. Yes, goals. Strive diligently, young one. I have great faith in you." Upon hearing Jiujiao's words, Parker was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp their meaning, a clear indication of how naive and easily swayed the young Spider-Man was at that moment. Just as their conversation unfolded, Aunt May's voice echoed from downstairs, calling out, "Parker, come down for dinner." Responding in unison, the two descended the stairs together, finding the dining table already laden with an array of dishes. After politely thanking Aunt May, Jiujiao took a seat across from her, with Parker beside her. After Aunt May served them, the trio commenced their dinner. It must be noted that this was the first formal meal Jiujiao had experienced since her arrival in the Marvel Universe. Although the flavors differed significantly from Huaxia cuisine, she relished every bite. The Parker family, being of modest means, had no strict dining etiquette. Aunt May engaged the two in conversation about their school experiences while they dined. Parker was quite animated, recounting all the events that transpired at school, save for his pursuit of Gwen. When Aunt May learned of Jiujiao's intervention on Parker's behalf against bullying classmates, she expressed her gratitude yet voiced her concerns about potential retaliation, saying, "I truly appreciate your protection of Parker at school, but you both are still young and lack self-defense awareness. I hope that should you encounter such situations again, you will inform a teacher so the school can address it appropriately. Understand?" Jiujiao was well aware of the sentiments held by ordinary individuals. It was merely a reflection of their concern for the safety of the young, a common thread among the majority of the world's populace. Reluctant to dismiss May's goodwill, Jiujiao replied while eating, "All right, Aunt May. We shall be mindful of that." Soon after, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively, for with Parker, the incessant talker, present, there would never be a shortage of topics, no matter the setting. After finishing the meal, Jiujiao noted that the evening was drawing near, and thus bid farewell to May and Parker, returning home to prepare for the night's endeavors. Upon arriving home, with nothing to occupy her time, Jiujiao took out the cash she had acquired the previous night and went through it. It wasn't a substantial amount, merely 300,000 dollars. However, one should not underestimate this sum. In the United States, even a few tens of thousands of dollars is not an insignificant figure. For an ordinary family, accumulating such a sum could require years, if not a decade, of hard work. As darkness descended, Jiujiao peered out the window to observe the outside world. Apart from those returning from work and individuals out for a jog, there were hardly any others around, making it seem like the perfect moment to venture out. Jiujiao rose and exited her abode, retrieving a bicycle from the garage, and set off towards Hell's Kitchen. Her target for the evening was an underground casino run by Jean Bing, known for its staggering daily cash flow, reaching an astonishing 10 million. If she intended to procure funds from Jean Bing while undermining his influence, she knew she must strike at the heart of what he cherished most. As she arrived at the familiar location, she concealed her bicycle and changed into her sports attire, donning a helmet and pulling her hood over her head. With haste, Jiujiao entered Hell's Kitchen. To expedite her journey, she took a shortcut, soon finding herself in a secluded alley. Just as she was focused on her path, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness, nearly colliding with her. With agile reflexes, Jiujiao deftly sidestepped, causing the figure to stumble precariously. Determined not to waste time, she had no intention of engaging with this individual. However, she soon noticed several men emerging from the shadows behind her, and it became evident that trouble was brewing. Each of these men wielded clubs and other weapons, encircling both Jiujiao and the earlier figure without hesitation. Feeling quite vexed, Jiujiao thought to herself, "Is it a crime to take a shortcut? Why must I encounter such trouble? Truly, I must have stepped outside without consulting the calendar." At that moment, the earlier figure darted to her side, grasping her arm tightly and urgently exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. My boyfriend is quite formidable, and I advise you to leave while you can, or else he will make you regret it." Upon hearing her words, Jiujiao was at a loss. Realizing that the figure was a young girl, perhaps no older than 15 or 16. Yet, despite her youth, Jiujiao had no intention of becoming a shield for her. With no desire to indulge in such a situation, she lowered her gaze and addressed the men, saying, "I apologize, but I assure you, I do not know her. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, the leader of the thugs encircling the two burst into laughter and remarked, "Who do you think you're fooling? If you weren't in cahoots, would you be here alone in the dead of night? And why would she come here of all places, only to fortuitously run into you? I see you two are indeed in league. She is the one orchestrating the crime, and you dot well, of course, you are here to assist her. Am I right, lad? If you know what's good for you, hand over the stolen money along with whatever you have on you. Or else that we guarantee to beat you to a pulp and toss you into the sewer to feed the rats with that." The surrounding thugs erupted into raucous laughter, displaying no concern whatsoever that the two might retaliate fiercely. After all, in the eyes of these ruffians, one was merely a girl and the other a young man, both unarmed and incapable of posing any threat to their 7 or 8 strong numbers. Hearing their mocking laughter, Jiujiao realized they had stumbled into a dire predicament. Just as she was about to say something further, the girl beside her cried out in terror, "Oh, you can't do this. Aren't we on the same side? Hurry up and fight them. I know you're formidable." At these words, Jiujiao swallowed her retort, her curiosity piqued regarding the girl's background, as her tone suggested she was aware of Jiujiao's capabilities. In the next moment, the thugs surrounding them began to close in, evidently unprepared to grant Jiujiao the opportunity to explain. They were poised to strike. With no other recourse, Jiujiao sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, she surged forward, reaching the thug leader before he could react, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on his eye socket. Amidst his yelp of pain, Jiujiao wasted no time. Her movements swift as she continued her assault, dispatching the thugs behind him with a flurry of punches and kicks. The girl, clearly no delicate flower herself, proved adept in the fray, skillfully wielding her backpack against 2 or 3 of the thugs despite her smaller stature and lesser strength. After incapacitating the thugs before her, Jiujiao turned around, arms crossed, watching the girl battle the remaining 3 with a leisurely demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. As the girl swung her backpack, disorienting the thugs, she called out to Jiujiao, "Are you even a man? Just standing there watching me, a girl, take on 3 thugs. Hurry up and help me take them down." Hearing this, Jiujiao, wishing to avoid further delay and eager to question the girl about her knowledge, swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 thugs with ease. Thus, all 7 or 8 of the ruffians lay unconscious on the ground. Jiujiao glanced around at their surroundings, then turned to grasp the girl's arm, leading her toward the opposite end of the alley. The girl, evidently prepared for this turn of events, followed closely, matching Jiujiao's pace without uttering a single word of confusion along the way. Stepping out of the alley and into a secluded area, Jiujiao finally released the girl's hand, turning to gaze at her as he inquired, "Pray tell, who are you? What do you know? What is the purpose of bringing me here?" In response, the girl, while rubbing her wrist that had been painfully grasped by Jiujiao, replied, "I am aware that you are the person the authorities are desperately seeking, and I also know you were supposed to pass through that place. As for leading those ruffians to you, would you believe me if I said it was merely a coincidence?" At this juncture, the girl let out a sheepish chuckle, continuing, "Oh, don't get me wrong. It truly was a coincidence. I intended to come directly to find you, but unexpectedly encountered some thugs from whom I had previously stolen money. They recognized me and began to pursue relentlessly. Hence the situation." With that, she shrugged her shoulders, feigning innocence. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao realized that the girl must have known she was the one who had disrupted Jin Bing's business the previous night and was aware of his intended route, which explained her presence. However, he remained puzzled as to why she sought him, prompting him to ask directly, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is your true purpose in seeking me? I must emphasize that I have little patience for falsehoods, so please reveal your genuine intentions. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to silence you." The threat was unmistakable, yet to Jiujiao's surprise, the girl displayed no fear, rolling her eyes and muttering dismissively, "Humph! You speak as if you were some sort of murderous fiend. I am not afraid of you." Though her voice was soft, Jiujiao's keen hearing picked it up clearly. He raised his head, revealing his emotionless helmet, which startled the girl, prompting her to quickly explain. "Please, do not be angry. Actually, I became aware of your existence the moment Jin Bing issued the wanted notice. I am a hacker, quite a skilled one. I might add, my name is Sky, and as an orphan, I have no parents, I must say. Your methods of concealment are rather impressive. Had it not been for me, the identity of the individual who robbed Jin Bing would have remained elusive." At these words, Yi Jiujing's expression beneath the helmet twitched, his mind racing with disbelief, lamenting. What kind of world is this? Even the sky from Jiujiao has appeared. Could the Inhumans be next? Unaware of Yi Jiujing's internal turmoil, Sky continued her explanation. I managed to trace your and Daredevil's movements by hacking into the store's cameras, painstakingly uncovering your retreat route. Today, I infiltrated several more establishments and noted your presence here tonight. Based on your trajectory, I arrived in the alley ahead of you to await your arrival. Ah, how fortunate I am, for luck has favored me, though I encountered a few minor troubles along the way. It is a relief to acknowledge your remarkable prowess in overcoming them all. After listening to Sky's account, Yi Jiujiao felt a genuine sense of trepidation, not out of fear that Sky might betray her, but rather from the concern that those specialized organizations might similarly track her down. Unlike Sky, who had to infiltrate a store's surveillance system, they could simply conduct door-to-door inquiries to unearth her whereabouts. Thus, could her so-called covert operations truly be deemed secret? Was it not possible for her identity to be exposed? Observing Yi Jiujiao's prolonged silence, Sky seemed to intuit her worries. After all, as a hacker, she was acutely aware that Yi Jiujiao must be anxious about her movements being discovered. She offered reassurance. Rest assured, with me by your side, you need not fret about your whereabouts being revealed. I have replaced all videos featuring you. No one can uncover your identity. Remember, I am determined to collaborate with you to bring down Jinbing and send him to hell. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiujiao felt a sigh of relief, yet her curiosity was piqued. Whether Sky harbored a grudge against Jinbing or simply found him distasteful, she pondered why, knowing of the existence of Daredevil. Sky had not chosen to ally with him. After all, Daredevil had already confronted Jinbing's gang before her arrival. Unable to contain her inquiries, Yi Jiujiao asked, why me? It seems I am not the only one opposing Jinbing. What makes you choose me? In response, Sky disdainfully scoffed, Humph, I truly have no regard for others. Each one fancies themselves a champion of justice, relentlessly battling evil. But what is the outcome? How many of the villains they incarcerated have genuinely reformed? Those gangs persist, still firmly under their control. Yet you are different. The incident at the docks revealed your unwillingness to show mercy to those malevolent individuals. Only you possess the capability to utterly dismantle the Jinbing syndicate. Hence, I sought you out for collaboration. While I may not excel in combat, I can offer logistical and technical support, allowing you to confront the Jinbing group without any reservations. What do you say? Are you willing to accept my partnership? Pondering this, Yi Jiujiao reflected. From the narrative, it is evident that Sky's abilities are beyond question. Aside from the artificial intelligence J.A. or .V.I.S, no one can rival Sky in the realm of electronic devices. Therefore, collaborating with Sky would undeniably be advantageous for me. This partnership would not only enable Sky to assist in monitoring the movements of the Jinbing group, but also provide me with technical support. However, the drawbacks are significant. After all, Sky is not yet the formidable Jinbo Nu of the future. Her combat capabilities are rather lacking. If anyone were to discover our collaboration, capturing her could lead them directly to me. After contemplating for a while, Yi Jiujiao ultimately resolved to collaborate with Sky. For the advantages of partnership outweighed the disadvantages. As for the potential risk of revealing her identity, she could simply arrange for Sky to operate from the shadows while she took independent action. Having made her decision, Yi Jiujiao finally nodded at Sky and said, very well. I agree to cooperate with you. You may remain concealed in the background, providing me with intelligence and technical support. However, I would like to know, are you aware of my true identity? Upon hearing this, Sky's interest was piqued, and with a playful grin, she replied, hee hee. Your true identity, you say, if you would be so kind as to remove your helmet and allow me a glimpse of your true visage. I wouldn't mind at all, rest assured. I'm curious how you managed to infiltrate Hell's Kitchen. I didn't catch you on the cameras. After all, your location was surprisingly devoid of surveillance. Wouldn't you say you have a knack for choosing your spots? At this, Yi Jiujiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sky remained unaware of her true identity, she was content. She nodded and continued. Then, since we are to collaborate, I must provide you with a secure location and ample equipment. Do you have any suggestions? Sky's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she grasped Yi Jiujiao's arm and exclaimed, really? Such benefits exist? May I stay with you? Realizing the implications, she seemed to deflate slightly, adding, oh, my apologies. Since you intend to keep your identity concealed, it would be inappropriate for me to reside with you. After all, we have only just begun our collaboration and have yet to establish a foundation of trust. Very well then, I'll choose the location, and I will procure all the necessary equipment. You need only provide the funds. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiujiao felt a stirring in her heart. To be honest, Sky was undeniably beautiful. She was of Chinese-American descent, embodying the grace of Eastern femininity alongside the sharp features of Western beauty, with perfect facial features, shoulder-length hair, and a physique that, though still developing at the tender age of 15, was already quite impressive, a rare gem of a girl. Living alongside such a stunning beauty would indeed be a delightful experience. However, Jiujiao was acutely aware that it was not yet the time for further developments with Sky. At least until she truly understood her and deemed her a trustworthy partner, would Jiujiao fully embrace her. After all, beyond Parker, she genuinely needed reliable and capable teammates to confront the impending threat of Thanos. With Sky's presence tonight, Jiujiao dismissed the notion of continuing her operations and instead decided to escort Sky out of Hell's Kitchen, finding her a hotel to stay in and leaving her with sufficient funds before preparing to resume her endeavors. Upon contemplating this, Jiujiao grasped Sky's hand and, as they walked, remarked, "Tonight's operation is cancelled. First, let me find you a place to rest for the night. I will leave you sufficient funds to procure equipment, and once you are fully prepared, I shall resume our endeavors." Sky, being led by Jiujiao, felt a warmth enveloping her heart. It had been so long since she had experienced the kindness of others. She understood that despite having a clear objective, Jiujiao had chosen to cancel the operation for her safety, which indirectly conveyed how much he cared for her, filling her with joy. Silently, they exited Hell's Kitchen and, in a narrow alleyway outside a hotel, Jiujiao retrieved a bag containing $300,000 from the shadows, in reality, from his spatial pocket. After handing the bag to Sky, he said, "This is your $300,000 in cash. You will check into the hotel alone, and tomorrow, you must find a place to settle on your own, as well as purchase the equipment yourself. Leave me a communication device, and I will notify you before I proceed with the operation." Upon hearing this, Sky did not chastise Jiujiao for his excessive caution. Instead, she eagerly accepted the bag. She then took out a mobile phone from her backpack and handed it to Jiujiao, saying, "This is a dedicated communication device for you, equipped with walkie-talkie functionality. Just wear the headset, and we can converse in real time. Rest assured, I will have everything sorted by tomorrow. While you continue your operation tonight, I will control all the cameras in Hell's Kitchen and provide you with technical support. Goodbye." With that, Sky hefted the heavy bag in her hand, shouldered her backpack, and walked toward the hotel without looking back. As she watched Sky retreating, Jiujiao couldn't help but reflect on how independent and confident she was at merely 15 years of age. It was no wonder that she had caught the attention of Coulson, who had made an exception to recruit her into HILD1. Sky entered the hotel. Jiujiao turned and vanished into the alley. Behind the hotel's glass windows, Sky stood watching Jiujiao leave, whispering to herself, "I will find you. No matter how cautious you are, it won't matter. I am the formidable Sky." Her confidence stemmed from her faith in her own abilities. The phone she had given Jiujiao was equipped with a positioning system. As long as the battery remained intact, she would be able to track him down. Unbeknownst to her, however, Jiujiao had the advantage of spatial manipulation, and the phone had already been discreetly placed into his spatial pocket as he turned away. This meant that regardless of Sky's technical prowess, she would be unable to locate Jiujiao unless he chose to reveal his whereabouts. Of course, this was not absolute. Given the presence of cameras, Sky would always find a way to locate him, though it was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. After bidding farewell to Sky, Jiujiao changed his attire in the alley and retrieved his bicycle, navigating through several alleys before finally returning home along the main road. After a simple morning routine, Jiujiao reclined on the bed, pondering how to leverage Sky's technological support for a more precise strike against Jean Bing's illicit dealings. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, as per usual, he set off for school alongside Parker. However, Jiujiao distinctly sensed a palpable shift in their friendship since the previous night. What once was merely a camaraderie had gradually evolved into a deep and confiding bond. Yet the system still had not acknowledged the completion of their mission. Jiujiao understood that for the system to recognize their progress, he must wait for Parker to be bitten by the spider and to reveal his secret directly to him. After a full day of classes, Jiujiao felt more exhausted than if he had engaged in a brawl. After bidding farewell to Parker, he returned home, feeling rather bored. Eventually, he downloaded a Chinese cookbook online, resolved to experiment with preparing traditional Chinese dishes to satisfy his appetite. The fast food had become increasingly unpalatable for Jiujiao, and he was determined to take matters into his own hands. Surprisingly, his intellect proved beneficial. After a few burn attempts that wasted considerable ingredients, he finally managed to conjure up a visually appealing dish, twice-cooked pork. In the evening, he mounted his new bike and arrived at his usual spot. Donning his gear and entering the Hell's Kitchen, he retrieved his phone from his spatial pocket. Simultaneously, Sky, situated in a warehouse, received notification of Jiujiao's online presence. Observing Jiujiao's location on her screen, Sky scoffed quietly. How cautious. He can even mask my tracking system. Himph. I'll find you eventually. After speaking, she donned her specialized headset and activated the cameras surrounding Jiujiao, awaiting his call. After a while, as she watched the green, representing Jiujiao enter an alley, his lowered voice finally reached her ears. Sky, from now on, I can't call you by your name. Please come up with a codename for yourself. My codename is Ian, and you may refer to me as such. Sky, impressed by Jiujiao's caution, replied through her earpiece, All right, Ian, I understand. As for my codename, how about God? Just kidding, let us stick with his. Jiujiao, rolling his eyes at the Helmet S display, responded, Fine, S. My target tonight is Jean Bing's underground casino. I need you to control the cameras and alarm systems surrounding the casino before I commence my operation. I intend to seize all of Jean Bing's earnings from the past fortnight. Additionally, I require you to help me gather information on the casino's chief. I will take care of him. Upon hearing this, Sky was instantly invigorated, thrilled by the prospect of genuinely collaborating with Jiujiao and the prospect of confronting the Jean Bing group. Understood. Give me 3 minutes, she exclaimed, swiftly setting to work. The rhythmic clattering of keystrokes echoed through the headphones, reaching Jiujiao's ears, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips and infusing her spirit with delight. After all, with Sky's presence, she was no longer solitary in her struggle. Though it was merely 3 minutes, the moment elapsed as if in an instant. A chime resonated from her phone, and upon retrieving it and unlocking the screen, 3 photographs materialized before her eyes. Simultaneously, Sky's voice, laced with a hint of pride, resonated through the Bluetooth headset. These 3 individuals are the heads of the casino and also the capable aides of Jean Bing. Each with numerous lives under their command, I believe we can confidently declare their death sentences. Moreover, I have taken control of the surveillance cameras along the casino and its immediate vicinity, so there is no need for concern. You may proceed directly. Wishing you a successful operation, Ian. In reflexive response to Sky's words, Jiujiao replied, Understood, thank you, S. Momentarily taken aback by the unexpected ease of their collaboration, she quickly shook her head and followed the navigation on her phone. Hastening towards the underground casino point 10 minutes later, Jiujiao stood atop a building opposite the casino, observing the steady stream of patrons entering the establishment below. With a flick of her hand, she summoned werewolves 1 and 2 from her spatial pocket. Under her mental command, the 2 formidable creatures lunged towards the casino's edifice. The design of this casino was quite intriguing. The upper floors housed a hotel, while the casino itself was nestled 2 levels below ground, with the uppermost floor reserved for the offices and lounges of the casino's key figures. Jiujiao's objective was the lair of the chief, see Erda MBA, where the casino's earnings from the past fortnight were stored. The guards stationed outside the casino were taken aback as they beheld the 2 massive canine-like beasts descending from the building across the street. Startled, one agile guard swiftly activated the casino's alarm, while others drew their firearms, aiming at the advancing werewolves. Undeterred by the hail of bullets, the werewolves surged towards the gang's sentinels. At that moment, Jiujiao descended from the building via a rope, her mechanical crossbow at the ready, crouching as she charged towards the casino. She dared not lead the way. This establishment was unlike any other, equipped with formidable weaponry. Not to mention the presence of submachine guns and assault rifles. There was a possibility of grenades and rocket launchers as well. For her safety, it was prudent to let the werewolves take the front line. Although Jiujiao had hoped to infiltrate stealthily, the security here rivaled that of a military base, rendering a covert entry nearly impossible. After neutralizing the guards at the entrance, the 2 werewolves stormed into the lobby, dispatching those who rushed out to confront them. Following closely behind, Jiujiao entered through the main door, swiftly dispatching a lurking receptionist who attempted to ambush her from behind the bar. She trailed the werewolves up the staircase, hastening her movements. Time was of the essence, for if Jean Bing were to receive word of her actions, his subordinates would undoubtedly swarm to encircle her. 2 battle wolves, one leading and the other covering the rear, forged ahead with unwavering determination, allowing Jiujiao to charge safely to the top floor. There, more than 20 gang members had gathered, with Xia Adamba lurking at the back of the crowd, clutching an assault rifle and anxiously watching the stairway. In the next moment, a metallic monster burst forth, shimmering with a radiant sheen. Instantly, Xia Adamba bellowed, Fire! The battle wolf braved the hail of bullets, retreating approximately 10 meters, leaving Xia Adamba and the others bewildered. Suddenly, a dark object was hurled from the staircase, soaring 20 meters before landing among the crowd. The gunfire abruptly ceased as all eyes turned curiously toward the object on the ground. And then, a terrifying event unfolded. With a resounding buzz, The object shot upward, hovering above the heads of the onlookers, followed by a barrage of steel projectiles that erupted in all directions, eliciting screams of terror that echoed through the corridor. In a mere 3 seconds, the 20-plus gang members were annihilated by the trap Jiujiao had deployed. Only then did Jiujiao emerge from the stairwell, flanked by the battle wolves, making her way to the last room in the corridor. As she passed the lifeless body of Xia Adam Ba, whose eyes still bore an expression of disbelief, she scoffed disdainfully before reaching the door. With a swift kick, she shattered the door open and sidestepped, allowing the battle wolves to charge inside. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of gunfire and a single scream resonated from within, followed by a profound silence. Jiujiao then entered the room, casting a glance at another casino boss, slain by the battle wolf's tail spike, and directly crossed over the corpse to locate a massive safe tucked away in a corner. Without wasting a moment, she pressed her hand against the safe and, with a mere thought, transported it into her spatial realm. In the next instant, under the protection of the battle wolves, Jiujiao descended the building, ruthlessly eliminating the gang members who had come to reinforce, and plunged into the alley, vanishing into the night. The entirety of Jiujiao's combat was captured by Sky through the casino's surveillance cameras, leaving her utterly astounded. She had never anticipated the myriad of tactics Jiujiao possessed, nor her formidable combat prowess. Dozens of gang members were dispatched in less than 10 minutes, without the Jin Bin group even having the chance to react. Indeed, just 5 minutes after Jiujiao's departure, a substantial force from Jin Bin finally arrived, only to be met with a scene of carnage, the ground littered with corpses and the lingering trace of the vanished safe. News of this calamity swiftly reached Jin Bin, inciting a fury that led him to wreak havoc in his office. The losses incurred were far beyond a mere few hundred thousand. They amounted to the entirety of the casino's income for half a month, not to mention the millions in cash and various valuables pledged by gamblers, including jewelry and property documents. The cumulative losses easily surpassed 20 million, representing a significant blow to Jin Bin's operations. After a prolonged spell of destruction, Jin Bin's bloodshot eyes fixed on his subordinate, his voice icy as he inquired, "Has the target returned?" Under the piercing gaze of his superior, the subordinate felt an immediate sense of trepidation. Responding with utmost caution, "Report, boss, he is already on the returning flight. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the esteemed target I shall appear before you by tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Jin Bing fell silent for a moment before instructing his subordinate, "Contact target I. Instruct him not to come see me. I want him to act immediately, regardless of the means he employs to locate that wretched scoundrel and retrieve my money. Furthermore, inform him that this time I permit him to escalate the situation. Be it with the authorities or other factions, I will make the necessary arrangements. He is free to act as he pleases." With that, Jin Bing strode out of the office, leaving behind a pale-faced subordinate and a disheveled workspace. How could this subordinate not be fearful? After all, Target I was no ordinary individual. His combat skills were formidable, complemented by his unparalleled knife-throwing expertise, capable of transforming any object into a lethal weapon with unerring accuracy. He knew that Target I could hurl a mere toothpick or a playing card with enough force to penetrate a skull and cause death, let alone nails, shards of glass, and his signature throwing knives, which were far more devastating. What was even more alarming was Target I's deranged temperament. Under the suppression of boss Jin Bing, he might restrain himself somewhat, but once those constraints were lifted, his sadistic cruelty was beyond the comprehension of most. The subordinate shuddered at the thought of how frenzied Target I would become once given free rein. How many lives would be extinguished by his hand, and how many factions, including the police and the FBI, would take notice. Meanwhile, Target I was aboard an aircraft, having just received Jin Bing's notification granting him the liberty to pursue those targeting the Jin Bing group. Switching off his phone, his eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he raised his right hand to fiercely pat his bald head, ultimately resting on the target-shaped scar on his forehead. After a lingering moment, he brought his hand to his lips and bestowed a fervent kiss upon it, softly murmuring, "Wait for me, mysterious one, I will find you. Do not disappoint me." With that, Target I erupted into an eerie laughter, a sound so strange and disconcerting that it sent chills down the spine. This moment, Jiujiao, under the guidance of Sky, had exited the Hell's Kitchen, having discreetly stowed away her headset and phone before leaving. Observing the suddenly vanished Jiujiao, Sky let out a frustrated sigh. This elusive one is indeed overly cautious, leaving no opportunity for exposure. However, collaborating with such a person is undoubtedly much safer. Haha. With that, Sky resumed his work on the keyboard, meticulously erasing every trace of the footage left by Jiujiao, ensuring that not a single remnant remained. Upon returning home, After a refreshing shower, Jiujiao did not hastily extract the safe from its concealed space. Instead, he opted to utilize the workbench within that very space to pry it open. Although he found no tracking devices within the safe, Jiujiao did not consider his actions to be superfluous. He was acutely aware that any oversight could lead adversaries and malefactors to uncover his whereabouts, resulting in considerable trouble. Until he possessed sufficient strength to deter such individuals, exercising caution was paramount. As he opened the safe, Jiujiao was greeted by the sight of neatly arranged stacks of over 1,000 gold notes, which elicited an involuntary smile from him. A total of over 11 million in gold notes represented a significant windfall. Upon surveying the remaining contents, he noted a plethora of jewelry and a collection of document folders. A cursory glance at these documents revealed they pertained to mortgage agreements and property equity, which held no interest for Jiujiao, prompting him to discard them carelessly aside. After meticulously organizing the cash and jewelry, he finally succumbed to satisfaction and drifted into slumber. The following day, he accompanied Parker to school as usual. However, the typically loquacious and lively Parker appeared to have undergone a transformation, remaining silent throughout the journey, uttering not a single word. Jiujiao sensed that Parker was grappling with an issue and pondered what might be troubling him. If it were a matter concerning his relationship with Gwen, Jiujiao found it hard to believe, for Gwen was not the type to be overly calculating, and Parker, being somewhat shy around girls, would naturally avoid offending her. Therefore, it seemed unlikely that the concern was of an emotional nature. What then could be troubling Parker? Jiujiao, perplexed, reached out to place a comforting hand on Parker's shoulder and inquired, "Parker, are we friends?" Upon hearing this, Parker, who had been lost in thought and momentarily believed Jiujiao required his assistance, quickly looked up and replied, "Of course, we are the best of friends." Nodding in affirmation, Jiujiao regarded Parker earnestly and said, "Then, you can share any difficulties you are facing with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice that might assist you." At these words, a fleeting expression of gratitude crossed Parker's face, but it was soon replaced by a look of distress as he stammered, I don't have anything to worry about. You needn't concern yourself with me. Truly, it's nothing." Jiujiao became increasingly convinced that Parker was indeed entangled in a predicament. He pressed on, "No, something is certainly amiss, Parker. Your demeanor is not at all characteristic of your usual self." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Parker sighed and finally confided, I'm not quite sure what is going on. You see, yesterday while rummaging through the storage room, I stumbled upon the briefcase my father left behind. I chanced upon a photograph clipped from a newspaper, featuring my father, Richard Parker, beside a certain Dr. Kurt Connors. When I was merely 6 years old, both my father and mother met a mysterious demise. I missed them dearly and yearned to uncover the truth of what transpired that fateful day. At this juncture, Parker paused momentarily before continuing. I searched for information about that individual online. He, like my father, is a biologist affiliated with Oscorp. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Should I seek him out to inquire about my parents' past? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao recognized that this was Parker's opportunity. He must be prompted to seek Connors promptly, for only then would he be bitten by a spider and transformed into Spider-Man. Thus, she encouraged him, "You already know who he is and where to find him. I believe that you should visit Oscorp and ask him in person. After all, as a son, it is only natural to seek information about your parents. No one can fault you for that." At these words, Parker's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve as he gazed into Jiujiao's eyes, asking, "Really? You think I should indeed seek him out?" Jiujiao nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, Parker. I believe you should go find him right after class today. Discovering information about your parents is paramount. Parker, I am here to support you." Upon hearing this, Parker, feeling reassured, nodded vigorously and uttered a firm, Witnessing Parker's decision to head to Oscorp, Jiujiao silently exhaled, thinking, at last, Parker is on the path to becoming Spider-Man. I can finally escape this tiresome student life. With the answers he sought, Parker reverted to his loquacious self, incessantly chatting with Jiujiao, which proved quite taxing for her. As the afternoon bell rang, Parker eagerly bid farewell to Jiujiao and made his way to Oscorp alone. Jiujiao returned home, deciding against visiting Hell's Kitchen that evening. Given the substantial loss recently incurred by Ji and in a bout of boredom, she resumed her culinary studies, intending to prepare her once favorite dish, braised pork ribs. Regarding Parker's impending transformation, she opted not to interfere. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely metamorphose into Spider-Man that very day. After dinner, as Jiujiao languidly watched television at home, she was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. A flicker of anticipation surged within her, suspecting it might be Parker, who had sensed some change within himself. Excitedly, she leapt to her feet, practically sprinting to the door. Upon flinging it open, she was met with a dazed and pale-faced Parker, his eyes reflecting a state of utter confusion. Without hesitation, Jiujiao grasped Parker's arm, pulling him inside and shutting the door behind them. She ushered him to the sofa and swiftly picked up the phone to call Aunt May. As the call connected, Jiujiao spoke to Aunt May in a light-hearted tone. "Is that you, Aunt May?" "It's Yi." "Oh, it's Yi. What brings you here?" replied Aunt May. "Aunt May, the thing is, I didn't quite grasp today's lesson. I would like to keep Parker here with me to assist with my studies. I wanted to inform you specifically and hope you can grant me permission." "Oh, is that so? Very well, I agree. But you must not go out alone at night. Do you understand?" "Of course, Aunt May, I understand. Rest assured, goodbye, Aunt May, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Jiujiao sat down in front of Parker, who appeared lost and forlorn. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Tell me, Parker, what is troubling you? Trust me, I will help you." Feeling the weight of her hand and hearing her words, Parker sensed her concern, and it was as if he came back to life. He instinctively asked, "Yi, do you believe that people can mutate?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao realized that Parker had indeed been bitten by a spider, and he had felt something unusual even before returning. Nodding, she replied, "I do believe so. Your idol, Captain America, also mutated into a superhero through a serum, didn't he? What is wrong, Parker? Please tell me. I can help." Parker's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Jiujiao refrained from pressing him, patiently waiting for him to reveal the truth. After a long pause, Parker stood up, seemingly resolute, and said earnestly, "You are about to witness something incredible. I hope you can view me with an open mind." With that, Parker set down his backpack, looked up at the ceiling, then crouched and leaped upwards, effortlessly sticking to the ceiling, turning his head to glance at Jiujiao. She appropriately feigned astonishment, her expression devoid of any fear of monstrosity, instead radiating pure delight. Parker immediately relaxed. He had genuinely feared losing Jiujiao as a friend, terrified that she might perceive him as a monster. Why Jiujiao continued to display her surprise, beckoning him from the ceiling. "Come down, Parker. I need to know what you've experienced. Why did this mutation occur?" At her words, Parker descended from the ceiling and sat back down on the sofa, shrugging as he replied, "I'm not quite sure what happened. I just felt extremely fatigued on the subway after returning from Oscorp, and when I woke up, I had these abilities." Jiujiao was certainly aware of the circumstances, yet she couldn't just divulge everything outright. Instead, she began to guide him, saying, "Parker, mutations don't occur spontaneously. They require specific conditions. Think carefully, was there anything unusual that happened at Oscorp? For instance, what could you have inadvertently consumed? Or what peculiar rays might have affected you? Or were you bitten by something?" Upon hearing this, Parker's expression of confusion suddenly transformed into one of enlightenment as he exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. While at the Osborne Group, I unknowingly entered a special chamber where I encountered numerous spiders. It seems that one of them must have bitten me. Is that the reason?" Yi too appeared to grasp the situation, patting Parker on the shoulder and affirming, "Indeed, that must be it. You were bitten by a spider, which has altered your DNA, resulting in a mutation. In other words, you have become a humanoid spider. Ha! So, Parker, it is highly likely that you now possess spider-like abilities, enhanced no less. Why goodness. Parker, you have transformed into a superhero. Do you realize that?" Just as these words left her lips, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task. Accompany Spider-Man Parker to school, thereby fostering a genuine friendship that allows for open dialogue. Experience reward 1,000. Due to gaining Spider-Man Parker's approval, a special mission has been triggered. Create a web shooter for Spider-Man and design a Spider-Man suit. Technology level insufficient. Only able to craft a spider suit made from special materials synthesized in space. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blueprint for the web shooter. Task completion rewards. Strength, Stamina 1, Experience 1,000. Upon receiving the system's notification, Yi was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected delight that followed the completion of the daily task, especially the web shooter, which was indispensable for Parker and would serve as a formidable asset for herself as well. Imagining future battles, envisioning a swift flick of her wrist that would unleash countless webs to ensnare foes, or utilizing the webs to facilitate her escape, sent a thrill down her spine. With these thoughts in mind, Yi feigned excitement and began discussing the characteristics of spiders with Parker, skillfully broaching the subject of web production. This topic instantly captured Parker's attention, prompting him to reflect on the spider abilities he currently possessed. only to frustratingly realize that the most formidable and essential ability, web slinging, was the very one he lacked. With this revelation, Parker's expression fell into one of despair as he gazed at Yi and lamented. What am I to do, Yi? I have nearly acquired all of a spider's abilities, yet I am still deprived of the power to produce webs. Does this make me a failed Spider-Man? Understanding that the moment had arrived, Yi feigned a knowing demeanor and confidently patted her chest, declaring, what difficulty is there in this? Lacking the ability to shoot webs, we can always create a tool to serve that purpose, can't we? With that, Yi gave Parker's shoulder a hearty pat and assured him, no worries, Parker, I promised I would help you. In my estimation, the creation of a web-spinning device is not particularly challenging. Our primary concern lies in whether the artificially produced spider silk can withstand a considerable weight without succumbing to breakage during use. Come now, Parker. Let us proceed to my workshop, where I shall assist you in crafting your very own web-shooting tool. With that, Jiujiao led the bewildered yet exhilarated Parker directly to the workshop. In truth, Jiujiao's invitation to the workshop was merely a pretext. Within his current space lay the schematics for the web shooter. However, to fabricate a web shooter of sufficiently advanced technology, it was imperative to conduct the process within this space. This was quite manageable, as they could work separately, allowing Jiujiao to present Parker with the device created from the space before Parker could finalize the design he had originally conceived in the narrative. Subsequently, Jiujiao allowed Parker to select a spot and design the web shooter himself, with materials being readily sourced on-site or even ordered online. True to his scholarly prowess, Parker managed to devise his own web shooter within a mere hour. However, due to material constraints, he was unable to construct it immediately. Jiujiao, on the other hand, utilized the schematics provided by the system to begin fabrication within the space. Creating an advanced web shooter was indeed a complex endeavor, as it required an array of over a dozen materials. Fortunately, the space contained all necessary components, and by employing the energy conversion furnace, Jiujiao could procure the required materials. With the components manufactured, the next step was assembly, which posed no challenge in the mechanical space. In just over an hour, Jiujiao successfully crafted 4 web shooters. Eagerly retrieving the 4 devices from the space, Jiujiao inspected them closely. The web shooters resembled thin, coin-sized discs, entirely composed of a black material that appeared both metallic and non-metallic, rendering it indistinguishable in origin. Yet, Jiujiao was aware that this cutting-edge web shooter was entirely waterproof, resistant to electricity, and impervious to impact, far exceeding the performance of the devices employed by Parker in the Spider-Man films. Furthermore, the silk contained within these web shooters was significantly more abundant, with a load-bearing capacity exceeding that of the original models by more than double. After thoroughly examining the 4 web shooters, Jiujiao equipped 2 of them onto his wrists. Upon the web shooter's proximity to his wrists, they emitted a click as 2 bands sprang forth from either side, securing the devices firmly in place. The method of utilizing the web shooters was remarkably straightforward. By simply raising his hand with the palm facing down and exerting force, silk would be ejected from the nozzles. Remarkably, users could control the length of the silk produced, allowing for high-altitude suspension and movement. It could also generate small webs to ensnare an opponent's limbs. As for the underlying principles of this technology, Jiujiao found himself at a loss for understanding and had little inclination to investigate further. After all, in essence, this device served merely as an auxiliary tool for him. He could not rely solely on this gadget for combat. Ultimately, he was simply Jiujiao, a mechanical hunter, distinctly separate from Parker, let alone Spider-Man. Holding the remaining 2 web shooters, Jiujiao approached Parker, who was still engrossed in calculations on the blueprint. With a flourish, Jiujiao displayed the web shooters to Parker and exclaimed with a hint of arrogance, "Look, Parker, this is the web shooter I developed. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Parker raised his head in disbelief, gazing at the web shooters in Jiujiao's hands, and then exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, is this real? My goodness, you are simply extraordinary. Yi, while I was just beginning to grasp the concept, you've already fabricated this. You are a genius." Afterward, Parker eagerly snatched the 2 web shooters from Jiujiao's hands, inspecting them from various angles before inquiring with curiosity, "Yi, how do you equip this? And how is it used?" In response, Jiujiao raised an eyebrow and confidently explained, "You simply bring the web shooters close to your wrists, and they will automatically secure themselves, transmitting the operational functions directly to your brain." Skeptical, Parker glanced down at the small discs in his hands, but ultimately followed Jiujiao's instructions, placing the web shooters on each wrist. The next moment, he was utterly astonished. While he was not surprised by the web shooters fastening to his wrists, the information transmitted from them to his brain left him in awe. The sheer advanced nature of this seemingly simple device was overwhelming. and he was further astounded by the formidable capabilities of the web shooters. Observing Parker's exhilarated and astonished expression, Jiujiao recalled that the system task required a Spider-Man suit, so he left Parker with a parting remark. Parker, take some time to familiarize yourself with the web shooter's functions. I still need to design a suit tailored for you. It wouldn't do to have you wandering about in just a jacket while playing Spider-Man, would it? Ha ha. With that, Jiujiao turned away, disregarding Parker's grateful gaze, as he was keenly aware that this task influenced a reward of power and stamina attribute points, and he could not afford to be careless. If Parker were to design the suit himself, the task would be rendered moot. Truth be told, Parker's initial attempt at designing the suit was rather lackluster, resembling a saggy set of pajamas rather than a battle-ready costume. Once back at his station, Jiujiao's excitement waned, replaced by a sigh of frustration. The reason for his discontent was simple. Although there were numerous materials available in the space, the one essential fabric required for crafting a specialized, stab-resistant suit was conspicuously absent, rendering the creation of a Spider-Man suit impossible. In resignation, Jiujiao resorted to sketching Parker donned in the Spider-Man suit as portrayed in the film. It must be said that the original Jiujiao possessed a modicum of artistic talent. Although his rendition was not entirely Marvel-worthy, it nonetheless captured the essence of Spider-Man's suit. Adorned in a striking red grid-patterned hood, with a silver-white eye mask covering the eye area, the figure donned a form-fitting battle suit characterized by its mesh design, red above and blue below. Upon wearing it, a large spider emblem emblazoned across the chest rendered the ensemble quite impressive. Clutching the blueprint of his self-designed attire, he approached Parker, who was exuberantly spraying webs onto the surrounding walls with his wrists. Resembling a child who has just received a delightful new toy, indeed, somewhat akin to a mischievous rascal. Parker's acute senses alerted him to an approaching presence, prompting him to turn and discover that it was Jiujiao, who held a piece of paper in hand, the outlines of a design faintly visible. Instantly, Parker's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, You've arrived. I cannot thank you enough. This webslinger is simply marvelous. I feel like a genuine spider. It's exhilarating." At this point, Parker chuckled bashfully, raising a hand to scratch his head, as he noticed the walls were adorned with webs of various sizes that he had sprayed, leading to his momentary embarrassment. Jiujiao, however, was unfazed. Had it not been for a system task, he would have been experimenting with the webslinger's capabilities just like Parker. Before Parker could continue, Jiujiao stepped forward and handed the blueprint to Parker, saying, "Here, this is the battle suit I designed for you. Let us see if you like it." Upon hearing this, Parker's interest peaked. Initially, he thought Jiujiao was jesting when he mentioned designing a suit for him. However, upon receiving the blueprint, Parker's mouth dropped open in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Is this to be my future battle suit? It's absolutely stunning. I adore this outfit. I can hardly wait to wear it." Jiujiao responded with a casual shrug. "Of course. I am confident that once you don this suit, it will incite a chorus of cheers from countless admirers. I intend to use stab-resistant fabric for the suit, ensuring it offers ample breathability while protecting against ordinary knife wounds. Let us discuss this further once I procure the materials tomorrow." At this, Parker fell silent, truly moved by Jiujiao's unwavering support and efforts on his behalf. Not only had he been the first to understand and encourage him following his transformation, but he had also crafted the webslinger and designed a suit tailored to Parker's needs. Truth be told, had Jiujiao not been of the same age, Parker might have perceived him as a paternal figure given the level of care he received. Observing Parker's demeanor, Jiujiao inquired with concern, "Parker, what is the matter? Why do you suddenly seem so downcast?" Upon hearing this, Parker lifted his gaze, tears glimmering in his eyes, and rushed forward to embrace Jiujiao, fervently expressing, "I am truly grateful to you. Your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Upon hearing these words, Jiujiao suddenly realized that his actions had indeed touched Parker. Causing a twinge of embarrassment within him, he longed to convey to Parker, "I assure you, this is not for you, my friend. I am merely fulfilling a system task. You have completely misunderstood my intentions." However, Jiujiao refrained from uttering such thoughts aloud. Instead, he gently patted Parker on the back and said, "Parker, you need not feel this way. We are the best of friends, are we not? We shall continue to be steadfast allies, partners in battle, will we not?" In response, Parker remained silent, merely nodding emphatically and letting out a deep as he gave Jiujiao a few hearty pats on the back. Despite Jiujiao's current physical prowess, the force of Parker's slaps left him wincing in pain. Unbeknownst to Parker, he had forgotten that he had sought out Jiujiao immediately after acquiring his newfound abilities, not yet accustomed to the sudden surge of his strength. In his excitement, he had struck with excessive force, failing to notice anything unusual about Jiujiao. Perhaps once he calmed down, he would ponder why Jiujiao, an ordinary person, possessed such remarkable resilience. After a considerable pause, Parker regained his composure and, stepping back from Jiujiao's embrace, declared, "Yi, from this day forth, you shall be my closest friend, my most trusted partner. Let us strive together." Jiujiao nodded casually, thinking to himself, "Indeed, we must work hard. Otherwise, when Thanos arrives, we might very well turn to dust." With that thought, Jiujiao took hold of Parker's arm and began to walk outside, saying, "Parker, you have just acquired your powers, and you need to continually adapt in order to master them without causing unnecessary harm. Let us venture out together into the quiet of the night and thoroughly hone your abilities." Upon hearing this, Parker nodded in agreement, visibly excited as he left the house with Jiujiao, heading into the woods to familiarize himself with his powers. Watching Parker leap and bound through the trees like a true spider, Jiujiao felt a sense of pride and began to devise a training plan for Parker's combat skills. They spent a full 2 hours in this manner until Parker had acclimated to his abilities, after which they returned to Jiujiao's home. It was quite late, and both of them soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, they prepared a simple breakfast and headed to school together. On this day, Parker appeared markedly different, brimming with newfound confidence. He held his head high and even dared to greet Gwen when he saw her. Observing Parker's transformation, Jiujiao felt a sense of satisfaction with his friend. After school that afternoon, the two eagerly returned to Jiujiao's home. For today, they would finally begin crafting the suit Jiujiao had designed for Parker. The materials had been fully procured, and Jiujiao seized an opportunity to place all the materials into the spatial realm, synthesizing them into a special anti-stab fabric. Not only is this fabric lighter and sturdier than the anti-stab materials available on the market, but it also showcases the astonishing technological capabilities of the mechanized space. Naturally, with such advanced materials at his disposal, Jiujiao prepared a complete set for himself, intending to craft a snug anti-stab suit when time permits. While it is unnecessary for Jiujiao to don a tight-fitting anti-stab suit in front of others, it does not preclude him from wearing it underneath as a layer of security, which is undoubtedly prudent. However, sewing garments is not Jiujiao's forte. The clothing was expertly crafted by Parker himself using a sewing machine, with Jiujiao merely lending a hand. After more than an hour, when Parker emerged from the restroom, Jiujiao beheld the very embodiment of the Spider-Man who once garnered billions at the box office, standing vividly before him. Gazing at the familiar Marvel character he so adored, Jiujiao was filled with nostalgia, pondering that in this world, Spider-Man received his remarkable nanosuit with the assistance of Iron Man, Tony Stark. He could not help but wonder, if this world Spider-Man had him, the mechanical hunter, by his side, would he still require Tony's aid? Moreover, if Parker regards Tony as a father figure, how would he perceive Jiujiao in that context? Lost in contemplation, Parker approached Jiujiao and playfully patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, do I look cool in this getup?" At this, Jiujiao snapped back to reality, raising his right hand to give Parker a thumbs up and replied, "Cool. Absolutely awesome." No sooner had he spoken than the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have completed a special task. Create a web shooter for Spider-Man and design a Spider-Man suit. Due to insufficient technological level, only an anti-stab Spider-Man suit made from special materials can be synthesized in the space. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blueprints for the web shooter. Task completed. Reward: Strength and Stamina Attributes 1. Experience 1000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiujiao restrained his impulse to immediately check the attribute panel and engaged in a lively conversation with Parker, naturally centering the discussion on how to enhance Parker's abilities. Seizing the early hours, Jiujiao requested Parker to remove the mask, draping a jacket over the suit, and the two ventured into the woods, where Jiujiao intended to formally instruct Parker in combat techniques. Parker was no longer the same as before. His reflexes and strength had vastly surpassed those of an ordinary person, enabling him to contend with Jiujiao, whose physical attributes reached a remarkable 7.5. Consequently, Parker adapted swiftly to learning combat skills. From initially receiving a punch or kick from Jiujiao now and then, the two soon engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, showcasing a terrifying rate of improvement. After several hours of rigorous combat training, even with their superhuman physiques, both were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and unable to rise for quite some time. This also left Jiujiao feeling quite distressed, inwardly lamenting. This Marvel universe is utterly bizarre. The mutated bodies of these superheroes resemble mere bagels. Despite having upgraded his physical prowess to level 11, He was still overwhelmed by a mere Parker. How unfair it is, akin to a dog day. In truth, Jiujiao had forgotten that no matter how formidable Parker was, his own power growth would never approach the limitless potential that Jiujiao possessed. Once his level reached a sufficient height, Parker would be left far behind, and even the pinnacle of Marvel heroes, the Hulk, would stand no chance against him. Inevitably, there would come a day when Thanos would also find himself utterly subdued. After a half-hour rest, the two of them returned home, shoulders intertwined. Following the preparation and consumption of dinner, they retired to their respective beds. It was only then, lying in bed, that Jiujiao found the time to access the system panel and examine the changes in his attributes. Name: Jiujiao. Age: 16. Occupation: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 11. 5,711,000. Attributes: Strength: 7. 5. Stamina: 7.5. Intellect: 13. Spirit: 13. Agility: 13. Speed: 21 meters second. Energy: 1300. Recovery rate: 13 points minute. Professional talents and skills: 1. Intermediate Combat Master. 2. Intermediate Mechanical Master. Pets: Mechanical Dogs, Werewolves. 2. Mount: Gale Chaser. Special Space: Mechanical Manufacturing Space 1000 square meters. Blueprints: 0. Special Permissions: 0. Note: Time-Space Traversal Function remaining 0 times. Note: Unique Main Storyline Super God Level Mission: Eliminate Thanos and his minions. Successful completion rewards 6 Infinity Stones. Main World Mission: Acquire 50 million Midas Gold to purchase Vibranium. Reward: 1000 Experience. World Hidden Mission 1: Eradicate the Kingpin and his organization. Reward: 1000 Experience, 50 million cash. The increase in attributes merely brought Jiujiao a momentary joy. However, upon seeing the system's tasks, he was taken aback. He had stumbled upon the final hidden world mission: Eradicate the Kingpin and his organization, offering 1000 experience and 50 million cash. This revelation left Jiujiao quite vexed, lamenting why he had not discovered this task sooner, which had wasted so much of his time. Eliminating the Kingpin seemed a trivial task. Simply slaying him and a few of his lieutenants would suffice to dismantle his organization. Why bother with each of his lackeys individually? Frustrated, Jiujiao resolved not to delay any further. Ignoring the fact that Parker was still in his home, he swiftly rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and leaped out of the window to descend to the ground below. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he landed, Parker, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Parker, with his keen sense of hearing, detected the sound of a body hitting the ground and immediately sat up in bed. He swiftly made his way to the window, where he caught sight of Jiujiao hastily striding towards the street. This left Parker in a state of perplexity, muttering to himself, "How strange, it's so late. Where could he possibly be heading?" After a moment of contemplation, he quickly turned to don the battle attire that Jiujiao had designed for him, the hood flinging out of the window behind him. Thus, while Jiujiao walked ahead, Parker traversed the rooftops using his webbing, stealthily trailing behind her. Upon reaching the street, Jiujiao hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards Hell's Kitchen. As he observed her enter the cab, Parker's confusion deepened. His concern was not for any illicit activities Jiujiao might engage in, but rather for the safety of his dearest friend. He hastily pursued her, swinging between the skyscrapers with his webbing. The two arrived at the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, where Jiujiao resumed her previous position, changing into a tracksuit from her spatial storage, donning a helmet, and equipping herself with a mechanical crossbow and a handgun before stepping out of her concealed spot, making her way directly towards the headquarters of the Jinbing group. Perched on the edge of a rooftop behind her, Parker gazed at the transformed Jiujiao, his mind swirling with questions. Shortly thereafter, he descended stealthily behind her, intent on uncovering her true intentions. Inside Hell's Kitchen, Jiujiao retrieved her phone, stowing it in her pocket, and donned her headphones. As soon as they were in place, an urgent voice pierced through. "I thought you had vanished. It's been days, 3 days since you last logged on, and before he could finish, Jiujiao sharply interrupted, "I've had matters to attend to." This terse statement served as her explanation. Without allowing Sky to respond, she continued, There's been a change in the mission. I plan to eliminate Jinbing and those top brass directly. Keep a close watch on Jinbing's movements and inform me immediately. Do you understand?" At that moment, Sky was seated before his computer, one foot perched on the chair, his eyes fixed on the image of Jiujiao on the screen, a cup of coffee in hand that he sipped gradually. Upon hearing her words, he nearly spat out his drink, finally managing to swallow before exclaiming, "Is this true? Are you really going to take action against Jinbing? This is fantastic. I've been waiting for this day for so long." Ha ha ha. Just as his laughter began, he abruptly halted, as if recalling something important, and gravely warned, however, "You must be cautious. Jian Bing's top assassin, Target Eye, has returned. According to my sources, he is back specifically to deal with you. You must be very careful. He is quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao was momentarily taken aback. She was already aware of Target Eye's existence and recognized him as a truly formidable adversary. In the play, even the formidable daredevil Mech almost met his demise at the hands of Bullseye. A testament to the latter's underestimated prowess. It is essential to recognize that while Jiujiao possesses extraordinary physical attributes, he has yet to reach the invulnerable state. A moment's carelessness could result in Bullseye's throwing knives piercing his flesh, leading to severe injury if not death. However, Jiujiao harbors no fear of Bullseye, as he is bolstered by the presence of two mechanical werewolves. With their protection, he is confident that as long as he exercises caution, Bullseye's flying daggers pose no significant threat. Contemplating this, Jiujiao couldn't help but nod appreciatively and remarked, "Thank you for your warning, S. I shall exercise utmost caution." Following his words, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a killing mission. Eliminate the number 1 assassin. Bullseye. Completion of this task will reward the host with 500 experience points and a blueprint for the mechanical fly." Upon hearing this system notification, Jiujiao felt a surge of unexpected delight. The mechanical fly, as its name suggests, resembles an unmanned reconnaissance drone, albeit more compact in design. Although the specifics of the mechanical fly's capabilities remain unknown, Jiujiao surmises that, consistent with the cutting-edge technology characteristic of the mechanical realm, its performance will undoubtedly surpass that of conventional drones. While concealing his excitement, he followed Sky's guidance to circumvent the concealed sentinels established by the Gold Group, advancing towards their headquarters. After navigating for approximately half an hour through a convoluted path, Jiujiao finally beheld the towering edifice of the Gold Group. Despite the late hour, the building remained brilliantly illuminated, prompting Jiujiao to summon werewolves number 1 and number 2 from his pet space. The appearance of the two mechanical canines left Parker, who had been trailing Jiujiao, utterly astonished, nearly causing him to tumble from the building. His shock was palpable. While he could comprehend Jiujiao's earlier disguise as a means of concealing his identity, the sudden manifestation of two fully metallic dogs was beyond his understanding. Yet, it wasn't long before Parker's astonishment transformed into exhilaration, for he realized that Jiujiao was no ordinary individual. This realization fostered a sense of camaraderie, dispelling any potential barriers between them and paving the way for a pleasant relationship. Subsequently, Parker observed as the two metallic dogs encircled Jiujiao, affectionately nuzzling their heads against his thigh, appearing far more akin to genuine pets than mere mechanical entities. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, Parker was stealthily tracking him from atop the building. After ensuring the mechanical wolves were adequately calmed, he issued the command to infiltrate the Gold Group's headquarters. Werewolf No. 1 promptly positioned itself before Jiujiao, evidently prepared to scout ahead, while number 2 retreated to guard their rear. Meanwhile, within the expansive confines of the Gold Group's headquarters, a spacious room housed the imposing figure of Gold, reclined languidly in a specially designed executive chair, his legs draped over the desk, a lit cigar clutched in his right hand, which he occasionally raised to his lips for a puff. With a glass of red wine cradled in his left hand, he gently swirled it, casting a sidelong glance at the target's bullseye as he inquired, "Bullseye, have we received any news about that individual? When shall we eliminate him?" The bullseye, momentarily pausing his throwing motion in response, resumed launching the toothpick in his hand, which shot forth with precision, embedding itself into the target with a dull thud. Were anyone to witness this, they would undoubtedly regard the bullseye as a master of martial arts, for the target's red star was already bristling with no fewer than 15 toothpicks. One could only imagine the remarkable skill it took for a lightweight bamboo toothpick to be propelled into the target from 5 meters away. Was this a feat achievable by an ordinary person? Ceasing his throwing, the bullseye tilted his bald head, raised his right hand to pat it thoughtfully, and then, with a wicked grin, declared, "Bossy, rest assured, the moment that brat steps foot in Hell's Kitchen, I shall take action against him. Ha ha, I shall not simply kill him. I will sever the tendons in his arms and legs with my flying daggers, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, I will torment him slowly, ensuring he suffers so profoundly that he will wish for death. This will serve as a cautionary tale for all those who harbor intentions against Bossy, before I finally end him. Heh." Upon hearing the bullseye's sinister words, Jian Bing, his face glistening and round with excess, finally broke into a satisfied smile. After savoring a puff from his cigar and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he remarked, "I trust your capabilities, Bullseye. You have never let me down, and I hope this time will be no different. At that moment, the alarm lights in the room suddenly flickered to life, accompanied by a piercing siren. Jin Bing's hand, poised to sip his wine, froze mid-motion, his eyes widening in disbelief before narrowing into a fierce glare directed at one of his subordinates. In a voice devoid of emotion, he coldly demanded, "Explain this situation to me." The subordinate, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, hastily retrieving his walkie-talkie to inquire, "Aide, what is happening? Why is the building's alarm sounding?" After releasing the button, a frantic voice crackled through. "Report, boss, we are under attack, the assailants are Before he could finish, a scream pierced the air, followed by a crackling noise. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Then, the bullseye approached the visibly irate Jin Bing and said, "Bossy, no need to panic. Whoever they are, I shall deal with them." With that, the bullseye strode to the coffee table, methodically selecting a series of small, sharp blades, each one sliding into the concealed pockets of his attire. Were Jiujiao to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly utter a reprimand of pervert. Upon the coffee table lay an assortment of weapons, brimming to the edges. There were flying daggers measuring over 10 centimeters in length, stout steel nails resembling the size of a lighter, slender steel needles akin to toothpicks, a meticulously crafted boomerang forged entirely of steel, and circular shurikens with serrated edges. Additionally, there were specialized ninja tools such as kunai and shurikens. Finally, a few commonplace daggers were also inserted into the side of the thigh and within the boots of the target, with an arsenal of no fewer than 100 concealed weapons adorning his person. Anyone who beheld this sight would surely feel a shiver run down their spine. Once the target was prepared, he opened the door and stepped outside, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of his quarry. At this moment, Jiujiao, under the protection of 2 battle wolves, had infiltrated the Jinbing building. Any henchman of Jinbing who dared to show their face was swiftly dispatched by the mechanical crossbow wielded by Jiujiao, alongside the 2 ferocious wolves. The individuals below were mere ordinary gangsters, posing no threat to Jiujiao, and he felt no moral burden in eliminating them. However, this left Parker, positioned on the rooftop of the opposite building, in a state of profound shock. He could scarcely fathom that Jiujiao, an unassuming high school student with a penchant for humor, could exhibit such ruthless decisiveness, as if taking a life was as mundane as eating or drinking for him. Little did Parker realize that prior to entering the world of the Walking Dead, Jiujiao had never taken a life either. Yet, after slaying countless zombies and battling the Salvation Army, he had grown accustomed to the act of killing. This was not to suggest that Jiujiao was devoid of compassion. He refrained from harming those he could spare. However, the individuals within the Jinbing group were a different matter altogether. If Jiujiao were to show mercy, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Why Jiujiao was unwilling to risk being ambushed while contending with Jinbing and the target. In summary, mercy towards the unworthy is ill-advised. When the time comes to kill, one must act decisively. Even if some among them did not merit death, Jiujiao prioritized his own safety above all else. The first floor had been thoroughly cleared by Jiujiao and the 2 battle wolves, leaving only those gangsters who had yet to descend or were momentarily paralyzed by Jiujiao's brutal methods. It would be folly to assume that gangsters under Jinbing's command were unafraid of death. This was no film, and though some feared not, they were few in number, even among gangsters. The target had now appeared at the railing of the 2nd floor. Observing Jiujiao, clad in cheap sportswear, accompanied by the 2 battle wolves, he held no contempt for Jiujiao, nor did he overestimate him, but rather found the 2 wolves to be of great interest. These clearly metallic canines exhibited none of the clumsiness one might expect from machines. Instead, they displayed remarkable agility, rivaling that of other canine species. Their mechanical nature endowed them with greater strength, enhanced agility during movement, and terrifying offensive capabilities. Most notably, they exhibited an utter disregard for the bullets fired at them, with even the metal surface of their bodies remaining unscathed. He witnessed firsthand as a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds, was sent flying over 10 meters by a single impact from a battle wolf, landing on the ground motionless, leaving the onlookers uncertain whether he was dead or merely unconscious. Witnessing the formidable prowess of the war wolf firsthand ignited within the target eye the desire to acquire such magnificent beasts. Should the organization possess these 2 metallic hounds, who would dare to challenge the Jinmin group? As he advanced slowly, Jiujiao also sensed the approach of the target eye and immediately stood poised, ready to confront any concealed weapon that might be hurled his way. Continuing his advance, the target eye, upon reaching a distance of 30 meters from Jiujiao, made a sudden, swift motion with his hand. launching a dagger with remarkable force. The blade soared through the air like a streak of light, aimed directly at Jiujiao's right hand. With acute concentration, Jiujiao's heightened senses allowed him to clearly discern the trajectory of the dagger, enabling him to react within a mere 0.1 seconds, in a split second. He shifted his upper body to the left by 5 centimeters. The rush of air followed as the dagger grazed the fabric of Jiujiao's arm, continuing its path with unrelenting momentum until it struck the wall behind him with a sharp thud before clattering to the ground with a resounding clang. The target eye's eyes gleamed with delight as he clapped his hands in approval. For him, very few could evade a dagger thrown from 30 meters away, yet Jiujiao had accomplished this feat effortlessly. Jiujiao looked up at the target eye, whose devilish smile filled him with discomfort, fueling a desire to transform that distinctive visage into a swollen mess. Standing before the railing, the target eye spoke, "Mysterious one, I have awaited your arrival for far too long now. Prepare yourself for the banquet I have prepared for you." With that proclamation, the target eye swiftly waved his hands, launching 2 daggers at an astonishing speed, aimed at Jiujiao's legs. Following this, he leaped from the second floor, landing without so much as a roll, as though the impact bore no weight upon him, showcasing not only his exceptional throwing capabilities, but also his remarkable physical resilience. Jiujiao, discerning the path of the 2 daggers, leaped into the air just before they reached him, executing 2 rotations mid-flight as the daggers sped beneath him. Upon landing, he wasted no time in retaliating, drawing his mechanical crossbow and unleashing a rapid 3-shot barrage, with the 3 bolts forming a protective triangle around him. Leaving the target eye with no avenue for escape, it was expected that the target eye would suffer injury, if not death, under such an onslaught. However, the outcome was decidedly unexpected for Jiujiao. The target eye retreated rapidly, his hands moving in swift succession, unleashing beams of silver light invisible to the untrained eye. The air was filled with the urgent ding-ding of projectiles meeting resistance as 3 of Jiujiao's bolts were intercepted mid-flight by steel nails. The target eye's reflexes matched Jiujiao's own, and after neutralizing the 3 bolts, he continued his assault. Black flashes darted forth, and Jiujiao beheld 4 specialized ninja shurikens hurtling towards his head, eyes, and vital midsection, their speed rivaling that of his own crossbow bolts, leaving him with little time to react. Fortunately, Jiujiao's physical prowess has reached an impressive 7.5, rendering his reaction speed far superior to that of the target eye. Releasing his grip on the mechanical crossbow, he swiftly retrieved 2 dog-leg knives from his immediate reach. Wielding them with remarkable agility and a flurry of motion, he sent forth gleaming arcs of steel, causing the 4 shurikens to clatter to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. The target eye seemed aware that the 4 shurikens posed no threat to Jiujiao, and with a flick of the wrist, launched another concealed weapon. The projectile sliced through the air with a whirring sound, and as Jiujiao focused intently, he discerned that it was a silver boomerang. This posed a considerable challenge for him. While many could wield a boomerang, few could master its complexities to such an extent. The target eye, however, was undoubtedly among the elite, capable of throwing the boomerang in a manner that it could not be easily deflected after just a few attempts. Nevertheless, Jiujiao would not concede defeat or retreat. As he calculated the trajectory of the boomerang, he simultaneously commanded Werewolf No. 1 to launch an assault on the target eye, preventing it from seizing the opportunity to unleash further concealed weapons. Just as Werewolf No. 1 charged toward the target eye, the boomerang traced an arc, hurtling toward Jiujiao. Raising his hand, he skillfully deflected the boomerang with a resounding clash, causing it to ricochet through the air, tracing a large semicircle before curving back to strike at the nape of his neck. On the other side, Werewolf No. 1 had already closed the distance to within 10 meters of the target eye. Upon seeing the approaching werewolf, the target eye's eyes lit up, and with a flurry of movements, he launched 4 steel spikes aimed directly at the werewolf's eyes and head. The target eye's intent was to probe for the werewolf's vulnerabilities, hoping to ascertain whether the control nexus resided within its eyes and head. Unfortunately, the upgraded body of Werewolf was impervious to the steel spikes shot by the target eye. Undeterred, it continued its charge, the sound of clattering spikes ringing out as they struck its head, yet it pressed on toward the target in a state of rapid retreat. The target eye soon discerned the werewolf's true weakness, its jointed limbs. Indeed, despite the werewolf's enhancements, its joints remained relatively vulnerable. A strike to these critical points would not result in death but would severely hinder mobility, possibly rendering it immobile. Recognizing this weakness, the target eye wasted no time, swiftly launching 2 shurikens and 2 steel spikes aimed at the joints of the werewolf. Meanwhile, Jiujiao had successfully deflected the boomerang 3 times, yet there was no sign of diminishing force behind its strikes. This left him in a quandary. He understood the principle at play, which involved utilizing his blocks to redirect the boomerang's energy, allowing it to continue its spinning assault. However, if he failed to deflect it, it would strike him directly. In a moment of inspiration, Jiujiao recalled the principles of Tai Chi indeed. The essence of Tai Chi lies in the concepts of yielding and using force against itself. With this revelation, his eyes brightened. The boomerang executed a rotational attack, leveraging its own force. Thus, why not apply the principles of Tai Chi to identify the boomerang's center of force, dissipating its energy and bringing it to a complete halt? Upon reaching this realization, Jiujiao immediately gathered her focus, intently observing the returning boomerang. She pinpointed the center of the boomerang, ready to intercept it with the tip of her knife. At that moment, she was startled by a cacophony of clang and rumble resonating around her, leaving her no time to glance back. However, through the consciousness transmitted from Battle Wolf, she learned that its limbs had been struck by the target's projectiles, immobilizing it temporarily from further assault. A wave of anxiety and heartache washed over Jiujiao. After all, Battle Wolf number 1 had been her companion the longest in the world of the undead. She had never regarded it as a mere emotionless machine, but rather as a true partner. Yet, this was not the time to be distracted. Even if she wished to summon Battle Wolf No. 2 for assistance, it was impossible. After all, Battle Wolf number 2 was engaged in fending off the approaching gang members armed with firearms. Were it not for Battle Wolf number 2, Jiujiao would have been confronted not only by the hidden weapons of the target, but also by a barrage of bullets. Fortunately, Jiujiao had devised a method to counter the boomerang. Though not exceptionally skilled, her remarkable physical prowess granted her exceptional control over her body. As the boomerang spiraled back towards her, Jiujiao sprang into action, swiftly extending her dog-leg knife, and deftly positioned it against the center of the boomerang. Then, following the boomerang's rotational direction, she rapidly maneuvered the blade, managing to balance the boomerang atop its tip. This astonishing spectacle left the target momentarily dumbfounded, completely forgetting to seize the opportunity to attack Jiujiao. Even Parker, who had rushed over, stood incredulously in place, momentarily oblivious to his intent to assist Jiujiao. In mere moments, the boomerang slowed to a halt, its energy depleted, and it fell to the ground from the knife's tip. Jiujiao exhaled a sigh of relief and, without hesitation, raised her hand to unleash a triple shot of crossbow bolts towards the target. The target swiftly reacted, retaliating by hurling several steel nails in an attempt to intercept her bolts. At that instant, Jiujiao unexpectedly released the mechanical crossbow and retrieved a mechanical trap from her spatial storage, hurling it forcefully towards the target. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards a nearby pillar, concealing her entire form behind it. Just as the target had intercepted the 3 crossbow bolts, it noticed a dark object hurtling towards it. Instinctively, the target flicked its wrist and threw a dagger in retaliation. A loud clang resonated in midair as the dark object was struck by the dagger, momentarily pausing before emitting a buzz and propelling itself into the sky. Under the astonished gaze of the target, that object hovered midair, unleashing a flurry of whoosh sounds that sent chills down its spine. With no time to evade or defend itself, the target remained motionless, its eyes filled with profound confusion. In the ensuing series of sounds, at least 10 steel balls and 3 arrows pierced through the space between its head and torso. Approximately 3 seconds later, after the arrows and steel balls from the trap had all been discharged into the void, the trap fell to the ground with a resounding clang, and only then did the body of the target, known as the bullseye, collapse backwards onto the ground, lifeless with eyes wide open. Jiujiao cautiously emerged from behind the pillar, casting a glance at the unblinking corpse of Bullseye, just as the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the assassination task. Eliminate the notorious assassin Bullseye. Task completion rewards: 500 experience points and 1 mechanical fly manufacturing blueprint. With the assassination mission accomplished, Jiujiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief, swiftly stepping out from behind the pillar to retrieve the discharged trap into her spatial storage before hastening towards the fallen body of the war wolf. After a thorough inspection, Jiujiao released a breath of relief, reaching out to extract the shurikens and steel nails embedded in War Wolf No. 1's joints, subsequently storing him in the mechanical space. There was no time for repairs now. That would have to wait until their return. Rising to her feet, Jiujiao raised her mechanical crossbow and dashed towards the stairwell. Within the stairwell, cries of agony and gunfire echoed intermittently. Jiujiao surmised that War Wolf No. 2 was currently engaged in a lethal confrontation with Jean Bing's subordinates. After Jiujiao's departure, Parker's silhouette entered the building, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos and numerous corpses strewn across the floor. Parker's body bent sharply, and his masked face contorted with revulsion, emitting several retching sounds. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, quickly averting his gaze from the lifeless bodies and rushing towards the stairwell. He could not bear the thought of his best friend facing danger alone and prepared to assist Jiujiao. Although he was unaware of the identities of these individuals, he discerned that those slain by Jiujiao were far from virtuous, likely affiliated with organized crime, as evidenced by the abundance of firearms they possessed. Unbeknownst to both of them, Parker's arrival had already caught Sky's attention, igniting a thrill within her. She had observed through the surveillance cameras as Parker leapt between the buildings like a spider, trailing closely behind Jiujiao. She had no intention of informing Jiujiao about the presence of a follower. Rather, she found a perverse delight in witnessing a potential clash between Jiujiao and this remarkable Spider-Man, hoping that the insufferable Ian would receive a well-deserved beating. With Jiujiao's involvement, the ordinary gang members within the building were swiftly eliminated by Werewolf No. 2 and Jiujiao. The duo arrived at the floor where Jean Bing resided, where a throng of over 30 of Jean Bing's henchmen, armed with rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers, had congregated in the corridor. Jiujiao, exercising caution, refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, she crouched before the stairwell wall, producing a compact mirror to peer around the corner. Through the reflection, she observed the gathered henchmen and quietly muttered a word of relief. Fortune. Thankfully, her experiences in the world of the undead had instilled in her a habit of meticulousness, preventing her from dashing out impulsively. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been riddled with bullets. Having spotted the enemy, dispatching them would require little effort, as Jiujiao's traps were formidable tools for mass extermination, and there was no need to wait any longer. In the next moment, Jiujiao retrieved a trap from the void and forcefully hurled it from the stairwell into the corridor. The ever-vigilant subordinates of Jean Bing, upon seeing a shadowy object being thrown their way, instinctively exclaimed, "Grenade!" and all dropped to the ground. Subsequently, the trap collided with the wall, ricocheting into the corridor above, whereupon a flurry of arrows and steel balls erupted forth. Enveloping the majority of Jean Bing's men who lay prostrate, a chorus of anguished screams ensued, as Jiujiao silently counted to 3, issuing the command "Charge out!" to Werewolf No. 2. He then raised his mechanical crossbow, now loaded with steel balls, and dashed out of the stairwell. With a resounding clang, the spent trap fell to the ground, while Jiujiao and Werewolf surged into the corridor, ruthlessly executing all of Jean Bing's remaining subordinates who still showed signs of life. Werewolf, without a hint of hesitation, plunged into the throng, employing its jaws, claws, and tail spike to eliminate every last one of Jean Bing's men who still breathed in a mere span of 10 seconds. Over 30 of Jean Bing's subordinates had been entirely annihilated, leaving him utterly isolated. However, Jiujiao did not underestimate Jean Bing. He was acutely aware that Jean Bing was not merely a brute, and countless experiences had taught him that underestimating any adversary could lead to an inexplicable counterattack. Navigating through the pile of corpses, Jiujiao and Werewolf No. 2 arrived before a door. Jiujiao concealed himself behind the wall, instructing Werewolf No. 2 to break down the door and charge inside. Werewolf No. 2 faithfully obeyed, retreating a few steps before crashing into the door. With a thunderous bang-boom, the door was splintered open. Werewolf No. 2 rushed inside, and the room erupted with the sounds of battle. Strangely devoid of gunfire, it was instead the clash of cold steel that resonated. Peering into the expansive office, Jiujiao beheld an imposing figure, a burly black man, at least 2 meters tall, engaged in combat with Werewolf No. 2 using his cane. To Jiujiao's astonishment, despite Werewolf's all-metal physique and an attack power of 1,500 kilograms, it was unable to close the distance, with even its tail spike failing to inflict any harm upon the giant. As Jiujiao entered the room, the mocking expression on the fat man's face irked him greatly. The man, while facing Werewolf No. 2, remarked, "Could you kindly have this wretched metal lump step aside? As you can see, it is no match for me. Shall we have a discussion?" In response, Jiujiao did not acquiesce to Jean Bing's request. Instead, he commanded Werewolf No. 2 through his thoughts to keep its focus on Jean Bing, shrugging as he replied, "Impossible. I am not one to grant villains an opportunity for a comeback. Speak your last words." "I am listening." At this, a fleeting glimmer of surprise and rage crossed Jean Bing's eyes, yet he dared not lower his guard against Werewolf, asking, "Could you enlighten me as to who you are? Why are you here to kill me? If my memory serves me right, I do not believe I have wronged you." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao remained vigilant towards Jean and his subtle movements while casting a cursory glance around the room. After assuring herself that there was no immediate danger, she responded, "I shall not disclose my identity to you. You are correct in saying that you have not offended me. I am merely here to fulfill a task." Jan, unfazed by her words, casually remarked, "Oh, a task, you say? Is it for a reward? How much? 100,000 or 1,000,000? I can offer you double. Just leave this place, and I shall provide you with the sum immediately." Jiujiao rolled her eyes, recalling countless films where almost every villain, upon encountering an assassin, would utter similar lines, as if such words could sway the killer to defect. Amused by the thought, she replied, "Oh, you are willing to pay me. My fees are quite substantial. Not a trifling amount." Extending her left hand, she opened her palm and proclaimed, 50 million. Upon hearing this, Jean felt as though he had been played for a fool. As the head of a formidable gang, he had never engaged in a killing business that would require such an exorbitant sum. Clearly, Jiujiao was attempting to vex him. After all, 50 million doubled is a staggering 100 million. This was not mere Vietnamese dong. It was 100 million in dollars. Even he, Jean, could not casually produce such a sum, let alone any other wealthy individual. Unbeknownst to him, Jiujiao was not jesting. The system had indeed assigned her a reward of 50 million. Jean, realizing that further negotiation was futile, understood that his only chance of survival lay in eliminating both Jiujiao and that insufferable mechanical dog. In the next moment, he tilted his head and let out a cry of pain. His already hefty frame, standing at 2 meters, expanded further until it reached a height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters, ripping his shirt apart, which hung off him like tattered rags. Not only had he grown taller, but his already corpulent body had also widened considerably. Jiujiao estimated that he weighed no less than 400 to 500 pounds. But that was not the end of it. The inflated Jean discarded his cane, which resembled a mere toothpick, and began tearing away at the bothersome shreds of his shirt. With a roar, he raised his hand towards the combat-ready wolf warrior. No. 2. Undeterred by Jin's newfound height and bulk, the wolf warrior sprang into action, propelling itself off the ground and lunging towards Jean with its jaws wide open. Jiujiao observed Jean in astonishment, silently praising her own foresight. Fortunately, she had never regarded him as a mere sitting duck, keeping the wolf warrior on high alert. Judging by Jin's current transformation, she had no doubt that allowing the wolf warrior to relax its guard would lead to dire consequences. Leaving her to face such a formidable Jean directly, a single misstep could very well result in her being swiftly dispatched by him. Especially Jiujiao had no idea at all what special abilities Jean Bing possessed, and dared not to launch an attack on him lightly. At the very least, it was essential for Zhang Lang to ascertain Jean Bing's capabilities before formulating the most effective countermeasure. Indeed, at this moment, Jean Bing had transcended the limitations of mortal flesh. The metallic fangs, sharp claws, and tail stinger of Zhang Lang could not inflict any harm upon him in this state, unable even to break the skin. This led to the conclusion that Jean Bing's body had become akin to that of the Hulk, impervious to blades and bullets. As for strength, Jiujiao assessed that it paled in comparison to the Hulk, as even Zhang Lang, with an attack power of 1,500 kilograms, could only match Jean Bing's wrist in a stalemate. This realization eased Jiujiao's mind, for at least Zhang Lang could hold Jean Bing at bay. Ensuring his own safety. It was only at this moment that Jiujiao comprehended why Jean Bing could dominate Hell's Kitchen, with subordinates like the abominable Target Eye. It was because Jean Bing himself was an extraordinary anomaly. However, even with Zhang Lang restraining Jean Bing, Jiujiao retreated cautiously, wary that Jean Bing might abandon Zhang Lang and charge at him unexpectedly, potentially overpowering or injuring him 10 meters away from the battlefield. Jiujiao readied his mechanical crossbow, seeking an opportunity to shoot Jean Bing, with the targets being his eyes, ears, and temples, vital points. Just then, a figure darted through the doorway, prompting a vigilant Jiujiao to instinctively redirect his crossbow towards the entrance, only to unexpectedly find Parker clad in a fitted red and blue suit. He gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Parker, Spider-Man? How did you follow me?" Fortunately, Jiujiao reacted swiftly, nearly calling out Parker's name. Seeing Jiujiao aiming the crossbow at him, Parker quickly raised his hands and shouted, "No, no, no! Don't do anything rash. I've been following you all along. You really are inconsiderate, taking on these villains alone without informing me, despite claiming to be the best of friends. Also, with all your skills and peculiar abilities, why haven't you shared them with me? Do you even consider me your best friend? I'm quite upset. You owe me a satisfactory explanation, you know? Otherwise." After a barrage of complaints that left Jiujiao utterly speechless, Parker finally noticed Jean Bing engaged in battle with Zhang Lang and exclaimed, "Oh my god! What kind of monstrous being is that? How can he be so tall and so fat? Is that even human? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing that his secret had been uncovered by Parker. There was no hiding it now. He could only blame his own impatience and carelessness for forgetting that Spider-Man's senses were remarkably acute, allowing Parker to follow him. While continuing to glance back at Jinbing, he replied, I don't know. I suspect this is also a form of human mutation. The reasons remain unclear. All I know for now is that his strength has increased, but not exceeding 1,500 kilograms, while his defensive capabilities have been significantly enhanced, making him at least impervious to blades and bullets. Upon hearing this, Parker's interest was immediately piqued. He approached Jiujiao, his hands involuntarily beginning to sway, exclaiming, Oh, is it really that impressive? Let me give it a try. As his words fell, Parker had already raised both hands, launching two small webs in quick succession, targeting Jinbing's hands. Observing Parker's actions, Jiujiao inwardly exclaimed, This is bad, indeed. Although Jinbing was entangled with the werewolf, he remained aware of the impending attack from the sides, a fact Jiujiao had already discerned when he attempted to shoot Jinbing with a mechanical crossbow. Every steel ball Jiujiao fired was effortlessly dodged by Jinbing, who would sometimes absorb the impact with other parts of his body when evasion was impossible. In truth, as Jiujiao had surmised, Jinbing was capable of defending himself even while engaged in combat with the werewolf. Just as the web was about to ensnare him, he suddenly extended his hands and seized the werewolf's front claws. With a thunderous roar, he yanked the werewolf's body towards him, thereby intercepting Parker's incoming web. Unfortunately, the werewolf's mouth and hind legs became tightly entangled in the web point. One should not underestimate this web. Jiujiao knew all too well that one would need at least 2,000 kilograms of force to tear it apart. Jiujiao, witnessing this, cried out in frustration, Damn Spider-Man, are you here just to complicate matters? For heaven's sake, attack him. Don't let him get close to us. With the werewolf now incapacitated, Jinbing was no longer a match for him. With a sinister chuckle, Jinbing exerted his strength and lifted the werewolf's hefty body, without hesitation, slammed it down onto the concrete floor. A resounding crash echoed as the solid concrete was shattered, leaving a considerable hole, and the werewolf's body was subsequently hurled downstairs. Fortunately, the werewolf's metallic structure was robust, and although it was forcefully thrown down, it showed no signs of disintegration. It merely sought to break free from the web to serve as a shield once more. Jiujiao, wielding the mechanical crossbow, continued to fire at Jinbing relentlessly, attempting to thwart his advance towards them. Realizing the predicament he had caused, Parker, filled with guilt, hurriedly exclaimed, Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Before Jiujiao could intervene, Parker dashed towards Jinbing. Realizing the potential disaster, Jiujiao understood that despite Parker's enhanced reflexes and strength, he was no match for the transformed Jinbing. Did he not witness how the Hulk had effortlessly captured Loki, who was far superior to Parker? Indeed, as Parker muttered to himself while rushing towards Jinbing, who was shielding his eyes with one hand, he cleverly aimed and shot a web at Jinbing's raised left hand. This time, the web proved effective, adhering Jinbing's left hand to his face and momentarily halting his advance, which had been propelled by the steel balls. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiujiao decisively relinquished her mechanical crossbow, raising her hands to employ the spinneret on her wrist to shoot at Jinbing. Parker, seeing the effectiveness of the web, exuberantly shouted while continuing to launch webs at Jinbing, aiming to completely restrain him. Despite it being their first collaboration in battle, the pair demonstrated remarkable synergy. One targeted Jinbing's upper body, primarily focusing on his hands, while the other aimed to ensnare Jinbing's legs, intent on immobilizing him entirely. Remarkably, their efforts yielded evident results. Although Jinbing had transformed, his strength was evidently lacking, even inferior to the mutated lizard Dr. Connors. Otherwise, their webs would not have been able to ensnare him. Unfortunately, both seemed to have overlooked one crucial aspect. Jinbing's defense. As Jinbing became entangled in the dense webs and fell to the ground, the two exhaled a sigh of relief, only to sadly realize that Jinbing was utterly impervious to damage. With Jinbing's left hand secured before his eyes, Jiujiao stared blankly, speechless, at Parker, doubting whether Parker had come merely to cause chaos. How could she possibly eliminate Jinbing and fulfill her mission? Yet Parker remained blissfully unaware, standing with legs apart, striking a rather foolish pose. One hand raised triumphantly while the other bent beside his head, exuberantly exclaiming, Ha! We have triumphed. My first foray as Spider-Man has resulted in a resounding victory. Cheer for me. How should I address you? What is your code name? In response, Jiujiao's face beneath her helmet twitched as she glanced at Parker in exasperation. eventually responding weakly, I am called Ian. You may refer to me as such, Spider-Man. The last 3 words were articulated with great emphasis, clearly reflecting her discontent with Parker. However, Parker remained oblivious, lost in the euphoria of victory. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece, Sky unable to suppress his laughter, remarking, hee hee. Excellent, Ian. Having such a companion is quite the boon, isn't it? Who is he? Do you know him? You call him Spider-Man. Does he possess abilities akin to a spider? Haha, this is delightful. Hearing this, Jiujiao helplessly lowered her head, aware that with Parker's presence, her identity could no longer remain concealed from Sky. She had meticulously hidden her movements, but with Parker accompanying her, Sky's hacking prowess could easily reveal Parker's presence, thereby uncovering her trail. Shaking her head, Jiujiao replied, you may call him Spider-Man, but let's omit his name. You can consider him a partner moving forward, that's enough. I shan't converse further with you. Please distract those police officers for me. I wish to avoid any interruptions before I eliminate Jean Bing. Understood? Rest assured. I will contain the information here until your safe withdrawal. Jiujiao nodded repeatedly and approached Jean Bing, squatting down before him. At this moment, Jean Bing was entirely oblivious to his surroundings, ensnared by a multitude of spider webs, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, he remained bound, writhing helplessly like a fish caught in a net. Parker also crouched down at this moment, gazing at Jean Bing, and addressed Jiujiao. Ian, do you truly intend to kill him? Why not hand him over to the authorities, by taking his life? You are committing a crime, do you not realize that? In response, Jiujiao did not lift her head, but replied, there is an ancient saying in Huaxia, eliminate evil without leaving any behind, which means that to eradicate wickedness, one must sever its roots. Do you understand? This man, Jean Bing, has committed crimes that warrant a death sentence 1,000 times over. Sending him to prison will not reform him, nor will it quell the criminal organizations he commands. This world operates on the currency of money. With wealth comes absolution. Spider-Man, you must remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. You are not an ordinary person. You have the obligation to eradicate individuals like Jean Bing, protecting the innocent from their persecution. Reflect on this. After speaking, Jiujiao looked down at Jean Bing and instinctively muttered, but wait, if he were truly invulnerable, why did he not kill me the moment I broke in? With this thought, Jiujiao's eyes brightened, contemplating a potential conclusion. Jean Bing's transformation must have limitations, likely pertaining to its duration. With this realization, Jiujiao relaxed. It had already been 10 minutes since Jean Bing had transformed to fight. If her estimation was correct, his transformation probably would not last beyond half an hour. Considering this possibility, Jiujiao tentatively remarked to Jean Bing, I must admit, Jean Bing, your transformation is impressive. It nearly renders you impervious to my attack. But I surmise that your transformation must have a time constraint, correct? Pausing for a moment, Jiujiao noticed Jean Bing's body tremble involuntarily, which further confirmed her suspicions. She continued, I speculate that your transformation can last no longer than half an hour. Am I right, Jean Bing? At that moment, Jean Bing seemed to be exposed by Jiujiao's deduction. His movements grew more frantic, and he emitted indistinct sounds of distress. Observing this, Jiujiao smiled triumphantly, clearly aware that her guess had struck true, and she relaxed completely. Half an hour was a wait she could endure. Since there was ample time, Jiujiao stood up and began to survey the room, her aim straightforward, to locate the safe that Jean Bing had stashed away. After all, acquiring vibranium from Wakanda would be impossible without the requisite funds. After searching for a considerable time, Jiujiao finally discovered the safe concealed behind the wall. To tackle such an obstacle, she decided to summon Jean Lang No. 2 for assistance. Since Parker had already witnessed her methods, there was no need to avoid him any longer. With a display of sheer brute force, Jean Lang No. 2 effortlessly extracted the safe from the wall, bringing it into the spatial realm. Parker remained in a state of bewilderment throughout the ordeal. He could hardly fathom that Jiujiao, driven by avarice, would not only resort to murder but also seize all the assets of Wilson Fisk. Nevertheless, Parker understood that Jiujiao must have her reasons for such actions, and thus refrained from questioning her. His mind lingered on her assertion that with great power comes great responsibility, pondering its deeper implications. Truth be told, since acquiring his spider-like abilities, he had been engulfed in a tumult of emotions, excitement, fear, and confusion. He grappled with the dilemma of whether to conceal his powers and lead a mundane existence, or, like Jiujiao, become a harbinger of justice against malevolence. Half an hour swiftly passed. The body of Wilson Fisk, ensnared in a web, began to deflate like a punctured tire, and his muffled cries grew increasingly desperate, clearly attempting to plead for mercy. Standing before Fisk, Jiujiao, with an air of authority, raised her mechanical crossbow without hesitation. As Fisk returned to his original size, she pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. The sounds of steel projectiles striking his head, heart, and throat echoed in rapid succession. Fisk's body quivered on the ground before falling utterly still. One could only imagine the profound humiliation he felt in his final moments. Not only was he oblivious to his assailant, but he had also been deprived of the chance to utter a final retort or plead for clemency. What a wretched fate. Upon eliminating Fisk, Jiujiao heard the system's notification in her mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the Hidden World Task 1. Eliminate the Fisk group. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 50 million cash. With a sigh of relief, she beckoned Parker to follow her, commanding Jean Lang to clear the path as they swiftly descended the building and exited Fisk Tower, retreating from Hell's Kitchen under the guidance of Sky. This time, they did not evade Sky, but instead made their way directly to Jiujiao's residence. In Jiujiao's bedroom, she and Parker sat face to face. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed, saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Parker." At her words, Parker lifted his gaze and scrutinized her intently. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply and inquired, "Why did you kill those people? When did you acquire such abilities? What are the functions of your powers? What are your plans moving forward?" The barrage of inquiries left Jiujiao feeling somewhat overwhelmed, unsure of where to begin. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, she replied, "Parker, surely you do not believe that you and I are the only ones in this world endowed with extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, Parker, bewildered, shook his head and turned his gaze towards Jiujiao, eagerly awaiting further clarification. Jiujiao glanced at the confused Parker and continued, "You can acquire special abilities through spiders, and so can others. Potions, insects, animals, rays, and so forth. This brings us to a significant question. Are all those who gain powers virtuous? No, they are not. Among those endowed with abilities, there exist both good and malevolent individuals, as well as those who, having once suffered injustice, become blinded by their newfound strength. So, what shall we do? Should we, like them, lose ourselves or ignore them? Or should we use these powers to safeguard this world?" Upon hearing these words, Parker's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. It must be said that Americans often harbor a dream of being solitary heroes, and he was no exception. Jiujiao's words struck a chord within him. Ignoring Parker's burgeoning excitement, Jiujiao continued, "This universe is fraught with peril. Not only do we have ordinary humans, but beyond Earth, there are also other extraterrestrial beings. They may be peaceful or they may be invaders. Therefore, we will encounter numerous foes in the future. Mutated individuals with extraordinary abilities and extraterrestrials. My power allows me to create advanced mechanical constructs to combat those enemies. I believe you understand that in order to continuously produce these mechanical creations, a substantial amount of money is required, correct?" Parker, momentarily bewildered, nodded in agreement, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Observing Parker ensnared by her persuasion, Jiujiao pressed on, "The reason I must eliminate Jinbing and his associates is that they possess the wealth I require. An abundance of it. Of course, it is crucial to note that Jinbing and his ilk are irredeemably wicked. Their demise would only serve to purify this world. Please trust me, I will not misuse my abilities to disrupt the order of this world. I ask you to join me in combating those who threaten this order. Will you, Parker?" At this, Parker became exhilarated, nodding resolutely and extending a hand, saying, "Yes, I will assist you, just as you once aided me. Shall we strive together?" Jiujiao smiled, extending her hand to meet Parker's, and they both exclaimed, "Let us maintain world peace." Following this, both burst into hearty laughter. Once Parker, brimming with excitement and unable to sleep, returned to his room, Jiujiao lay in bed, simultaneously repairing Werewolf number 1 in the mechanical space while contemplating her forthcoming actions. First, she needed to find an opportunity to leave school. Continuing her studies was no longer feasible. It was exhausting. Second, Sky remained an unstable source of trouble. Now that she was aware of Jiujiao's identity, it was imperative to bind Sky closely to her side. Otherwise, once discovered by Coulson, she would no longer be able to conceal herself. Moreover, Sky's prowess is formidable. Her ability to bind herself to him would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset. Thirdly, it is imperative to devise a means to locate Wakanda and procure vibranium to fulfill the global mission. For Jiujiao, this presents a rather daunting challenge. Acquiring vibranium from Wakanda is no simple feat. and finding Wakanda itself is equally arduous. After much contemplation, Jiujiao, devoid of any clarity, drifted into a muddled slumber. Upon awakening to the blaring alarm, both individuals arose to attend to their morning routines, hastily consuming a morsel before heading to school. Surprisingly, the demise of Wilson Fisk did not attract media scrutiny. It was evident that a clandestine agency had suppressed the news. The investigation into the perpetrator behind Fisk's murder had been taken over by a specialized department, which, regrettably, was the very entity Jiujiao wished to avoid. SHIEL did the reason for Jiujiao's early entry into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar stemmed from his own misadventures. During his confrontation with Fisk, he had employed a mechanical crossbow and unleashed the werewolf, in addition to utilizing mechanical traps. While the crossbow and werewolf were relatively innocuous, the lethal darts and steel projectiles triggered by the traps drew the attention of the astute Fury. Clever and cunning, Fury deduced from the scene that the individual who had decimated Fisk's organization was no ordinary assassin, piquing his interest in this killer and bolstering his confidence in his future plans. The pursuit of this enigmatic figure was delegated to Coulson, who was tasked with uncovering the assassin's identity. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, he had swiftly caught Fury's eye. Having accomplished 2 tasks, he now strolled into school with Parker, both in high spirits and laughter. Parker, oblivious to the unfolding events, had inadvertently trespassed into Oscorp's spider chamber, leading to the cessation of Dr. Connor's biological experiments due to the majority of the spider's untimely demise. Disheartened yet defiant, Connors departed Oscorp with his research, determined to conquer the final hurdles of his clinical trials. Little did Jiujiao realize that despite his earlier attempts to mislead Parker, he had underestimated Connor's expertise. Even without Parker's assistance, Connors remained a leading authority in genetic biology, and the development of the lizard serum was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, concealed within a warehouse, Skye was brimming with excitement, for her most loathed adversary, Fisk, had met his end the previous night, and she had successfully unveiled the identity of the Invisible. Seated in her computer chair, she deftly manipulated the cameras, observing Jiujiao and Parker as they entered the school. Watching the youthful figures of Jiujiao and Parker on the screen, her left foot began to sway triumphantly beneath her chair. As she munched on potato chips, she smugly remarked, is it? I find you quite intriguing. I must say, the marvels from the extraordinary land of Huaxia are bound to unveil even more surprises for me." At the same moment, in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was meeting with his trusted subordinate, Crossbones, Brock. After Brock relayed Fury's discovery to Pierce, the latter leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped together, fingers unconsciously tapping against each other. A moment later, Pierce addressed Brock, saying, "Crossbones, I entrust this matter to you for follow-up. We must also keep a close watch on anyone Fury is interested in. Let us see if we can bring them into our organization to serve S.H.E.L.D. It would be far more advantageous than having them act as our undercover agents. Haha, let Fury tirelessly scout those formidable individuals for us." Upon hearing this, Brock's expression remained devoid of a smile, yet his eyes momentarily gleamed with intensity. He then stood at attention and saluted, replying, "Understood, Director. I shall attend to it immediately." Pierce, satisfied by this response, nodded approvingly and added, "Very well. Off you go." Meanwhile, at Kamartaj, the Ancient One had just regained consciousness after yet another time travel. Her soul had returned to the body of the kneeling Ancient One, and in the next moment, the Ancient One opened her eyes, a hint of confusion flickering across her otherwise serene face as she murmured, "Strange, the timeline has been altered. I cannot discern the pivotal factor in this flow of time. Could it be that this individual possesses some ability that eludes even my perception?" Sighing, she concluded, "Ah well, let the course of the world continue as it is. After such a long span of time, I should prepare to relinquish my responsibilities soon." With that, the Ancient One closed her eyes and entered a state of deep meditation. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, the death of Jean Bing the previous night had drawn the attention of several factions within the Marvel Universe, subtly altering the very fabric of the timeline itself. The most terrifying entities within the Marvel realm, shielded by the power of the system, might soon seek him out. Given Jiujiao's currently limited abilities, one could only speculate how the Ancient One would choose to treat him. After a day filled with mundane classes, Jiujiao resolved to have an earnest conversation with Skye that evening. Once school had concluded, Parker, unusually, did not escort Gwen home but instead hurriedly dragged Jiujiao back to his residence. Since the previous night, he had been contemplating that in order to help maintain world peace alongside Jiujiao, he must diligently train to enhance his own capabilities, to improve his strength. He decided that engaging in combat with Jiujiao would be the first step why Jiujiao found himself rather helpless. Unlike Parker, who seemed to have endless leisure time, he could not refuse Parker's fervent enthusiasm. Thus, he obliged and sparred with the exuberant Parker repeatedly in the small grove. It must be said that as a top student, Parker showed remarkable improvement in his combat skills. At the very least, without resorting to advanced technology, Jiujiao found himself unable to secure a complete victory over Parker. They trained until after 5 in the afternoon, and had it not been for Aunt May's phone call urging Parker to return home, Jiujiao was certain that the invigorated Parker would have insisted on continuing their training indefinitely. After bidding farewell to Parker, Jiujiao took a refreshing shower, donned a new outfit, and stepped out to hail a taxi, preparing to have a serious conversation with Sky. Sky, having already observed Jiujiao's arrival through the surveillance cameras, felt a surge of excitement, aware that the time had come for her to confront her directly. Strangely enough, Sky had also changed her attire. Naturally, the young girl's aesthetic remained true to her style. A pair of jeans paired with a checkered shirt and a denim jacket. This refreshing ensemble, combined with Sky's youthful and radiant appearance, was indeed a sight to behold. Welcomed into the warehouse by Sky, Jiujiao began to survey the surroundings. Noticing Jiujiao appraising her living space, Sky proudly exclaimed, "So, what do you think? Isn't it quite lovely?" In response, Jiujiao merely shrugged her shoulders and replied, "It's passable." With that, she made her way to the sofa in the center of the warehouse and gestured for Sky to sit as well. Only then did Jiujiao state, "I've come to have an earnest discussion with you. What are your thoughts?" At her words, Sky, who had just settled down, propped herself up on her hands beneath her, seemingly anticipating this outcome. With a playful smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, she replied, "All right. What do you wish to discuss? I'm all ears." Jiujiao regarded Sky with a serious expression before articulating, "I believe you are already aware of the matters I intend to pursue. Therefore, I wish to continue our collaboration, indeed, a closer partnership. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sky wore an expression that suggested she had foreseen such a conclusion. Instead of immediately agreeing, she continued to inquire, "What exactly does this collaboration entail? If it's convenient, could you share all the details with me?" Jiujiao contemplated for a moment before responding, "It's quite simple. Parker and I will handle the specific operations, while you will provide the technical support. Of course, by logistics, I primarily mean covering our tracks. Are you willing to join us?" In response, Sky erupted into a fit of giggles, and after a brief pause, she said, "Haha, that's wonderful. I would be delighted to join your team and provide you with technical assistance. However, all my expenses will need to be covered by you. Is that agreeable, my dear boss, Yi?" Hearing this, Jiujiao could only shake her head with a wry smile and said to Sky, "Very well. You can charge all your expenses to me, but I must caution you not to engage in frivolous activities that might attract the attention of certain agencies. Can you manage that?" Upon hearing Jiujiao's stipulation, Sky's expression darkened, as she understood that Jiujiao was advising her not to leverage her hacking skills to infiltrate major institutions, lest she provoke the interest of organizations like the FBI. Was this not a clear indication of doubt in her capabilities? Sky, with a sulky pout, reluctantly nodded in agreement and remarked, "Very well. You are the boss now. Your word is law." Of course, Sky's acquiescence stemmed from a genuine curiosity to witness the extraordinary feats that Jiujiao and Parker could accomplish, and she was eagerly anticipating the outcome. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao rose to her feet, nodding at Sky as she said, "I think it would be best for you to reside here for the time being. I shall provide you with a monthly stipend of 10,000 Mi gold as your remuneration. Naturally, should you require any equipment, do not hesitate to inform me. I will allocate funds at my discretion." With that, Jiujiao began to walk towards the door, adding, "All right, everything is settled. It is time for me to take my leave." She turned back, still somewhat concerned, and said, "Remember, Sky, you are no longer alone. You are now part of a team. I hope that in all your endeavors, you will prioritize the safety of the group." "Okay." After which, Jiujiao exited the warehouse, leaving Sky murmuring in discontent, "I understand. What a nuisance. Like a nagging mother." At this, Sky couldn't help but chuckle to herself. In the days that followed, tranquility gradually enveloped their lives. Aside from attending school and training with Parker daily, Jiujiao assigned Sky a task, to locate Wakanda. Utilizing her mastery of mechanical space, Jiujiao crafted 10 mechanical flies. Despite their diminutive size, akin to that of a mung bean, these creations were indeed marvels of advanced technology. Each mechanical fly consumed merely 10 points of Jiujiao's energy, enabling them to operate for 3 hours, with a working radius reaching 5 kilometers, sufficient for her purposes in any realm. Furthermore, due to their small dimensions, Jiujiao found it effortless to command them, although she could only manage a limited number until her mental prowess increased. Regrettably, the footage captured by the mechanical flies could not be projected within Jiujiao's mind, which left her somewhat disheartened. She would need to procure an iPad as a display screen to monitor the surveillance feeds, yet she remained optimistic, acknowledging that possessing such capabilities was far superior to lacking them altogether. During this period, Parker continued his nightly escapades, embodying the heroic spirit of the original narrative by combating wrongdoers. Jiujiao, however, refrained from engaging in such thankless endeavors. In her words, matters of this nature could be handled solely by Spider-Man, and she had no desire to overshadow him. Parker believed Jiujiao wholeheartedly and even felt grateful to her for allowing him to take the lead in such commendable acts. Unsurprisingly, Connors made strides in his research, developing an imperfect lizard gene serum that, upon injection, regenerated his severed right arm. However, the side effects manifested as a transformation into a towering 3-meter-tall lizard creature. Although the mutated Connors exhibits little rationality, his obsession remains fixated on eliminating the individual responsible for expelling him from the Osborn Corporation and halting his experiments. Thus, the transformed lizard-like Connors materializes atop the bridge, where he fortuitously encounters Parker, who is returning home after performing acts of heroism. Upon witnessing such a colossal creature, Parker's excitement surges, prompting him to discreetly don his Spider-Man suit and leap into the fray against the lizard. When Jiujiao eventually receives a notification from Sky and opens his computer to view the live footage of their confrontation, he also hears a new mission prompt echo in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a world mission. Eliminate Dr. Lizard and prevent him, Connors, from releasing the viral agent. Completion rewards, 5,000 experience points, mechanical dog weapon modification blueprint. The system's alert piques Jiujiao's curiosity, leading him to ponder. What exactly is this mechanical dog weapon modification blueprint? Is it for equipping a combat-ready mechanical dog with firearms? This genuinely intrigues me. Unfortunately, without the blueprint in hand, Jiujiao cannot ascertain the modification's effects in advance and must await the mission's completion to review it. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao resumes his gaze upon the surveillance footage. As he anticipated, the battle between Parker and Dr. Lizard is overwhelmingly one-sided. Despite Parker's adeptness in combat, honed under Jiujiao's guidance, he stands no chance against the lizard's immense strength, illustrating the adage that sheer force can easily overpower skill. In the course of the struggle, while attempting to rescue a child who fell from the bridge, Parker's mask is inadvertently torn off by the lizard in a moment obscured from the camera, revealing his identity. This revelation momentarily hesitates Dr. Lizard from delivering a fatal blow, affording Parker the opportunity to save the child and make a successful escape. Watching the agile Dr. Lizard swiftly navigate the bridge, Jiujiao's heart grows heavier. He recognizes that the current Dr. Lizard is significantly more formidable than depicted in the films, with both strength and reflexes vastly surpassing Parker's. Aside from his muddled mind and propensity for brutish attacks, it seems, Jiujiao muses, he comes to understand that the reason Dr. Lizard is far stronger than his cinematic counterpart may well be due to Parker's lack of assistance, allowing Connors to refine the genetic formula independently, resulting in a far more potent serum than that portrayed in the film. Truth be told, facing such a powerful Dr. Lizard is quite vexing for Jiujiao. Relying solely on his own combat prowess, he is ill-equipped to contend with him. After all, the lizard's skin is exceptionally tough and his strength immense. Whether Jiujiao's mechanical crossbow can penetrate the lizard's hide and inflict damage remains an uncertainty. With this in mind, he can only place his hopes on the two battle wolves, wishing they might triumph over Dr. Lizard and deliver a significant blow to him. In less than an hour, as anticipated by Jiujiao, a figure clad in red and blue stealthily entered through the window. It was none other than Parker. Jiujiao was rendered speechless by Parker's unconventional method of entry, and after several fruitless attempts to dissuade him, she decided to let it be. Fortunately, she had previously instructed Sky to monitor Parker's movements. Otherwise, Jiujiao would have been quite troubled, for Parker's exposure could very well implicate her. Upon entering Jiujiao's bedroom, Parker could not help but exhale sharply, shedding his battle attire while lamenting, "Oh, my God. I am utterly unfortunate to have encountered a 3-meter-tall behemoth. My entire body aches from the fight. I owe you one. Were it not for the battle suit you designed for me, I would surely have been left with several gashes from its claws." In response, Jiujiao turned solemnly to Parker and remarked, "Parker, my concerns have indeed materialized. Look, another individual has transformed into a beast just like you. Clearly, his strength far surpasses yours. I believe we must devise a thorough plan to confront him." Upon hearing this, Parker ceased his moaning, sat up disregarding his bruises, and replied earnestly, "Indeed. You are right. We must strategize effectively to identify and vanquish this creature. At this, Jiujiao scoffed inwardly, thinking, while you wish to defeat him, I intend to eliminate him. She couldn't help but note Parker's consistent reluctance to take decisive action. Such hesitation would not suffice. Nevertheless, she maintained a serious demeanor and continued, Parker, I just witnessed footage transmitted by Sky, depicting your battle with that monster. Before she could finish, an exuberant Parker interrupted. Ah, is that true? Was I impressive? Did I astonish you? Jiujiao felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Faced with Parker's obliviousness, she began to doubt whether choosing such a loquacious and attention-seeking companion had been a wise decision. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she resignedly said, Let us focus on the matter at hand. Parker, please be serious. At last, Parker assumed a more earnest posture, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender and offering an awkward smile as he murmured, Okay, speak. I'm listening. Jiujiao then explained, From the footage, it is evident that this lizard-like monster possesses strength, reflexes, and speed that exceed your spider abilities. Moreover, he appears to be far more resilient than you, making the prospect of defeating him quite formidable. After a brief pause, stifling Parker's inclination to continue speaking, Jiujiao resumed, Thus, we cannot recklessly confront him. We must devise a method to uncover the cause of his mutation and identify his vulnerabilities if we hope to defeat him. Next, I will instruct Sky to utilize all the surveillance cameras throughout New York to locate his hiding place and ascertain his true identity. Your task will be to venture out at night, continuing your noble endeavors as Spider-Man while attempting to encounter the creature again and follow him. Remember, do not act impulsively. Simply shadow him, understood? Upon hearing this, Parker grumbled in defiance. Fine. I get it. Do you really doubt my abilities? I am Spider-Man, after all. Although Parker muttered under his breath, Jiujiao heard him clearly. With a stern expression, she admonished, Take this seriously, Parker. This is no game. You cannot defeat him in your current state. I do not wish for my closest friend and ally to perish at his hands. Do you understand, Parker? This serious reminder from Jiujiao, a first for Parker, compelled him to become earnest while also feeling deeply touched. He quickly nodded and replied, All right, I will heed your advice and refrain from reckless actions. After speaking, Parker could no longer withstand Jiujiao's grave gaze. Feeling guilty, he donned his suit, slipped on his coat, and began to walk towards the window, saying, I'll head back now. Aunt May is still unaware that I'm not at home, and I would prefer not to have her wake up to find me missing. See you tomorrow. Noticing Parker's anxious demeanor as he chose to exit through the window instead of the front door, Jiujiao shook her head in resignation and returned to her bed, contemplating how to confront the far more formidable Dr. Lizard than depicted in the films. She recalled the mission directive to eliminate Connors and prevent him from releasing the gene virus, yet was unaware that Connors had already seen Parker's face. Moreover, she did not realize that during Parker's visit to Osborn, Connors had indeed encountered Parker and recognized him as the son of his colleague, Richard. This was the reason he hesitated to kill Parker at the critical moment on the bridge. Clearly, Connors had developed an interest in Parker's spider abilities. Back in the sewers, having returned to his human form, Connors began to contemplate capturing Parker for human experimentation to refine his genetic modifications. Of course, Jiujiao knew that Connors was currently hiding in the sewers. Unfortunately, the narrative did not specify which street sewer he was concealed within, thwarting Jiujiao's plan to collaborate with Parker to infiltrate the sewers and eliminate Connors. In such a situation, it seems I must resort to Sky's hacking prowess, utilizing the myriad of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets of New York to ascertain the last location where Connors vanished. Subsequently, I shall deploy Jiujiao's mechanical flies to investigate, which will ultimately lead us to Connors' lair. Jiujiao is not so rigid. The mission merely dictates the prevention of his release of the gene virus to eliminate him, yet it does not explicitly prohibit finding and killing him beforehand. If we could eliminate him ahead of time, would the mission not still be deemed accomplished? Thus, Jiujiao peacefully succumbed to slumber, entrusting Sky to sit before the computer, diligently searching for Connors' whereabouts through the surveillance footage. Indeed, in the next moment, Connors reached back with his left hand and seized Parker's arm. Clearly incensed by Parker's earlier blows to his head, Connors unhesitatingly hurled Parker's body forcefully against the concrete floor of the corridor. Observing this, Jiujiao cast a sympathetic glance towards Parker, who was unceremoniously slammed to the ground with a resounding thud. Involuntarily wincing at Parker's pain for a few fleeting seconds, Parker, upon being forcibly thrown to the ground, emitted a pained exclamation, yet he swiftly reacted by shooting a web towards the ceiling and rapidly pulling himself to escape Connor's grasp. Jiujiao would not stand idly by as Connors continued to torment Parker. She rushed forward, deftly launching 2 webs towards Connor's eyes. The webs indeed had the desired effect, prompting Connors to instinctively raise his hands to shield his eyes, and his grip on Parker's left hand loosened without him realizing, allowing Parker to break free. Connors, his left hand ensnared by the webs, let out an enraged howl, and with a few effortless motions, he tore through the webs, glaring ferociously at both Jiujiao and Parker. In the next instant, he lunged toward them. Jiujiao shouted, "Engage him. Seize the opportunity to control him," as she charged at Connors. As she approached, she timed her movements precisely, executing a ground slide just as Connors swung his hand to grab her. Connors, intrigued, glanced down at his own waist, and Parker seized the chance, propelling himself off the rooftop with great force. Like an arrow released from its bow, Parker shot toward the bowed Connors, shooting a web that latched onto Connors' waist even before he touched down. At that moment, Jiujiao also shot a web upward, positioning herself on Connors' back. The two moved in perfect synchrony, swiftly encircling Connors, their webs intertwining like 2 ropes, ensnaring Connors' upper body before he could react. Once the webs had coiled around Connors' arms several times, they returned to face him, exerting their combined strength to topple his immobile form, which came crashing down onto the concrete floor. Jiujiao distinctly observed Connor's grotesque face contorting as it struck the ground, his mouth visibly skewed. Witnessing Connors subdued by their joint effort, they could not contain their excitement, extending their hands for a celebratory high-five while exclaiming, "Huzzah!" In the next moment, however, Connors, now aware, began to writhe on the ground. Uncertain of how he executed the maneuver, he propelled his unencumbered legs against the ground, causing his body to flip over. Jiujiao then heard a swift rush of wind, accompanied by a shadowy figure that charged towards them with astonishing speed. Despite Jiujiao's quick reflexes, he was unable to retreat in time to evade the onslaught. He could only raise his hands to shield his chest. A thunderous impact reverberated through the air, sending both Jiujiao and Parker hurtling away. Jiujiao felt as though his forearms had been shattered, yet the instincts of a master combatant kicked in, allowing him to regain control mid-air. With a forceful thrust of his waist, he managed to stabilize his center of gravity and executed a backflip, landing on the ground. However, he could not prevent himself from sliding an additional 2 meters before coming to a halt. Parker, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. Although he attempted to defend himself, he lacked Jiujiao's agility and was sent flying over 10 meters away. It was only then that Jiujiao discerned that the assailant was none other than the formidable Connor's long, thick, and remarkably agile tail. This realization filled Jiujiao with regret. He lamented his earlier oversight when ensnaring Connor with spider silk, neglecting to bind his tail and legs as well. Indeed, Connor's combat instincts allowed him to seize the opportunity, rapidly coiling his legs while synchronizing with his tail, effortlessly severing the spider silk that had entangled his upper body. With a resigned sigh and a muttered curse of unfortunate, Jiujiao swiftly assumed a defensive posture to prepare for the impending assault from the clearly enraged Connor. One could only imagine the terrifying combat prowess that a berserk Connor would unleash. After merely 3 seconds of standoff, Jiujiao decisively turned and sprinted deeper into the corridor, hoping to utilize the classroom's intricate environment to evade Connor's forthcoming attack. Parker, displaying his own astuteness, mirrored Jiujiao's actions and dashed into the nearest classroom. The two expertly separated, planning to ambush Connor from behind while he pursued one of them. Observing the two fleeing in different directions, the enraged Connor hesitated momentarily but instinctively chased after Parker. It was evident that Connor had mentally prepared himself to prioritize capturing Parker above all else, leaving other matters for later resolution. Listening to the heavy footsteps closing in on Parker, Jiujiao breathed a sigh of relief while pondering how to deal with Connor. Raising his gaze, he saw that the classroom he had entered was a chemistry lab. Filled with test tubes and glass containers brimming with colorful potions and powders, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jiujiao's eyes as he recalled the concept of a chemical mixture bomb. By combining specific proportions of the various substances, he could create a volatile concoction capable of detonating violently with mere agitation, yielding explosive power comparable to that of a grenade. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao rushed to the laboratory bench, calling out loudly, regardless of whether Parker could hear him, "Hey, Spider-Man, hold on a little longer. I am currently searching for a weapon to deal with the lizard man. Just hang in there." As the words fell, a cacophony of bang-bang resonated from the distant classroom, the clattering of desks and chairs collapsing, followed by Parker's breathless voice, fragmented yet urgent. "Oh, damn it, you need to hurry. Ian, This accursed giant monster is exceedingly difficult to handle. Oh, for heaven's sake. He is like a beast on the hunt, relentlessly pursuing me. Please, hurry, damn it, he's coming. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a surge of anxiety, yet understood that concocting explosives was no trifling matter. Utmost caution was imperative, lest she fail to hit Connors and end up being blown to bits herself. 5 minutes later, the final powder was added, and Jiujiao carefully lifted the bottle, corking it while striving to maintain balance, ensuring the ingredients within remained unblended, and swiftly exited the classroom. In the next moment, the classroom wall ahead was violently breached with a resounding boom, debris scattering throughout the corridor. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst a series of coughs, a figure, now indistinguishable in red and blue, emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest and coughing twice. He cursed, "Cough! You damn giant monster, come and fight me. I can still stand." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao urgently shouted, "Spider-Man, lure him over. It would be best if you could get him to open his mouth." In response, Parker, still possessing some strength, flashed Jiujiao an OK gesture, signaling his understanding. Moments later, sounds erupted from the shattered wall as Connors' figure emerged, scanning his surroundings before fixing his gaze on Parker, who stood 3 meters ahead, giving him the middle finger. This universally recognized gesture, even with Connors' diminished intellect post-transformation, incited immediate fury within him, and he charged towards Parker at high speed. Parker swiftly turned and dashed into the classroom where Jiujiao was, shouting, "Oh, Ian, he's coming, get ready." In mere moments, Parker bolted into the laboratory, followed closely by Connors, whose bulk was clearly ill-suited for the classroom doorway, blocking his advance. Enraged, Connors roared and clawed at the doorframe, evidently intent on a violent exit, while Jiujiao seized the opportunity to charge at Connors. Before reaching him, she raised her hand and shot out a web, attempting to divert Connors' attention. Connors' instincts told him the web posed no threat, yet he was unwilling to let it obscure his vision, raising his left hand to shield his eyes, inadvertently neglecting his wide-open, roaring mouth, and failing to notice the chemical vial Jiujiao hurled towards him. The vial spiraled through the air and flew into Connors' mouth, leaving him momentarily stunned as an object was thrust inside. In the next instant, a resounding boom erupted from his mouth, a thunderous explosion reverberating throughout the room. Having already taken refuge beneath the table, Jiujiao and Parker watched in horror as a burst of crimson light exploded from Connors' gaping maw, followed by his agonizing wail, which mingled with splatters of flesh and several sharp teeth, showering the classroom. Clearly, this vial of chemical explosives had inflicted severe damage upon him, and as he shrieked in agony, he turned and bolted towards the corridor. He scurried along the floor, walls, and ceiling with a speed that left Jiujiao and Parker exchanging incredulous glances. Outside the school, piercing sirens began to wail, prompting the two to lock eyes once more. Jiujiao hastily urged Parker, "Quickly remove your battle suit. I will help you hide it to prevent anyone from uncovering your identity." At her words, Parker immediately set about shedding his attire and donned the clothing Jiujiao offered. She too changed her garments and then spoke into her headset, "Sky, you are aware of the situation at school, aren't you? Hurry and erase all the footage. I want no trouble later." Connor's escape made it impossible for Sky to track him, as he had fled through the sewage pipes, devoid of surveillance cameras, rendering investigation futile. Jiujiao considered releasing her mechanical flies for reconnaissance, but ultimately decided against it. Their range was limited to 5 kilometers, beyond which she could do nothing. A crisp reply from Sky crackled through her earpiece. "Received, boss. Processing immediately. Give me 3 minutes with that." Jiujiao stored all their belongings in her space and beckoned Parker to crouch with her in the corner of the classroom. Hardly had they concealed themselves when the corridor echoed with a flurry of footsteps and shouts. "Hurry! Find the one who damaged the school. Let us just call him a monster for now. If the target is spotted, shoot without hesitation. Is that understood?" The footsteps were met with a uniform chorus of "Yes, sir," and soon rushed past the laboratory, heading deeper into the corridor. Before long, a figure entered at the door, one wielding a handgun and the other carrying a shotgun, calling loudly into the laboratory, "Is anyone there? We are the police. It's safe now. You can come out." At this, Jiujiao and Parker sprang into action, raising their hands and feigning panic as they exclaimed, "Officer, don't shoot. We are students. We've been hiding here." The two policemen, recognizing their student attire, beckoned them to quickly exit the classroom and evacuate to the playground. Once outside, they encountered other students and teachers who had managed to escape. Gwen, seemingly sensing something amiss, cast a peculiar glance at Parker and Jiujiao. Why, Jiujiao whispered to Parker. Now is not the time for Gwen to know. You understand how to phrase it, don't you? Having said this, Jiujiao stepped away from Parker, allowing him to converse with Gwen. Subsequently, after the police conducted a thorough search of the school and found nothing, they proceeded to take statements from all the faculty and students present. The concerns that Jiujiao harbored, such as the possibility of someone conducting a body search, did not materialize. Nevertheless, Jiujiao remained vigilant, urging Parker to keep his battle suit with her, suggesting he come to her home to change when the need arose. While this arrangement was somewhat cumbersome, it was undeniably prudent. After all, not just anyone could discover it in her space, not even the Ancient One. In fact, the two did not arouse the suspicions of the police present, and even SHIELD agents were conspicuously absent, which brought Jiujiao a measure of relief. Yet she knew they could not afford to be complacent. Necessary precautions must still be taken. With such a significant incident occurring at the school, classes were understandably suspended, and all students returned home. Jiujiao and Parker also made their way back to Jiujiao's residence, where they settled onto the couch. Parker immediately slumped onto the sofa, turning to Jiujiao and stating, why do you think that lizard man came to the school? He continued, you know, that lizard man is quite formidable. Even when we joined forces, we couldn't defeat him. What should we do next? In response, Jiujiao gently massaged the bruise left by Connors as she replied, from his demeanor, it seems he came looking for you. After all, you are the only one in the school who would catch his attention, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Parker propped himself up from the couch, incredulously staring at Jiujiao, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, no, it can't be. He came looking for me? Can you be sure? Jiujiao lowered her hands and shrugged, saying, have you forgotten that when I was fighting the lizard man, he abandoned me to attack you the moment he saw you? If he wasn't looking for you, what could his purpose be? Parker was momentarily taken aback by Jiujiao's words, but then a realization struck him. He had been seen by the lizard man on the bridge. Yet, he couldn't fathom how the lizard man knew he was at the school. He instinctively exclaimed, I just remembered. On the bridge, the lizard man saw my face. But wait, even if he saw my appearance, how could he possibly know so quickly who I was and that I attended that school? Parker's comments left Jiujiao with a throbbing headache. Truthfully, he too was puzzled as to why Connors would seek Parker out directly at school. It dawned on him that Parker had inadvertently revealed his identity. This revelation made sense. Connors must have sought Parker to capture him and acquire his genetic material to enhance his own gene-altering serum. After much contemplation, Jiujiao resolved within herself to swiftly locate Connor and eliminate this significant predicament. Unbeknownst to them, after the students had vacated the school premises, Coulson, accompanied by a SHIELD task force, infiltrated the school. Through the evidence yet to be cleared and the extensive non-human destruction evident at the scene, Coulson concluded that 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities had engaged in combat there. Among them was the lizard man, previously seen on the bridge, alongside the Spider-Man who swung through New York, and the remaining individual was the mysterious figure SHIELD was actively pursuing, known for shooting numerous arrows and steel projectiles simultaneously. Jiujiao was categorized as a mysterious entity rather than a mutant, as she did not exhibit any mutated characteristics, unlike the lizard man and Spider-Man, who had acquired traits from animals, thus earning the title of mutants. Upon examining the scene, Coulson found himself pondering why these 3 individuals converged at this particular school. Several possibilities arose. Firstly, the Spider-Man and the mysterious figure might have been pursuing the lizard man, who fled into the school, leading to a confrontation. Secondly, the lizard man could have come to the school seeking someone or something, inadvertently crossing paths with the mysterious figure and the Spider-Man. Thirdly, the lizard man might have come seeking vengeance, with the Spider-Man as the likely target, given their prior clash on the bridge. Each scenario held considerable likelihood, prompting an invigorated Coulson to return to SHIELD with his team, eager to report to Fury and advocate for an intensified search among the students at the school. Naturally, a few members of the task force were affiliated with Hydra, and the situation was promptly relayed to Pierce. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce activated Hydra's operatives hidden within New York, resolutely dispatching them into the sewers to hunt for the lizard man. For them, capturing the lizard man was of utmost importance and relatively straightforward, primarily due to his penchant for violence and destruction, contrasting starkly with the Spider-Man and the mysterious figure, who undoubtedly represented the forces of justice. Individuals aligned with justice are often less susceptible to Hydra's manipulations. Point 1. Must not underestimate the influence of SHIELD and Hydra. Although Parker and Jiujiao remain undisclosed for the time being, the likelihood of exposure grows as they continue their endeavors. Eventually, Jiujiao will confront the relentless pursuit of both Jiujiao and Hydra.it, is foreseeable that neither faction will treat her with leniency. Firstly, Jiujiao has already taken a life, albeit that of a villain, revealing a ruthless side that starkly contrasts with the Spider-Man's no-kill ethos. SHIELD will likely categorize her as a dangerous individual, employing harsh measures. Secondly, as an individual not native to America, Fury will undoubtedly be unwilling to allow Jiujiao to perpetuate danger and chaos in the outside world. The demeanor of Hydra requires no elaboration. In their eyes, there exist only two types of individuals: those who can be courted for collaboration and those who must be eradicated. Parker awaited Jiujiao's judgment with bated breath, and upon noticing her prolonged silence, he anxiously inquired, what is troubling you? Please, tell me what we should do next." At his words, Jiujiao, lost in contemplation, finally came to herself, glanced at Parker and replied, "Such occurrences as those in school must not repeat. We must swiftly locate the lizard man and eliminate him. Otherwise, it will bring us great trouble. What do you think, Parker?" Upon hearing this, Parker felt a shiver of unease course through him. He truly did not wish to take a life. Although he had witnessed Jiujiao's lethal methods and bore no aversion to her actions, he found himself incapable of committing such an act himself. With this thought, Parker began to stammer, his expression marked by indecision. Recognizing his reluctance, Jiujiao understood that she could not persuade Parker in this moment. After all, he was still quite young, and discussing murder with him was wholly inappropriate. She chose to let it be, knowing she would ultimately take matters into her own hands and eliminate Connors, as the system's task required her to dispose of the lizard doctor. Moreover, Connors's disruption at school today would inevitably draw the attention of SHIELD regardless of whether her identity remained concealed. If she did not act swiftly to eradicate him, exposure would merely be a matter of time. Jiujiao was acutely aware of her current limitations and knew she could not contend with a national apparatus like SHIELD. Avoiding confrontation was the wisest course of action. She had no desire to live in perpetual hiding or to be pursued to the ends of the earth by them. With these thoughts, a dull headache began to form, but she recognized that the situation had already unfolded, and she could only navigate it step by step. As for when SHIELD would uncover her existence, she would leave that to fate. Ideally, she could traverse several more worlds, thereby enhancing her abilities and alleviating her fears of attracting troubles. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, she turned to Parker and said, "Parker, I think you should return home. Aunt May has likely heard about the events at school and would worry about you. You need not concern yourself with the lizard man. I will find him swiftly, and I will inform you when it's time to act." Hearing this, Parker also thought of Aunt May and understood that, given the gravity of the situation at school, he ought to return home. Reluctantly, he stood up and said, "All right then, I shall head back, and remember, you promised. Once you locate the lizard man, do notify me in advance. I intend to give that creep a good thrashing." With that, he waved goodbye to the visibly troubled Jiujiao and made his way towards the door, filled with reluctance. After Parker departed, Jiujiao could not help but take out her phone to check the date displayed on the screen. It is January 23 RD. There remains a week until the next temporal journey. With a sense of resignation, Jiujiao stowed her phone away, fervently hoping that no significant events would transpire during this week. With this thought in mind, she retrieved the phone and headphones that Sky had given her from the void and called out, "Sky, how are you? Any good news?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Sky's voice resonated through the headphones. "Apologies, boss. There is no good news. I cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the lizard men. However, there are two pieces of bad news. Would you care to hear them?" At this, Jiujiao's heart sank, an ominous premonition rising within her. "Indeed," Sky continued, "after you and the police withdrew from the school, a group of men in black arrived, inspecting the site of your confrontation and even delving into the sewage system for a search. Their actions seem very much like those of a special government agency. They are clearly not the FBI, but rather a more covert and higher-level department. That is the first piece of bad news. The second unfortunate tidbit is that they have commenced the scrutiny of student records." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao could not help but smile wryly, thinking to herself, so it is true. Has that accursed Connors drawn the attention of SHIELD? With this realization, she resorted to a desperate measure, instructing Sky, "Well, I understand. Therefore, Sky, I need you to completely erase all traces of Parker and me. We must not allow S.H.I.E.L.D to locate us at this early stage. As for the remaining matters, I shall devise my own solutions." "Not a problem, boss. I will assist you," Sky responded. After returning her phone and headphones to the void, Jiujiao settled back onto the sofa, contemplating what excuse she could fabricate to leave the school. After a moment's reflection, she conceived a suitable idea. Her parents' demise and the fear instilled by the lizardmen had rendered her reluctant to remain at school. Pleased with this rationale, Jiujiao smiled. Although it was not the most flawless excuse, it was fitting for her current circumstances. Otherwise, should she depart without justification at this juncture, might grow suspicious of her, as for the likelihood of Parker exposing her. Jiujiao had a plan in mind. Tomorrow, she would inform Parker not to visit her home for the time being, and that any matters could be relayed through Sky. After contemplating these matters, Jiujiao's mood noticeably improved, even allowing her the leisure to prepare a sumptuous meal of braised pork to indulge in. Engaged in idleness at home until evening, Jiujiao succumbed to slumber early on. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Hydra had discovered the now restored humanoid form of Connors in the depths of the sewer. One must commend Hydra's remarkable perseverance. The vast network of New York's underground drainage system is truly immense, and yet Hydra managed to locate Connors within a single day, far surpassing the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is no wonder that Hydra infiltrated SHIELD and ascended to a position of significant authority. Connors, sitting enscathed in a chair, was fortunate that he had been injured in his transformed state by a chemical bomb detonated by Jiujiao, resulting in a wound to his mouth. However, due to the lizard's extraordinary regenerative abilities, miraculously, no scars remained when he reverted to his human form. Alas, the teeth that had been blown away could never regrow, for teeth are not like other cellular tissues. Once lost, they are lost forever. At that moment in the sewer, Connors, his body bristling with spikes, gripped a syringe in one hand, poised to inject himself, his gaze warily fixed on a group of men nearby. "Who are you, and how did you find this place?" he demanded. In response, the leader of the group shrugged and stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he spoke. "Fear not, and do not act impulsively. We harbor no ill intentions towards you. Indeed, I believe we could engage in a fruitful collaboration, could we not?" Despite his words, Connors did not lower his guard. Instead, his expression hardened as he continued to scrutinize Brock. "State your purpose. I have no time for idle chatter." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor shifted, his tone growing increasingly brusque as he threatened. "Mind your tone, sir. While our organization greatly admires your work and wishes to collaborate, do not presume we would hesitate to take action against you." Before he could finish, Connors, upon hearing the phrase "take action," decisively plunged the syringe into his neck, injecting the fluid into his body without a moment's hesitation. The man immediately sensed Connors' actions, his voice filled with panic as he shouted, "No, what are you doing? Shoot him, quickly!" At his command, the men behind him raised their weapons and opened fire on Connors, but it was too late. The moment the serum entered Connors' system, it took effect instantly. His body began to expand and elevate rapidly, and his exterior began to morph into a more beastly form. Even though his transformation was incomplete, he was no longer vulnerable to bullets. A harrowing wail escaped Connors' lips, clearly indicating that the transformation was not a pleasant experience for him. The leader of Hydra was filled with regret, lamenting his decision to threaten this man. However, more than regret, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, for he was acutely aware of just how terrifying it was to face a transformed lizard, an adversary far beyond the realm of human capability. Indeed, this has long been a habit ingrained in Hydra. Even when they face defeat and retreat into the shadows, they cannot alter their tyrannical disposition. They seem to forget just how perilous the man before them can be, especially given that Connors still wields a syringe. Time is of the essence. Connors' transformation requires but a mere few seconds. He towers to a height of 3 meters, his severed arm regenerating as he throws back his head and emits a ferocious roar. With bullets raining down upon him, Connors raises a hand to shield his eyes and charges headlong towards the assailants. In the sewers, the sound of gunfire mingles with the haunting cries of those nearing death. Do not underestimate Connors' lethality. These few adversaries are hardly sufficient to withstand his wrath. In less than a minute, Connors dispatches the remaining black-clad figures, leaving only the leader, who had spoken earlier, grasped tightly in his grasp. Raising him to eye level, Connors coldly inquires, "Tell me, what organization do you belong to? What is your purpose in seeking me?" The man, his throat clenched within Connors' grip, struggles to cough before hurriedly responding, "Release me. I am one of Hydra's operatives. We have taken an interest in your transformation abilities and wish to collaborate with you. We aim to mass-produce transformation warriors. Believe us, we possess the means to grant you what you desire." Upon hearing this, Connors' massive eyes flicker with confusion. A fragment of rationality urges him to consider the proposition. Alas, the intelligence of the transformed Connors is alarmingly lacking, and even if he wished to revert to his original form to contemplate the feasibility of this endeavor, he finds himself unable to do so. This is the unfortunate predicament of Connors. The duration of his transformation is neither long nor short, and it remains beyond his control. As the man in his grip continues to struggle and cry out, Connors grows increasingly agitated. In a moment of reckless ferocity, he tightens his grip, ultimately crushing the man to death as the lifeless body crumples to the ground. Connors lets out a primal scream, a frenzied thought igniting in his mind. To transform all of New York City's inhabitants into lizard-like beings akin to himself, this notion is not entirely unexpected. It had begun to form even when he was forced to seek refuge in the sewers. Firstly, his greatest aspiration is to develop a genetic serum capable of regenerating severed limbs. Although he has achieved preliminary results, the issues of sustainability and transformation have left his research in a state of limbo, requiring continuous experimentation to advance. Secondly, having been ousted from Oscorp and compelled to hide in the sewers, he can no longer pursue his research. Tio obtains sufficient resources to continue his studies. There exists but one solution: to transform everyone into beings like him, allowing him to pursue his work without hindrance. Of course, this idea remains a mere flicker in his mind, as the remnants of his reason caution him against such drastic actions. However, after today's fierce confrontation at school with Parker and Jiujiao, during which he sustained severe injuries and fled, he was subsequently located here by Hydra's agents. At this moment, a tumultuous thought uncontrollably surged within his simple mind, driven by an insatiable desire to realize this fact. Naturally, this instinctive reaction of Connor's transformation was rooted in an animal's innate sense of danger, compelling him to make such a decisive move in the face of crisis. In the next moment, without hesitation, Connor seized a backpack from beneath the table and slung it over his shoulders, turning to dash frantically through the sewer. His destination was unmistakably clear: the research laboratory of Oscorp. He sought to obtain the Canali disperser housed within the Oscorp lab, an apparatus capable of disseminating genetic serum throughout New York City, which would enable him to transform the entire population into lizard people. Half an hour later, at a manhole cover located a street away from Oscorp Tower, a sudden boom reverberated as the cover was propelled 5 meters into the air, crashing down onto the street with a resounding clatter that startled nearby pedestrians, who curiously paused to investigate. Almost immediately, Connor's lizard-like form vaulted out from the sewer, its massive stature and grotesque appearance eliciting terrified screams from those who had intended to glimpse the unfolding scene. At that very moment, Sky, who was monitoring all of New York via surveillance cameras, also detected the emergence of the lizard man. Excitement surged through her as she enlarged the footage on her screen and promptly attempted to contact Jiujiao, only to discover that he had already succumbed to slumber. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her, Sky grew increasingly anxious, suddenly recalling that she could track the real-world information of both Jiujiao and Spider-Man based on their whereabouts. In the next instant, she swiftly utilized an internet phone to dial Jiujiao's number. Unfortunately, he had turned her phone off to avoid disturbances before going to sleep. After several failed attempts to connect, Sky, cursing under her breath, hurriedly dialed Parker's number instead. At that moment, Parker was lounging in bed, idly tossing a baseball against the wall and catching it with deftness as it rebounded. Clearly, the excitement from the day's battle kept him wide awake. Just then, his phone rang. Curiously, Parker picked it up, only to hear a melodious female voice urgently exclaim, "Spider-Man? I'm S, the partner of Invisible. The lizard man has appeared, just a street away from Oscorp. I can't reach Invisible, so you need to get to his place quickly and inform him to take action. I will keep you updated on the lizard man's movements. Hurry." Upon hearing this, Parker was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. He was aware that Jiujiao had a hacker friend. Shaking off his stupor, Parker swiftly performed a somersault off his bed as he prepared to don his suit. He suddenly remembered that it was still at Jiujiao's place. With no time to waste, he opened the window and climbed out from the second floor, racing towards Jiujiao's home. The emergence of Connors instantly alarmed the patrolling officers. Upon encountering such a monstrous figure, the police immediately engaged in combat with him. Alas, the officers' firearms posed no threat whatsoever to Connors. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and charged towards the police car, sending it flying with a single collision, along with the 2 officers who had taken cover behind it, leaving them motionless upon impact. Whether dead or merely unconscious remained uncertain. Witnessing this, the pedestrians on the street shrieked in terror and scattered in all directions, eager to distance themselves from this reptilian beast. After dispatching the officers, Connors lifted his gaze to ascertain his direction and surged towards the Osborne Tower, oblivious to the number of cars he overturned or the pedestrians he inadvertently harmed, igniting a considerable uproar along his path. At that moment, Parker had also arrived at Jiujiao's residence. Habitually, Parker ascended the drainage pipe and crawled through the window of Jiujiao's bedroom. Although Parker's movements were subtle, they still roused the sleeping Jiujiao. With secrets weighing on his mind, Jiujiao maintained a semblance of awareness even in slumber, and with his formidable mental acuity of 13, he awoke as Parker opened the bedroom window. Seeing a figure crawl in through the window, Jiujiao promptly sat up from his bed, readying himself for combat while inquiring, "Who goes there?" Upon hearing the voice, Parker, barely upright, called out softly, "It's me. Parker S. contacted me and reported the appearance of the lizard man. We must hurry to stop him. On the way here, S. informed me that the lizard man seems to have gone mad, recklessly charging towards the Osborne group, having already attacked a police car and 2 officers." At these words, Jiujiao felt a tightening in his chest, inwardly lamenting, "Just when you fear something, it comes to pass." He recalled scenes from the drama where Connors had gone berserk, seemingly intent on unleashing a genetic serum upon all of New York. Alarmed, Jiujiao thought, "This is bad." He had no desire to be transformed into that wretched, grotesque lizard. The mere thought of the creature's gaping maw, nearly splitting from ear to ear, sent shivers down his spine as he retrieved Parker's battle suit and web shooter from his space and handed them to Parker. He rolled off the bed and donned his own gear. Naturally, as this confrontation unfolded in plain view, Jiujiao opted against wielding weapons from his space. The web shooter would suffice. Simultaneously, in the New York City Police Department, Sheriff George Stacy was donning his bulletproof vest while hastening towards the exit with a throng of officers, inquiring of his subordinates, "Where the hell is that damned creature now? Can anyone tell me what he intends to do?" An assistant, keeping pace beside him, responded, "Sir, it appears the monster's destination is the Osborne Group Tower, and he is nearly there. Our officers are doing their utmost to intercept him, but..." Upon hearing this, George halted in his tracks. His face darkened with undeniable authority as he inquired, "What do you mean by just?" "Speak up." The assistant, startled by George's tone and demeanor, promptly responded, "It is merely that our officers are no match for him. The bullets from our firearms cannot harm him at all. In fact, several of our officers have already sustained injuries from that creature, and as of now, 3 officers have been confirmed dead." Upon hearing this, George's eyes gleamed with a mix of shame and anger, deeply pained and enraged by the loss of his subordinates. Taking a deep breath, he turned and continued towards the helicopter, stating, "Has the NYPD task force departed yet? Inform them that at all costs, they must eliminate that monster." The assistant quickly replied, "The NYPD set out 5 minutes ago. I will relay your orders immediately, sir." Just before boarding the helicopter, an unsettling feeling crept into George's mind as he recalled the battle that had transpired at the school during the day. He then asked his assistant, "Has anyone seen that Spider-Man and the mysterious figure?" Coincidentally, the New York police had also dubbed the mysterious figure that appeared alongside Spider-Man at the school as the mysterious person. Since Jiujiao, unlike Parker, did not indulge in meddling affairs, having only appeared in the police's line of sight once. Thus, the NYPD had referred to Jiujiao with the same moniker as the S.H.I.L.D. agents. As for the incident at the Kim Bing Tower, it had already been taken over and silenced by SHIELD, and George remained unaware that Jiujiao was behind it. Upon hearing George's inquiry, the assistant paused momentarily before responding, shaking his head, "No, they have not appeared yet, sir. What does this imply?" Without answering the assistant's question, George bent down and climbed into the helicopter, inwardly hoping that the two would re-emerge to thwart the lizard man. However, he could not voice such thoughts. Strictly speaking, while Spider-Man often assisted them in apprehending criminals, a commendable act, he lacked the authority of law enforcement and significantly undermined the police department's reputation, necessitating his arrest. As for the other mysterious figure, George held a certain admiration for him. At least he did not brazenly expose himself to the public eye. Even if this time the mysterious figure aided them, they could still explain to the public that it was not the case. Meanwhile, Jiujiao and Parker had also changed into their respective outfits. Due to the urgency of the situation, Jiujiao summoned his steed, the Wind Chaser, for the first time in this world. Upon seeing such an eye-catching motorcycle before him, Parker exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, wow." Had it not been for his inadequate riding skills, he would have eagerly requested Jiujiao to let him take it for a spin. Jiujiao cast a silent glance at Parker, contemplating the impracticality of traversing the ground in a timely manner. Thus, he resolved to allow Parker to soar through the air, just as he did in the original narrative. which would serve to momentarily impede Connor's AS for emulating Parker's aerial acrobatics using a web shooter, that was out of the question. Jiujiao had no intention of risking such a perilous endeavor. It was not that he lacked the desire to do so, but rather that he did not possess Parker's extensive spider-like abilities. Should he miscalculate and plummet from the sky, his survival would remain an uncertain prospect. Such a reckless and flamboyant undertaking was better suited for Parker. Furthermore, Jiujiao had no confidence that the New York police would permit him to swing through the air unscathed, nor did he wish to become a target for their gunfire. He was far from invulnerable. Moreover, given the impressive speed of his steed, reaching 200 kilometers per hour, it was hardly slower than Parker's capabilities. With this in mind, Jiujiao turned to the eager Parker beside him and declared, "Spider-Man, let us split our efforts. You shall proceed through the air, and should you discern any intentions from him, delay him for a moment. I will advance from the ground. Rest assured, I will not lag far behind." Upon hearing this, Parker exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You expect me to navigate the air alone while you ride such a flashy steed?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jiujiao had already mounted the motorcycle, twisting the throttle with a resounding vroom as he surged forward, his speed leaving Parker utterly astounded. Once the motorcycle had departed, stirring up a cloud of dust, Parker regained his senses, waving away the haze as he despondently remarked, "Very well. I shall heed your words, however, when you return. I must take your motorcycle for a spin and experience its thrill myself." With that, Parker dashed forward a few steps, launching a web that propelled him into the air. Swinging towards Oscorp Tower, leaving behind only his excited exclamation of "wow." Meanwhile, Jiujiao's steed had reached its full velocity, the 200 km/h speed rendering his motorcycle akin to a tempest, sweeping past all other vehicles on the road. The drivers could barely register the blur before them, as the piercing roar of the engine filled their ears. Jiujiao skillfully maneuvered through the traffic, either maintaining a straight path or weaving gracefully to overtake them. Unfortunately, despite Skylark's prowess as a hacker, he had yet to gain full control over the entirety of New York City's traffic signals. Otherwise, Jiujiao's speed would have been even greater. At this moment, he relied on the motorcycle's agile and compact form to navigate the streets and alleys, seeking the quickest route to Oscorp Tower. Outside Oscorp Tower, a dozen police vehicles were stationed, accompanied by an armored police car. With at least 30 officers and a dozen armed SWAT members engaged in a fierce battle against the transformed Connors, it must be said that the standard police handguns posed little threat to Connors. Yet the heavy firepower of the SWAT team could momentarily hinder him. Although these bullets were equally incapable of harming Connors, the sensation of pain was nonetheless undeniable. At this moment, the increasingly enraged Connors stood as a stark testament to this fact. Simultaneously, George arrived at the battlefield, aboard a helicopter, gripping the handrail with one hand while leaning out to glimpse the monstrous figure below. To be frank, the transformed visage of Connors left even this seasoned captain, who had encountered countless grand events, profoundly shaken. The disparity between witnessing the scene through a screen and experiencing it firsthand was striking. Despite the police force being numerous, they were utterly powerless against the reptilian creature. As George observed the chaos wrought by the monster, with bodies flying and disorder reigning, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness at that moment. Gazing at the numerous injured, unconscious, and even deceased officers, he fervently wished for the arrival of Spider-Man and the mysterious figure to aid them in subduing this beast. Moreover, due to the divergence in his mindset from the original narrative, Parker's actions did not provoke the police force to the extent he had anticipated, and thus George did not exert himself to capture him. Consequently, Parker was able to swing unobstructed towards Oscorp Tower. Witnessing the police being overwhelmed by the lizard creature below, he understood it was time for him to intervene. Although he was unaware of the lizard's intentions for climbing Oscorp Tower, he was acutely aware that his mutation was a result of the spiders housed within the building. The fact that the lizard chose to venture here, despite the imminent threat posed by the police, surely indicated a purpose. This purpose could only be to augment its power or to pursue a more grandiose scheme. Regardless of the motive, he resolved to act and thwart its plans. While he might not be able to subdue the lizard alone, stalling for time to prevent its success was paramount. He believed that once Jiujiao arrived, their combined efforts would afford them a chance to prevail. With this thought, Parker leaped from the adjacent building, shooting out webs from his wrist, landing deftly atop the wall above Connors. From this elevated vantage point, he affixed himself to the glass of the skyscraper, extending his left hand to unleash several strands of smaller webs towards Connors, who was climbing upwards. At that moment, Jiujiao was nearing Oscorp Tower, her earpiece buzzing with Sky's real-time updates on the battle. "Oh my god! That lizard creature is formidable. So many police officers are powerless against it. Oh, he's charging. The police have been knocked down in droves. Several have collapsed. Heavens, there's so much blood. You need to hurry. The police can barely hold on. It's over. The police have all been defeated. Only one helicopter remains to impede him. Oh, Spider-Man has finally arrived. Spider-Man has leapt onto its head. He is launching an attack. Listening to Sky's incessant chatter, Jiujiao felt a twinge of headache and irritation, yet he restrained himself from interrupting Sky's enthusiastic broadcasting. He too was eager to discover whether Parker could thwart Connors before his arrival. However, it was evident that he had overly estimated Parker's capabilities. As Connors ascended, he effortlessly swatted away the webbing shot by Parker with one hand, and his gaze fell upon the red and blue spandex suit that filled him with loathing. As the saying goes, a foe's appearance ignites fierce animosity. At that moment, Connors raised his head and roared, "Roar! It's you again, little spider. I didn't seek you out, yet here you are. Very well, let me dispose of you first. Then I'll go after Ganali." After his thunderous declaration, Connors exerted his claws and limbs with even greater speed, charging towards Parker above him. The glass of the building shattered under the force of his assault, but fortunately, the area below had already been cleared by the police, sparing many from injury. Naturally, the battle between Parker and Connors captivated the crowd gathered 100 meters away, with many cheering for Parker, while others raised their phones to capture the spectacle. News reporters were also broadcasting live. George in the helicopter breathed a sigh of relief upon Spider-Man's appearance, instructing the gunners nearby not to fire recklessly. To avoid harming Spider-Man in the blink of an eye, Connors was upon Parker, who was clinging to the glass in the next moment. Connors leapt ferociously from the wall, his body 30 centimeters off the surface, and lunged at Parker. The sight sent a gasp of horror from Parker. Oh my God! This monster can leap through the air. But before he could utter another word, Connors had tackled him, their bodies crashing through the glass and tumbling into the floor below. This spectacle elicited gasps of "oh" and "ah" from the crowd 100 meters away, with no visibility into the situation inside. Everyone anxiously awaited, praying for Spider-Man's triumph. At that moment, Jiujiao arrived at the edge of the crowd. The roar of his motorcycle engine went unnoticed as all eyes were fixed upward. Without hesitation, he pressed a hand against the wind chaser, summoning his steed into the mount space. Then he surveyed the throng before him, shaking his head in resignation, thinking, "There's no way through the crowd. So I must resort to some tricks." In the next instant, Jiujiao shot a strand of webbing towards a utility pole and, seizing the opportunity, leapt over the heads of the crowd. A keen-eyed reporter caught sight of Jiujiao's figure and swiftly directed the camera towards him, excitedly speaking into the microphone. "Dear viewers, I am Lisa, a reporter from BBC. Our camera has captured a figure. My God, it's astonishing. Another Spider-Man has appeared here. We can see he is using webbing to soar in from the crowd. Oh, my God, his speed is incredible. Look, he has dashed through the entrance of the Osborn building. With these two Spider-Men present, it seems that the grotesque lizard creature stands no chance against them. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of victory together." In this moment, countless individuals beheld the figure of Jiujiao. Although his attire pales in comparison to the dazzling red and blue suit of Spider-Man, which is strikingly cool, Jiujiao's humble appearance garnered greater recognition from all those watching on television. This is because, in contrast to Spider-Man, Jiujiao's simple clothing made him more relatable and easier for the audience to embrace. Meanwhile, George, from the helicopter, observed as Spider-Man was slammed into the building's floor by the lizard monster, sliding swiftly across the ground due to inertia, pinned beneath the creature. This sight filled George with concern for Spider-Man, fearing that he could not handle the lizard alone. Just then, the voice of an officer stationed outside crackled through George's walkie-talkie. "Commander, another individual has rushed into the building. He appears to be a companion of Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, George's tense expression relaxed. He surmised that this individual must be the mysterious ally of Spider-Man, who had previously assisted in dealing with the lizard at school. Confident in their combined strength, he believed they would capture the lizard, or at the very least, drive it away. After all, if they could fend off the lizard at school, they could certainly do so here as well. Jiujiao moved with remarkable speed, running up the stairs at a pace of 21 meters per second, with a physical prowess rating of 7.5, far surpassing the speed of an elevator. Coincidentally, the floor where Connors and Parker fell happened to be Connors' original laboratory, where he sought the elusive Ganali. The two bodies slid across the floor for several meters before crashing into a large machine within the lab, finally coming to a halt. Although Parker was pinned down by Connors, he was not devoid of any means of resistance. The moment of impact with the machinery, Parker bent his legs, using the narrow gap between their bodies to brace his feet against Connors' abdomen, then propelled himself backward with force from the floor, unexpectedly launching Connors' massive form into the AI. It was evident that despite Connors' transformation, his agility had not improved, as he was sent soaring several meters upward, crashing into the ceiling and shattering the overhead tiles before falling heavily back to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Parker executed a nimble leap. While Connors was still attempting to regain his footing, Parker raised his hands and unleashed a barrage of webbing towards Connors. He understood that the webs alone could not restrain Connors, but buying time was a strategic choice. The webs shot forth with a series of thwips, ensnaring Connors' limbs to the floor. As he lay on his back, Connors roared in fury, straining against the sticky webbing that bound him. As Parker emitted shrill cries, he mercilessly consumed the materials from the spinneret, unleashing strands of webbing that increased the difficulty for Connors to extricate himself from the sticky entanglement. Unfortunately, Parker had underestimated the formidable strength of the transformed lizard-like Connors. Although his limbs were temporarily immobilized, one must not forget that he possessed a tail, robust and more agile than his limbs. In the next moment, Connors let out a fierce roar, exerting force through his limbs, raising his tail high, and bringing it crashing down onto the ground. The recoil from the floor allowed him to break free from the webbing with a resounding rip, his limbs disengaging from their confines as he flipped upright, crouching on the ground, his slit pupils now a vivid crimson. Clearly, Connors had been thoroughly incensed by Parker's actions, and in an instant, he charged towards him. Parker, having anticipated Connors' retaliatory move, adeptly utilized his speed. Outpacing the larger Connors, to circle around him, he shot out a strand of webbing, aiming to ensnare Connors. However, having learned from his previous encounter, Connors was not about to fall for the same trick again. Before Parker could execute further maneuvers, Connors' tail whipped into action, his claws flailing as well, and the next second, as Parker spun at high velocity, he was suddenly struck by a shadowy figure. With a pained cry, Parker was hit in the chest by Connors' tail, sending him flying uncontrollably. He collided with several small machines, shattering numerous glass instruments, until he was propelled 10 or so meters, crashing heavily against the wall and slumping against it. Connors had intended to seize the opportunity to finish off Parker while he was incapacitated, but at that moment, Jiujiao finally ascended to the floor. Hearing the sounds of combat from the laboratory, Jiujiao charged forward, unhesitatingly angling her body to expose her right shoulder, shielding her head with one hand. With a powerful shoulder charge, she shattered a glass door that was nearly as sturdy as bulletproof glass. The deafening crash of the shattering glass echoed as Jiujiao burst through. Connors, upon turning to see her, instantly recognized her identity, a momentary hesitation flickering in his eyes. Yet in the next instant, he unhesitatingly spared Parker, pivoting and swiftly rushing towards Gonali. He yanked Gonali free from the various tubes and metal frameworks, dashing towards the building's window while clutching Gonali under his arm. Connors disregarded her arrival and leaned out of the window. Climbing towards the rooftop, Jiujiao scowled, cursing under her breath, "Damn it," before hastily checking on Parker, who had been flung away by Connors' tail. It was only then that Parker struggled to rise from the ground, one hand rubbing his chest. Upon seeing Jiujiao approach, he exclaimed, "Why did it take you so long to get here?" "Idato, it hurts." With no time to soothe the injured Parker, Jiujiao hastily rushed towards the exit while urgently informing Parker, "He has taken the canali and intends to ascend to the rooftop of the building. I believe he plans to utilize the rooftop apparatus to disperse the gene serum throughout New York City. Hurry and climb out of the building's walls to pursue him. I will ascend from the stairwell to assist you." As her words echoed, Jiujiao surged out of the laboratory like a gust of wind. Upon witnessing Jiujiao's arrival, the lizard man indeed faltered, and George in the helicopter felt a surge of confidence regarding the duo's ability to defeat the lizard man. Parker, momentarily taken aback by Jiujiao's unorthodox tactics of urging him to battle the lizard while scaling walls, suddenly recalled the terrifying ramifications of gene dispersal, causing him to shudder. He had no desire to transform into a grotesque monster akin to the lizard, nor did he wish for any horrific consequences resulting from genetic amalgamation. Thus, he stifled the pain in his chest and charged towards the building's window. The onlookers, initially astonished to see the lizard emerge from the window, gasped in disbelief at Spider-Man's supposed defeat. However, as the red and blue-clad Spider-Man followed suit, bursting forth in pursuit, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, within Fury, Coulson, Skye, and Hawkeye were attentively observing the live broadcast. The expressions on their faces were grave, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, each eager to witness the outcome of the battle before sharing their opinions. Pierce, seated behind the director's desk, watched the live feed on his computer. Upon seeing the lizard man make his appearance, he could not help but exclaim to Crossbones, "Ah, it seems our Mr. Lizard is far more formidable than that so-called Spider-Man. Haven't you located his lair? Why has there been a conflict resulting in casualties? Most importantly, why was there no consensus reached?" After a brief pause, Pierce continued, "I do not care what methods you employ. I must obtain the secret behind his mutation. Do you understand, my dear Mr. Crossbones?" Brock, feeling both shame and anger, nodded in agreement and exited Pierce's office, immediately reaching out to Hydra personnel to prepare for the capture of the lizard. Connors. On the walls of Oscorp Tower, Connors was rapidly scaling towards the top floor, trailed by Parker, who incessantly berated him. The two figures, illuminated by the helicopter's spotlight, were clearly visible to the crowd 100 meters away. Although Connors did not ascend with extraordinary speed, each climb shattered the glass beneath him, forcing Parker to dodge the falling shards while vociferously cursing Connors. Jiujiao sprinted through the stairwell, acutely aware that Parker alone could not triumph over Connors. She resolved not to let Parker face Connors by himself, lest it lead to the successful release of the gene serum. As Connors ascended to the rooftop of the towering edifice, he cast a glance over his shoulder at the throng of onlookers in the distance, then tilted his head upward to behold the helicopter hovering some 30 meters away. Lowering his gaze once more, he noticed Spider-Man scaling the building towards him. With a fierce roar, he charged towards the spire on the rooftop. His objective was to install the genetic serum and activate it before Spider-Man and Jiujiao could thwart him. Only then would the ultimate confrontation between himself, Spider-Man, and Jiujiao commence. As the lizard vanished from view, Parker felt a surge of urgency, propelling himself upward with frantic agility. Simultaneously, Jiujiao burst forth from the stairwell. Their eyes locked momentarily before both turned to the center of the rooftop. There, Connors was already ascending the iron tower. And without a second thought, Jiujiao and Parker hastened to follow suit. Reaching the base of the tower, they gazed upward to see Connors had reached the platform, retrieving a thick serum vial from his satchel. Already commencing the installation in a swift and synchronized motion, Jiujiao and Parker climbed the tower with fervor, intent on intercepting Connors before he could activate the device. Their movements were swift, and just as Connors secured the serum and prepared to input the password on his computer, they emerged onto the platform, one on each side. Upon noticing their arrival, Connors realized that unless he eliminated them, he would never input the code to initiate the mechanism. His eyes blazed crimson with fury as he roared, "You two little pests are everywhere, thwarting my plans time and time again. I will annihilate you." In an astonishing turn, Connors charged directly at Jiujiao first. Why Jiujiao, bemused, thought to himself, "Aren't you supposed to loathe Spider-Man the most? Why come after me first?" He had forgotten that it was he who had been responsible for humiliating Connors in school, making him the target of Connors' ire. Fortunately, the limited space of the platform constrained Connors' movements, and his massive form hindered his agility in combat. Conversely, Jiujiao was able to fully exploit his close-quarters combat skills. As Connors lunged at Jiujiao, his clawed hand aimed for a direct strike. But Jiujiao, instead of retreating, advanced, evading Connors' grasp and maneuvering beneath him. With a powerful upward thrust of his elbow, he struck with a resounding thud against Connors' groin. Connors let out a piercing scream, his eyes bulging in shock as his body bent involuntarily, hands instinctively shielding his vulnerable area. Clearly, even in his transformed state as the lizard, his lower body remained a critical weakness. Though Jiujiao's strike did not obliterate Connors' manhood, the excruciating pain was enough to halt his assault. While Connors paused, Jiujiao seized the opportunity. As Connors protected his groin, Jiujiao swiftly darted between his legs, rising to deliver a powerful shoulder charge against Connors' lower back. With his body leaning forward, Connors struggled to maintain his balance, only to be abruptly propelled off the platform by Jiujiao, plummeting from a height of 5 meters before crashing onto the rooftop with a thunderous impact that reverberated through the floor. Jiujiao, unable to withstand the recoil, was jolted backward. Had it not been for the iron tower behind him, he too would have fallen. Parker, poised to launch an attack on the lizard man from behind, witnessed the creature being sent tumbling by Jiujiao. Just as he prepared to shoot webs in pursuit, he heard Jiujiao's voice ring out, "I will handle him. You take that damn gene serum out first, lest we encounter unforeseen complications." With that, Jiujiao adeptly descended to the rooftop, utilizing the crossbeam of the iron tower. At that moment, Connors had also risen from the ground, gazing upward to see Parker extracting the gene serum he had installed, which ignited a furious rage within him. With a roar, he charged towards the iron tower, only to be thwarted by Jiujiao, who defiantly raised his middle finger in provocation. Connors, unable to contain his wrath, realized that to execute his plan, he must eliminate these two detestable individuals. Thus, with another furious roar, his eyes ablaze, he lunged at Jiujiao. Prepared this time, Jiujiao adopted a combat stance, awaiting Connor's advance. Despite Connor's formidable defensive capabilities post-transformation, vulnerable areas still existed, such as the lower abdomen, eyes, temples, and heart. A powerful blow to these regions, even if not immediately lethal, could induce a momentary pause due to pain. This was the outcome Jiujiao sought. Having come to this realization after a previous close-quarters strike in the past, he had been misled by Connor's defensive prowess, mistakenly believing that without breaking through his defenses, he could not inflict serious injury. This was a fundamental error. It is well known in Chinese martial arts that many techniques emphasize avoiding heavy strikes while seeking to exploit weaknesses to defeat an opponent. Indeed, despite Connor's fierce charge and apparent might, Jiujiao, leveraging his mid-level combat master skills, effortlessly evaded Connor's assault, subsequently targeting his vulnerable areas with decisive blows. Under Parker's astonished gaze, Jiujiao maneuvered around Connor's like a relentless parasite, closely adhering to Connor's towering form. He deftly circled him, delivering repeated strikes to the soft flesh of Connor's lower body, sides, armpits, and knees. Each powerful hit elicited pained howls from Connors. Although he appeared uninjured, he found himself thoroughly outmatched and unable to retaliate. The pain resonated most acutely with Connors. Despite his transformed state affording him extraordinary defenses, the agony from those specific areas was simply unbearable. Yet, what instilled the most profound terror within him was the realization that with each devastating blow dealt by Jiujiao, he sensed his transformation weakening. If this continued, he would inevitably revert to his pre-transformation state. This was a prospect that Connor was utterly unwilling to accept. Consequently, Connor was consumed by a rage so intense that he disregarded the pain inflicted upon his vulnerable areas by Jiujiao's strikes, resolutely determined to retaliate with his claws and tail, regardless of the suffering he endured. Connor was convinced that no matter how agile or formidable Jiujiao appeared, her resilience to damage could not be exceedingly robust. If he could manage to land a single strike on her, she would lose her capacity for movement and could be slain by his hand. In truth, this belief held some merit. Despite Jiujiao's physical prowess being rated at 7.5, her actual resistance to impact was not as formidable as one might presume. It was not merely the bullets that could harm her. Even blades could slice through her skin and muscle, inflicting grievous injuries. The prospect of being struck by a heavy object would undoubtedly result in severe internal damage. As Connor recklessly assaulted her, Jiujiao grew increasingly cautious, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow Connor to land a blow. Such trepidation inevitably restricted her movements, which was untenable. While evading Connor's attacks, she called out loudly, "Spider-Man, come down and lend a hand. This guy has gone insane." Upon hearing her plea, Parker, still in a moment of stupor, quickly regained his senses. He clumsily secured the gene serum tube he was unsure how to handle with webbing to the iron tower's beam before leaping down from the platform. With Parker's involvement, Connor could no longer maintain his prior ferocity. Parker remained at a distance, using his webs to hinder Connor's assaults. Whenever Connor attempted to swipe at Jiujiao, Parker would skillfully shoot webbing onto his claws, subsequently pulling on the strands to restrict his movements. Although Connor would eventually sever the webbing with his other hand, the attack would be rendered entirely ineffective, allowing Jiujiao to capitalize on the moment and deliver a powerful strike to his lower body. This chain reaction left Connor entirely ensnared in a passive state of receiving blows, reduced to futilely emitting anguished howls. The sound of such cries emanating from his massive frame was indeed heartrending, prompting Parker to feel a twinge of sympathy, even causing the action of shooting webs to slow. This infuriated Jiujiao, who deftly evaded Connor's claw aimed at her head. In exasperation, she berated Parker. "Focus, Parker. We haven't won yet. Do you wish for me to perish beneath his claws, transforming all of New York into monsters?" Startled by her words, Parker shuddered involuntarily, the horrifying implications striking him with dread. Abandoning any remnants of sympathy, he urgently exclaimed, "Oh no. I was wrong. I will take this seriously." With renewed focus, the unfortunate target became Connor, who, despite his prowess, found himself firmly restrained, enduring Jiujiao's relentless onslaught. At this moment, Connors felt his transformation becoming increasingly unstable, teetering on the brink of complete reversion to his former self. Fear gripped him. The once malevolent thoughts of eliminating Jiujiao and Spider-Man faded away. All he could think about was escaping this place and returning to the safety of his underground lair. Unfortunately, just as he turned to flee, his intentions were keenly sensed by Jiujiao. Seizing the opportunity as Connors pivoted away and approached the edge of the rooftop, she deftly shot 2 strands of webbing that ensnared his legs. In the next instant, Jiujiao shouted, "Spider-Man!" He is trying to escape. Quickly, wrap his legs with webbing and restrain him. Parker, quick to respond, followed suit, launching 2 more strands of webbing that entangled Connors' legs. While the strength of the webbing alone could not fully restrain Connors, it effectively impeded his movements, rendering his escape impossible. In a synchronized display of teamwork, Jiujiao and Parker unleashed a flurry of webbing, not only restricting Connors' actions but also deploying smaller webs that adhered to his claws as he bent down in a futile attempt to sever the strands. It must be acknowledged that Spider-Man's webbing is indeed a formidable skill. Although it lacks lethality, it serves as an exceptionally effective means of restraint. As the webbing multiplied, Connors found himself unable to resist. In less than a minute, he was thoroughly ensnared in a dense mass of strands. Observing this turn of events, Jiujiao was puzzled as to why Connors was so easily subdued this time compared to their previous encounter at school. The explanation was straightforward. During their initial confrontation, Connors had never considered fleeing by indirect combat. Even if Jiujiao and Parker attempted to ensnare him with webbing, he could have easily torn it apart. However, the current scenario was markedly different. He was frightened by the two and desperate to escape, making it nearly impossible for him to react in time to sever the strands. While it was true that Connors possessed immense strength capable of breaking free from a few strands, it was akin to snapping a single chopstick. A solitary chopstick or even a handful could be easily broken, but what of dozens or hundreds? Moreover, countless webs further restricted his claws. Once fully ensnared, a wave of sorrow and despair surged through Connor's heart. When he let out a cry of anguish, he was caught off guard as Jiujiao, seeing him completely subdued, charged towards him. She was resolute in her intentions. If she did not eliminate Connors now, he could still produce innumerable genetic serums. While the threat posed by the U.S. government and SHIELD was manageable, one must not forget the existence of Hydra. If Connors were to fall into their hands, how many more lizard men could be created? If one Connors posed such a challenge, how could she possibly contend with many? The task was completed. Therefore, Jiujiao's objective was straightforward: to take advantage of the moment while Connors was defenseless, to eliminate Connors, and to deny Hydra any opportunity to acquire the genetic serum. One should not underestimate Hydra's capabilities. Even the enigmatic and formidable SHIELD has been infiltrated by them. The number of Hydra operatives within the ranks of legislators, courts, and prisons is enough to send shivers down Jiujiao's spine. His movements were so swift that even Parker, who was at his side, could not react in time to intervene, let alone George, who was still in the helicopter, fantasizing about capturing Connors alive. He was utterly incapable of stopping it. Jiujiao dashed towards the restrained Connors. He collided violently with Connors' back, producing a thunderous crash. In an instant, Jiujiao was propelled backward with greater speed than he had advanced, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Connors' massive form was sent hurtling off the rooftop, plummeting over 100 meters to the earth below. The onlookers, witnessing the colossal white figure soaring from the rooftop, recognized the familiar, earth-shattering roar, immediately understanding that it was the terrifying lizard creature that had fallen. The people of New York did not ponder deeply. They merely understood that the monster had been struck down. At such a height, the lizard man would undoubtedly perish. Cheers erupted from the crowd, followed by resounding applause. Oh, Spider-Man, the masked hero, Spider-Man, the masked hero. Clearly, the crowd was uncertain how to address Jiujiao, who donned a hood and helmet, and thus resorted to calling him the masked hero. And of course, Jiujiao was far from pleased with this moniker. But he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Suspended in midair, Connors found himself ensnared in webs, watching helplessly as the ground loomed ever closer. He could only emit a futile, beastly wail of despair. The lizard genes within him were rapidly dissipating. In mere moments, the lizard-like skin of his left hand began to disintegrate, revealing his severed arm, followed by his right hand, legs, and ultimately his torso and head. By the time he reverted to his human form, he was merely 10 meters from the ground. Gazing in terror at the rapidly approaching earth, Connors ceased his cries, his expression turning blanked in that moment. His lost humanity resurfaced, revealing a glimmer of relief within his dazed eyes. With a resounding crash, Connor's body slammed into the ground, blood splattering in all directions, staining the once pristine white webs with vivid crimson. His body appeared devoid of bones, collapsing limply like a heap of flesh, utterly devoid of life. The same moment, a notification echoed in Jiujiao's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the world task. Eliminate Dr. Lizard and prevent Dr. Connors from releasing the viral serum. Task completed. Reward, 5,000 experience points. Mechanical dog weapon modification blueprint 1. Prompt. The host's level has increased. The current level is 12. Strength and stamina each increase by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility each increase by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. Please check the details yourself. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiujiao realized that Connors had perished, and he was no longer willing to linger in that place. He stepped forward, grasped Parker, who was still in shock over Connor's death, and exclaimed, "Spider-Man, do you intend to remain here, basking in the cheers of the people of New York and facing the inquiries of the police? If that is the case, I shall not be responsible for your departure." At these words, Parker snapped out of his stupor. The mask obscured his expression, but Jiujiao could perceive the labored breaths emanating from him. Momentarily taken aback, Jiujiao quickly realized that Parker, after all, was not like him. It was unreasonable to expect such decisiveness in someone who was merely 16. This was Parker's first experience as an accomplice in murder, a fact that weighed heavily on him, even though Connors had transformed into a monstrous creature. After a brief silence, Jiujiao understood that this was not the moment for comforting Parker. So he released his grip on him and took a step back, saying, "Spider-Man, take care of yourself. Farewell." At that moment, a sense of disappointment washed over Jiujiao, a sorrow stemming from the realization that Parker, whom he had come to regard as a future ally, did not comprehend him. It even sparked a fleeting thought of going solo in the future. Without hesitation, Jiujiao dashed to the back of the building, shooting a web to firmly anchor it to the rooftop. Using the webbing from his wrist, he swiftly descended to the ground level. Fortunately, he had evacuated quickly, and the police had not yet reacted, sparing him from interrogation or the more likely possibility of being detained. Unlike Spider-Man, who could swing through the skies of New York at will, Jiujiao needed to retreat to the ground to avoid a perilous fall. He felt fortunate that George was still lost in the euphoria of vanquishing the lizard. Moreover, neither Hild nor Hydra had intervened, with not even a minimal effort to send personnel. With Sky's assistance, Jiujiao reached the ground and, capitalizing on the ensuing chaos, vanished into the streets. Only after Jiujiao had departed did Parker regain his senses. He approached the edge of the rooftop, hoping to glimpse the lizard's lifeless form below. As Spider-Man's red and blue figure appeared at the rooftop's edge, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Hearing the adulation of the masses, Parker's vanity was momentarily satisfied. Truth be told, he relished the acclaim and applause from the people. Yet this time, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him, for he was acutely aware that he had not been the one to slay the lizard, despite playing a pivotal role in the ordeal. In that moment, he began to question whether he had made a grave mistake. With this thought in mind, Parker felt a profound sense of guilt towards Jiujiao, and he lost all desire to revel in the cheers and applause of the crowd. In the next moment, Parker dashed towards the distant building, leaping from the rooftop and swinging towards Jiujiao's residence with the aid of his web. Fortunately, Jiujiao had long advised Sky to find a way to erase any trace of their presence, allowing them to elude Shield for as long as necessary. Shortly after Jiujiao returned home, Parker arrived at her doorstep. True to form, he once again took an unconventional route, slipping through the window of Jiujiao's bedroom. Observing Jiujiao, who had resumed her usual demeanor and regarded him with an indifferent expression, Parker found himself at a loss. It was perplexing. His usual loquaciousness had vanished, and he lacked even the courage to remove his mask. Dejected, he stood there, unsure of where to place his hands and mumbling incoherently, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that." Upon witnessing his demeanor, Jiujiao instantly comprehended the reason behind Parker's distress and forgave him for his misunderstanding. Yet, she felt constrained in her ability to communicate extensively with him. It was impossible to divulge to Parker that she was aware of the continued existence of Hydra, and should Connors survive, if Hydra were to acquire the formula for the genetic serum, the odds of defeating them would not only jeopardize their lives but could potentially threaten the entire Avengers team. The mere thought was terrifying. An emergence of hundreds or even thousands of lizard-like monstrosities, each possessing strength surpassing that of the extraterrestrial adversaries that had invaded Marvel. Such a vision was both exquisite and horrifying. Furthermore, there loomed numerous formidable foes that New York would have to confront in the future, including the Celestials, aliens, sentient robotic life forms, the cosmic tyrant Thanos, and his formidable Black Order, among countless others. These were truths that Jiujiao could not unveil to Parker at this juncture. After all, regardless of his prowess, Parker was merely a high school student. The weight of such pressure would likely be unbearable for the current Spider-Man, who would not possess the same capacity for discretion. Should HILD discover the extent of her knowledge, how could she possibly explain it? Would they regard her as a time-traveling extraterrestrial and imprison her? There is a saying, how could you know of events that have not transpired? Are you the mastermind behind them? Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Jiujiao was resolute in her desire to remain concealed until her own strength could overpower these forces. With a sigh, she reached out, grasping Parker's arm and guiding him to sit on the bed. "Parker," she began, "I understand that you do not condone my actions in eliminating those individuals. Just as with Kingpin back then, so too with the Lizard now. I do not wish to provide an explanation. All I can convey to you is this. I am not a person driven by a thirst for bloodshed. If it were possible, I would prefer not to take lives indiscriminately, even those of villains. Have you forgotten what I once told you? With great power comes great responsibility?" At her words, Parker lifted his gaze, looking earnestly at Yi Jiujiao as he replied, "No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand." As I beheld the throngs of individuals cheering for us, a realization dawned upon me. I was mistaken, and you were right. Let him be. I shuddered to contemplate the dreadful calamity he might inflict upon others. Rest assured, although I am currently grappling with the concept of murder. Oh no, it is the extermination of monsters. I shall learn to adapt. Trust me. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Parker would come to such an understanding so swiftly. However, he did not expect Parker to master the art of killing so soon. Why he gazed at Parker for a while before articulating his thoughts. "Parker, I hold no resentment towards you, nor do I expect you to adapt to my situation so rapidly. Please, remain silent and allow me to speak." Interrupting Parker, who was eager to continue his explanation, he proceeded. "I intend to leave school tomorrow, and I have devised my rationale. It stems from the dual impact of my parents' tragic accident and the lizard monster's assault on our campus, which have adversely affected my mental state. I require professional assistance to address these psychological issues. However, you need not follow in my footsteps. You are different. You have Aunt May and your beloved Gwen. Moreover, your academic performance is commendable, and it would be a shame for you to leave school. I need you to remain here and focus on your studies." Pausing for a moment, disregarding Parker's urgent attempt to remove his mask and explain himself, he continued, "Parker, we must exercise caution for a while. Our presence will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. While you continue to champion justice, you must be vigilant and avoid revealing your true identity. As for me, I shall take great care to remain concealed. Rest assured, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, I will emerge to assist you." With that, he took hold of Parker, who had no chance to speak, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Enough now, it is quite late, and you ought to return." Afterward, he guided Parker to the window, stating, "Come now, Parker. You should head home. We can discuss matters tomorrow." As Parker found himself at the window, he understood that he genuinely wished for him to depart, and with reluctance, he squeezed his body through the opening, turning back to say, "We are still friends and close comrades, right?" At those words, he felt a sudden jolt. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, he hurriedly dispelled that notion from his mind and playfully smacked Parker on his rear, which had inadvertently elevated due to his bending posture. With a crisp sound echoing in the air, he firmly declared, "Indeed, Parker, we are the best of friends and steadfast allies. Now go, for I wish to retire." Parker, receiving the playful slap from Yi, felt no anger. Instead, he broke into a joyful grin, believing that only true friends would engage in such intimate gestures. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the window and dashed towards home. As she gazed at the departing figure of Parker, clad in a striking blend of red and blue, Yi Jiujiao couldn't help but smile wryly. Murmuring to herself, "Still just a child with that," she returned to her bedside and reclined, finally affording herself the time to access her status panel. Name: Yi Jiujiao. Age: 16. Occupation: mechanical hunter. Level: 12, 12,000. Attributes: Strength: 8 Stamina, 8 Intelligence, 14 Spirit, 14 Agility, 14 Speed, 22 ms Energy, 1400. Recovery rate: 14 points minute. Professional talents: 1. Intermediate Combat Master 2. Intermediate Mechanical Master. Pets: Mechanical Dogs, Werewolves 2. Mount: Swift Wind Special Space. Mechanical Manufacturing Space 1000 square meters, Traps 30, Spider Silk, Mechanical Flies 10 Blueprints, Mechanical Dog Modification Weapon Blueprint 1 Special Permissions, 0 Note. Time-Space Travel Function remaining 0 times, reflecting on her newly enhanced strength of 8. Jiujiao began to examine the newly acquired Mechanical Dog Modification Weapon Blueprint. In truth, the blueprint did not signify any substantial alteration. It merely added a barrel capable of firing bullets within the mechanical dog's mouth. However, one should not underestimate this barrel, for thanks to the system's advanced technology, there was no concern regarding the barrel overheating from prolonged firing. As long as there were sufficient bullets, the mechanical dog could transform into a persistent and formidable artillery platform. Eager to witness the modified appearance of her mechanical dogs, Jiujiao swiftly immersed her consciousness into the mechanical space, transferring both werewolves from the pet space into the mechanical domain. After utilizing a considerable amount of materials and expending half of her energy, the brand new mechanical dogs were born. Now, werewolf number 1 and number 2 appeared unchanged at first glance, yet upon opening their mouths, a barrel would emerge. As long as the werewolves accepted her commands, they would unleash a barrage of 20 rounds per second upon targets within 100 meters. What delighted Jiujiao even more was that the werewolves did not require ordinary ammunition. Instead, they utilized energy bullets entirely composed of energy. Of course, with such a significant energy consumer added to the mix, the werewolves could now store up to 300 energy points at once. Fortunately, Jiujiao's current energy cap stood at 1400, with a recovery rate of 14 points per second, making it more than sufficient for the 2 werewolves. Of this, 100 energy points were necessary for the werewolves' daily operations, while the remaining 200 energy points translated into a staggering 20,000 energy bullets. In other words, 200 energy points would convert within the werewolves into a 100-fold storage capacity for bullets. Certainly, this is not the ultimate limit of the werewolf. Jiujiao firmly believes that as long as she obtains the blueprints in the future, she can continue to upgrade the werewolf and acquire even more formidable capabilities. In the void of space, werewolf number 1 and number 2 fired upon a 10mm thick steel plate, serving as a hypothetical target. The results were highly satisfactory to Jiujiao. Although each werewolf could only sustain fire for less than 17 minutes under full power, this was more than sufficient. Let us not forget that Jiujiao could replenish the werewolf's energy at any moment. In other words, as long as her energy was not depleted, the werewolves were akin to 2 unceasing artillery platforms. Moreover, the potency of these energy projectiles further delighted Jiujiao, for the energy bullets from the werewolf could penetrate a 10mm steel plate within 100 meters. Such formidable power afforded Jiujiao a measure of self-protection in the face of numerous adversities. After meticulously replenishing the energy expended by the werewolves, she retreated to the pet space, contentedly drifting into slumber. The following day, accompanied by Parker, Jiujiao arrived at school. Throughout the journey, Parker could not help but mock Jiujiao's current appearance. There was no other reason. In an effort to lend more credence to her excuse, Jiujiao had intentionally neglected her usual meticulous grooming. Instead, she adopted a slightly disheveled and lethargic demeanor, her clothes deliberately wrinkled, hair tousled, and even the corners of her eyes adorned with remnants of sleep. Indeed, in this state, Jiujiao appeared as though she had suffered from insomnia and was under considerable mental strain. After bidding farewell to Parker at school, Jiujiao feigned a lackluster and weary disposition as she made her way directly to the principal's office. Outside the office, she rapped gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock echoed through the air, and from within came the principal's voice. Enter. Jiujiao turned the doorknob and squeezed through the partially open door, immediately spotting 2 individuals seated across from each other at the desk. The principal occupied the chair facing the door, while a man dressed in a black suit sat with his back to Jiujiao. The man appeared quite slender. From his silhouette, Jiujiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For his hair was not long but rather short, a hairstyle rather uncommon among Americans. Just then, the man turned to face Jiujiao. Her heart skipped a beat, but being seasoned in the field, she managed to display an appropriately surprised expression upon seeing him. Upon noticing Jiujiao's entrance and her demeanor, the principal could not suppress a hint of disdain, bluntly remarking, "Which grade are you in? Why do you neglect your appearance in such a manner?" In response, Jiujiao adopted a feeble and fearful countenance, her face contorted in a pained expression as she stammered, "I apologize, Principal Dale. I am Jiujiao." And, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Dale's irritable interjection. "I do not wish to know. Leave, tidy up your clothes and hair, and then return to speak with me." Jiujiao recoiled in fear, instinctively shrinking back, and before the principal could finish his discourse, he softly interjected,
Yes, I apologize, Principal. I believe I am unfit to continue my studies at this school. My parents have just passed away, and yesterday, I encountered that dreadful creature again. I cannot endure this any longer. As he spoke, anguish, trepidation, and lingering horror enveloped Jiujiao's countenance, his gaze pleadingly fixed on the principal, as if awaiting a response. Upon hearing this, Dale displayed a flicker of apprehension, not because of the lizard-like monster, for he was well aware of the commotion from the previous night and knew that the creature was deceased. His concern lay in the prospect of such incidents recurring at the school, making it difficult to provide a satisfactory explanation to the students' parents. Observing Jiujiao's expression and considering his Chinese heritage, Dale found himself too fatigued to offer any words of persuasion. After a moment's hesitation, he donned a sympathetic demeanor and gently reassured him, "Very well. I understand, my child. After all, anyone who undergoes such a series of events in a short span of time could hardly bear it." Pausing briefly, Dale continued, "Yi, is it? I grant you temporary leave from school to recuperate at home. The school and I will await your return to health. Now, I have matters to attend to. You may go. I will inform your teachers of this decision." In response, Jiujiao did not exhibit joy but instead revealed a semblance of melancholy and reluctance. He bowed respectfully to Dale before timidly approaching the office door, cautiously opening it and stepping out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Throughout this interaction, a man had been observing Jiujiao intently, refraining from uttering a single word. Once Jiujiao exited the office, the man's eyes betrayed a hint of barely perceptible confusion. Once outside, Jiujiao maintained his brisk pace, resembling a frightened child, and left the school without hesitation. It was only upon entering a narrow alley and ascertaining that no one was following him that he straightened his posture and muttered in frustration, "Damn it! What terrible luck to have encountered Coulson in Dale's office. Thank goodness my acting skills held up. Otherwise, I would have been exposed with that." Jiujiao walked on, lost in thought that it appeared that Fury had already turned his attention to the school. Thus he needed to be more discreet. Given Fury and Coulson's astuteness, they would soon identify several suspicious individuals, and he would inevitably fall under scrutiny. Should he perhaps alert Parker to be cautious? This thought prompted a weary sigh from Jiujiao. Not only Parker, but even he himself would find it challenging to evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation. Therefore, the only viable course of action was to maintain a low profile. He must avoid revealing his capabilities under S.H.I.E.L.'s watchful EYE.AS for Parker. As long as he did not seek him out when transformed into Spider-Man, he believed that no significant issues would arise. Realizing that this was not a viable solution, Jiujiao walked home with a grim expression, resolutely setting a goal for himself. He must swiftly level up and enhance his abilities. For the time being, he would lie low. Indeed, strength was the very foundation upon which he could secure his existence in this world. Only by possessing power formidable enough to instill fear in the S.H.I.E.L.D. could he act freely, unencumbered by their interference. Naturally, Jiujiao was also aware that this would inevitably lead to being monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. He had prepared himself mentally for this eventuality during his battle with Connors at school. At worst, aside from procuring essential living supplies, he could remain holed up at home. This was Jiujiao's last resort, a necessary measure to avoid being discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. all, while ensuring his strength was sufficient for self-preservation. When school let out in the afternoon, Parker indeed arrived at Jiujiao's residence. It was evident to Jiujiao that unfamiliar figures were already surveilling his home. With a sense of agitation, he ushered Parker into his room, and once they settled on the sofa in the living room, Jiujiao addressed Parker. "Parker, we have become the subject of suspicion. From now on, you must refrain from donning your Spider-Man suit when you visit me. Do you understand?" Parker, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? I'm not quite following you." At this, Jiujiao felt an urge to thump Parker on the head, reflecting on how unaware Parker remained of the mysterious forces at play in their world. After a moment of contemplation, Jiujiao refrained from acting on his impulse and instead sighed, "Today, when I went to school to discuss withdrawing with Dale, I encountered a man in a black suit. I have access to certain channels of information, and I know who he is. He belongs to the most enigmatic organization in the United States, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? You can simply refer to them as HILD." Pausing to observe Parker's still bewildered expression, Jiujiao continued, "You don't need to know the origins or capabilities of this organization. Just understand that we are under their watch. As you know, although my intentions are for the good of this country, I have taken a life. Therefore, you may continue to wear your Spider-Man suit and uphold justice, while I must remain hidden. Do you comprehend?" With this clarification, Parker began to grasp the situation. He did not wish for his good friend Jiujiao to be imprisoned. Although he struggled to accept the notion of killing, he did not oppose Jiujiao's actions of retaliatory violence, naturally siding with his friend. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Parker nodded earnestly and said, "All right, I understand." Afterward, Parker slipped back into his usual chatterbox mode and inquired, "So, what are your plans moving forward? Must one continue to conceal oneself in such a manner indefinitely?" Upon hearing this, Jiujiao had no intention of revealing her secret to Parker. Adopting a demeanor of nonchalance, she nestled deeply into the sofa and languidly remarked, "I have no such plans. I am not a superhero. I will not engage in punishing the nefarious like you do. I lack such greatness and leisure. I merely desire a semblance of safety in my surroundings." Parker, perplexed by Jiujiao's words, found it difficult to comprehend why she would shy away from what he deemed an intriguing pursuit, punishing those who commit wrongs. Noticing Parker's confusion, Jiujiao refrained from offering explanations, hoping only that he would not appear before her clad in his Spider-Man attire. Although such a course of action might still arouse suspicion from SHIELD without tangible evidence, they would not take action against her for the time being. What she required most was time. Given a few months of respite, she believed her strength would reach unprecedented heights. With a vast army of mechanical companions at her disposal, she would no longer fear the inevitable outcome would be that Fury, confronted with her formidable power, would have no choice but to coexist peacefully with her, perhaps even seeking her assistance in crucial moments. Before long, Parker regained his composure, and the two settled into their roles, one as the listener and the other as the storyteller, recounting tales from school. It was not until nearly 5 o'clock that Jiujiao gently ushered Parker out. Reluctantly, he departed from her home, returning to his own abode in the days that followed. Jiujiao remained alone at home, save for Parker's visits after school for conversation. Naturally, L.D.'s surveillance of Jiujiao had not been lifted, and Parker was unwittingly part of it. Upon realizing that she was being monitored, Parker's keen instincts alerted him to the presence of watchers around his own home. This revelation prompted him to temper his usual exuberance, refraining from donning his Spider-Man costume for reckless escapades. His concern was not for his own identity's exposure, but rather that any revelation of his own could inadvertently compromise Jiujiao's safety. Jiujiao, aware of Parker's recent restraint, felt a swell of gratitude, understanding that he was protecting her in his own subtle way, despite his silence. Days swiftly passed, and January 31st arrived, the final day of the month. All day long, Jiujiao was enveloped in a state of exhilaration, for shortly after midnight, it was likely to be the moment of her second temporal journey, and no longer would she need to languish in her home. She could finally enhance her capabilities through the world of missions. After bidding farewell to Parker following their afternoon chat, she prepared a sumptuous dinner and retreated early to her bedroom. Bored, she retrieved the communication device that Sky had entrusted to her. As soon as she produced it, the screen flickered incessantly. Placing the earphones in her ears, she connected the call. The next moment, Sky's melodious voice filled her ears with a complaint. "Damn it, Hidden. It has been quite some time since you last reached out to me. I was beginning to think you had forgotten about me, humph." After listening to Sky's grievances, Jiujiao finally elucidated. "Sky, I believe you are already aware, aren't you? SHIELD has taken notice of me. Do you think I can still venture out as freely as before?" Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the earphones. Perhaps others might be oblivious to the significance of SHIELD, but as a top-tier hacker, Sky was certainly not uninformed. There was a time when she too had garnered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Had she not promptly severed her internet connection, she would have been invited for tea long ago. The sound of Sky's slightly hurried breaths filled the earphones, and Jiujiao recognized that Sky harbored a deep-seated fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, she endeavored to offer reassurance. "Sky, there is no need for you to worry. I am not afraid of S.H.I.L.D. in the slightest. As long as I exercise caution, they cannot do anything to me. You need not fret about your safety. I will ensure you remain concealed. Trust me. We are comrades who can rely on one another, are we not?" After a moment of silence in the earphones, Sky's voice, tinged with excitement, broke through. "I trust you. Yi. Is there anything you need me to do? I can assist you." Jiujiao shook her head in response, saying, "Not at the moment, but you could utilize the cameras around my home to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel. Should anything arise, you can promptly inform me. Thank you in advance, Sky." Hearing this, Sky felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing she was still of use to Jiujiao. With a cheerful tone, she replied, "No problem. This is my specialty, isn't it? You can leave it to me." Jiujiao, feeling relieved as well, replied, "All right, I entrust this to you, Sky. If you find yourself in need of anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I can send some funds your way. Upon hearing this, Sky's spirits lifted considerably. To be honest, she had nearly exhausted the funds Jiujiao had previously provided, and had long been contemplating reaching out for more, albeit with some trepidation. Without further hesitation, she promptly began to relay her needs over the earphones. Jiujiao felt a sense of helplessness. She had little interest in the items Sky wished to purchase. However, now was not the time to send her money. Everything would have to wait until she ventured into the task world later that evening. After engaging in casual conversation with Sky for about an hour, Jiujiao finally ended the call, despite Sky's relentless chatter. Reclining on her bed, Jiujiao closed her eyes to rest, striving to attune her state to its optimal condition in preparation for the imminent journey into the next realm. Finally, the clock struck midnight, and Jiujiao heard the long-awaited voice of the system. Host, your 1-month cooldown for time travel has concluded. Would you like to commence this round of temporal traversal? Excitedly, Jiujiao sprang from his bed and stood upon the ground, addressing the system with fervor. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Let us commence, system. The system replied, affirmative, host. Time-space traversal commencing. Traversal in progress. Completion achieved. The realm you have entered is that of Biohazard, where you may reside for a duration of 1 year. As the words faded, Jiujiao found himself in a lush forest. Raising his gaze, he beheld a solitary villa nestled amidst the trees, one that seemed remarkably familiar. Was it not the very villa from the hive at the onset of Biohazard? Arriving here, Jiujiao instinctively understood the purpose of his journey. The system had intentionally guided him to acquire an intelligent life form, the Red Queen. As for the implications of obtaining the Red Queen, Jiujiao harbored a vague suspicion, though verification would only come after his acquisition. With this thought in mind, Jiujiao retrieved his equipment from the spatial realm and donned it. In truth, there was little else to consider. He wore a puncture-resistant combat suit, his visage adorned with a wind chaser helmet, a precautionary measure against potential bites from the undead. His hands were ensconced in gloves crafted from the same fabric as his suit, and a mechanical crossbow rested upon his back, its magazine filled with steel ball rounds, prepared for the inevitable encounter with the 500 undead within the hive. To further bolster his defenses, Jiujiao summoned 2 battle wolves from his pet space, positioning them protectively before him. With his gear meticulously arranged, Jiujiao set forth towards the villa, unaware that his arrival had already been detected by Umbrella Corporation surveillance. Observing the indistinct figure of Jiujiao and the extraordinary mechanical creature by his side piqued the interest of Kane, a high-ranking official within Umbrella. This was a consequence of Jiujiao's habitual thought patterns, as he had not considered this possibility. Despite the hive being under the control of the Red Queen, it remained Umbrella's property, and the surrounding cameras allowed the corporation to monitor the vicinity. While Umbrella could not exert control over the Red Queen, they could still glean insights from the cameras within the hive, a fact even the Red Queen could not obstruct. This was the very reason Alice and Matt were apprehended by Umbrella's armed personnel after their escape from the hive. Upon entering the villa, a notification resonated in Jiujiao's mind. Host has triggered Hidden Mission 1. Enter the hive and rescue the James Special Forces team. Each additional rescue will yield 500 experience points. Realizing that Alice and the Special Forces team had already infiltrated the hive, Jiujiao wasted no time. In his quest for experience, he aimed to catch up to them before they reached the laser corridor. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room of Umbrella Corporation, Kane observed Jiujiao enter the concealed passage without hesitation. A knowing smile gracing his lips, he turned to a female staff member operating the computer and instructed, "Ensure constant surveillance on this newly emerged individual. I wish to ascertain the extent of his capabilities." The beautiful female employee, though filled with confusion, dutifully acquiesced with a resounding yes, faithfully executing Kane's command as she adjusted the surrounding cameras to monitor Jiujiao's every move. Upon exiting the elevator and gazing at the familiar yet foreign tram tracks and spacious platform before her, Jiujiao helplessly summoned Werewolf No. 1 to her side, unhesitatingly mounting it and issuing a command for full-speed advance. With no other option available, as the train had already been maneuvered into the hive by Alice and her companions, it was impossible for Jiujiao to board the train to delve into the hive's depths. Thus, she could only ride the Werewolf for swift entry.in the next moment. Both werewolves sprang into action, number 2 leading the way for number 1 and Jiujiao, racing along the tracks towards the hive's inner sanctum. This scene piqued Kane's interest, as he had not anticipated the agility and intelligence exhibited by these mechanical creatures. This further fueled Kane's desire to capture Jiujiao alive, to extract the design blueprints and manufacturing methods for such beings from her. Yet, if absolutely necessary, Kane would not hesitate to eliminate Jiujiao. As long as he possessed the two werewolves, he was confident that with the technological prowess of Umbrella, he would eventually unravel the mysteries of these mechanical entities. The werewolves moved with remarkable speed, rivaling that of Lu Ming's steed, chasing wind. However, the consequence of such velocity was that Jiujiao found herself nearly overwhelmed by nausea, her rear end growing numb by the time they reached the hive's depths. Upon witnessing the empty train and the absence of Alice and her group, Jiujiao understood they had already penetrated the hive's interior. Without hesitation, she approached the platform and located the backpack left by Spence, containing the T-virus and the antidote. Boldly placing her hand upon the backpack, the next moment, Red Queen and Kane, through the cameras, beheld this unfolding scene. As an intelligent entity, Red Queen experienced a brief system glitch at the sudden disappearance of the backpack, while Kane erupted into hearty laughter, increasingly intrigued by Jiujiao. This ability led him to speculate that she possessed spatial abilities, capable of storing items within a spatial realm. Unbeknownst to Jiujiao, she had nearly exposed her secret upon merely entering the hive. Rising to her feet, a triumphant smile graced Jiujiao's lips as the system's prompt resonated once more. Congratulations, host, for completing Hidden Task 2. Acquiring T-virus serum and antidote. Reward. Experience 500. Summoning the two werewolves, Jiujiao readied her mechanical crossbow and swiftly exited the platform, charging into the depths of the hive. Inside the hive, Alice and her team were nearing the bee restaurant. With remarkable speed, Jiujiao, following the scent of her companions trailed by the werewolves, made her way directly to the bee restaurant. Upon her arrival, James was issuing orders, instructing Ryan, Matt, and JD to remain at the bee restaurant while he and the others would enter the Red Queen's control room. Alice, with her keen senses, picked up the sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor, immediately shifting her gaze towards the direction of the passage, on high alert. James also noticed Alice's transformation. While waving his hand to alert his team, he inquired of her, "What is it, Alice? Have you detected something unusual?" Alice, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the corridor, replied with a weighty yet hopeful expression, "I hear noises coming from the corridor. It seems something is approaching." Suddenly, Alice realized something and, with surprise, asked, "Haven't you all heard it?" It must be said that Alice truly embodies the protagonist of this world. Despite her body not being altered by the T-virus, she surpasses all members of James's special operations team in various abilities. As she spoke, the sounds from the corridor were finally heard by James and the others, primarily due to Jiujiao's hurried footsteps, which she had not intentionally muted. In contrast, the Wolf Warriors operated with a remarkable silence, thanks to the perfect design of their system and advanced technology. In the next moment, Wolf Warrior number 1 burst forth from the corridor, closely followed by Jiujiao and Wolf Warrior Node 2. As they emerged, Jiujiao was immediately confronted by 6 rifles aimed at her, and she heard James's warning, "Stop, raise your hands." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiujiao quickly released the mechanical crossbow and raised her hands, exclaiming, "Hey, take it easy, guys. I mean no harm." Despite this, James did not lower his guard. He continued to aim at Jiujiao while loudly demanding, "Don't move. State your identity, sir." Realizing that a peaceful resolution was unattainable without first dealing with them, Jiujiao mentally commanded the 2 wolf warriors to seize the opportunity to attack, instructing them to disarm the team without causing any fatalities. She kept her hands raised and addressed James and the others. "I come from SHIELD. I am Agent Yi. We have already received credible intelligence regarding the incidents at the hive. I will now inform you of what has transpired here." Pausing for effect and noticing a flicker of doubt in James's expression, she continued, "The T-virus being studied here has leaked. The entire laboratory has been sealed off by Red Queen, who has eliminated all personnel present. In other words, you have also become targets for Red Queen's eradication. Do you understand?" Indeed, her words ignited a flurry of emotion among James and his team. Some expressed disbelief, others anger, effectively achieving her goal of distracting them. In the next moment, both wolf warriors sprang into action, lunging towards the 6 special operations team members wielding rifles. Simultaneously, Jiujiao swiftly retreated into the corridor. Her revelation not only startled everyone present, but also caused a brief malfunction in Red Queen's systems, leaving Kane utterly astonished. He was well aware that the hive had been taken over by Red Queen, resulting in the deaths of all personnel. The decision to deploy James's special operations team into the hive was indeed aimed at shutting down the Red Queen and safely extracting her. As for this special team, Kane harbored intentions of eliminating witnesses when the time came. However, the subsequent turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone present, and Kane, through the surveillance cameras, witnessed a remarkable scene. 2 battle wolves lunged forward and charged into the special operations team, leaving the members with no time to fire a single shot. The leading figures, James and Rain, were hurled backward by the first and second battle wolves, crashing against a cultivation chamber with a resounding thud. Once they hit the ground, it took them a considerable moment to regain their composure and lift their weapons, but it was already too late. The two battle wolves moved with such swiftness that it was impossible to react. Their 2-meter-long tails lashed out like whips, sending the remaining 4 team members sprawling. Subsequently, the two battle wolves unleashed energy projectiles, striking the ground in front of the still-resisting James and Rain, effectively halting any further attempts at resistance. In the next instant, Jiujiao re-entered the scene, wielding a mechanical crossbow, and addressed the now threatened individuals. Under no circumstances do I appreciate being aimed at with firearms. All right. Now, may I speak in peace? Upon finishing her statement, she pointed the mechanical crossbow at Rain, who still harbored thoughts of rebellion, saying, "Please refrain from making any sudden movements. My crossbow and my pets, the battle wolves, have you in their sights. I presume you wouldn't wish for your demise to occur here, would you? What do you say, Captain James?" The direct address caused James's expression to darken. He relinquished his grip on his weapon, raised his hands, and slowly stood up, declaring, "Listen to her. Everyone put down your guns." At his command, the team members gradually lowered their firearms and slowly rose from the ground. After a moment's hesitation, Rain also set down her weapon, though she glared fiercely at Jiujiao. Alice observed Jiujiao with unbridled curiosity, yet she had no intention of taking action, still caught in a state of amnesia and confusion. Seeing that she had finally gained control of the situation, Jiujiao shrugged and stated, "Everything I said earlier is true. Not only are you on the Red Queen's kill list, but I am as well." With that, she lifted her gaze towards the nearby camera and inquired, "What do you say, Red Queen? Could you possibly make an appearance and meet with us?" At her words, everyone curiously turned their attention to the camera. In the next moment, a multitude of red beams projected from the camera, swiftly coalescing into the figure of a little girl, over a meter tall, entirely clad in red. Simultaneously, the assembly heard a young girl's voice asking, "Could you tell me who you are, sir? I couldn't find any information about your existence in the system, and I am quite curious as to how you are aware of everything happening here." The appearance of the Red Queen and her words left everyone present utterly astonished. From the words of the Red Queen, it became evident that Jiujiao's previous assertions were indeed true, and an involuntary wave of disdain washed over her for the crimson figure. Lion, filled with revulsion, spat vehemently and glared at the Red Queen, exclaiming, "Bah, you wretched creature! Why did you have to slay everyone here? That amounts to 500 living souls. Utter nonsense." The Red Queen, unfazed by Lion's outburst, fixated her gaze intently on Jiujiao, awaiting an explanation. Jiujiao shrugged and replied, "My organization is shrouded in mystery. Not only can you not find any information about me, but even the Umbrella Corporation is at a loss. I fully comprehend your rationale behind exterminating everyone here, however." His words instantly captivated everyone's attention. The Red Queen pressed, "But what? Is there still a loose end here?" Jiujiao nodded and continued, "Indeed. You were justified in eliminating everyone, yet you overlooked those feeble creatures. They are not so easily dispatched, nor can they be easily contained." Upon hearing this, the Red Queen seemed to grasp something, saying, "I see. You are referring to the rats, correct? Based on my calculations, there is a 90% probability that what you say is true. I apologize for my oversight." Aside from Jiujiao and Kane, who was monitoring the scene through cameras, the rest were left in a state of bewilderment. The Red Queen then continued, "I apologize, sir. I have done my utmost to avert this catastrophe, but regrettably, there were oversights. Now, since you are aware of the consequences of this event, what brings you here? Please disclose your true purpose, sir." In response, Jiujiao shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, Truly the essence of artificial intelligence. Your perspective on matters is so cold and unfeeling. As for my presence here, it is, of course, to eliminate potential hazards and to mitigate the impending disaster to the best of my abilities. After all, should this situation spiral out of control, those 500 researchers you have slain would rise as zombies, wreaking greater havoc upon humanity, would they not?" The Red Queen, after scrutinizing Jiujiao for a considerable time, finally stated, "I cannot ascertain the veracity of your words, yet I am inclined to trust you, for I have witnessed your prowess. Perhaps you could assist me in utterly vanquishing those creatures." With that, she cast a serious and scrutinizing glance at the two mechanical wolves accompanying James, seemingly placing more faith in them than in Jiujiao. In response, Jiujiao nodded with satisfaction, realizing that he had achieved half of his objective. In truth, Long before embarking on this perilous journey, Jiujiao had already formulated a rough plan in his mind. Rather than joining James and the others in a futile attempt to vanquish the Red Queen amidst the darkness and chaos of the undead, it would be far more prudent to enlist her assistance in systematically dispatching the 500 zombies in manageable batches. After all, confronting 500 zombies all at once would only allow Jiujiao to ensure his own survival, leaving the fates of the others uncertain. It is worth noting that every additional survivor translates to a potential gain of 500 experience points. Does it not? Thus, Jiujiao raised a finger and declared, "Firstly, I require your aid, Red Queen. Please inform me that you are willing to assist me in eliminating those monsters." Upon hearing this, the Red Queen nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, that is indeed the purpose of my existence. I am more than willing to assist you, as aiding you also serves to rectify the incident that has occurred here. Please, continue, sir." Jiujiao did not waver and raised a second finger. Continuing, "Secondly, you are undoubtedly most knowledgeable regarding the distribution of personnel in this area. Therefore, I request your cooperation in releasing the zombies in batches, allowing me to eliminate them. I trust this task is quite simple for you. Is it not?" In response, the Red Queen nodded, saying, "Certainly, but may I inquire, sir, how many zombies can you handle at once?" Jiujiao contemplated this for a moment, comparing the zombies of this world to those from the world of the Walking Dead. He noted that while both types moved with a certain sluggishness, the distinction lay in the fact that one required the destruction of the brain to achieve death. Indeed, even severing the head would not guarantee their demise, while the other needed only to damage both the brain and spinal cord to ensure their end. Both types exhibited an insatiable, even obsessive hunger for living flesh. However, the former did not necessitate breaking the skin to transmit the virus, as mere scratches would suffice. Moreover, the T-virus was far more terrifying than the virus from the Walking Dead, capable of infecting not only humans but also animals. Additionally, the zombies in this world were not static. They could evolve, giving rise to agile, intelligent super zombies, some even possessing extraordinary abilities. For instance, one could open its mouth to reveal a blooming chrysanthemum, extending tentacles to ensnare and kill the living. This comparative analysis constantly reminded Jiujiao of the immense peril that this world posed, far surpassing that of the Walking Dead. Furthermore, there existed a nefarious organization known as Umbrella Corporation, which posed the greatest threat to Jiujiao. Unbeknownst to him, Kane was observing with great interest, his hands clasped together and one hand stroking his smooth chin, intrigued by the collaboration between a man and a sentient AI as they devised a plan to eradicate the zombies. It was only at this moment that James and the others grasped the dire nature of the situation through the dialogue between the two. Even more terrifying was the reality that they were about to confront 500 adversaries, and these foes were no longer human, but rather horrifying monstrosities. At this moment, Jiujiao calculated the approximate number of zombies she could confront at once. Based on the lethality of the traps and the two battle wolves, she concluded that it was safest to deal with 100 zombies at a time. Thus, Jiujiao raised a finger and said with a slight shake, 100. I can clear 100 zombies in one go. That is the safest approach. If there are more, I can only ensure my own safety. Implicit in her words was the concern for the safety of everyone present, suggesting that it would be best to engage 100 at once. Upon hearing this, Hong Ho momentarily froze for several seconds, as her virtual image flickered erratically, reminiscent of an unstable signal. Even Alice and the others, who were still oblivious to the nature of zombies, gaped in disbelief at Jiujiao, as if they were listening to an absurd joke, finding it utterly surreal. Though they were still unaware of the true menace posed by the zombies, a moment's reflection would lead them to the conclusion that a normal person could never accomplish such a feat. Behind the monitors, Kane's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Jiujiao still shaking her finger on the screen. At that moment, Kane found the situation utterly ridiculous. While others might be unaware of the horror of zombies, how could he, as a member of the upper echelon of Umbrella, not understand? Not even an entire heavily armed special operations team could eliminate 100 zombies without sustaining losses, let alone in such a confined space. This only heightened Kane's curiosity about Jiujiao. He was eager to witness how she would manage to eliminate 100 zombies in one go. After a brief pause, Hong Ho recovered and continued. Although I cannot simulate how you plan to eliminate 100 zombies at once, I choose to trust you, sir. However, she paused for a moment before continuing, I must solemnly inform you, sir. Not only are there 500 zombies here, but you will also face at least 8 zombie dogs, as well as all the lit creatures in this restaurant. Given your knowledge of this place, I believe you are well aware of how formidable these two types of monsters can be. Now, please tell me, sir, do you still have confidence? Upon hearing this, Jiujiao was already well aware of the difficulties posed by these two creatures, which were even more formidable than the current zombies. Even Kane, standing in front of the surveillance screen, couldn't help but nod in agreement with Hong Ho's warning. Although he was still uncertain about the capabilities of the zombie dogs, he had ample experience with the lit creatures. He knew all too well how difficult and troublesome it was to deal with these agile monsters, which had no weaknesses apart from their heads. He was very much looking forward to how Jiujiao would tackle the lit creatures, as it would provide effective operational cases for his company's combat personnel. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Jiujiao replied, "No problem, Hong Ho. I am absolutely confident in how to deal with the zombie dogs and the lit creatures. Once we have cleared the undead from this area, I shall commence the extermination of the zombie hounds and the lick spitters." At this juncture, Jiujiao seemed to recollect something, and turned to Hong Ho to add, "Oh, I just remembered. Could you inform me how much longer you can maintain control over these lick spitters?" In response, Hong Ho spoke without a hint of hesitation. "I, too, yearn to eliminate these monstrosities. Regrettably, there are no substances in the breeding nest capable of bringing about their demise. Furthermore, I can control them for a maximum of 10 hours. Beyond that, they will awaken completely due to the absence of controlling agents, leaving me powerless. Therefore, dear sir, your time is running short." After saying this, Hong Ho appeared to recall something else and added, "Oh, I nearly forgot that they had also installed a time device upon entry. Only 2 hours were allotted, and more than half an hour has already elapsed. Your time is indeed limited, sir. It would be prudent to act swiftly." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao confidently shook her head and replied, "No, before that, we must attend to another matter." Pausing for a moment, Jiujiao continued, "Hong Ho, I believe you are well aware of who is the true instigator behind this calamity, are you not? Please speak their name." Upon hearing Jiujiao's request, Hong Ho nodded and directed her gaze towards the pensive Spence, pointing at him as she said, "Indeed, the architect of all this chaos is none other than that gentleman, Spence. He absconded with all the viruses and antidotes from the laboratory, and it was he who shattered a vial containing the virus, leading to the subsequent outbreak here. If you wish to see evidence, I can present the footage." Before she could finish her sentence, Spence seemed to recall the events rapidly, and with a speed surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he dashed towards Hong Ho's control room. However, Jiujiao had been vigilant, and at the moment he moved, she had already issued a command to Werewolf No. 2, "Eliminate him." As the command echoed, Werewolf No. 2 opened its mouth and aimed at the fleeing Spence, firing a precisely targeted energy bullet at the back of his head. In his flight, Spence suddenly lunged forward, crashing to the ground and sliding 2 meters before coming to a halt against the wall. Simultaneously, Jiujiao received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered and completed Hidden Task 3, exposing the identity of the instigator Spence and eliminating him. Experience points awarded, 1,000. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, only to see a thumb-sized hole in the back of Spence's head, emitting wisps of white smoke. Strangely, despite the size and depth of the wound, not a single drop of blood was spilled, nor was there any visible trace of the expected white brain matter. It is evident just how immense the power of the bullets fired by these mechanical beings is. At this moment, the onlookers turned in astonishment to catch a glimpse of Jiujiao, whose features remained hidden yet was nodding in satisfaction. Their gaze then shifted back to the two mechanical entities, their apprehension unmistakable. It was at this juncture that Hong Ho spoke up, exclaiming, "Impressive, sir. Your creations are truly formidable. I am beginning to believe you can effortlessly handle the zombie hounds and crawlers. If there are no further matters, I shall commence the release of those zombies, sir." In response, Jiujiao nodded and gestured towards the handcuffed Matt. Continuing, "Captain James, may we release that man from his cuffs? He is not a villain, and at this juncture, it would be unwise to keep him restrained. Otherwise, he may easily perish here." Upon hearing this, all members of the Special Operations team turned their attention to James. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, he nodded towards JD, who was guarding Matt. JD promptly acknowledged with a nod and retrieved the key to free Matt from his restraints. Observing this, Jiujiao nodded and continued, "For the time being, your team is under my temporary command. Henceforth, you shall follow my directives." In response, James regarded Jiujiao with considerable hesitation and, after a prolonged pause, resolved, "Very well. We shall heed your commands for now. But I implore you to refrain from sending my team members into needless peril, sir." Jiujiao nodded, then surveyed the group before proclaiming, "First, provide Alice and Matt each with a handgun and spare magazines. I do not require your involvement in the extermination of the zombies. Rather, I expect you to prioritize the preservation of your own lives. Do you understand?" Without waiting for the astonished reactions of the crowd, he continued, I can essentially fend off all 100 zombies, but should any slip through, you are permitted to assist me with your firearms. Remember, aim for their heads. It is only there that you will strike their vital point. Having concluded, Jiujiao turned to Hong Ho and instructed, the breeding nest here is not particularly robust. Let us proceed to clear it section by section. Hong Ho, please indicate which area we should tackle first. In response, Hong Ho raised her hand and projected a simulated 3D map into the air, pointing to it as she spoke. Sir, please observe. I suggest we commence with the B experimental zone. Once you enter, I shall activate them, so please be prepared for combat at any moment. Without further comment, Jiujiao raised one hand to signal an OK gesture and led the wolf warriors towards the B zone experimental area. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, but with James's nod of approval, they followed in Jiujiao's wake towards the B zone experimental area. The B district experimental zone is vast, segmented into several areas by numerous corridors. Jiujiao stands at the corner of a corridor, addressing Hong Ho. Hong Ho, let us commence. A voice reverberates from mid-air. Understood, sir. I shall begin. Please prepare yourselves. In the next moment, a series of clicking sounds emanate from the depths of the corridor, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps and dragging objects on the ground after the passage of a minute. Upon hearing the commotion, James and his companions immediately assumed their customary battle formation. Weapons at the ready, their eyes fixed intently on the depths of the corridor. Before long, numerous silhouettes began to materialize in the distance, advancing towards them step by step. Jiujiao possesses extraordinary vision. With just a cursory glance, he discerns that the corridor is teeming with no fewer than 30 zombies. That moment, the system notification chimes in once more. Congratulations, host. You have triggered Hidden Task 4. Eliminate all zombies within the hive. Ordinary zombies killed. 0500. Reward. 5000 experience. Zombie dogs killed. 08. Reward. 800 experience. Lickers killed. 012. Reward. 12,000 experience. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiujiao is instantly exhilarated. Reflecting inwardly, indeed, the task world enhances strength rapidly. In such a brief span, so many tasks have been triggered, and the experience rewards are simply soaring. What a pity that all the zombies in the hive have been slain by me. Yet there is not a single blueprint as a reward. The system is truly stingy. Contemplating this while observing the approaching 30-plus zombies, Jiujiao muses, such a meager number of zombies hardly warrants the deployment of my mechanical traps. He then issues a battle command to his two werewolves. Werewolf number 1 and number 2, eliminate them. As the command is given, Jiujiao raises his mechanical crossbow, taking aim at the heads of the zombies and begins to fire in rapid succession. Behind him, Alice and the others, along with the virtual image of Hong Ho projected by the cameras, and even Kane, hidden behind the monitors, are all intently focused on Jiujiao's method of dispatching the zombies. With a single command from Jiujiao, the two mechanical beings position themselves before him, unleashing a volley of bright white energy bullets. Simultaneously, Jiujiao continues to fire his seemingly inconspicuous crossbow. The zombies advancing from the corridor begin to fall one after another, and those with keen eyesight can even see deep craters forming in their skulls. The two mechanical beings display even more ferocity. Their rate of fire rivals that of the rifles in their grasp, yet their precision surpasses that of the elite Special Forces members. It is no exaggeration to assert that Jiujiao and the two mechanical beings achieve an astonishing accuracy rate of nearly 100%. This spectacle leaves Alice and James's team, as well as the concealed Kane, utterly astounded. This moment, Kane cannot help but elevate Jiujiao's danger level to its highest. Due to his keen observation, Kane discerned that the individual who referred to himself as Yi wielded a crossbow that rivaled the might of a rifle. Although he could not yet ascertain the precise shooting range and power, the mere fact that this crossbow could fire steel balls in rapid succession posed a significant threat to the Umbrella Corporation point. One could easily imagine that such a crossbow, capable of continuous fire, emitted a remarkably subdued sound, barely more than a faint whoosh, virtually inaudible. Thus, it undoubtedly functioned as a firearm equipped with a silencer, proving immensely advantageous for stealthy assaults. Not to mention the two mechanical pets accompanying him. While Yi's shooting speed could be deemed relatively normal, the firing rate of the two mechanical entities could only be described as monstrous. Evaluating the combat prowess of this singular individual and his two machines, Kane privately concluded, their combined combat capability is at least equivalent to that of 20 specialized operatives. The sight of 30 zombies being dispatched by one man and his mechanical companions within a mere 10 seconds left Alice and her companions utterly astonished. The virtual image of Red Queen flickered momentarily before she addressed Yi, who was in the process of reloading his magazine, stating, following the recent skirmish, I have recalibrated my assessment of your combat abilities. Unless you possess other formidable techniques, I regret to inform you, sir, that it is improbable for you to overcome those liquors. Upon hearing this, Alice and the others bore expressions of disbelief, inwardly lamenting. With such combat prowess, how can he possibly be unable to defeat those liquors? What on earth are those liquors, then? From behind the monitor, Kane found himself intrigued by Red Queen's remarks and focused his gaze on Yi. Eagerly anticipating his response, to his surprise, Yi merely replied nonchalantly, "Why the hurry? You will find out in due time. Continue unleashing the zombies." Red Queen, upon hearing this, flickered again, regaining her composure a second later, and coldly replied, "Very well, as you wish, sir. The next wave of zombies is on its way. Please be prepared." Yi remained composed, nodding in readiness for battle. Meanwhile, Kane, observing from behind the monitor, wore a grim expression, glaring intensely at Yi, thinking to himself, "What a repulsive individual, truly a master of pretense. If only I could establish contact with Red Queen and exert control over her, I would undoubtedly command her to release a greater number of zombies at once to verify this fellow's true combat capabilities." Little did he know that his thoughts coincided perfectly with Red Queen's intentions. His perspective was rooted in that of a scientist and corporate executive. Regardless of any new weaponry or zombie variants developed, thorough experimentation was essential to derive detailed data, ensuring effective comprehension of the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons and new zombie types, thereby safeguarding the corporation's interests. Furthermore, Kane harbored the desire to capture Yi alive, hoping to extract valuable intelligence and the methodology behind the creation of those mechanical beings directly from him. The Red Queen might harbor such thoughts, and one cannot blame her. After all, she is an intelligent life form. She places her faith not in mere words, but solely in data, for data is the most reliable entity in this world. In the next moment, a series of clicking sounds echoed, almost simultaneously accompanied by the sound of footsteps emerging from two corridors. It is no surprise. The Red Queen has activated all the zombies in Zone B, and this time, there are over 50 of them. Her objective is quite simple, to incrementally assess Jiujiao's combat capabilities, escalating from 30 to over 50, and eventually to 100 in subsequent encounters. If Jiujiao can successfully dispatch these zombies, she will be deemed a temporarily trustworthy human. 104 Kane, prepared to take action. Upon witnessing the emergence of more than 50 zombies from several corridors, Alice and the others behind Jiujiao could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Unlike before, when they faced only a wave of 30 zombies coming from a single direction, which, despite their numbers, could be managed by holding the line. This situation was markedly different. The zombies were now advancing from 3 corridors, effectively encircling them. Should any corridor be breached, it would inevitably result in injury or death among their ranks. Jiujiao calmly surveyed the 3 corridors. The right corridor housed the largest number of zombies, exceeding 20, which he assigned to War Wolf number 1. The 2 left corridors, however, collectively contained just over 30 zombies, which he decided to tackle himself alongside War Wolf number 2. Having devised his strategy, Jiujiao promptly issued combat orders to the 2 werewolves. They swiftly dispersed, unleashing energy projectiles that effortlessly dispatched the zombies. Jiujiao, too, engaged in the fray, albeit with a lesser number of adversaries, merely a dozen or so. By the time he cleared his section of zombies, the 2 werewolves had almost simultaneously eradicated all the zombies in their respective corridors. While reloading his magazine, Jiujiao casually remarked to the Red Queen, "Are there any more zombies here? If not, we can proceed to the next area." The Red Queen responded, "There are none left. Sir, we can head to the A-Zone experimental area. However, I must caution you that the number of zombies there exceeds 100, so please exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao confidently nodded, turning to navigate through the group of Alice and others, stating as he walked, "No problem, Red Queen, lead the way." This casual demeanor left Alice and the others speechless. They recognized Jiujiao's prowess, yet such nonchalance seemed unwarranted. Kane observed Jiujiao's departing figure on the monitor, musing thoughtfully, does he truly possess such strength, or is it mere blind confidence? Nonetheless, this could very well be one of his vulnerabilities, one that I might exploit later. Within the A-Zone experimental area, Jiujiao and his companions found themselves in a grand hall, where the virtual image of the Red Queen announced, "Please be advised, the zombies here will awaken simultaneously. Sir, please proceed with caution." In truth, this area, much like Zone B, is capable of releasing zombies in batches. However, Red Queen deliberately chose to unleash all the zombies from Zone B at once, merely to ascertain the limits of Jiujiao's capabilities. This can be regarded as a preliminary evaluation of Jiujiao's strength. Upon hearing this, Jiujiao stationed 2 battle wolves at her sides and nodded at the ethereal figure of Red Queen. In the next moment, the entire testing area resonated with the sound of crackling, followed by a series of dense footsteps, interspersed with the chilling growls of zombies, converging towards the hall. Upon hearing such ominous sounds, Alice and the others behind Jiujiao could not suppress the involuntary gulping of their throats. Even the medics and technician Kaplan, along with the inherently timid JD, turned pale, their eyes filled with dread at the thought of over 100 zombies approaching, their bodies trembling slightly in apprehension. Minutes later, countless white figures staggered out from the corridors connecting to the hall, drawn by the scent of the living. The foremost 30 or so zombies roared at the crowd, their mouths agape, ready to charge. Observing the overwhelming number of zombies, Jiujiao no longer held back. With a swift motion, she retrieved mechanical traps from her spatial storage and flung 2 of them far away, covering the entrances of the corridors leading into the hall. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers and Kane, as 2 dark, disc-like objects were hurled 30 meters away, landing heavily on the advancing zombies. With a buzz, they rebounded into the AIR.IN the next instant. The discs hovered above the heads of the zombies, unleashing a barrage of arrows and steel balls. Amidst the cacophony of whooshing sounds, the zombies entering the hall were met with explosive headshots, collapsing to the ground as if they were ripe wheat being harvested. The subsequent waves of zombies emerging from the corridors also fell victim to the same fate, while an increasing number of corpses obstructed the passage, leading to a chaotic scramble over the fallen bodies, only to be struck down by the arrows and steel balls. The onslaught of arrows and steel balls continued for a full 3 seconds before ceasing, leaving the bodies to plummet to the ground. At this juncture, Jiujiao and the 2 battle wolves commenced their shooting, dispatching the few remaining zombies that had evaded the traps. Witnessing the effortless extermination of over 100 zombies within a mere 2 minutes, Alice and her companions gazed at Jiujiao with expressions of astonishment and admiration, akin to that reserved for a monster. At that moment, Red Queen remarked, "Excellent. You truly are remarkable, sir. I now fully believe in your capacity to eradicate all the zombie monstrosities. Henceforth, I shall cooperate with you to the fullest, sir." Behind the monitor, Kane's expression darkened ominously. He had already elevated his perception of Jiujiao as a threat several notches, yet he had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable. That disc-like contraption was evidently more practical and powerful than ordinary grenades or explosives. The very thought was terrifying, for it could hover above one's head, executing a 360-degree assault for 3 seconds, targeting both the sky and the ground. Such a weapon, when encountered, renders even the swiftest reactions futile. Without a solid barrier for protection, it is exceedingly difficult to evade the relentless onslaught of densely packed arrows and steel projectiles unscathed. Kane found himself perplexed by the design philosophy and principles behind this weapon. As a senior executive at Umbrella Corporation, he had witnessed myriad advanced armaments, yet he had never encountered such cutting-edge technology, an instrument capable of immense power without the need for gunpowder. It is noteworthy that even the mightiest grenades possess an explosive force and coverage radius of merely 15 meters, inflicting only a singular instance of harm. However, this infernal disc-shaped weapon can hover in mid-air, delivering continuous fire for 3 seconds. Could such a creation truly be the work of human ingenuity? If one were to assert that Umbrella Corporation possessed similar weaponry, it would indeed be accurate. In the 4th film, the Special Ops team utilized a disc-shaped machine gun capable of rotating to fire bullets, yet it could only achieve a limited 360-degree firing ARC. To aspire for a trap akin to Jiujiao's is nothing but a fool's dream. Upon recognizing the stealth and convenience of this weapon, Kane felt an urgent desire to apprehend Jiujiao immediately. In the next moment, he issued a command. "Michael, gather all our armed personnel in Raccoon City. I want you to ensure that they clear all the zombies from within the hive. After that, seal off the station platform and retrieve that so-called shield agent for me." Pausing briefly, Kane seemed to contemplate the formidable strength of Jiujiao. Realizing that capturing him alive would not be a simple task, he added, "Remember, try to bring him back alive. Only resort to lethal force if absolutely necessary. Furthermore, ensure that the 2 mechanical beings and all the weapons he used are returned intact." Upon hearing this, the security captain's expression turned serious, and he instinctively responded, "Yes, sir." He had been by Kane's side, witnessing every action Jiujiao took upon entering the hive. He had seen how ruthlessly and efficiently Jiujiao had dispatched Spence, and how he had annihilated wave after wave of zombies with precision. Frankly, he understood just how formidable Jiujiao truly was. Even as he mentally placed himself in Jiujiao's position, he sadly realized that not only could he not handle 100 zombies alone, but even a fully armed team of 20 would struggle to do so without incurring casualties. They lacked Jiujiao's extraordinary marksmanship, the support of the two mechanical entities, and the devastating capabilities of that disc-shaped weapon. He had already resolved that should the opportunity present itself, he would not hesitate to open fire on Jiujiao. Otherwise, who knew what other formidable tactics the man might employ? Without a doubt, the casualties among his team would be considerable, if not catastrophic, should they engage in such a confrontation. Upon receiving the command, the security captain turned and exited the surveillance room, making his way to the training area to assemble all armed personnel, preparing to proceed to the hive and await Kane's orders to enter. After eliminating all the zombies in Area A, under the guidance of the Red Queen, Jiujiao managed to clear the remaining zombie presence in several other areas in less than half an hour. The hidden task of eliminating 500 zombies was accomplished, and he received 5,000 experience points as a reward. The next objective was to head to the kennel to dispatch the 8 zombie dogs. Jiujiao had long devised a strategy for dealing with these undead canines, deploying Werewolf Units 1 and 2 to directly engage and eradicate all the zombie dogs. This was undoubtedly the simplest approach, and with himself providing backup, Jiujiao was confident that the 8 zombie dogs would pose no threat to the werewolves. Indeed, upon arriving at the kennel, Jiujiao commanded the 2 werewolves to attack. Werewolves 1 and 2 charged into the kennel, and in the astonished gaze of Alice and others, they effortlessly dispatched the seemingly ferocious 8 zombie dogs. Alice and Kane, who had been observing from a distance, finally witnessed the terrifying close combat prowess of the werewolves. The formidable ramming capability of the werewolves sent one zombie dog flying as if it had been struck by a truck, crashing against the wall with such force that it was reduced to a mangled mass of flesh. The steel jaws of the werewolves could crush a zombie dog's skull in a single bite, exhibiting a biting force that exceeded 1,000 kilograms, surpassing that of a crocodile. In fact, their speculation was accurate. The biting force of the werewolves was indeed greater than that of a crocodile, measuring at 1,500 kilograms. Next, they observed the werewolves' claw attacks, with a single swipe capable of shattering a zombie dog's skull. Even more terrifying was the 2-meter-long tail of the werewolves, which moved with the grace of a serpent. It could ensnare targets, sweep through foes, and deliver powerful strikes, with the tail's tip bearing a seemingly insignificant yet astonishingly sharp stinger. They witnessed the werewolf pierce a zombie dog's head with its tail, driving it deep into the concrete wall with lingering strength. At that moment, everyone understood that while Jiujiao remained within the realm of humanity, there were ways to contend with him. Yet the mechanical beasts were an entirely different challenge. The werewolf's speed was so remarkable, combined with their silent movement, that they epitomized the perfect assassins. After observing the entirety of the werewolves' combat performance, Kane contemplated whether to report this situation to the higher-ups at the corporate headquarters, requesting reinforcements. Following the eradication of the zombie dogs, Jiujiao had successfully completed the second phase of Hidden Task 4, earning an additional 800 experience points. He understood the meager reward, as the unmutated zombie dogs were exceedingly easy to handle. After all, hadn't Alice, before her mutation, been capable of dispatching a zombie dog with a single kick? Accompanied by the crowd, Jiujiao made his way towards the final B restaurant, seizing the opportunity to replenish the energy of the battle wolf. As they walked, he turned to the ever-present Hong Ho beside him and said, "Hong Ho, the location of B restaurant is truly unsuitable for unleashing the lickers to eliminate them. Might we utilize your laser corridor to clear these lickers?" Upon hearing this, the virtual figure of Hong Ho flickered once more, clearly taken aback by Jiujiao's unexpected request, causing her to momentarily malfunction. Fortunately, being an intelligent entity, she refrained from berating Jiujiao for his apparent shamelessness. After all, it had been agreed that he would handle the lickers alone. How could he demand her assistance at the last moment? However, Jiujiao paid little heed to such concerns. What value did reputation hold against the sanctity of one's life? Certainly, even without Hong Ho's control over the laser corridor, he possessed the capability to vanquish all the lickers with his own 8-fold physical prowess and the battle wolf, employing traps to do so. Yet, why not seize the opportunity if it presented itself? After a brief flicker, Hong Ho regained her composure and responded, "The request you have made, sir, is indeed the simplest and most expedient method to eliminate the lickers. I can acquiesce to your request. However, should the lickers exhibit fear and refrain from entering the corridor, you will have to take action yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiujiao felt a surge of joy and promptly agreed. As they conversed, the group returned to B restaurant, where they were met with the sight of enormous cultivation chambers filling the hall. Alice and her companions could not help but shudder. Having encountered zombies and zombie dogs, The mere mention of the far more formidable and terrifying creatures that Hong Ho and Yi Jiujiao had referenced filled their hearts with dread. Without hesitation, Yi Jiujiao instructed Hong Ho. Hong Ho, now take Alice and the others into your control room. I will remain here to lure the lickers into the corridor. Once I give the signal, activate the laser corridor. Understood. In response, Hong Ho did not question Yi Jiujiao's decision, simply affirming, understood, sir, before leading Alice and the others toward the control room. A few minutes later, the light from the camera atop Yi Jiujiao's head flickered, and Hong Ho's figure reappeared before him, stating, Sir, everything is prepared. You may commence your actions. Hearing this, Yi Jiujiao stepped back, positioning himself in the corridor connecting the restaurant and the control room, and declared, All right, Hong Ho, you may begin as well. First, before he could finish, Hong Ho had already initiated her actions. INB restaurant. The cultivation chambers emitted a hissing sound reminiscent of deflating tires as a thick white mist began to rise. Clearly, Hong Ho had disengaged the anesthetic agents for the liquors, and all of them were entering a state of awakening. Yi Jiujiao gazed blankly for a moment at the seemingly nonchalant Hong Ho beside him, then directed his attention toward the cultivation chamber undergoing a collective transformation. He murmured, I haven't finished my words yet, and you have already released all the liquors. Are you not setting me up for failure, Hong Ho? Upon hearing Yi Jiujiao's mutterings, Hong Ho mimicked his demeanor, shrugged, and replied, This is all your fault. Sir, did you not say we could begin? I am merely executing your command, sir. At this, Yi Jiujiao felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that he had indeed been negligent. After all, Hong Ho was merely an artificial intelligence, not a true human being. While its obedience to human commands was absolute, its comprehension left much to be desired. He regretted his hasty words, as what he intended to convey was the necessity to release the liquors in batches. This way, even if the liquors possessed a modicum of intelligence, they would still have to be lured into the passageway 2 by 2, where they would meet their demise at the hands of the lasers. Alas, the die was cast. Complaining would serve no purpose. All he could do was to fulfill his part and leave the rest to fate, hoping to eliminate as many liquors as possible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of resounding crashes echoed from within the cultivation chamber. He watched as the iron door was violently dented from the inside, prompting him to take a step back. It was not fear of the liquors that made him retreat, but rather the knowledge of their swift movements and heightened sense of smell. As long as he remained within their olfactory range, they would pursue him relentlessly. Indeed, within moments, the door of the cultivation chamber was forcefully breached, and an utterly grotesque creature emerged. In comparison to the liquors he had seen in films, the reality was far more terrifying. The enormous, skinless, crimson brain was exposed, with minuscule eyes that seemed to have nearly regressed into oblivion. Its face was a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, a nightmarish visage. The entire creature was hunched over, with numerous tubes of varying thickness attached to its shoulders, and its biceps boasted muscles far surpassing those of even the most dedicated bodybuilder, a testament to its formidable strength. The claws at the front of its paws were longer and sharper than those of any beast, suggesting an immense tearing capability. Its lower half was coiled, obscured from view, yet its muscular legs hinted at remarkable agility. In the next instant, more and more liquors surged from the cultivation chamber, their menacing, fang-filled mouths aimed directly at Yi Jiujiao. In unison, they released a guttural roar, charging toward him like a horde. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jiujiao signaled for his 2 battle wolves to engage in free hunting, while he sprinted towards the control room of Hong Ho without looking back. The liquors, newly awakened from their slumber, despite receiving nutritional supplements, were driven by a primal bloodlust that compelled them to pursue Yi Jiujiao fiercely, eager to feast upon his flesh. Meanwhile, the 2 battle wolves cleared a path for the advancing liquors, positioning themselves on either side in preparation to ambush those that lagged behind. In the surveillance room, Kane was utterly engrossed, his attention fixated on the 2 war wolves flanking him in contrast to Yi Jiujiao, who aimed to utilize the laser channel to eliminate the liquors. The mechanical entities were Kane's primary focus. He was eager to witness how the bioweapon liquor, developed by Umbrella Corporation, would measure up against the mechanical beings. Indeed, Kane was not disappointed. As over a dozen liquors charged forward, Warwolves number 1 and number 2 sprang into action. Being mechanical constructs devoid of flesh and warmth, the liquors paid little heed to the sudden appearance of these beings, merely glancing at them mid-run before continuing their frantic dash. This oversight rendered the Warwolves even more adept at launching surprise attacks against the liquors. Under Kane's watchful gaze, the 2 mechanical creatures leaped into the air, soaring high above the heads of the liquors. In the next instant, both liquors were brought crashing to the ground by the war wolves, their steel claws piercing deeply into the creatures' bodies. With 2 resounding thuds, the lickers were forcefully slammed to the earth and pinned down. Regardless of how fiercely they struggled, the vast disparity in strength and weight rendered them powerless against the grip of the war wolves. Subsequently, both war wolves curled their 2-meter-long tails and plunged them into the exposed brains of the lickers with a sharp thump. After the tails pierced the skulls, as if not entirely satisfied, the war wolves withdrew their stingers only to plunge them back in again. Twisting them within it was only after the lickers lay completely motionless that the war wolves relinquished their hold on the now lifeless bodies and swiftly pursued the fleeing lickers. Watching the mechanical entities so effortlessly dispatch the bioweapon lickers, which Umbrella Corporation had invested considerable resources in, Kane smacked his lips, silently mourning for the bioweapons that the corporation was still heavily researching. He harbored ambitions of his own. To establish himself within Umbrella and ascend to the upper echelons, he required a formidable power that would inspire trepidation. Thus, the advanced technological mechanical creatures and weaponry possessed by Jiujiao became imperative for Kane. As of now, he clung to the hope of capturing Jiujiao alive, unwilling to divulge the latter's existence to the higher-ups at Umbrella. Unbeknownst to him, Jiujiao had already caught the attention of the upper echelon of Umbrella in Raccoon City, in a whirlwind. Jiujiao rushed outside the control room, glancing back momentarily before plunging into the passageway to pursue his licker. Inside the control room, Alice, James, and Matt stood at the door, anxiously observing Jiujiao's frantic entrance. They then beheld the lickers emerging from the passage, and all 3 drew in a sharp breath. A singular thought surged through their minds. How could one possibly kill such a terrifying creature? In the next moment, Jiujiao had already dashed through the passage, unceremoniously colliding with Alice and her companions, before swiftly turning back to close the door behind him, shouting, "Red Queen, activate the laser weapon immediately." The voice of the Red Queen resonated from behind Jiujiao. "Understood, sir. As you wish, the laser weapon is now activated." In the following instant, 2 lickers charged into the passage, just as they were about to crash into the door. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the corridor, and a red beam of light, approximately 1 meter in height, coalesced in front of the door, slicing horizontally across the passage. The height of the beam was perfectly aligned with the mouths of the lickers crawling on the ground. The speed of the laser was neither fast nor slow, and Jiujiao watched in awe through the glass window of the door as the beam sliced through the lickers' mouths. In a shocking instant, the bodies of the 2 lickers halted, and the next moment, they were cleaved in 2, their halves sliding apart from their mouths, tumbling to the ground. Shortly thereafter, 2 more lickers surged into the room, and the Red Queen, without hesitation, unleashed another cross-shaped laser beam from the far end of the passage, smoothly slicing through the bodies of the 2 lickers, resulting in 4 distinct pieces scattered throughout the corridor. The severed licker carcasses bore wounds as smooth as mirrors, their blood scorched into a dark hue by the laser, with not a single drop of fresh blood spilling onto the floor. The demise of 4 lickers caused the remaining ones to come to an abrupt halt. Clearly, they possessed a level of intelligence, unlike the mindless, bloodthirsty zombies one might expect. Realizing that entering the passage meant certain death, they gathered outside the control room, their vicious, fang-filled mouths bared towards the corridor, occasionally dripping viscous saliva onto the ground, which soon formed a significant puddle. Witnessing this scene, Jiujiao sighed in resignation. He knew that exterminating these lickers effortlessly was a far-fetched idea. Ultimately, he would have to take matters into his own hands. The 2 werewolves, living up to Jiujiao's expectations, followed the lickers outside the control room after dispatching the first 2. Just as they prepared to launch an attack on the remaining 4, the latter noticed the approach of the werewolves and immediately scattered like birds, nimbly leaping onto the walls outside the control room, leaving the area empty in an instant. Seeing that the werewolves could no longer ambush the lickers, Jiujiao instructed the Red Queen's projection behind him, "Shut down the lasers. I will go out and eliminate them." The Red Queen replied, "Understood, sir. The laser corridor is now deactivated. You may proceed." Jiujiao rolled his eyes, opened the door to the control room, and stepped out, carrying a mechanical trap in his hand. Outside the control room, the 2 formidable wolves, known as the war wolves, stared intently at the lurking predators, one perched upon the ceiling while the other remained grounded. The distinction lay in the fact that the war wolf was on the prowl, seeking the opportune moment to strike down the predators. In contrast, the predators remained vigilant, their gaze fixed upon the 2 war wolves, devoid of any bloodthirsty impulses, for the war wolves bore no flesh that they yearned to devour. Yet, a deep-seated instinctual memory, rooted within their very genes, instilled a sense of trepidation towards the war wolves, whose fearsome reputation had long been etched into their memories. as Jiujiao's silhouette emerged outside the control room. The four predators caught the whiff of fresh blood and flesh, instantly igniting their ferocity, and they launched an unhesitating assault upon her. Two predators propelled themselves down from the walls, their mouths agape, unleashing their elongated, barbed tongues even before they touched the ground. Jiujiao's response was equally swift. She deftly cast a trap at the landing spot of the predators and unsheathed her leg-mounted daggers, gripping one in each hand, poised for action. With a swift spin of her body, the sound of thwack, thwack echoed as the predators' tongues narrowly missed her, only to be severed at their tips by the razor-sharp blades. The severed, barbed tongues, slick with viscous fluid, plummeted to the ground, quickly retracting as the predators emitted agonized cries of hiss. Following this, a resounding clang reverberated as the trap descended, striking the ground with precision and launching into the air, scattering arrows and steel pellets in a wide arc. Even with the predators' remarkable speed, they found themselves unable to evade the barrage that enveloped a 20-meter radius. At that moment, Jiujiao executed a backward roll, seeking refuge beneath the computer console. The two predators, sensing imminent danger, attempted to leap away, but as they crouched to spring, sparks erupted from their bodies, and countless arrows and pellets pierced through their exposed craniums. In an instant, their bodies weakened, collapsing onto the floor, their limbs twitching in a manner reminiscent of a convulsion. Even if they were not dead, they were near to it. Fortuitously, not only were these two predators felled, but another, attempting to seize an opportunity, was also struck mid-air, its brain penetrated by arrows and pellets before it hit the ground in a fitful death throes. Meanwhile, the two war-wolves remained undeterred. As the last predator turned its attention towards Lu Meng, the war-wolves pounced in unison. Predictably, although the lone predator detected the war-wolves' approach and attempted to evade their assault with agile movements, it proved futile, and no matter how nimble it was, it could not escape the lethal onslaught of the two war-wolves, ultimately meeting its demise beneath the jaws of War-Wolf Wanda. With 10 predators slain, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have completed Hidden Task 4, eliminate 10 predators, experience reward, 10,000. Hidden Task 5 triggered. Transfer the Red Queen's control room into the host's space. Experience reward, 5,000. Note: the system can fully assimilate the Red Queen, rendering her entirely obedient to the host. This may yield unforeseen benefits for the host. Prompt: the host level has increased, currently at level 13. Strength and stamina have each risen by 0.5. Intelligence, spirit, and agility have each increased by 1. Automatically allocated to the attribute panel. For further details, the host may check independently. Upon hearing the system's announcement, any claim of dissatisfaction would undoubtedly be disingenuous. Jiujiao realized that her suspicions were indeed correct. The system had transported her to the world of Resident Evil, with the intention of acquiring the intelligence of Red Queen. Thus, Jiujiao could boldly speculate whether it might be possible to utilize the intelligence of Red Queen to control more mechanical beings. Of course, she understood that the mechanical creatures operated by Red Queen could not possibly match the agility and prowess of those she commanded. Nevertheless, they would surely prove to be more formidable than her solitary self and 2 battle wolves, especially when confronting large-scale adversaries, where the significance of Red Queen would be particularly pronounced. After all, when numbers reach a certain threshold, the equation is no longer as simple as 1 + 1 equating to 2. With the mission in the hive completed, Jiujiao instructed the battle wolves to stand guard outside, while she ventured into the control room. To be frank, she wished to exit the hive alongside Alice and the others, but she was mindful of the necessity to remain and transfer the equipment from Red Queen's control room into her space. Otherwise, she would be unable to activate Red Queen. Additionally, there lingered a troubling dilemma for Jiujiao. Should she allow Alice and Matt to undergo the Umbrella Corporation's modifications? This was indeed a significant question. As for Matt, his transformation into a pursuer was inconsequential to Jiujiao's subsequent actions. However, could Alice, unaltered, still be considered Alice? Was this still the world of Resident Evil? Without Umbrella's intervention, even if he possessed the T-virus and could inject Alice with the raw virus, could it ensure her survival and transformation into a goddess of vengeance? Jiujiao dared not take such a gamble. Upon entering the control room of Red Queen, she beheld the surviving Alice, Matt, and members of the James team. The system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, for completing Hidden Task 1. Hidden Task 1. Enter the hive. Rescue the James Special Operations Team. For each additional rescue, experience 500. Currently, the number of survivors stands at 8, yielding a total of 4,000 experience points. The generous reward dispelled Jiujiao's other concerns, and in that moment, she made her choice. to allow Alice and the others to exit the hive. If they were captured by Umbrella, it would be their misfortune. With this thought, Jiujiao turned to the awestruck individuals before her and declared, "I believe you are free to leave the hive. Congratulations on your survival. Regrettably, your mission may remain unfulfilled. For me and my organization, Red Queen holds great importance. I require it. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, apart from Alice and Matt, James and his teammates gazed at Jiujiao with defiance yet refrained from retorting. Even the foul-mouthed Ren refrained from hurling insults at Jiujiao, indicating that the crowd was thoroughly intimidated by his prowess. After all, no one desires to court death. After a moment of silence, it was James who finally spoke up. "Let us heed his words and abandon this cursed place," returning to the higher-ups for an explanation. In truth, James harbored a strong desire to engage Jiujiao in combat to determine the fate of the Red Queen. Yet he was acutely aware of Jiujiao's formidable strength. He realized that even if all 8 of them were to confront Jiujiao together, they would be effortlessly subdued. Crucially, Jiujiao had indirectly saved them on 2 occasions, once from ordinary zombies and once from the lickers in the B restaurant. Having witnessed and participated in Jiujiao's triumph over the undead, they were now painfully aware of the consequences that would have ensued had Jiujiao not intervened during their current mission. Had they proceeded with their task of shutting down the Red Queen and extracting the hard drive, all the zombies would have awakened, leaving them to be surrounded and devoured. Even if they managed to evade the ordinary zombies, they would certainly fall prey to the tin lickers. Unbeknownst to them, they had also overlooked one more instance of salvation, the laser corridor. Had Jiujiao not communicated with the Red Queen in advance, they would have undoubtedly fallen victim to her covert machinations. Observing James's perceptiveness, Jiujiao kindly patted him on the shoulder and said, "James, your understanding is commendable. Quickly lead your team out. Your time is running short. Go." With that, Jiujiao turned his attention to the mainframe, contemplating how to transport such a large unit into the spatial realm. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, James decided not to linger any longer and issued a retreat command to his squad. Just as they were about to depart, Alice stepped forward to address Jiujiao, who was busy with the mainframe. "I am truly grateful for your rescue of me and everyone else. My name is Alice and I look forward to seeing you again." Taken aback, Jiujiao glanced at the earnest Alice and nonchalantly replied, "Yes, goodbye." Yet inwardly he mused, "Indeed, this is truly Alice. However, you are quite right. We will likely meet again soon. I hope you retain that seriousness." As he watched the 8 individuals exit the corridor, the virtual visage of the Red Queen materialized before Jiujiao, inquiring, "Sir, is your purpose in remaining here for my sake?" Jiujiao, upon hearing her, lifted his gaze to meet the Red Queen's and nodded, stating, "Indeed. I require your assistance, thus I intend to take you with me." The Red Queen responded, "I believe you are mistaken. I cannot leave the hive, as my programming is solely dedicated to serving Umbrella Corporation. Thus, even if you were to take me away, I would inevitably be reclaimed by the Umbrella Corporation." Jiujiao, reluctant to engage in lengthy discussions with the Red Queen, understood that whether